This toilet is hard to unclog. Little Wu, your plunger is thick. Come try it. Lei Wu, how many pumps? Start with 100. Lei Wu, how hard? As hard as you possibly can. Plop plop. In the restroom, Lei Wu pressed the oversized plunger hard into the toilet. With a series of gurgling suction noises, the long-clogged drain was finally cleared. Looking around the entire restroom lay covered in cigarette butts, foul sewage seeping from the floor cracks. Wall tiles had fallen away, graffiti and stains mottled the walls, and of the several squat toilet stalls, only this last one remained usable. The rest were stacked with junk filthy beyond words. Hard to believe this was the restroom of the Chengdong branch, one of the 4 major police bureaus in Jiangxing. I'm going to use the toilet first. Little Wu, wait outside for me. Lei Wen was lean and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Beside the towering, burly Lei Wu, he seemed an entire size smaller. After saying this, he took out toilet paper and wiped the toilet with meticulous care, as if polishing a precision instrument. Only when no trace of stain remained did he sit down to do his business. Lei Wu returned to the office. Looking around, the police station that should have been solemn and orderly was as smoky and chaotic as a casino. People were laughing and shouting, gambling, and playing cards, nearly slapping the tables over. Ever since the zombie tide erupted a century ago, humanity had built many base cities. Over the years, Jiangxing's population exploded, conglomerates dominated, and the strong ruled. The police had long lost their authority, left with no more than cleaning up small zombie squads and sweeping up after fights. Surviving in the apocalypse was hard. Everyone became an officer just to scrape a meal together. Naturally, they were undisciplined, drinking and playing cards all day to pass the time. Woozy, come play a couple of rounds. The veteran officer Zhao Hong made a token invitation, then shook his head before Lei Wu could answer. You're too rigid, kid. All you know is 1 2 3 4 5 in sequence. Forget it. Lei Wu's face was blank, no reaction at all. He seemed used to his colleagues' teasing, sitting quietly at his desk. 6 months ago, he had been knocked unconscious while answering a call, and his thinking had sharply declined, turning him into something like a walking corpse. At first, Lei Wu found it hard to accept. Fortunately, fate was not unkind. In his days, he could always see a virtual panel. Level 1 mutant zombie. Punch force 907 kilograms. Speed 13. 6 milliseconds. Stamina 9 hours 36 minutes. Spirit minus 38. Cultivation points 191, increases by 1 each day. Martial arts none. He dismissed the panel in front of him, his heart full of confusion. He had a golden finger too, and he had saved up no small number of cultivation points. Unfortunately, martial arts were something he truly could not obtain. The rich relied on technology, the poor on mutation. In this era, there was no martial path and no spiritual energy revival. If people wanted power, they had to rely on mutation or by gene evolution fluid. As for real martial arts, Lei Wu had only seen them on TV. Maybe my social standing is just too low. Only after staring blankly for 10 full minutes did this thought surface in his mind. As a zombie, his thoughts moved very slowly. Only because he looked no different from an ordinary person was he not shot full of holes. Little Wu, what are you spacing out about? Lei Wu, fastening his belt, walked over from the restroom. Seeing Lei Wu sitting blankly as usual, he simply turned on the computer and found a movie for him to watch. The two were brothers, twins. 10 years ago, their father died in the line of duty. Their widowed mother was left to raise them alone, but unable to bear the hardship, she soon planned to remarry. Lei Wu didn't want to live under a stepfather's frown, nor let his brother endure anyone else's moods. On their mother's remarriage day, he took Lei Wu to the wedding banquet with polite courtesy, and afterward began raising his younger brother alone. Over the years, Lei Wu had scavenged junk, washed dishes in restaurants, worked sales, even drifted through a beggar den and pretended to be disabled to beg. But he had never let his brother suffer. Lei Wu was huge and strong, his arms thicker than most people's legs. All because Lei Wu pinched every cent to feed him well. As long as he had a cent in his pocket, he would buy fresh food for Lei Wu. Even if he himself went hungry all day, he would never feed his brother synthetic meat or moldy bread. And so they made it through until 18, following in their father's footsteps. Life slowly became a little easier. But this police station was a dead end. No one from the top down did real work. Every colleague was a degenerate gambler, and salaries had not been paid for 6 months. If things went on like this, the brothers would truly have to find another way to live. Especially Lei Wu's illness. The problem in his head required long-term medication, no small expense. At this thought, Lei Wu couldn't help pondering ways to make money, entirely failing to notice that Lei Wu, supposedly watching the movie, had been drawn to the flashing ad at the bottom right of the screen. Zombie Slayer Legend 1/ deals 9,999 damage. New players immediately receive the heaven-destroying chaotic iron sand palm. Lei Wu's vacant eyes gradually focused. Staring at the huge deep red palm print in the ad, he clicked the mouse. The screen flashed, and a browser game popped up. Above the registration box was a description of the iron sand palm, almost a bragging version encyclopedia entry. To practice iron sand palm, one must breathe chi from the dantian, pour all force into the palm center. Punches start from the heart, and power issues from the palm. Watching the screen intently, Lei Wu was soon fascinated, studying the training essentials word by word. Only when the words iron sand palm appeared on the virtual panel did he snap out of it, as if waking from a dream. That's it. Lei Wu stared blankly. Even though it was the most ordinary iron sand palm in real life, requiring no threshold and available to anyone, it still gave him tremendous surprise. After all, he wasn't afraid of a weak martial art. He was afraid of having no martial art to allocate points into. Spending 1 cultivation point, you begin learning iron sand palm, merely stabbing your fingers into iron sand until the skin wore raw and your hands barely avoided being crippled. A burning sensation spread through his hands, pain twisting Lei Wu's face. Truly, the fingers are connected to the heart, an agony that cut to the bone. Spending the 3rd point, you learn to use medicinal aids. Stabbing iron sand makes the skin rough. 10th point, after years of hard training, your 10 fingers grow thick, and the 4 fingers of your right hand become equal in length. Breaking bricks with bare hands is easy. 15th point, you comprehend hard qigong. The calluses fade, the skin becomes smooth and fine, and when qi circulates, your hands swell and flush, quite ornamental. 20th point, your iron sand palm finally reaches minor accomplishment, allowing you to blend iron sand venom into your palm and turn it into a poison hand. Without realizing it, Lei Wu's hands had turned much whiter with veins clearly visible, yet beneath the whiteness lurked black, a faint sense of danger. 25th point, you devoted yourself to cultivation, but your intelligence was too low. Without a more advanced method, you could never break through. 35th point, you are a fool, making no progress and wasting 10 cultivation points. Your aptitude is dull. A wild boar cannot appreciate fine bran. Wasted again. The panel could curse, leaving Lei Wu utterly stunned. But he was single-minded, no matter how it scolded, he kept adding points. It was only after he had poured in 41 cultivation points that the panel grew too tired to curse at him anymore. He was a zombie, his heart and brain cells controlled by the virus, his thoughts rigid, his comprehension zero. Making him comprehend martial arts was like teaching a donkey to play the zither, especially since the spirit stat on his panel was negative. After the cataclysm, the standards had long been revised. In the past, an intelligence level of 100 marked a normal adult. Now, as human genes kept optimizing, the normal adult threshold had been changed to 0, opening the path of evolution. A burly 20-year-old like Lei Wu with a spirit stat of -38 could train the iron sand palm to a poisonous hand. It only showed that as long as one persisted, even a normal person who did not use their brain could reach this level. But Lei Wu was stubborn. He paused for only a moment, then prepared to keep adding points to see if a miracle would occur. Never mind the remaining 150 cultivation points. Even if he had 15,000, he would have spent them without hesitation. But at the critical moment, he was suddenly interrupted. Xiao, what's wrong? Lei Wen finally snapped out of it, immediately noticing his younger brother's strange state, and firmly patted Lei Wu on the shoulder. After all, the guy had been grimacing one moment and turning pale the next. His expressions were so over the top that it was impossible not to notice. I'm fine. Lei Wu hesitated briefly and did not mention the iron sand palm. Just as he had inexplicably turned into a zombie, he chose not to say it, so Lei Wen would not worry. To avoid exposing his identity in small details, he even suggested living apart from Lei Wen and taking a single dormitory room at the police station. Lei Wen readily accepted his younger brother's suggestion. He had more than just his police job, though every night he went out to do part-time work. Bringing Lei Wu along was inconvenient, and leaving him at home was worrisome. The police station dormitory at least provided safety. Although some veteran officers liked to bully people, often ordering Lei Wu to fetch tea, pour water, and do dirty chores until he was bedraggled, they were still colleagues, so they would not go so far as to kill him. Are you sure you're fine? Lei Wen was puzzled, but when Lei Wu nodded affirmatively, he did not ask more. His mind was all on making money. The priority was to survive. Part-time work earned money too slowly, and legitimate channels could barely cover the expenses, but he still refused to do anything against his conscience. Those colleagues spent all day eating, drinking, and playing, living comfortably and never short of money because they all had under-the-table income. Lei Wen had been unwilling to go along with them before, but looking at Lei Wu sitting blankly in front of the computer, his heart ached. As long as he was willing to blend in, he could receive a generous side income every month. If he kept being stubborn, he would either have to quit voluntarily or be bitten from behind by a zombie during a mission, forcing his colleagues to shoot him as a last resort. Afterwards, to stop the family from making a scene, they would cover it with a few months' wages, and the matter would be closed. That was the predicament Lei Wen faced. Among the 9 groups of the zombie extermination squad, every group had 5 members working together to keep each other safe. Only his group, 6, consisted of the 2 brothers and the veteran officer Zhao Hong. Old Zhao agreed to team up with them only because their father had once shielded him from a zombie's pounce, saving his life at the cost of his own. It was precisely Zhao Hong's frequent care for the brothers that made the officers who disliked them hold back, allowing the 2 to spend the past 2 years safely in the station. Unfortunately, old Zhao had recently been thinking about retiring. He was already 60 with graying temples. Fighting zombies was far too dangerous. It was better to step down and enjoy his old age. The pressure of survival weighed on Lei Wen. He was about to lower his head and go along with the rest, when suddenly the police station's alarm blared. The officers gambling and playing cards froze for a moment, then went back to their game as if nothing had happened. Group 6, it's your turn. The operations chief poked his head out of the office, shouted, and slammed the door shut again, completely absorbed in his online game. Zhao Hong, who had been enjoying himself, flew into a rage at the mission and cursed, "Damn it, what lousy luck." After cursing, he threw his cards onto the table, tossed out a few banknotes to settle, and hurried off to change his equipment. Before long, the 3 members of Group 6 had assembled. They all wore tactical vests, military camouflage pants, alloy combat boots, and flashbangs at their waists. In their hands were a shotgun, a submachine gun, and in Lei Wu's hands the heavy Gatling machine gun. The huge ammunition magazine on his back made him look like a human turret. On the electronic bulletin board on the wall, the mission target for this operation appeared. Guangyuan Community Villa 19, Yijing Tianshan. A zombie was suspected inside. Whenever passers-by passed the front door, frantic scratching sounds came from the walls. Yijing Tianshan compound. Zhao Hong's eyelid twitched, and he began to retreat. Lei Wen's expression also turned grim as he hesitated over whether to find an excuse to refuse the mission. Yijing Tianshan was Jiangxing's most famous wealthy district, where every resident was rich or powerful. In this era, every wealthy person bought gene evolution serum to grow stronger and improve their odds of survival. Once such people were infected and turned into zombies, they became terrifyingly powerful. Their 3-man team was weak. Only Zhao Hong, who had earned merit over the years, had received a level 3 evolution serum as a reward from the higher-ups. The brothers were both blank slates, so their chance of surviving a powerful zombie was extremely low. But responding to a call in the rich district also had its benefits. Taking a few valuables from the villa as travel expenses was tacitly allowed from top to bottom. As long as they did not go too far and did not attract the attention of the victim's influential family, it was fine. But after weighing it, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong felt the risk far outweighed the benefit, so they turned their eyes to the other officers gambling. Yijing Tianshan, anyone coming along? We split the gains equally. The station quieted down, and everyone turned to look. A wealthy district like Yijing? Forget it. My life matters more. I've seen it before. The villas in Yijing are built like doomsday fortresses with reinforced concrete, as thick as city walls. With our current firepower, we can't even break through the walls. Going in for close-quarters combat with a zombie is asking for death. If you ask me, the 3 of you should just circle the villa, put on a show, then report to the city defense battalion and let them handle it. Jiangxing Bay City had a regular army. As soon as a large-scale zombie outbreak or an extremely powerful mutant appeared and the extermination squads could not suppress it, the city defense battalion would be mobilized. But the 2 sides belonged to different systems. To prevent the extermination squads from doing nothing and reporting everything upward, the city defense battalion had set extremely strict activation conditions. For example, one of the 9 extermination groups had to be completely wiped out. The colleagues telling Lei Wen to make a report were clearly gloating and hoping to see Group 6 make a fool of itself. Zhao Hong's face darkened. Seeing that no one was willing to join, he had no choice but to walk to the operations chief's office. Soon a muffled argument broke out. Zhao Hong slammed the door and walked out, his face ashen, shaking his head at the brothers. We have to go on this mission, and we can only go ourselves. Sun Fei, the head of the operations section, had long wanted to disband Squad 6. First, he could not tolerate Lei Wen's aloof arrogance. Second, he wanted to insert his good-for-nothing nephew Sun Dongliang into Squad 6. He could not bring himself to ask the bureau director directly, so he hoped Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Zhao Hong would volunteer to submit a request inviting his nephew to join. The 3 naturally refused. Sun Dongliang frequently loitered around the bureau, his gaunt complexion and hollowed-out physique a testament to years of indulgence in alcohol and women. Rumors swirled that 2 years prior he had fallen into gambling debt and, unable to pay, sold his wife to settle it. How could anyone trust their lives to such a man? Lately, Sun Fei had been targeting Squad 6, but without the authority to appoint or dismiss anyone, he could only devise ways to make their lives difficult. Worst-case scenario, we will drive around the villa once and report back that the zombies inside are beyond our capability. Let him deal with it however he wants. The 3 exchanged glances. When higher-ups impose policies, subordinates always find ways around them, and immediately drove toward Yijing Tianshan. As they left the police station and drove along the wide, elevated highway, the surrounding buildings displayed mismatched billboards while neon lights illuminated every street and alley, their reflections dancing through the relentless traffic and giving the entire city an extraordinary energy against the dark night sky. That year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sun set and never rose again. From that moment onward, darkness blanketed the earth, leaving only a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Without sunlight, humanity was forced to construct perpetual cities of light, where shadows and illumination wove together in dazzling displays capable of driving away the photophobic undead, ushering in an era of chaos. Soon the 3 arrived at the villa entrance. Warning tape cordoned off the area as the community security team surrounded the villa completely. Snipers were positioned on the roof and heavy machine guns below, while powerful floodlights from every angle pierced through the villa windows to suppress any zombie threats. The villa main doors stood open, and several zombies dressed as nannies had lunged forward, drawn by sound and the scent of flesh, only to be riddled with bullets. In upscale neighborhoods like this, armed security patrols the clock around, and they hire formidable individuals as security consultants to deter those with malicious intentions. Some security teams possessed enough strength and firepower to stand toe-to-toe with an entire zombie extermination squad. Even Lei Wu, not known for his sharp thinking, could see these people could handle the situation themselves. There was no need to call for help. They were clearly trying to use the extermination team as pawns. Zhao Hong had served in law enforcement for over 40 years and made frequent trips to Yijing on assignment, developing a familiarity with the security captain. After their exchange, the already frustrated old man grew even more irked. We have confirmed there are still zombies inside, likely trapped in the basement and unable to get out. Zhao Hong returned with a dark expression after finishing the call. The bureau director called me. The owner of Villa No. 19 has some connection with him and has not appeared for several days. We are ordered to search inside for any trace, alive or dead. This. Lei Wen's expression grew grave. The owner of No. 19. How deeply entangled they were with those in power remained unclear to him, but the fact that the bureau director would risk 3 of his own officers' lives suggested an extraordinarily significant connection. Advance or retreat? Both Lei Wen and Zhao Hong hesitated internally. Only Lei Wu stood expressionless, staring fixedly at the villa entrance. To anyone else, the villa resembled an abyss of certain death. But for him, a zombie already in his transformed state, it appeared harmless on the surface, since zombies would not attack other zombies. Yet in truth, it was equally an abyss. If they encountered one face-to-face and the zombie showed confusion or bewilderment, Zhao Hong would inevitably suspect his true identity. Before dying at the hands of a zombie, he would likely get riddled with bullets and his head blown apart by his own comrades. Moreover, Lei Wu had to eliminate zombies without sustaining any injuries. If any wound appeared, his skin would crack and flake, revealing his true nature. Since transforming into a zombie, his mental faculties had dulled, yet his instinct to survive burned fiercely within him. He often sat motionless and spaced out. This was deliberate, designed to minimize movement and avoid accidental injury from nails on the ground, sharp edges on walls, or scissors held by others. Even during missions, he relied on his Gatling gun for long-range attacks, always trailing behind Lei Wen and Zhao Hong during close-quarter searches. Even with such careful precautions, he had narrowly escaped death numerous times. Unless, brother, let me go in alone and try. Some time ago during a mission, Lei Wu had fallen behind and lost contact with the other 2. By the time Lei Wen and Zhao Hong found him, he had already eliminated all the zombies. After that incident, Lei Wu insisted on going in solo before every subsequent mission. In reality, as long as no one was nearby, and he disabled the surrounding surveillance cameras, he could exploit the system, relying on zombies' refusal to attack him, emerging and eliminating them instantly. But Lei Wen would not allow such recklessness. Do you think you are some kind of deity? Zombies just standing there waiting for you to kill them. Zhao Hong shot Lei Wu a sidelong glance, his expression cold. We are 3 working together, and you think you are so special. With his proposal rejected, Lei Wu fell silent. Lei Wen and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, weighing the consequences of losing their jobs, then steeled themselves and moved toward the villa. Old formation. We will move left and right in the front. Xiao will watch our rear. With a sharp click, both loaded their rounds. Lei Wu set down his Gatling gun and massive ammunition box, drew his gleaming Desert Eagle from his waist, and followed behind with the slide rack. Beyond the entrance, the living room stretched over 200 square meters, dominated by a towering chandelier, descending from above with a spiral staircase, winding upward through 3 levels, the palatial decor exuding opulence. However, after someone transformed and went on a frenzied biting spree, the room lay in ruins, with several bloody drag marks across the floor that made one's heart race. The trio positioned themselves back-to-back in a triangular formation, scanning their surroundings with intense focus, and as was their standard procedure, destroyed all surveillance equipment to prevent anyone from witnessing their actions. Let us check the kitchen first. Raking the door with gunfire, they kicked it open to reveal a massive refrigerator built into the wall, standing like an imposing barrier. Lei Wen ordered, Xiao Wu, guard the entrance. Uncle Zhao, you are up. Zhao Hong nodded, unhooking a grappling claw from his pack, securing it to the refrigerator door handle, then pulling the rope back to 5 meters away, while counting in a low voice, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang, bang. Lei Wen unleashed a torrent of bullets into the open refrigerator, sending shredded vegetables flying and chunks of meat spraying everywhere, continuing until he was certain no zombies lurked inside. Such extreme caution came from lessons learned through bloodshed. Many infected individuals were sealed inside refrigerators by family members who could not bear to end their loved ones' lives. While well-intentioned, their mercy proved devastating for the extermination teams. Several team members had died when they opened refrigerators without warning and were bitten by the zombies that lunged out. Zhao Hong gazed at the delicious cake, fresh vegetables, and various meats inside the refrigerator. Without hesitation, he pulled out an oversized nylon bag from his pack and began stuffing food inside at a rapid pace. Regardless of whether zombies appeared next, he was grabbing what he could first. After the Great Cataclysm, fresh meat and produce had become more valuable than gold, and everyone had grown sick of the taste of synthetic alternatives, the very smell making them nauseous. After scavenging what they could, the 3 retreated to the living room undercover, setting down the bulging nylon bag before cautiously making their way toward the basement. The villa had 3 floors. The loud gunfire from the security team's engagement with those zombies would have drawn any remaining threats upward, so there was no need to search further. Only deep underground in something resembling an apocalyptic bunker could the sound be contained. They reached the basement entrance safely, and as they stared down the stairs leading into darkness, all three felt their tension mount. "Damn it," Zhao Hong muttered. "I have spent over 20 years with this extermination unit, and I have never felt this nervous before." He swallowed, hard beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Knowing this descent could be their last, he immediately ordered, "If I get bitten, do not hesitate. Put me down cleanly, and let me go with dignity." "Understood." Lei Wu snapped to attention, his expression grave, as though bidding farewell to a warrior facing certain death. "You son of a..." Zhao Hong's face flushed red with indignation as he sputtered. "I said if I get bitten you shoot the zombie, not me." Lei Wu asked, genuinely bewildered, "Didn't you say to put me down with a headshot, Uncle Zhao?" "Shoot my ass." Zhao Hong roared back. So furious that he wanted to backhand Lei Wu across the head, Zhao Hong could not reach him due to the young man's imposing stature. Instead, he swung at empty air and growled. "If a zombie bites my arm, you cut off my arm. If it bites my leg, you chop off my leg. If it bites my torso, you slice out the flesh. You cannot just put a bullet in my head. What if I am still salvageable?" This? Lei Wu fell into deep thought. That was far too complicated. Nearby, Lei Wen smiled slightly. After all the commotion, the tense atmosphere had eased considerably. "Uncle Zhao Wu is not exactly bright, and you know this well enough. When you call for help, he will charge forward without a second thought. I have faith in that much." Zhao Hong's mood improved. He trusted Lei Wu completely. There was value in being single-minded, and recent missions had proven the young man reliable. "This time I am going down first. Nobody stop me." "Understood." Lei Wu's voice rang out again, and an exasperated Zhao Hong shot him a dirty look before firing several rounds down into the basement. It looked like he was venting his frustration, but in reality, he was using the gunfire to draw out any zombies below. After 3 minutes of silence, Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and led the way down the stairs. Despite the stairs numbering only a couple dozen, the descent felt like it took an eternity. A narrow corridor stretched ahead, at least 50 meters long, lined with metal walls that gleamed brightly under the overhead lights. At the far end stood a massive reinforced steel door resembling a bank vault. Even in the apocalypse, as long as it remained sealed tight, nothing from the outside could threaten those within. No wonder the gunfire had no effect. Zhao Hong exhaled in relief. If the steel door is locked from the inside, there is nothing more we can do. Our mission is complete. Lei Wen offered his own reassurance. "It is not that we failed. It is that we cannot breach this door from the outside. If the director asks, we have an answer. Let us go test whether the door can be opened." The trio approached the steel door, eyeing its ship wheel-style rotating handle, but maintained their vigilance. "Shall we handle the door? Give it a slow turn first, and see if it moves." Lei Wen raised his submachine gun and took position to the left of the door, while Zhao Hong stood 1 meter behind him, his shotgun trained on the gap, as he prepared to provide covering fire. Lei Wu carefully gave the handle a slight turn, and it yielded somewhat, causing him to freeze. Lei Wen and Zhao Hong's expressions darkened at what they saw. "It is not locked from the inside. That is not unusual. The owner probably just came down to check or store something. Then keep opening it. Whether it is human or zombie, let us see how they handle a few rounds." Lei Wen fixed his gaze on the door seam. As Lei Wu slowly turned the handle, the steel door groaned open with a low hum. Without hesitation, Lei Wen pulled the trigger, emptying his magazine into the opening. Bang, 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 bang. Streams of flame erupted from the muzzle, and hot brass casings pinged against the floor. Suddenly, Lei Wen's pupils contracted, and shock flashed across his hardened features. Through the crack, a zombie emerged. Powerfully built despite its rotting flesh, pale, cracked skin, and repulsive odor. Its muscles remained dense and formidable. But what terrified them most was bullets struck the zombie's body without drawing blood, each projectile becoming embedded deep within its hardened musculature. Bang bang. Zhao Hong fired 2 rounds directly at the zombie's skull with his shotgun. The close quarters devastating power should have been enough, but the creature merely staggered back a step, the steel pellets lodged in its cranium, barely slowing it down. Enraged, it lunged violently toward the doorway. Lei Wen's face contorted in panic as he screamed, "Zhao Wu, close the door." Lei Wu immediately reversed the handle and pressed desperately against the door, but the zombie's arm had already slammed through the opening, clawing wildly. Its body shoved itself through with incredible force like a tank bearing down on them. "Run!" Zhao Hong roared, drawing the alloy combat blade from his back and bringing it down in a swift arc. But the arm did not sever as expected. The blade struck the zombie's limb with a metallic clang and became lodged, unable to be pulled free. Realizing the futility, old Zhao abandoned any notion of combat and bolted. The deceased had ingested at least level 5 genetic enhancement serum during his lifetime, granting him the ability to scale walls effortlessly and render small caliber handguns useless. Now transformed into a zombie, his physical capabilities had been further amplified beyond human limits. He could not be killed by conventional bullets alone. Only a Barrett sniper rifle could achieve a fatal headshot. Zhao Wu moved. Lei Wen grabbed Lei Wu and fled desperately. Against a zombie of this caliber, providing covering fire was pointless. They had to escape or die. Lei Wu ran alongside him, but as he turned, his peripheral vision caught the zombie's protruding head, and for just a moment, he saw confusion flicker across its features. "Please do not follow me." Lei Wu sprinted, his heart pounding with dread. First, if this zombie attacked only others and ignored him, his true identity would be exposed immediately. Second, it endangered Lei Wen's life. Yet the insatiable craving for flesh compelled the creature to chase them, snarling and lashing out like a mad beast. Its speed surpassed all three running figures, closing in like a ferocious storm. "Shall will you go first?" Lei Wen shouted over his shoulder and fired his weapon, knowing full well it was futile, but refusing to let his younger brother lag behind. Because he knew the person who brought up the rear would certainly die. Lei Wu's eyes stung with tears. For the first time since his transformation, he disobeyed Lei Wen's order. Sensing the vicious wind behind him, and imagining the scene of his brother being overpowered, he cried out in desperation, "Iron Sand Palm, max it out." Consuming 150 cultivation points. With wrath and courage akin to an avalanche, you shatter the limits of comprehension, elevating Iron Sand Palm to its ultimate form, Vajra Corpse Shattering Palm. Boom. Lei Wu spun around violently. The zombie lunged straight at him, and with a single palm strike, its skull exploded like a shattered watermelon. Lei Wu's palm strike did more than tear through the air with a piercing screech. It erupted with a thunderous blast like an artillery shell slamming into the ground. Lei Wen was jolted, dizzy, stars flashing before his eyes. A hot splash sprayed across his face, and the stench of festering rot slammed straight into his skull, nearly knocking him out. Zhao Hong, running at the very front, turned back to cover the brothers and witnessed the entire process of the zombie's head exploding. Shaken to the core, he couldn't help blurting out, "Holy shit." Only those two words could express the shock in his heart. A zombie that bullets couldn't even penetrate had its skull blown apart by one slap from Lei Wu. In old Zhao's eyes, that was exactly like an ordinary man of flesh and blood obliterating a tank with a single palm. How exaggerated and inconceivable. In all his years on the police force, Zhao Hong had seen strong men before, but every one of them had been aloof and haughty, never looking straight at anyone. They were also mysterious and rarely appeared in public, let alone displayed their power in front of police officers like him. It was fair to say the two sides belonged to entirely different worlds. One's old Zhao could only look up to. Now Lei Wu had personally demonstrated what it meant to be a Tyrannosaurus in human form. He lived with Zhao day and night, usually acting like a fool, always ordered around to pour tea and water and clean up after him. How could Zhao Hong not be shaken by the sudden instant kill of a godlike zombie? The intense contrast and visual impact were overwhelming. Thud. The headless zombie toppled stiffly to the ground, blood gushing from its neck and dyeing the floor crimson in an instant. Old Zhao's eyes bulged as he stared at the corpse, unable to recover for a long time. "Wuzi, how did you do that?" "I don't know either." Lei Wu was dazed for a moment, then muttered quietly, "Maybe my potential erupted in a moment of desperation." After saying that, he hastily wiped the blood off Lei Wen's face. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't panic." Lei Wen shook his head forcefully to clear the explosive roar still ringing in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. The zombie's body was covered in dense black craters from bullet impacts, but they were only embedded in the surface of its skin. Even a shotgun couldn't break its defense. Yet its head had been blown apart. Lei Wen's eyelids trembled as he looked at Lei Wu's right hand in disbelief. "Your hand is fine. It's nothing. Just my palm feels a little numb." He wiped his palm a few times on his tactical vest to clean off the blood. After confirming there were no wounds, Lei Wu felt a wave of relief. This Vajra corpse-crushing palm really is ferocious. The panel appeared before his eyes, and the data had drastically changed. Level 1 mutant zombie. Punching force 2,060 kilograms. Speed 15, 9 milliseconds. Stamina 5 hours, 21 minutes. Spirit -31. Cultivation point 0 increases by 1 point per day. Martial art Vajra corpse-crushing palm beginner. As for whether the Vajra corpse-crushing palm existed in reality, Lei Wu could be sure it did not. The internet was flooded with all kinds of martial arts, from movies to novels, but he had never even heard of this one. And now he had genuinely mastered something beyond reality. Not only had it evolved his level and greatly improved his physique, the power of his palm could rival a sniper rifle. It was practically a complete metamorphosis, making him a god on the spot. Even his speed and spirit had increased. After all, he had spent 150 cultivation points, equivalent to many years of arduous practice, so his body had improved in every aspect. Naturally, his mentality and legwork had also advanced. However, Lei Wu had no time to be happy. Seeing that only 5 hours of stamina remained, he couldn't help but feel anxious. A zombie's metabolism was extremely fast. It had to keep devouring flesh and blood to maintain its clarity and stamina, otherwise it would sink into slumber. Lei Wu had never exhausted his stamina nor experienced that sleep, so he dared not gamble. Never waking up would be the better outcome. What he truly feared was losing all reason and being left with only the instinct to devour people. Then he would become a real zombie without even self-awareness, fighting whoever was near him, and in the end his head would be blown off, leaving him with a mutilated corpse. Wuzi stopped spacing out. Zhao Hong pointed at the opened alloy steel door and said, "We haven't finished our mission yet. You can zone out later." Lei Wu snapped out of it, and the trio continued covering one another as they stepped cautiously through the steel door. Looking out, the light was bright as day with containers arranged on all sides, like walking into a huge supermarket stocked with every daily necessity. After searching to confirm there were no zombies, the three turned off their body cameras and split up, each grabbing whatever they liked. In an inconspicuous corner, stacks of banknotes were neatly arranged on a square table, about 1,000,000 in all. A piece of cloth was spread over the top, but didn't hide them completely, leaving the money brazenly exposed. Lei Wu only gave it a glance, then followed the scent to pack up the beef in the refrigerator, planning to take it home to replenish his stamina. He was simple-minded. After becoming a zombie and losing his mental sharpness, Lei Wu had never told him about the importance of money. So right now in his eyes, how could a pile of paper compare to flesh and blood for food? After he gorged himself and packed a big bag full of meat, he passed by the square table again. Not a single bill of the money was missing, and there was now a mysterious black blade on it engraved with golden runes, clearly priceless at a glance. Lei Wu's heart stirred. The love of knives and swords was carved into the bones of every man, and even becoming a zombie was no exception. Just as he reached for the blade, Lei Wu suddenly slipped over and whispered, "Don't touch these things. Someone will take them for us." Lei Wu was baffled, but he obediently stopped. Still, he didn't leave. He simply stood there, unwilling to part with the blade. Helpless, Lei Wu had to drag his younger brother away to scavenge other good stuff. The two dawdled for quite a while. When they finally came back around, the money and the black blade had vanished without a trace. Xiaohong, meanwhile, seemed to have gone upstairs to the living room and wasted a lot of time. When he came down, the nylon bag in his hand wasn't even full. Seeing the brothers looking at him, he said, without changing his expression, "You two have to be careful with what you take. Don't take anything too valuable. Otherwise, the security team outside isn't easy to deal with. Now that the owner is dead, everything in this villa belongs to the property company. It's fine to take cheap stuff, but things too valuable will be hard to get out." "I know my limits." Lei Wu nodded and said Xiao Wu only packed all kinds of frozen meat. "That's good." Zhao Hong made a show of taking some daily necessities, then signaled the brothers to leave. Seeing the three retreat unscathed and appear at the main gate of the villa, the crowd outside was astonished. Han Yang, the security captain, also had a trace of disbelief flicker across his eyes. There was one fact he had deliberately concealed and never mentioned: the owner's strength was at level 5, and with mutated enhancement adding another level, he was practically a ferocious monster, impervious to blades and bullets, incomparably strong and swift as the wind. With the strength of their three-man squad, there should have been no chance of survival against a zombie of that level. Their only use had been to open the basement door, lure the zombie out, and let a heavy sniper rifle blow its head off. Now the three were carrying their loot with not a single wound on them. Han Yang couldn't help growing suspicious. "You three didn't just go and rummage around and come out without even finding the owner, did you? What a load of bull." Zhao Hong cursed outright, his expression darkening. Had Lei Wu not acted on his desperate urge to save his brother and swiftly annihilated the zombie, the three of them would never have survived leaving that villa. This Han Yang possessed a venomous heart, all but sending them to their deaths. "The mutated homeowner has been shot through the head by us. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to check the basement." "Oh, tell me what." Han Yang cast a glance at the lackey beside him, who understood immediately and darted into the villa without hesitation. Zhao Hong set down the nylon bag, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed down at the crowd from above. "From now on, should anything arise in Jiangqing, seek us out. The 6th team of the Chengdong Sub-Bureau. Whatever the security team lacks the courage to manage, we will manage. Whatever zombies they dare not slay, we shall exterminate. Maintaining order in Jiangqing and sheltering you worthless souls is the unwavering duty of our 6th team." Han Yang. Lei Wu. An eerie silence descended upon the area outside the villa. Every face was frozen in stunned disbelief as they stared blankly at Zhao Hong. A gentle breeze stirred the hem of old Zhao's garments, lending him an air of overwhelming dominance. The abrupt display of bravado left everyone utterly flabbergasted. Lei Wu and Lei Wu could only watch with darkened expressions, consumed by second-hand embarrassment. Yet upon reflection, old Zhao's ill-timed showing-off carried a certain justification. In this age of shattered order, human life held little worth, and being a police officer was far from honorable. Battling zombies day in and day out, everyone existed beneath a pall of suffocating despair. Old Zhao had rarely experienced moments of glory in his entire life. Having finally seized this chance to bask in triumph, he clung to it like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, desperate to vent the pent-up frustration festering in his heart. Alas, all he received in return was Han Yang's amused contempt. "What strength does your zombie elimination squad possess? The people of Jiangqing know it well, and everyone present understands it perfectly. With merely your insignificant 6th team and a mere 3 officers on duty, how much can you possibly accomplish? You underestimate us far too much." Zhao Hong lifted his chin and replied with practiced nonchalance. "Even with just 3 men, we have already purged the very zombies your security team wouldn't dare touch." Han Yang sneered, "Words are cheap. Let my men confirm the situation inside the villa before we proceed." Zhao Hong had no patience for further banter. He signaled his brothers and prepared to make his escape with the spoils of battle. "Hold it." Han Yang immediately raised his hand to halt them, setting aside whether you've truly eliminated every zombie. "Look at you 3, bellies bulging from your little excursion. This hardly resembles a mission, more like a house robbery spree. Everything inside that villa belongs to the homeowners as private property. How could you possibly cart it away at will? Zhao Hong's expression turned ice cold. We risked our lives purging those zombies. Is taking some compensation as labor fees truly excessive? Not excessive at all. Han Yang nodded and continued. But you must open your bags for inspection to ensure you haven't taken things you shouldn't have. On what grounds? Zhao Hong felt his fury rising. He knew full well his strength was lacking, but men of their profession valued face above all else, especially since the three of them bore the prestigious police designation. If subjected to a bag check today, not only would the zombie elimination squad's prestige crumble to dust, but his own dignity would be trampled as well. He would never be able to hold his head high before these security guards ever again. Yet regardless of his objections, the security guards had already closed in surrounding formation under Han Yang's orders. A young guard strutting with arrogance reached for Lei Wu's large nylon bag without so much as a by your leave. Tragically, Lei Wu gripped the bag with an iron fist, refusing to relinquish it. No matter how much strength the young guard exerted, he could not pry those fingers open. Let go. After a fruitless struggle that left his face flushed red with humiliation, the young guard's frustration curdled into rage. He drew his gun in menace. Will you let go or not? Lei Wen had remained silent throughout, leaving the negotiations to Zhao Hong. Only now, witnessing the situation spinning beyond control, did he speak. Kick him. Lei Wu, where? Lei Wen, the knee. Lei Wu, how hard? Lei Wen, make him kneel. While the guards bewildered themselves over this strangely programmed exchange, Lei Wu had already delivered a vicious kick. The young guard's scream pierced the air as he collapsed onto one knee with a dull thud. Lei Wen observed with clinical detachment. Make the other leg kneel too. Lei Wu struck like lightning, the crack of the young guard's kneecap echoing as his left leg buckled and his entire frame crashed to the ground. Unfazed by the horrified expressions around him, Lei Wu fixed his gaze on the guard's knees for 2 full seconds before turning to Lei Wen. Both legs are on the ground now. Chaos erupted. Guards from every direction raised their weapons, aiming pitch-black muzzles at the three men. Han Yang's face contorted with fury. Do you seek death? Lei Wen replied calmly. While this world descends into anarchy and officers have lost their worth, dying to zombies raises no eyebrows. But being gunned down in broad daylight by you lot, the ones sent to collect our corpses, wouldn't be fellow officers. It would be the City Defense Army's counterterrorism unit. Han Yang's ashen expression faltered. The other guards exchanged uncertain glances, their gun barrels angling downward. The brutality of the City Defense Army was notorious throughout the land. They suppressed not only zombie hordes, but all manner of insurrections. Years prior, an example had been made. A security team of over 100 men, including a renowned 7th-level expert, had been utterly annihilated for killing 4 officers over a mere verbal dispute. Gang suppression requires evidence. Counterterrorism requires only a list. Executing an entire squad of officers in broad daylight. This transcends organized crime into outright terrorism. But Han Yang was no pushover either. His icy gaze locked onto Lei Wen as he spoke. Who said anything about killing? We simply wish to examine what you've packed in those bags. Besides, I have contacts within the City Defense Army and am intimately familiar with their regulations. As long as you aren't killed, even if you're crippled beyond recognition, they won't lift a finger. You may try. Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles with supreme composure, betraying not a trace of nervousness, leaving Han Yang thoroughly unsettled. Could this young man have some powerful backing? Yet logically that seemed impossible. If he possessed such connections, how could their bureau chief remain ignorant? And why would he have been sent as a kamikaze to purge zombies inside that villa? What exactly gives this kid his confidence? Han Yang could never have guessed that at this very moment Lei Wen was in truth lacking in strength, yet desperately feigning confidence. Nevertheless, Han Yang had been secretly monitoring the clock as his trump card. As expected, the lackey who had entered the villa to investigate finally came sprinting back out. The mutated homeowner has been killed. The shout silenced the murmuring crowd. The lackey leaned close to Han Yang's ear and whispered urgently, causing his expression to shift between pallor and gloom before he finally spoke through gritted teeth. You 3 may leave. To have slain a zombie impervious to bullets through sheer physical prowess. Clearly one of these 3 was hiding tremendous strength behind a facade of weakness. To violate their bags for inspection and thus antagonize such a formidable powerhouse. Powerful enough that killing them remained unthinkable. Surely it was wiser to graciously permit their departure. However, contrary to all expectations, Lei Wen suddenly refused to leave. Since you've decided against inspecting our bags, we're not unreasonable people. Open them and let them see what's inside. Lei Wu and Zhao Hong complied, unlatching all the nylon bags and appending their contents. This time Han Yang had nothing further to say, forcing a strained smile. A misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. As long as you're certain it was merely a misunderstanding. Suppressing Han Yang's arrogance, the 3 of them immediately gathered their loot and drove away. On the way, Zhao Hong said uneasily, when I was standing there with my hands behind my back pretending to be tough, I barely held the scene together. Wenzi, you're even more impressive than me. If that subordinate hadn't stepped in at the right moment, all 3 of us would have ended up here. Lei Wen shrugged indifferently. They weren't going to let us leave regardless, so we might as well put on a grand show. If it worked, we saved face. If it didn't, worst case, we get beaten up. Your psychological fortitude is truly extraordinary, Zhao Hong said, giving him a thumbs up and regarding him with newfound respect. Little did he know Lei Wen had risen from the lowest rungs of society, once begging for food, and had long since come to terms with the world abandoning any pretense of dignity. Before long the three returned to the precinct, most officers having already clocked out. Zhao Hong carried the nylon bag home, and the two brothers returned to their respective dormitories. Once the door was closed, and the lock turned, Lei Wu could no longer restrain his inner craving for flesh and blood. Like a ferocious dragon devouring its prey, he tore into the frozen beef. The hard chunks of meat were torn apart, chewed, and swallowed like tofu under his remarkable biting force, transforming into fuel for his body. After wolfing down more than half the bag of beef, equivalent to nearly half a person, he gradually regained some of his rationality. Stamina 2 days, 4 hours, 11 minutes. Glancing at the panel, Lei Wu silently shook his head. Since becoming a zombie, his existence had been extraordinarily difficult. Not only did he fear discovery of his true nature, but replenishing his stamina was nearly killing him. For a while now, he had relied on stealing blood from the hospital to stay alive. Last time someone had nearly spotted him, but fortunately, he wore a mask and escaped unharmed. These expensive cuts of beef had been frozen in the refrigerator for an unknown period, long past freshness, providing only limited stamina restoration. He went to the bathroom to wash the meat residue from his face, then filled the rice cooker with water to prepare cooking the beef. Consuming half a nylon bag of food at once required an explanation to avoid raising Lei Wen's suspicions. Cook the meat, let the aroma fill the air, so everyone knows he's eating beef. Then act starved, eat while cooking. He was tall and burly. Finishing half a bag in one night seemed perfectly reasonable, right? Lei Wu pulled up a stool and sat before the pot, a thumb-sized whetstone clenched between his teeth. Enduring the soreness, he ground his teeth forcefully, while simultaneously trimming his fingernails. Despite appearing identical to ordinary humans on the surface, he was ultimately a zombie, and many details betrayed his true nature. His teeth carried a lethal virus, so he had to file down the protruding fangs to pass as normal. His nails also grew rapidly and required daily trimming, or they would change color. He needed regular baths to absorb sufficient moisture, lest his skin become pale and withered like that of a zombie. After this tedious routine, he carefully swept all the clipped nail fragments into the drain and flushed them with a basin of water, only then feeling truly at ease. As he prepared for a bath, Lei Wen's voice came from outside. "Xiao Wu, I'm heading to my part-time job. Don't go out tonight." "Oh," Lei Wu replied, listening to the footsteps gradually fade into the distance. He quickly finished his bath, pulled an oversized black robe from the wardrobe, without thinking stuffed a bag of seasoning into his pocket, grabbed the gas cylinder and small blowtorch, and slipped out of the dormitory. Continually stealing fresh blood or raiding frozen meat on missions was not a sustainable plan. To replenish his stamina sufficiently and ensure he never fell into permanent dormancy again, he needed one substantial haul, a fortune that would last him years. In the Yijing Tianshan residential complex, lights blazed continuously through day and night. The doors of Villa No. 19 had been sealed, and the owner's headless corpse had been removed, slated first for dissection and heart extraction, then cremation at the boiler room. In a zombie's body, only the heart and brain remained active, controlled by the virus to sustain its movements and functions. Zombies of higher tiers possessed hearts with significant research value. Beyond that, the security guards left the villa's contents untouched, knowing they would have to wait out this storm before claiming anything for themselves. All of this had been anticipated by someone. Despite the numerous guards patrolling the complex, they could not prevent deliberate reconnaissance. Zhao Hong scaled the wall from the alley with ease, navigating along the surveillance blind spots until reaching the rear of Villa No. 19. Only then did he retrieve the rope hook from his backpack, timing his move carefully and launching it upward through the shadows. When he landed back on the ground, the $1,000,000 in cash and the black blade hidden beneath the carpet were already secured in his nylon bag. "This time I finally have enough for retirement." Throughout his years as a police officer, he had earned a decent salary, yet he indulged in every vice. Drinking, gambling, women. With complete mastery, spending it all. Now, with gray at his temples and his body steadily deteriorating, his meager pension could barely support his expenditures. Fortunately, heaven rewarded those who persevered. He had risked everything inside the villa and struck it rich overnight. Smugly carrying his nylon bag, he retraced his steps and safely scaled the wall out of the complex, finally exhaling in relief. By the roadside sat his borrowed car. After checking both directions and confirming no one was following, old Zhao climbed in with his bag. Vroom. Amidst the engine's roar came the distinct click of a bullet being chambered. The cold barrel pressed against the back of his skull, and Zhao Hong broke into a cold sweat, instinctively raising his hands. "Which hero is this?" "Your grandfather right here." "Han Yang." The familiar voice stunned Zhao Hong. "Exactly." Captain Han chuckled from the back seat. "Never expected that, did you? I've been waiting in this car for you. I genuinely didn't anticipate this." Zhao Hong's face drained of color. "How did you know I'd return?" "It's simple." Han Yang pressed the gun barrel forward, forcing Zhao Hong's body rigid with tension. Only then did he slowly continue. "Your nylon bags contain nothing of value, yet the basement is missing a table full of cash and a priceless blade. Since you didn't remove these items, they must still be in the villa. Why would you leave such treasures behind?" "How did you know there was a table of cash and a blade in the basement?" Zhao Hong was bewildered. Han Yang answered straightforwardly, because last month the owner of Villa No. 19 invited me to tour his underground shelter. Old Zhao was speechless. After a long silence he asked again, if you knew we hid something there, why didn't you retrieve it yourself? Han Yang let out a grim chuckle. There are too many tongues in this community. As security captain, wherever I go people notice. If I went myself and was caught, all of this would be confiscated. But if you retrieve it for me, and then I deal with you, the spoils become mine entirely. After a pause, Han Yang took the nylon bag, unzipped it, and confirmed the blade and cash were exactly what he wanted. Zhao Hong, don't think you outsmarted me. To ensure you successfully retrieve the items, I deliberately disabled several cameras and adjusted the patrol schedule. Otherwise, do you really believe our security team is incompetent? I concede defeat. Old Zhao set his face ashen. Take everything. I beg for my life. Han Yang smiled enigmatically. You're offering to spare me. Zhao Hong forced a bitter smile. With my life in your hands, wouldn't you shoot me if I didn't show some kindness? You're surprisingly pragmatic. Han Yang produced 5 bundles of cash and tossed them onto the passenger seat. To old Zhao's astonishment, he said, I've considered this carefully. Whether I kill you or let you go, neither option is suitable. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 as compensation. We become accomplices in this theft. Once you take the money, if I'm exposed, neither of us will survive unscathed. 100,000. Moi. Han Yang's expression darkened. He had never expected someone with a gun pressed to his head to negotiate. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and repeated, 100,000. Han Yang's face flickered with conflicting emotions. Though it pained him, after careful deliberation, he produced another 5 bundles of cash. In these times, although the police force had declined, capable individuals remained. Zhao Hong was a notable figure at the Chengdong precinct. Among the corpse disposal team members, only a handful retired safely, and old Zhao was one of them. Killing him would create significant repercussions. If investigators were summoned, they could trace clues and easily lay the blame at his doorstep. The money is yours. I expect you to keep your mouth shut, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, Zhao Hong promised. If I ever speak of this, may my son's son be born without. Han Yang's face twitched. Even if this comes to light, and I'm exposed for embezzling the villa's contents, the worst that happens is I lose my position as security captain. I remain a level 5 powerhouse with the ability to kill. You do well to be cautious. I understand the stakes. Zhao Hong had come to terms with his situation. 10,000 yuan was far better than nothing. As he saw Han Yang open the door and step out, he immediately slammed the accelerator, fleeing the scene before his accomplice could change his mind and eliminate him. Watching Zhao Hong walk away, Han Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he strolled toward his motorcycle in the distance. 900,000 yuan, coupled with his savings accumulated over the years plus the proceeds from selling the blade at the black market, that would be more than enough to afford the level 6 genetic evolution fluid. By then, not only would his strength undergo a qualitative leap, but his lifespan would also extend considerably. Years without a raise. They're simply bullying me because I'm stuck at level 5. Just wait until I break through to level 6. Let's see if your homeowners committee still dares to suppress me. A sardonic smirk played across his features. Han Yang, ever the picture of caution, circled his motorcycle, completely lifted the seat to inspect the interior, and upon confirming no bomb was present, hung the nylon bag on the handlebar before setting off for home. Whistling a cheerful tune, he sat down heavily on the motorcycle, only for his expression to instantly darken. A needle-like stabbing pain shot up from beneath him, forcing him to leap up and investigate. A thread-thin bull hair needle lay embedded deep within the leather seat. Beneath the dim alley lighting, the minuscule puncture hole was nearly invisible. Poison. In the next instant, Han Yang's vision began to blur. The world spun wildly around him, darkness claimed his sight, and he collapsed to the ground. For all his meticulous calculations, he had never accounted for the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurked behind, an adversary capable of breaching his fortress of caution and silently bringing him down. 30 seconds elapsed before a figure cloaked entirely in black with a high collar emerged from the alley shadows. The street lamp stretched his silhouette into an eerie elongation, rendering him something between a wraith and a phantom of the night. The figure's alloy combat boots clicked against the ground, tactical gloves encased his hands, and beneath his peaked cap, black-framed sunglasses and a face mask concealed every inch of exposed skin. Rather than risk advancing too closely and falling victim to a feigned unconsciousness trap, the figure halted 5 meters away. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he launched a grappling hook that snagged the nylon bag. He counted out 20,000 yuan from it, tossed the money and a spent bullet casing back toward Han Yang, then retrieved his bag and departed. Han Yang was a man with connections. Killing him outright would invite disastrous consequences. If everything were seized without leaving him a single yuan, he would relentlessly pursue vengeance upon waking, determined to unearth the mastermind behind it all. No crime is ever perfect, especially in the aftermath of the great calamity when extraordinary individuals abound. Unless one can truly eradicate every last person in their network, friends, family, all ties, it is unwise to drive someone too far into desperation. Leaving the 20,000 yuan gave Han Yang some consolation, while the bullet casing served dual purposes: a warning against pursuit and a silent message that mercy had been shown. Only through such calculated restraint could the matter be peacefully resolved. All of these events unfolded beneath the watchful eyes of Lei Wu, who had been observing the terrain from a nearby high-rise building. He had originally intended to infiltrate the residential compound to recover some of his stamina, never expecting to witness such a dramatic spectacle unfold before him. Yet for all his presence of mind, Lei Wu could not fathom why the figure would leave 20,000 yuan after successfully completing the heist, nor could he comprehend the significance of the bullet casing left behind. Only one thought occupied his mind at that moment: split it 50-50 when we meet. With such wealth, Lei Wu would no longer need to labor, and he would finally have the funds for his medical treatment. From his elevated vantage point, Lei Wu surveyed the entire area. Neon lights illuminated the streets and alleys below. The figure would need to traverse a considerable distance to reach the end of the alley, navigate around the residential complex, before finally reaching the broad highway. Lei Wu's bear-like bulk moved with the agility of a tabby cat. He sprinted down the stairwell from the dozen-story building's scaled residential rooftops, by clinging to eaves, bounding relentlessly through the night. His black robe snapped violently in the wind as he descended to the highway with remarkable speed. He concealed himself quietly at the corner of the alley entrance. His black robe merged seamlessly with the shadows cast by the street lamp, as if he had become one with the world around him. Meanwhile, the high-collared figure gripped his black blade in a reverse hold, ever vigilant. Though unaware he was being watched, his instinct for self-preservation was deeply ingrained, and his every move remained measured and deliberate. His alloy combat boots shielded him from nails, hidden needles, and other concealed weapons on the ground. His tactical gloves prevented direct skin contact with the nylon bag, guarding against the possibility that some cunning schemer might have applied poison to its surface to bring him down unseen. Even while navigating the narrow alley, he kept close to one wall, moving with his body angled, allowing him to monitor the path ahead, while minimizing the risk of being struck from behind. Yet despite such thorough precautions, as one foot crossed the alley's threshold, a suddenly familiar voice rendered him completely staggered. "Stop right there." The iron sand palm, practiced to its absolute peak, could unleash hidden force that penetrates the human body, let alone the diamond corpse-shattering palm. The blow delivered to the back of his head rendered him unconscious rather than killing him outright. Lei Wu had shown mercy, harboring no intention to take a life. Retrieving a black plastic bag from his coat, Lei Wu poured out half the money inside. Fixing his gaze on the familiar black blade, he instinctively reached to take it, only to discover the figure's grip remained iron-tight. Though the sun had long vanished since the Great Calamity, society still adhered to the old era's schedule. Nights were quiet with few people about, yet vehicles still passed along the highway. Lei Wu had no time to waste. After tugging twice on the blade and finding it immovable, he abandoned the effort, clutching the plastic bag as he vaulted onto the rooftop and vanished into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The figure recovered consciousness within 2 minutes. Half his cash was gone, yet the black blade remained clutched in his hand, leaving him utterly bewildered and lost in thought. He could not comprehend why the robber's voice bore such a striking resemblance to Lei Wu, nor why they had not stripped him completely bare, instead leaving him with half his money. After all, he was no Han Yang, possessed of formidable strength and powerful backing, nor Zhao Hong, whose reputation echoed through the Chengdong precinct. As an insignificant figure, taking his life carried no risk of repercussion, let alone robbing ill-gotten gains. Consumed by profound self-doubt, the figure dared not linger, nor did he dare hail a taxi for fear of leaving traces. Instead, he walked the streets with his nylon bag, drifting slowly toward home. Meanwhile, Lei Wu raced against time, needing to return to his dormitory before anyone noticed his absence. But before doing so, he planned to make a clandestine visit to Yijing Tianqin. Fortunately, Zhao Hong had already scouted the route for him, and Han Yang remained unconscious. Conveniently, the boiler room that provided heating for the Villa District's affluent residents sat in close proximity to Villa No. 19. Following old Zhao's path, Lei Wu moved through the darkness like a massive shadow gliding silently forward. After waiting outside the boiler room for a brief moment, he soon spotted a doctor emerging with a box in hand. Inside, a heart beat with vigorous, powerful rhythm, a testament to the tenacious vitality possessed by advanced zombies. Lei Wu held his position, recognizing the compound was unsafe. He retraced his steps, scaled the wall, and took up a stakeout position at the compound's main entrance. Ordinary people had no use for zombie hearts. Only medical syndicates dispatched collectors. The journey typically extended well into the dead of night. As a large residential complex, people came and went even during nighttime hours. Lei Wu feigned a casual stroll, timing his strike to coincide with the moment the doctor exited the compound and boarded a vehicle, then delivered a single palm strike. Robbery. The scream shattered the night. By the time a swarm of security guards burst from the compound, Lei Wu had already vanished without a trace. In these times of collapsed order, arson, murder, and robbery had become mundane occurrences. Even the police lacked the resources to intervene, let alone the security guards. Matters beyond the gate were none of their concern. The payment for the heart had already cleared into their accounts. Back atop the building near the alley, Lei Wu scanned the street below, confirmed no pursuers were in sight, then opened the box and retrieved the small gas torch from his waist. He began searing the fresh corpse hard over the open flame. Once the aroma of roasted meat permeated the air and the flesh turned to perfectly cooked meat, he sprinkled cumin powder over it and devoured each heart in 3 quick bites. Stamina 11 months, 16 days stamina 11 months, 29 days stamina 11 months, 11 days remaining stamina 2 years 10 months 28 days. A level 5 owner after mutating was equivalent to level 6. His heart contained immensely vast energy and zombie virus. To Lei Wu it was practically a divine demonic heart, a supreme tonic, that caused considerable changes to the stats on his panel. Level 1 mutated zombie. Punching force 2,660 kilograms. Speed 17. 3 milliseconds. Stamina 2 years, 10 months, and 28 days. Spirit -44. Cultivation points 1 increases by 1 every day. Martial art Vajra corpse shattering palm beginner. Actually, in terms of punching force alone, Lei Wu fully met the threshold for level 4. Unfortunately, his other stats were far too poor. After the Great Cataclysm, the authorities had established strict standards for classifying one's physical fitness. To be certified as a level 4 powerhouse, one's punching force had to reach at least 200 kilograms, speed at least 40 meters per second, and spirit value at least 100 points. All 3 requirements were indispensable. A severely lopsided specimen like Lei Wu couldn't even be rated level 2. Especially his spirit value after eating the corpse heart, it not only failed to increase, but the worsening zombie virus inside him caused his self-awareness to degrade and his gaze to turn even more vacant. This was also why, as long as his stamina was sufficient, he was unwilling to eat corpse hearts. If physical fitness was lacking, he could slowly add points and train, but if a person became foolish and lost all intelligence, he would be nothing but a complete fool and a waste. Without time to think it over, Lei Wu merely swept a glance across the panel before racing downstairs, with every second counting. Leaping over one residential rooftop after another, he landed on the broad road, hailed a taxi, and, without even having time to stash away the cash in the plastic bag, urged the driver to accelerate frantically and rush back. Fortunately, everything was as usual. Lei Wu had not yet returned from his part-time job, and no one was bored enough to come knocking on Lei Wu's door in the dead of night. Back in the dormitory, he first lit the stove to cook the meat, letting the savory aroma drift through the air. Then he hid the money in the wardrobe beneath a pile of clothes, took off the loose black robe, and sat down in front of the pot to quietly savor the beef. Before long, clear footsteps approached from the corridor, and Lei Wu's low voice sounded after the knock. "Xiao Wu, it's me. Brother, you're off work." Lei Wu opened the door at once, but the next second, he was utterly dumbfounded. At the time, he had been busy grabbing the cash and afraid that passers-by might see him, so he hadn't lifted the man in black's mask or seen his face. But the nylon bag in Lei Wu's hand, the black blade engraved with golden runes inside it, and the more than 300 in cash were all unmistakably familiar to him. "I robbed my own brother, and I even slapped the back of his head. I almost killed him." In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts surged through his mind. Lei Wu stood frozen in place, his train of thought completely crashing. "Xiao Wu, we're rich." Lei Wu's face shone with delight as he gave his younger brother a firm hug, assuming that Lei Wu had merely been stunned by so much money. Letting go of his brother, Lei Wu slipped into the room and cast a single sweeping glance around. The pot was bubbling with steam, and the beef had been cooked until it was overdone. Water that had splashed out onto the table had dried into faint stains, showing that it had been boiling for a very long time. The frozen beef in the nylon bag on the floor was also half gone, and quite a few ice shavings scraped off the meat chunks remained, proving that the beef had indeed been thawed and eaten. Every other place was likewise without a single flaw. "Xiao Wu, you've been eating beef all night and never went out." After a struggle lasting 1/10,000th of a second in his mind, Lei Wu kept his vacant expression and nodded gently. He simply couldn't shame himself into confessing that he had robbed his own brother of his money. Even if his brain wasn't sharp enough, he instinctively understood a thing or two about decency and honor. Lei Wu adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, furrowed his brows, and analyzed. "It seems the person who ambushed me tonight is really not simple, and he's very familiar with us brothers. Your brother has been navigating the world for years. I've mastered the art of playing it safe to perfection. I haven't been taken down by anyone since I turned 18. Yet that guy knew that you were my weak spot and deliberately imitated your voice to distract me. Otherwise, relying only on his childish trick of hiding in the corner, how could he have laid me out?" Lei Wu really wanted to clear his throat a couple of times to hide his embarrassment, but he knew his brother was far craftier than a monkey. Any tiny clue, any shift in expression could arouse suspicion, so he simply continued wearing his dull and vacant look. Lei Wu thought for quite a while, but still couldn't guess who had knocked him unconscious. In total, only 4 people knew about the million in cash and the black gold. Zhao Hong had taken a share, Han Yang had taken a share, and he himself had taken a share. The remaining one had to be an acquaintance, but Lei Wu had no leads at all, so he could only bury the matter in his heart. "Damn it, don't let me find out who you are." After hurling that threat, Lei Wu, who had been on edge all night, finally felt hungry. He pulled his younger brother to the table and began wolfing down the rare beef. "Brother, you eat." Weighed down by guilt, Lei Wu was far more thoughtful tonight than usual. Normally it was Lei Wu who looked after him, but today he picked up meat and placed it in his brother's bowl. Lei Wu smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, eat more. This beef isn't easy to get. We only get to eat it a few times a year." Eat your fill tonight. Your brother has something good for you too. Something good. Lei Wu was momentarily puzzled, then saw Lei Wen handing him the black blade. You saw this blade in the basement of the villa. It took me some time to get it back for you. From now on you have a weapon that fits your hand. Seeing his younger brother's face flushed red, Lei Wen simply assumed he was too excited and continued. But this blade's origin isn't right, so it's best not to use it in the open. Otherwise that Han Yang might come looking for it. What's more, this blade is worth a fortune. If others see it, they'll covet it. Remember to hide it well and take it out only at the critical moment. With the black blade in his hand, Lei Wu's feelings could no longer be described as mere shame. The overwhelming guilt almost made him confess everything. But before he could confess, Lei Wen counted out 17 stacks of cash and placed them on the table, then said solemnly, "There's still 34000 in the bag. Let's split it half and half. Put this 1700 away, and tomorrow go deposit it in the bank as money for your future medical treatment. For the remaining 1700, I'm planning to buy a bottle of level 2 evolution serum and keep 2000 as emergency pocket money." This. Lei Wu's eyes reddened, and the emotion in his heart was beyond words. Even though he had become a zombie and his mind was incomplete, he still understood the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Lei Wen not only kept nothing for himself, he even gave him the most precious black blade. Of the money that remained after the robbery, he still shared half. Even among birth parents bound by blood thicker than water, extremely few would go this far. Seeing his younger brother so moved that his nose was turning red and tears were about to fall, Lei Wen smiled and waved his hand. "Xiao Wu, you're 20 years old. Why the hell are you crying? Go wash your face. The meat should be eaten while it's hot. Once it cools down, you won't be able to bite it." With that, he picked up the plate, sprinkled cumin powder over it, and began to eat with great relish. Lei Wu did as he was told, went to the bathroom, wiped his face with a towel, and silently made a decision in his heart. The following morning, while Lei Wen was still indulging in his slumbers, Lei Wu, who required no sleep, had already risen. He carried a heavy bag stuffed with cash on his back, depositing 1700 and 3600 yuan respectively into 2 separate bank cards. The gene evolution serum could not be taken indiscriminately. One had to progress through the levels sequentially, with an interval of 1 full year between doses to allow the body to fully absorb the serum and prevent genetic chaos. In other words, even the wealthiest oligarchs would require at least 9 years to ascend to level 9. Since Lei Wen would soon be taking the level 2 evolution serum, purchasing the level 3 serum now would be useless. He couldn't consume it yet. Leaving the bottle in the dormitory was unsafe, so Lei Wu had no choice but to buy it again a year later. Upon returning to the sub-bureau, the officers had arrived for work one by one. The safe return of the 3 members from Team 6 left everyone bewildered, and they gathered around, peppering them with questions. Zhao Hong seized every opportunity to show off. He climbed onto a table and began pontificating about the harrowing tale from the mansion, gesturing grandly. Upon hearing that the 3 had jointly slain a level 6 zombie, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Even Sun Fei, the combat department head, came to investigate the commotion, standing behind the crowd and watching old Zhao boast. His expression betrayed a hint of disbelief. Even for someone of his own caliber, a level 6 department head, facing a same-level zombie in a confined space, meant only a 50% chance of survival, and that was under ideal conditions, full equipment, and avoiding close-quarters combat at all costs. The moment one grappled with a zombie, even if victorious, one would inevitably suffer scratches or bites. An infection meant certain death. A 3-person squad like Zhao Hong's. Sun Fei had already prepared to rebuild Team 6 last night, and had informed his nephew Sun Dongliang to prepare for joining. Now that all 3 returned unscathed, it felt like a slap in his face. After listening for a while, Sun Fei stalked back to his office with a dark expression, his frustration simmering. He could only vent his anger in games. Lei Wu sat at his workstation, eyes vacant, yet he observed every reaction of those around him. He then averted his gaze and stared blankly, as usual, moving as little as possible to avoid any jostling or collisions, lest he reveal his true nature. Noon arrived swiftly. The bureau had its own cafeteria. Lei Wen was still asleep, and though Lei Wu required no sustenance, he had to maintain appearances. He joined the others for lunch. Zhao Hong was in his element, surrounded by admirers during the meal. Lei Wu sat quietly in a corner, chewing mechanically on the unappetizing synthesized meat, suppressing his discomfort as he forced down the nutrient-deficient greenhouse vegetables. Zombies cared only for fresh flesh and blood. All other food was as tasteless as chewing wax. Brother Wu, not to your liking. The person who sat down was younger than Lei Wu, only 18, named Li Zimo. He had inherited his father's position and joined Team 9 just last month. It was also last month that his father was scratched by a zombie during a mission. Rather than become a monstrous hybrid of human and corpse, he begged his fellow officers to grant him a clean and a dignified departure. Unfortunately, no one wanted to be the one to end a teammate's life. In the final moments before his transformation, after countless desperate pleas from his father, Li Zimu himself pulled the trigger, ending his own father's life. Afterward, he became silent and withdrawn, his youthful exuberance forever extinguished. Only Lei Wu, who shared his reticence, his isolation, his habit of staring into space, could coax a few words from him. Not tasty. Lei Wu showed a hint of disgust toward the meal, pushing the untouched half toward Li Zimu. You try it. Over the years, the Chengdong Sub-Bureau had suffered from tight budgets. Not only could they not pay salaries, but the cafeteria even imposed limits. Each person received only one meal, and if it wasn't enough, you went hungry. Li Zimu picked up his chopsticks, pinched a piece of potato, and placed it in his mouth. Indeed not great. Lei Wu adopted an elder's tone, mimicking what Lei Wen's elders might say. The food may be poor, but you're still growing. Eat more. Li Zimu was silent for a moment. He dumped the entire portion onto his own tray and devoured it ravenously. Brother Wu, I want to transfer to your Team 6. I asked old Zhao, but he refused. Why? Lei Wu was puzzled. Li Zimu lowered his voice. He said, my father spent 10 years in Team 9. I inherited his position, yet I want to jump to another team. The members of Team 9 would lose face. This way I'd make enemies easily, and he'd make enemies too. Li Zimu's relationship with the other Team 9 members was far from harmonious. The other 5 always ate together, chatting idly and gambling for fun. Only Li Zimu ate alone. Even on missions, he merely trailed symbolically behind them, never truly integrated. Lei Wu remembered what Lei Wen had said: society is a great dye vat and a vast network of circles. Small circles nested within larger ones, and these small circles are composed of complex human hearts. Only those who are tactful and adept at navigating social dynamics can thrive in small circles, winning everyone's affection. Li Zimu was young, lacking life experience, so it was natural he couldn't find his footing. Moreover, he despised their daily revelry and could not release the psychological shadows and grudges surrounding his father's death at his own hands. Zhao Hong had once told the brothers back then the 5 members of Team 9 could have rushed into the building to rescue Li Zimu's father. Yet none were willing to take the risk. His father fought alone, surrounded by zombies, and was scratched. That was what led to this tragedy. Right and wrong were impossible to judge. One couldn't fault the other members for their refusal to save him. A stranger's life is still a life. Without life or death camaraderie, and given that Li Zimu's father was widely known for his poor character, he would cheat during missions, pocket items instead of sharing with teammates, constantly renege on gambling debts. All manner of petty greed. Team 9 members said nothing on the surface, but when lives were on the line and everyone faced mortal danger, refusing to rescue him was entirely justifiable. Regarding Li Zimu's predicament, Lei Wu's mind was inadequate for such matters, ill-equipped to offer comfort. After a full 10 seconds of struggling, he could only manage, "I'll ask my brother," and nothing more. "Thank you, Brother Wu." Li Zimu managed a thin smile, lowering his head to shovel food into his mouth. And so in the span of a brief conversation, the matter of Li Zimu's transfer to Team 6 slipped away, until a full year had passed. In the interim, Lei Wu occasionally went on missions, all without incident. In his spare time, he practiced martial arts, refining his diamond-shattered corpse palm to ever greater mastery. Of course, he had discussed this matter with Lei Wen, but Lei Wen also refused to let Li Zimu join. This kid joined the bureau too recently. He's reclusive and rarely interacts with anyone. How can we know his temperament? Is he trustworthy? Could he stab us in the back? Let him stay in Team 9 for now. Let's observe the situation. Lei Wen's thinking was clear and pragmatic. Unless someone was forcibly assigned from above, as long as he had a choice, he would seek reliable teammates. This was a matter of respecting one's own life. The reason most zombie elimination team members inherited their positions from their fathers followed the same logic. Everyone's families had accumulated relationships and intertwined interests across generations, allowing them to entrust their backs to their comrades. Before absolute trust was established, there was only exclusion and vigilance. Brother Wu, is my transfer to Team 6 still not possible? My brother spoke with old Zhao. He's the team leader. This hurdle is truly difficult to overcome. Using the rhetoric Lei Wen had taught him, Lei Wu once again refused Li Zimu. During these past few days, his thoughts had been occupied by the 366 cultivation points he had accumulated. How to utilize them was a considerable dilemma. Now Lei Wu faced 2 paths. The first was to keep investing points in the Vajra corpse-shattering palm and follow that road all the way to see just how far this art could evolve. The second was to learn a new technique. Lei Wu leaned toward defensive martial arts that strengthened the body and hardened the skin, reducing the chance of exposing his identity. At the same time, he coveted the peerless movement arts from TV series. A few days earlier, Lei Wen had seen him bored and turned on an old-era show, Demigods and Semi-Devils. The Lingbo Weibo wave-walking step in it made Lei Wu ache with envy. No matter how hard his skin became, if his legs were not nimble, he would still be a living target in a fight. To clear monsters without taking damage, an ultimate movement art was indispensable. Of course, Lei Wu could also learn both and develop in multiple directions, allowing him to reach level 2 faster. But considering his utterly disastrous comprehension and aptitude, he feared that even after spending all 300+ cultivation points, he would not evolve a martial art capable of transcending reality. Last time the Vajra corpse-shattering palm had come through sublimation only because his life was at stake. It was an explosive burst of latent potential that carried him to success. Without stimulation, letting a brainless zombie practice martial arts was exactly like playing a zither to a cow or teaching a donkey to sing. Even with 10,000 cultivation points, one would hardly achieve anything. As Lei Wu was pondering, Li Zimu, who was eating across from him, looked up and called, "Brother Wen." Lei Wen nodded, sat down with his tray, and asked casually, How have you been lately? Have you gotten familiar with your Team 9 people? Not bad, quite familiar now. Li Zimu, unaware of the hidden meaning, wolfed down the food on his plate, said, I'll go get busy, and tactfully left the table for the two brothers. That kid. Lei Wen watched him leave, and secretly shook his head. Although Li Zimu was young, he was also very deep, making him hard to read. The reason he asked was that if Li Zimu could blend into Team 9, there was no need for him to come to Team 6 at all. If he had failed to get close to Team 9 after more than a year, how could he get along well with everyone once he came to Team 6? Zhao Hong might be older, but he acted frivolously. When it came to the vices of Team 9, gambling and bragging, old Zhao was even worse, and he loved throwing his weight around as a senior. That very morning, he had wanted Lei Wu to wipe the table and take out the garbage. If it were Li Zimu, he would surely not have put up with it. Besides, old Zhao had originally planned to retire. Ever since he tasted the benefits from the villa last time, he suddenly dreamed of getting rich overnight, intending to keep earning until he had enough before retiring. Over the past year, officers paled at the mere mention of rich district missions. Only Zhao Hong beamed with excitement and charged forward recklessly, as if throwing his life away. Lei Wen knew the inside story and understood old Zhao's impulsiveness. Lei Wu had no opinions of his own and never thought things through. How anything was fine with him. But Li Zimu was different. His thoughts and personal will made it hard for him to march in lockstep with the three in Team 6. After thinking it over, Lei Wen asked his brother, Xiao Wu, how has your martial training been lately? I can already unleash hidden force with proficiency. Over the past year, Lei Wu had become obsessed with all sorts of martial arts films and TV dramas, and had taught himself the Iron Sand Palm. He wielded it with fierce, wind-whipping vigor and terrifying destructive power. Even the bureau chief was startled and came in person to watch his hidden force skill. With a seemingly effortless palm strike, he left no mark on the sow's body. 3 minutes later, however, blood suddenly gushed from its mouth, and it died. When they cut open the pig's belly, the organs inside were smashed to a pulp. This skill made everyone's scalp crawl. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Lei Wu harbored evil intent. From then on, aside from Zhao Hong, no one in the entire East City precinct, Sun Fei included, dared to casually order Lei Wu around. Given his younger brother's martial talent, Lei Wen had once taken him to visit several martial arts schools, hoping to find a renowned master to teach Lei Wu. The result, however, was that whether on a fighting stage or in actual combat, those so-called masters could not withstand a single punch from Lei Wu. The only one who could exchange a few moves with Lei Wu had taken a level 3 evolution serum and relied entirely on physical superiority, having little to do with the boxing he practiced. Giving up the idea of finding a master and seeing that his brother's Iron Sand Palm had already reached the limit of the human body, Lei Wen could only direct his thoughts elsewhere. Xiao Wu, how much money is left in your card? Lei Wu counted on his fingers and said in a low voice, after paying for medical expenses and various purchases this year, there's still 150,000. Why don't you buy a level 2 evolution serum and try it? Buy evolution serum. Lei Wu was taken aback. To be rated as physical fitness level 1 required a punch force of 200 kilograms and a speed of 10 meters per second. This was the limit an ordinary person could reach through training. Many people deliberately avoided level 1 evolution serum in order to lay a solid foundation, relying on training alone, Lei Wu included. For physical fitness level 2, one needed a punching force of 500 kilograms and a speed of 15 meters per second. That already surpassed human limits. Not even an Olympic champion could have such strength and speed. To transcend the limit, one could only take genetic medicine. A trace of bewilderment flickered across Lei Wu's face. He was a zombie now, and he had no idea whether gene evolution serum would even work after he drank it. What mattered most was that he absolutely could not drink it in front of Lei Wen. If it proved useless, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. I'll keep training for a while and try. If it doesn't work, I'll buy it. That's fine. Lei Wen nodded, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Lei Wu had grown very quickly during this period. In the past, he did whatever he was told without any ideas of his own. Now his mind was far sharper, and he had started to think about himself. Little did he know these benefits all came from Lei Wu's cultivation. Every boxing technique and martial art, when trained to the end, ultimately served to make the body powerful and the mind awakened. The Vajra corpse-shattering palm was not an ordinary mortal martial art. It inherently carried the Vajra, meaning able to strengthen the mind and develop the brain. At the highest realm of practice, it could make a person agile in spirit and perfectly balanced in wit, with wisdom surpassing heaven. Lei Wu's spirit had now become -9, and not far from the standard normal human value of 0. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the cafeteria. The officers who were eating all looked up, and Sun Fei quickly ran over, shouting, Team 9, it's your turn for a mission. Move it. More than 30 zombies have appeared in Lishuang community, and the situation is spiraling out of control. More than 30. Almost everyone frowned at the same moment, watching the 5 members of Team 9 quickly dump their trays into the dishwashing sink, with Li Zimu unhurriedly trailing behind. Although Lishuang community was a slum, its houses old and mostly populated by left-behind children, and elders gangs ran rampant there, and disorder reigned. It resembled the Kowloon walled city of the old era, where ruthless characters were plentiful. Zhao Hong, familiar with everyone, was the first to say with concern, Lu Lauer, you be careful. Officers from the other teams called out in succession, Zhang Matzi, if it really doesn't work, run away. Don't charge in without brains. Get on, come back, and I'll treat you to a drink. Stay safe, everyone. Lei Wu also wanted to call out and show some concern for Li Zimu, but his lips moved, and in the end no sound came out. He could only ask Lei Wen softly, "Brother, since there are so many zombies, why don't they send 2 more teams?" "Xiao Wu, do you think everyone is very warm-hearted?" Lei Wu nodded honestly. "Let me teach you a lesson today." Lei Wen explained patiently, "The warmth you see is both sincere emotion and false affection. It is all built on the premise that one's own interests will not be harmed." Seeing Lei Wu's bewilderment, Lei Wen went on, "They shout sure. But if you actually asked them to lend a hand, every one of them here, not a single one would risk his life to help others do a mission. In particular, Lizhuang community is dirt poor with no benefits to be reaped. If anything goes wrong, if you are hurt or crippled, the one who suffers is yourself." Seeing that Lei Wu still seemed only half understanding, Lei Wen lowered his voice even further so that no one else would hear. "Xiao Wu, remember this, we live in an era where order has collapsed. Human life is worthless. To survive peacefully is already no easy feat. People who love warm-heartedness and righteous deeds have no way to survive in such times, and a compassionate heart is even more forbidden. If you pity others, you are not cherishing yourself. If you do not take your own life seriously, how can anyone else take you seriously?" Lei Wu felt a little uncomfortable hearing this. "Isn't this a bit too cold?" "This is not coldness, it is the way of survival. I am not telling you to behave coldly, nor am I teaching you to be heartless and ruthless." Lei Wen said seriously, "You are honest and naive by nature, Xiao Wu. I have never let you get close to too much filth before, so deep down you are still very kind. But I have to tell you, righting wrongs and helping the needy all come at a price. Before you help others, you must first see whether you have the strength to bear the consequences. You cannot simply get hot-headed and risk your life because you want to be someone who stands by his friends. If you go to help Li Zimu, can you be certain that you will not meet with an accident or get hurt?" Lei Wen's words were plain and easy to understand, and this time Lei Wu finally understood clearly. Still, he asked, "Section Chief's son also knows Team 9 is dangerous. Why doesn't he send another team?" Lei Wen sneered. "If the old members don't die, how can he place his own people into the zombie eradication squad? How can he sell staffing quotas and reap benefits? If he can't make money, what would he use to buy evolution serum?" Lei Wu was speechless. Lei Wen scraped his plate clean, stood up, and said, "The zombie eradication squads of Jiangxing's for major precincts have grown increasingly feeble over the years, all because they are colluding from top to bottom. Everyone only thinks about squeezing money and buying gene evolution serum. The human touch disappeared long ago. If even the ruling class behaves like this, how cold-blooded and numb must the ordinary people living in misery be yet? And this is the Great Cataclysm era." The entire afternoon, the corpse extermination squad was busy. Not long after the 9th group departed on a mission, another report came in. Zombies had appeared in Xinghe residential community. The alarm bell rang at intervals. Fewer and fewer people remained in the office. With nothing else to do, Lei Wu did a quick count and found that 5 groups had already been sent out on missions. With so few people around, the office lacked its usual liveliness, and no one had the heart to continue playing cards. Zhao Hong said listlessly, "Looks like the 3 of us will be on night duty tonight." The corpse extermination squad didn't operate on a fixed shift schedule. They simply kept 2 groups on night watch, whoever happened to be on duty. Most likely it would be groups 5 and 6 tonight. If Group 5 also had to deploy on a mission, they'd call ahead to have Group 7 come in and stand by, ensuring the squad always had 2 groups on active duty. Lei Wen had made a small fortune last time, but his nature hadn't changed. He still took on part-time work every night. Reluctantly, he called his boss to ask for leave and said with some worry, "Zombies have been appearing too frequently lately. Last year it took days before a single group could be dispatched. Now we're sending out several groups in a day. This virus is spreading far too fast." Zhao Hong yawned and said casually, "Given the current situation, there must be top-tier zombies that have slipped into the city. The virus they exhale can spread through the air, silently infecting others. Otherwise, how could so many people have mutated?" After a pause, old Zhao added, "Of course, it's also possible that certain people are deliberately spreading the virus to create chaos. The world has never lacked those with malicious intentions. Nowadays, Jiangxing is jointly governed by several major conglomerates and families who control various industries. Even the 4 police precincts are influenced by them, with key positions held entirely by members of these families." Zhao Hong analyzed in a low voice, "Zombie incidents are rare in the jurisdictions of the other 3 precincts. Only our Chengdong area is relatively chaotic. Someone might be targeting us, trying to drag the person above our superiors into this mess." "Shoo, don't say such things lightly." Lei Wen looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then whispered, "We just focus on our missions and take whatever benefits we can get. It's none of our business to speak ill of the big shots. I was just speaking off the cuff." Zhao Hong picked up his thermos and took a sip of water. He noticed Lei Wu watching an old-era film called Dragon Tiger Gate, where the protagonist wielded nunchucks to perform the Golden Bell Shield technique. Quite impressive. Unable to contain his fascination, he said, "If I could master the Golden Bell Shield, I wouldn't just handle level 5 zombies. I'd beat even a level 9 zombie to pulp." Lei Wen was speechless. That's a movie. Where in reality would there be such an exaggerated Golden Bell Shield? Isn't Wu Zi's iron sand palm pretty exaggerated? Zhao Hong smiled and leaned over asking, by the way, Wu Zi, how did you practice it? Teach your uncle a thing or two. I can't teach it. Lei Wu told the truth, which made old Zhao quite frustrated. He learned it through point allocation, so he genuinely couldn't teach it or know how to teach it. At most, he could open Baidu search for iron sand palm, point at the screen, and say to Zhao Hong, practice according to this, and you should be able to master it. You bastard. Zhao Hong was furious. If I could actually master it this way, wouldn't there be Huoyun Xieshan everywhere? Besides, if I had a choice, I wouldn't practice the iron sand palm at all. I'd rather learn the golden bell shield and iron shirt. Skin as hard as steel so zombies can't even bite through me. Before old Zhao's words had even finished echoing, the honest Lei Wu had already opened the Baidu entry for the golden bell shield, leaving him so exasperated that he didn't even want to say another word. It was rare to see Zhao Hong thwarted, so Lei Wen wore a smile on his face. Seeing his younger brother hadn't suffered any loss, he continued to rest his head on the desk and catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Lei Wu had been captivated by the golden bell shield's training method, unable to tear himself away from it. Until he finished reading the entire Baidu entry when the virtual panel also underwent a change. Martial Arts Golden Bell Shield Diamond Corpse Shattering Palm. Without hesitation, Lei Wu directly allocated 200 points. He hoped, much like last time with the Iron Sand Palm, that by investing a full 150 points with fearless courage he could transcend into an extraordinary martial art, consuming 200 cultivation points. Although you possess boundless courage and an unwavering dedication to martial pursuits, your rage does not rise sufficiently to break through the threshold and sublimate your martial arts. The Golden Bell Shield has reached perfection, rendering your skin as tough as pork rind. Pork rind. Lei Wu was stunned, feeling his entire body burning hot, as if scalding water had been poured over him. His face turned red from the heat, and his skin possessed a thickness akin to wearing 10 layers of cotton-padded jackets pressing down on him with a suffocating weight. Lei Wen noticed the abnormality, opened his eyes, and quickly asked, Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Lei Wu's flushed complexion soon faded, and he concocted a flimsy excuse to explain himself. I was practicing martial arts according to the methods online, and almost caught my breath. I'm fine now. Are you really okay? Lei Wen remained skeptical, feeling that his brother, with whom he spent every day, had suddenly become mysterious. Brother, I'm really fine. Lei Wu nodded affirmatively. His previously somewhat dazed gaze had already become as lively as a normal person's. Lei Wen furrowed his brows. Seeing his brother insist, he didn't ask any more questions, but kept a watchful eye and returned to sleeping on the desk. Meanwhile, the data on the virtual panel before Lei Wu's eyes had undergone dramatic changes. Level 1st level mutated zombie. Fist power 3011 kilograms, speed 25 milliseconds, stamina 1 year, 10 months, 26 days, mental 0 cultivation points, 166 increases by 1 per day. Martial Arts Golden Bell Shield Perfection Diamond Corpse Shattering Palm Beginner. Although the Golden Bell Shield is a hardstyle technique primarily focused on defense, it also significantly enhances physical attributes. Should I allocate the remaining cultivation points as well? Lei Wu was accustomed to his single-minded approach. Even though his IQ had recovered to that of an adult, his nature remained unchanged. However, his rationality told him that the remaining 166 points should be saved. When facing danger, he could invest them all at once, not only to protect his life, but also to sublimate his martial arts. After some thought, Lei Wu restrained his urge to allocate points, and opened Baidu again, searching for real-world lightness skills. He discovered that the techniques available to learn were pitifully few. Techniques like 8-step approaching Zen and cloud ladder soaring only existed in wuxia novels. In reality, the only learnable techniques were the 9 palaces 8 trigram step inherent to Baguazhang, so-called walking the 9 palaces, along with the collapsing fist footwork from Xingyi Quan and the body methods of Tai Chi, among others. In the end, with no other choice, Lei Wu could only learn the flying legs technique, which appeared straightforward and easy to understand. This skill originated from the traditional lightness arts among the Shaolin 72 ultimate skills of the old era, also known as terrestrial flight technique. However, Lei Wu did not allocate any points and did not learn any other martial arts. Greedy for too much leads to nowhere. These real-world martial arts were useless without point investment. They would merely add more entries to the panel, but without reaching perfection through point allocation, they would yield little effect. Thus, after a period of busyness, he looked up at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Other police officers were preparing to clock out, exchanging goodbyes, while the 9th group, which had departed at noon, had finally returned. However, only 5 had returned, and a cold body bag. It was common knowledge that the zombie disposal unit had a tragically high mortality rate. Most officers had steeled themselves for the possibility long before they took this job. Yet when they saw a living, breathing man, who had been chatting animatedly with everyone in the cafeteria at noon, become a cold corpse in the blink of an eye, every officer fell silent. The deceased was Zhang Matzi, 35 years old with 12 years on the force. He had elderly parents to support and a young child just 6 years old. His entire family subsisted on his meager wages. He was not like the others who had followed in their father's footsteps. Taken in by a rumor that killing zombies would let you loot the homes of the rich and get rich overnight, he had borrowed from every relative and friend He had gone deep into debt to bribe the operations chief before Sun Fei, and only then managed to join the zombie disposal unit. As such an outsider, he had been treated much like Li Zimu when he first joined Team 9, ostracized and rejected by the veteran members. Fortunately, Zhang Matzi was street smart and carried a hoodlum's sense of loyalty. He was warm and magnanimous by nature, and within half a year, he had won everyone over and fit snugly into the circle. After more than 10 years together, even a pet dog suddenly mauled to death by other dogs would leave a knot in your heart, let alone a brother you were with day in and day out. Damn it. Even Zhao Hong, who had grown used to death over the years, having watched teammates leave or die and seen more men off than he could count across 4 decades, felt his heart grow heavy and couldn't help venting his anger. But cursing was all he could do, letting off the irritation and stifled anger pent up inside him. He could do nothing. In the face of death, no matter how high one's position or how mighty one's power, all one could experience was a profound helplessness. Zhang Matzi's body was covered with scratch and bite marks, a blur of blood and flesh. His clothes had been torn into strips and his chest had been ripped open. It was plain to see that he had been swarmed and killed by zombies without even the chance to turn. Lei Wu did not think that far. He simply lost himself in the memory of Zhang Matzi's voice and smile, a mournful empathy stirring in his chest. Lei Wen, however, cast an almost invisible glance at Li Zimu. Perhaps his father had died the same way. Just then Sun Fei emerged from his office with a briefcase. Seeing that one of his men had died, he frowned and barked at the crowd. What are you all crowding around here for? Those who are supposed to be on duty, get to your posts. Those who need to deliver the body to his family, go now. Tomorrow I'll report to the higher-ups and settle Zhang Matzi's remaining salary. If you think his widow and child are pitiful, just help them out as much as you can from now on. He paused, took 2,000 yuan out of his briefcase, counted out another 500, and handed it to Lu Lauer. I'm a man of little influence and limited ability. This is all I can do. Give the 2,000 to Zhang Matzi's wife, and tell her it's a small token from his fellow soldiers. For the other 500, use it as funeral money for Zhang Matzi. Please handle the arrangements for me. I won't attend. With that, Sun Fei stepped around the body and left with a cold face. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hong was the first to pull out his money. I've got 800 here. Lauer, give it to Zhang Matzi's family for me. I only have 400 on me. Everyone chip in. I happened to withdraw some cash yesterday. If you don't have money, get it from me first. Those with money gave, and those without borrowed. Lei Wen also contributed 500 on behalf of himself and Lei Wu. Together they gathered a full 10,000 yuan. Lu Lauer was the captain of Team 9 and the oldest of the 6. He had always been closest to Zhang Matzi. With red-rimmed eyes and a hand that trembled as it held the money, he bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all on Matzi's behalf. We're all brothers, Lau. What are you doing this for? Zhao Hong stepped forward, helped Lu Lauer to his feet, and said with a sigh, you and Taidan are always going to Matzi's house to drink, so you should know where his home is. Hurry up and take the body back. When you're done, go home and get some sleep. This is the peak season for zombie outbreaks, and there's no telling when you'll be called out again tomorrow. We'll go with you. The other 2 members of Team 9 also spoke up. Only Li Zimu stood in a daze, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Lu Lauer and Taidan did not bother to call him over. They simply loaded the corpse into the car with the other 2 teammates and left under everyone's gaze. Lei Wen's lips twitched. He wanted very much to remind Li Zimu, you should go along. Even if no one invited you, you are all teammates. When Zhang Matzi met with such an accident, you cannot be entirely absolved of blame. If you don't go to deliver the body, now the circle in Team 9 will never accept you again. But after a moment of hesitation, Lei Wen ultimately did not say it aloud. I'm not your father nor a relative. We are strangers thrown together by chance. Colleagues, but not close. Everyone has his own choices, so why meddle? Only by letting go of the compulsion to help others and respecting their fates can one live comfortably. Besides, he had told Lei Wu at noon not to be too compassionate. If he couldn't even do it himself now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? The others left work in low spirits. Only Team 5 and Team 6 remained behind. Lei Wu sat at his desk for a while, then suddenly rose. Brother, I want to go out for a bit, clear my head nearby, and buy something to eat. Go ahead. Don't go far. If Team 5 is dispatched, I'll call you. Lei Wen also felt the office heavy and oppressive. He usually loved wood carving and would often whittle small trinkets when idle, but today the carving knife was in his hand, and he had no interest at all. Lei Wu nodded, put on his jacket, and after touching the 2 bank cards in his pocket, left the station directly. Zhang Matzi's death suddenly made him realize the importance of strength and stirred an urgent sense of crisis. Zhang Matzi's physique had been only level 1, and with years of heavy drinking, he was naturally no match for a horde of zombies. But had his physique been level 5, with a speed of 60 meters per second and a punching power of 4 tons, ordinary zombies could not even touch him. If he wore alloy gauntlets, one punch would be enough to pop a head open like a watermelon. Today it had been Zhang Matzi. Tomorrow it might be Zhao Hong or his brother Lei Wen. After leaving the police station, Lei Wu rushed all the way to the nearby Jin pharmacy. At the entrance stood heavily armed private security guards, the defense tight and imposing. A level 3 evolution serum cost 300,000, a level 2 cost 150,000. Lei Wu tore open the exquisite package of the level 2 serum on the spot, tucked the green vial into his jacket, paid, and left. Instead of going back to the station, he found a high-rise building sat cross-legged on the rooftop and overlooked the city's countless glittering lights. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate in silence. Only when his mind was calm, his body and breath were unobstructed, and the gloom from Zhang Mozi's death had dissipated, did Lei Wu unscrew the cap of the evolution serum and drain it in one gulp. The taste was decent, somewhat like the old-era sports drink Mizone. He remained cross-legged and continued meditating, trying to absorb the fluid. An hour later, Lei Wu stared suspiciously at the empty bottle in his hand, deeply suspecting that he had been sold a fake. Not only had his body shown no change, but the stamina on his status panel had increased by only 2 days. Not as good as eating a few extra pieces of meat. Is that it? Although he had expected it, genetic evolution serum was designed for humans, so it was highly unlikely to work on a zombie. Downing 150,000 yuan's worth in one gulp still broke Wu Zi's composure, a man who had known poverty since childhood. Goddamn it. Lei Wu sat on the rooftop and took a long time to calm himself. It was only after coming into a windfall at Yijing Tianshan that he had a little capital to squander on serums. Before he joined the zombie extermination squad, let alone evolution serum, even crap would have smelled like a delicacy. The brothers were so poor they would have broken their own legs and gone door to door begging, crying to everyone, "Good-hearted people, please take pity on us." His face twitched as Lei Wu looked at the grade 3 evolution serum in front of him. Giving the serum directly to Lei Wen was out of the question. There was no way to explain where it had come from. Figuring out how to get the evolution serum into Lei Wen's hands plausibly without arousing his suspicion and still persuade him to drink it, that was no small task. After racking his brains for ages, Lei Wu could only think of one scheme. He could take apart the large packaging box and put the serum in the inner pocket of his jacket. When he was sent on a mission in the wealthy district, he would find an excuse to split off on his own, drop the serum into a cabinet, and pretend that he had discovered it. Then he would secretly call Lei Wen over to take it, keeping it out of Zhao Hong's sight. But this plan had a glaring flaw. Given Lei Wen's cautious personality, he would never drink anything of unknown origin. With only the bottle and none of the exquisite disposable packaging, only heaven knew whether the bottle had been opened or whether the serum was poisoned. But the packaging box was at least as large as an 8-inch cake. There was simply nowhere on his body to hide it. On every mission, Lei Wu had to carry the ammo boxes for the Gatling gun and serve as the heavy gunner, so he could not even wear a backpack. For a short while he was so worried, he kept scratching his head. Gazing at the sleepless city in the distance where traffic surged and lights flickered, a sudden whimsical thought sprang into his mind. As long as I know the mission location in advance, I can plant the serum there first and then guide my brother to it. He certainly won't suspect anything. With a plan in mind, Lei Wu immediately put the serum away, dashed downstairs, and wandered over to a place where it was convenient to hail a taxi. Sure enough, that night was destined to be sleepless. Before long, Lei Wen called. Team 5 has already been dispatched. Xiao Wu, come back quickly and stand by. I know, bro. I still have a few bites left to finish. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Lei Wu chewed with his cheeks full, pretending to wolf down his food. Lei Wen suspected nothing, simply said okay, and hung up. Since childhood, Lei Wu had been simple and honest by nature and had never told a lie. After his brain was damaged, he became even more rigid, like a robot. He would only act when Lei Wen told him what to do and gave the command. Now he was squatting by the roadside to game the system. Even if Lei Wen was as shrewd as a monkey, he would never imagine that Lei Wu would deceive him over a small matter like eating. But unfortunately, man proposes and heaven disposes. Lei Wu squatted by the roadside for 2 hours, and the bureau received no new reports. Only Lei Wen called, pressing him on whether he had finished eating and why he had not returned yet. Helpless, Lei Wu had to sneak back to the dormitory, first hide the serum, and then return to the office to await orders. And so in the following days, Lei Wu found excuses to go out and wander every few days, since he simply did not want to stay in the office. There were also 2 opportunities in that period when he was out wandering and Lei Wen called to send him on a mission. Lei Wu had intended to go over first and hide the serum, but his enthusiasm wilted the moment he heard the location. One was Lishuang community. A grade 3 evolution serum was the sort of thing that could not normally appear in a slum. Though the world was chaotic in the Cataclysm era, money still had overwhelming purchasing power, more than 10 times what it had been in 2025 of the old era. An ordinary person could not save 300,000 in an entire lifetime. A grade 3 evolution serum suddenly appearing in the poorest district would make Lei Wen suspicious of where it came from. Moreover, Lishuang community was all residential houses, like an urban village. At most, small 2-story or 3-story buildings with the largest rooms only tens of square meters. Not only was there no place to hide anything, but shaking off Zhao Hong and getting the serum into Lei Wen's hands would require genuine skill. The other mission site, Hailongwan community, was no easier. It was a place on par with Yijing Tianshan. The security team guarded it with grim determination. Surveillance cameras were everywhere, and there was no way Lei Wu could slip in and out unnoticed in such a short time. Fortunately, diligence was rewarded, and at last the opportunity came. Xiao Wu, where are you? Get back here quickly. A zombie has appeared at No. 1 Courtyard, Lanting Street. Lanting Street. Lei Wu's heart leapt with joy. The street was not far from the branch bureau. No. 1 Courtyard was at the lane entrance, a large villa built by its owner. Surrounded by residential houses, the villa owner had a fairly good reputation nearby and respectable financial means. He had once come to the bureau to see Sun Fei. I'm close to Lanting Street right now. How about you bring my gear along, bro, and I'll head straight over. No. Lei Wen refused, flat out afraid Lei Wu would act rashly, until Wuzi added, I won't go inside. I'll just wait for you at the lane entrance. Well, Lei Wen was silent for a moment. Sending Lei Wu back to the branch bureau would take a while, and an emergency call was a matter of life and death. Not a single minute could be wasted. Fine. Don't you dare go inside. Wait for us outside no matter what. I know. After hanging up, Lei Wu dashed like lightning toward the taxi by the roadside. He crouched, squeezed his massive frame through the window, and crashed heavily into the back seat. The driver felt as if the world were rocking and the car was about to fall apart. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, 300 yuan bills were shoved over to him. No. 1 Courtyard Lanting Street. Catching a cheating spouse. A cheating spouse. The driver said nothing more. He floored the accelerator, tires screeching as they tore along the long street, and flew at breakneck speed, shifting gears, as if throwing punches, wanting nothing more than to stomp the car until it spewed smoke. Bro, I don't want your money. Can I go up with you and film it? Lei Wu's mouth twitched. We'll talk about it when we get there. The 10-kilometer ride took the driver only 7 minutes to reach Lanting Street. With zombies on the prowl, the normally bustling street was utterly deserted. The surrounding silence was terrifying, as if everyone was afraid that zombies would crash through the windows and rush out at the sound. When the driver arrived, he realized something was wrong and couldn't help asking suspiciously, bro, are you sure you came to catch a cheating spouse? I'm here to kill zombies. You should go now. Lei Wu left the money, and before the taxi had even stopped, he opened the door and rolled out. Absorbing the fall, he grabbed the edge of a residential house, vaulted upward, and sprinted across the rooftops toward the large villa 100 meters away. The second-floor window of the villa was shut tight. Lei Wu shattered the glass with one punch, then violently dismantled the entire window frame. The tremendous noise threw the zombies outside the room into a frenzy. They clawed madly at the door and walls, vicious and horrifying. Lei Wu entered the room, slammed the door open with a bang, and roared outside, scram. In an instant, the villa fell silent. Every zombie wore a confused expression. Their pale eyeballs were dull and fixed on him, completely unable to understand this strange being who seemed to belong to their kind. Move aside. Don't block the way. Lei Wu reached out and brushed the zombies out of his path, glanced around, took the evolution serum out of his bag, and walked into the second bedroom as if no one else were present. By the time Lei Wen and Zhao Hong arrived, he was already waiting at the lane entrance. How is it looking? Getting out of the vehicle, Zhao Hong asked at once, while Lei Wen first tossed the Desert Eagle to Lei Wu for self-defense in case of any sudden trouble. I'm not too sure either, but the zombies haven't rushed out, so the situation is still under control. Good, not a big deal. With the help of the other two, Lei Wu put on his alloy combat boots, pulled on his tactical vest, shouldered the massive ammunition box, and picked up the Gatling gun, restoring his image as a humanoid autocannon. Same as always, scout the terrain first. Following Zhao Hong's order, the three covered one another and circled the large villa, carefully studying its perimeter. When they saw that a window in a second-floor room had been removed, both Lei Wen and Zhao Hong's eyes twitched. This is going to be bad. The windows provided excellent soundproofing, blocking out most of the noise from the street and keeping zombies from smashing through the glass. They would definitely have to enter through the front door. Once gunfire rang out, if any zombie didn't charge toward the main entrance, but jumped out from here, instead it would inevitably endanger the civilians in the surrounding houses. The three circled the villa and confirmed that only one room lacked a window. Zhao Hong began to formulate a plan. In a moment, Wu Zi and I will go through the front door and use gunfire to lure the zombies. Lei Wen, you crouch on the roof of the civilian house and guard this window to keep any zombies from charging out. Got it. Lei Wen nodded. Lei Wu, however, raised his own opinion for the first time. Since there's no window here, why don't the three of us just enter through here together? Huh. Zhao Hong was startled. Lei Wen was also surprised for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. He was delighted by his younger brother's growth. Lei Wu went on. This second floor is also a commanding height. It's still better than going through the front door. What if a zombie falls on us from above? A while back when Zhang Matzi had his accident, his body cam footage was made public. It turned out that 7 or 8 zombies had been locked in a room on the second floor. Before turning, they had been gathered together gambling, and all got infected. Zhang Matzi and his team opened fire on the first floor, trying to lure the zombies out with gunfire to be killed. Instead, the zombies on the second floor smashed through the door and swarmed out, leaping over their heads. It caught everyone off guard and led to Zhang Matzi's tragedy. After thinking it over, Lei Wen voiced his support. Xiao Wu's plan is good. Zhao Hong, though older and somewhat stubborn, knew his life was on the line, so he nodded too. Let's go with Wu Zi's method. That said, Lei Wen and Zhao Hong climbed onto the roof of the civilian house first and aimed their guns at the window. Lei Wu, laden with heavy gear, made quite a racket getting onto the roof, so the two men had to cover him first in case any zombies charged out. Before the three got close to the window, the frantic sounds of zombies slamming and clawing at the door and walls drifted out. Lei Wu's heart clenched. Fortunately, he had shut the door behind him when he came out earlier. Go. The three exchanged glances. Zhao Hong fired burst after burst from his shotgun, and Lei Wen also unleashed full power. As they rapidly closed in on the window, they sprayed gunfire into the room. Only when Lei Wu stood on the outer windowsill and pulled the trigger did the mechanical whir of 6 spinning barrels begin to hum. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire thundered, fiery tongues coiled like dragons, and spent casings poured down in a frenzy. The deafening noise mixed with billowing smoke and dust swallowed the entire room. In an instant, the door was shot to pieces with chips flying and sprays of blood bursting open behind it. Dense holes pierced through the wall. In just 10 seconds, the wall collapsed with a roar, revealing the villa's interior through the dust. As for the few zombies behind the door and wall, bone fragments and shreds of flesh flew everywhere. Blood and gore splashed across the floor, leaving nothing but severed limbs and broken remains. By then, Lei Wu and Zhao Hong, having emptied their magazines, had already reloaded and were aiming at the room. After Lei Wu took off the huge iron ammunition box on his back and switched to the Desert Eagle, they shouted in unison, "Charge!" One went left, one went right, advancing in a crisscross assault, while Lei Wu covered the rear. In this formation, the three carefully searched every room. The bedroom was enormous, nearly 200 square meters. A family portrait hung on the wall, and a massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the street. But Zhao Hong and Lei, when merely glanced around, confirmed that this wide-open room could not hide any zombies, and continued searching elsewhere. An hour later, after searching all the rooms, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the basement, a corpse lay there, its face mutilated beyond recognition. It had been gnawed down to a skeleton before it even had time to turn. On the wall beside it hung all kinds of guns and ammunition within arm's reach. Yet that 1 meter distance was like the ends of the earth, and it cost the man his life. Zhao Hong studied it, and said, "I've seen the owner of this villa before. Judging by the remaining skin on this fellow's face and his features, it should be him." Lei Wu often read forensic medicine books. He picked up a piece of cloth from the dead man, and said his bone age is around 50. This kind of high-end silk pajamas would only be worn by the owner at home. Identity confirmed. Let's wrap up. Lei Wu and Zhao Hong hadn't been able to make out who the zombies mowed down by the Gatling were, but Lei Wu remembered among them were a little boy and a young woman in her early 20s, the two people from the family portrait. They had devoured their own father alive. Who knows how desperate the villa's owner must have been before he died. Sighing inwardly, the three moved on to the tense and thrilling business of looting the spoils. "This safe is mine. Don't anyone fight me over it." Old Zhao pounced on the half-person tall safe sitting on the stool, his heart blooming with joy. For over a year, he hadn't gained any substantial loot, drifting further and further from his original dream of getting rich overnight. The contents of this safe certainly couldn't compare with the villas in Yijing Tianxin, but they would be enough to slake his thirst. "Wuzi, give me the fire axe." When Lei Wu brought the axe over, Zhao Hong spat twice, swung the fire axe, and furiously began smashing the safe apart. The brothers exchanged a glance. Lei Wu inwardly thought this guy had truly lost his mind, then said to Lei Wu, "Let's go check upstairs." The two crossed the first-floor living room, first scavenged some food from the kitchen, then went up to the second floor and rummaged through the master bedroom. In the nightstand was 20,000 in cash, plus a jewelry box with a few gold necklaces. Better than nothing. Hidden under the bed was a thick all-black leather case. When they opened it, both brothers' eyes lit up at once. It was a compound bow made of special alloy, along with 20 arrows and all sorts of armor-piercing explosive and gas arrowheads. A perfect replica of Rambo's weaponry from the old-era film First Blood. If we sold this set on the market, it would fetch at least 50 or 60,000. Lei Wu picked up the arrows, unable to put them down. Lei Wu nodded and answered, "We'll talk to old Zhao later. Give him the cash, and you keep this set, bro." "Deal." Lei Wu didn't hesitate, nor did he bother trying to refuse his younger brother's offer. He was absolutely in love with the compound bow. "Bro, let's check the second bedroom too." "Do we have to?" With this bow already in hand, Lei Wu was perfectly content. Besides, ordinary families wouldn't keep valuables in a guest bedroom. Lei Wu refused to give up. What if there's something even better? Lei Wu had no choice but to follow his brother to the second bedroom. The wardrobe was empty. Earlier, they had even fired 2 bursts into it to make sure no zombies were hiding inside. Lei Wu adopted a pluck feathers from a passing goose style, searching every possible hiding spot in the room until Lei Wu was left speechless. Only when Lei Wu lifted the mattress and opened the bedboard did what lay inside finally catch Lei Wu's attention. A birthday present. It was a box wrapped in colored paper tied with a silk ribbon into a bow. Afraid Zhao Hong would come looking for them, Lei Wu quickly tore off the colored paper, revealing the delicate packaging box inside. This. Level 3 Evolution Serum. Both brothers were stunned, completely taken by surprise. Lei Wu offered an explanation. "It's probably a birthday gift the villa's owner prepared for his child." Just then, Zhao Hong's voice came from the first-floor hall. "Are you two done searching? Let's get out of here." "Coming." Lei Wu answered, quickly opened the box, unscrewed the cap, and without giving Lei Wu a chance to argue, pinned him down and poured it into his mouth. In the first-floor living room, Lei Wu's face was flushed crimson, his whole body burning like fire. He felt a scorching energy surging through his body, sweat beading on his forehead, and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lei Wu was ruthless enough. Afraid his own brother would hesitate to drink it, he resorted to brute force. Lei Wu was frail and skinny. How could he withstand being force-fed? He drank the evolution liquid too fast. The world spun around him, and he nearly collapsed. Lei Wu had to support him down to the first floor. Zhao Hong frowned and asked, "When Z, what's wrong? What happened?" "No." Lei Wen's teeth chattered, and he could barely force the words out. Lei Wu helped explain, "My brother found a grade 3 evolution liquid packaging box under the bed. Inside was an empty bottle. He poured some water in trying to see if there was any evolution liquid left, but after drinking it, he ended up like this." Zhao Hong harbored no suspicion and nodded in understanding. Many people in the market collect empty evolution liquid bottles and do the same thing. No matter how cleanly you drink it, there's always a little residue left. So everyone does this. Lei Wu feigned surprise and exchanged a glance with Lei when both of them secretly relieved. If old Zhao had pressed for details, this would have been hard to explain. When they went on missions together, gains should be shared, otherwise grudges would grow. Selfishness and greed. Li Zimu's father was a cautionary tale. After settling the matter of the compound, Bao Lei Wu was about to hand the 20,000 yuan to Zhao Hong, but Zhao waved his hand and refused. "You two keep the money. I still have enough to spend, and there are some good things in the safe worth a few tens of thousands. I won't split them with you two." "Good things, eh?" Lei Wu was taken aback. Old Zhao pulled a sapphire blue bottle from inside his jacket, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a smile. "I also found an empty grade 4 evolution liquid bottle in the safe. I just poured some water in and was about to taste it." Lei Wu, what the hell? Wu Zi was completely devastated on the spot, so envious that his whole face twitched. This was clearly a medicinal liquid the villa owner had prepared for himself, locked away in the safe. Perhaps he couldn't bear to drink it. After all, one bottle cost 600,000 yuan, far too expensive. Or perhaps he had drunk the grade 2 evolution liquid less than a year ago and was saving it until enough time had passed. Endless regret flooded Lei Wu's heart. The veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes were turning red. He had schemed so painstakingly and paid out of his own pocket just to let Lei Wen drink grade 3, yet the grade 4 ended up in someone else's hands. This was no longer a case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. It was 600,000 yuan in cash lying right there on the road, and the kid simply didn't see it. Pure blindness. But the situation had been urgent. The taxi driver was fast, and Zhao Hong and his team had not been slow to respond either. They were only minutes apart. How could Lei Wu have had time to search the villa? What made it worse was that he had been too clever for his own good. His petty greed with Lei Wen had handed Zhao Hong the perfect opportunity. Now he could only swallow his bitterness. A complete case of more harm than good. Glug. Old Zhao downed the evolution liquid in one gulp, making the two brothers ache with distress and tremble. Lei Wen had already been trembling. Now he was tormented both physically and mentally. His whole body shook like a sieve, yet he could only swallow every curse he wanted to shout. He was about to go crazy. Lei Wu's face was also red with suppressed anger. Steam seemed to rise from his head like flames, wispy white vapor curling upward, and the very hairs on his head nearly stood on end. He swore that from now on, if there was an advantage to be had, he would still take it. But before taking it, he had to find the big windfall and stash it in his own pocket first. Only the small perks would go to others. If a situation like today ever happened again, Lei Wu would just hold it in like today. Who told him to be so clever? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Hong coughed violently. He too had drunk too fast and could barely stand, so he simply sat down cross-legged on the carpet and said, "Wuzi, do me a favor. Burn the evolution liquid packaging boxes in the basement so the owner's relatives won't come asking us for them." Lei Wu swallowed his frustration, helped Lei Wen sit down, and headed to the basement with a dark face. Then he returned to the second-floor guest bedroom and burned the grade 3 packaging box as well. By the time the two had mostly digested it, dusk had fallen. Both Lei Wu and Zhao Hong had rosy cheeks and bright, spirited eyes. Their vitality had improved vastly. Zhao Hong packed up his gear with a chuckle and teased, "When Z, that bottle of water of yours is pretty impressive. Once I have money someday, I'll do nothing but go around the market collecting evolution liquid bottles. Yours is even more impressive. Grade 4 evolution liquid. I wouldn't even dare think about it." Lei Wen licked his dry lips, completely unaware that the evolution liquid he drank had been bought with Lei Wu's money. He simply thought this trip wasn't a loss. He hadn't gained less than old Zhao. Lei Wu couldn't voice his bitterness. On the way back to the precinct, he kept his face rigid and gave Zhao Hong no good expression. Old Zhao knew he had taken a huge advantage. If this hadn't happened by sheer coincidence, he would have found it hard to keep the evolution liquid all to himself. Sensibly, he drove while actively trying to please him. "Next time there's something good, Wuzi, you pick first. Anything under 50,000, I definitely won't fight you for it." Lei Wu was about to make a sarcastic remark, but Lei Wen turned his head and shot him a warning look, mouthing the word blade. Last time he had obtained the black blade and several 100,000 in cash. Although he had simply been more skilled, he had still taken advantage of Zhao Hong. That single blade alone was worth over 1 million. Now the black blade was in Lei Wu's hands. At the time, Zhao Hong had taken only 100,000 of the million in cash. He had lost nearly everything down to his shorts. Today's incident could count as repaying that favor, so the guilt of the past year or more would finally be cleared. At the mention of that splendid black blade, Lei Wu's mood immediately improved. Once he elevated the Golden Bell Shield and Fleetfoot into supernatural martial arts, he would definitely learn a blade technique. By pouring his thick, pure inner chi into the black blade, he could most likely achieve the peerless blade aura of Nya Feng, splitting a great river in Fengyun. A single swing extending Tinzhong, a blade aura sweeping across heaven and earth. That was what he called domineering and invincible. With his spirits lifted, Lei Wu no longer kept a sour face, and said calmly, "Then it's settled. Next time, everything under 50,000 goes to me." "No problem." Zhao Hong agreed readily, and let out a long sigh of relief. Compared to the Grade 4 evolution liquid, he actually cared more about team harmony and what the two brothers thought of him. After all these years of working together, he had long regarded Lei Wen and Lei Wu as his own children. If not biological sons, then at least adopted sons. As long as it wasn't a life or death matter, he was happy to yield. Last time at Yijing Villa, before taking the Black Blade and the cash, he had already worked out a distribution plan. The Black Blade he absolutely had to have. He wouldn't give it to anyone. Owning a peerless treasure blade was every man's dream under heaven. But he had never thought of keeping all that million in cash for himself. He would keep 200,000 and give the remaining 800,000 to the two brothers. Old Zhao knew he owed his life to the life-saving grace of the two brothers' father. On the surface, he was wild and uninhibited with an air of ingratitude, but in truth he had quietly remembered that kindness from years ago. He simply lacked the strength and the opportunity to repay it. When you owe someone in your heart, that bond naturally becomes precious. He did not want a bottle of evolution liquid to make him, and the two brothers cut off all contact for life. The three returned to the precinct, returned their equipment, and Zhao Hong headed straight home. Lei Wen had no appetite for his part-time job either. He went back to the dorm with Lei Wu and collapsed into bed. The frequency of missions had been too high lately, and everyone was struggling to keep up. Some officers had already submitted their resignations in recent weeks, unwilling to continue living on the edge of death. Sun Fei dragged his feet on approving the resignations and laid down the law: if you wanted to quit you could, but only after recommending a suitable replacement. Times had changed. 2 years ago, police positions were still coveted, with many breaking their scalps just to secure a government job. Now they had missions every single day, essentially a band of death warriors with pitiful benefits and pay. Even the boldest would be scared away. To put it plainly, everyone joined the force to coast along, being dispatched once every 10 days or half a month, killing a few zombies for excitement. It wasn't bad fun at all. But if they were to engage in real combat day in and day out like soldiers on a battlefield, it was not Group 6, those 3 lunatics aside, that held strong. The other groups were already crumbling from within. And as for the 3 in Group 6, one was a zombie with cheats for whom missions were as casual as playing house, little more than an outing for amusement. Another had been poisoned by greed, becoming manic at the mere mention of a mission, wishing for chaos in the wealthy districts so he could plunder everything for himself. The last one concealed his strength, secretly practicing the art of endurance, treating every mission as a trial, pushing his limits relentlessly. As long as he survived, he would fight to the death. And so day after day, time drifted by. Lei Wu's life was remarkably routine: a bath, nail trimming, teeth grinding missions, and wuxia dramas, repeating endlessly. Until one day a shocking piece of news shattered the already fraying morale of the corpse extermination unit beyond repair. It has been confirmed that the widespread virus outbreak over this period originated from a level 8 zombie that somehow crossed the sky curtain and infiltrated the city. Every outer perimeter of each base city was encircled by a 100-meter-high wall. The walls were electrified with high-voltage current, and the tops were fitted with massive spiral shafts studded with iron thorns rotating like meat grinders 24 hours a day. If a horde of zombies attacked, the spiral shaft would roll along the city wall, cleaning the zombies off like a brush. In addition, powerful sentinels of the city defense camp patrolled the walls, supported by formidable laser weapons, hence the name Sky Curtain. Nobody knew how a level 8 zombie had gotten in, but everyone understood that continuing on missions like this, encountering that very zombie, was only a matter of time. "I'm done." An officer threw his tactical vest onto the desk. Lei Wu looked up and saw it was Zheng Gui, captain of Group 4. The previous month, Group 4 had encountered a mutated level 5 zombie in the wealthy district and lost 2 members in an instant. The bodycam footage released afterward showed those 2 members desperately clinging to the zombie's legs to cover the retreat of their teammates. Even as they were torn apart, flesh splattering and leg bones exposed, they refused to let go. The gruesome scene left everyone in silence. In the end, the security squad had to intervene, blasting the zombie that had broken out of the villa with an anti-material sniper rifle to save the 4 surviving members. They felt no joy from having survived, only profound guilt and self-reproach that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. For the following month, Group 4's morale collapsed, and they were unable to carry out any missions. With no choice, Sun Fei granted the entire group a 1-month leave. They had only returned to work for 2 days, and none of the 4 had emerged from the shadow of that tragedy. And now a level 8 zombie had appeared. How could anyone continue in this line of work? "We're quitting too." With Zheng Gui leading the way, the remaining 3 members stripped off their gear and slammed it onto the desk to make their stance clear. Officers from other groups lowered their heads and stared at the floor. They couldn't persuade, nor did they dare, merely wondering whether they should continue eating from this bowl themselves. Sun Fei emerged from his office at the commotion, swept his gaze across the room, and said with a dark expression, "All 4 of you come to my office. Let's talk this through calmly." If you still want to resign after our discussion, I will not stand in your way. Nothing to discuss. Zheng Gui refused outright. I'm already quitting. You're no longer my superior officer. We're equals now. Considering my seniority and age, calling you little son is already being generous. The veteran officers held Sun Fei in deep contempt. He bought and sold positions, enriching himself at public expense, forging officer rosters, devising schemes to skim payroll, and skimming wages from everyone. He was a leech who stripped them weekly. Group 6 had only 3 members to date. After Zhang Mozi's death, Group 9 was down to 5, and the positions remained unfilled. All of this was because Sun Fei had struck a deal with 4 retired veterans from the city defense camp. They would hold official positions without showing up for work, receiving 1/3 of their salary from home. The remaining 2/3 naturally went into Sun Fei's pocket. He fattened himself up while his officers suffered, and now he had the audacity to sit across from them and negotiate. Talk my ass. Zheng Gui cursed inwardly, gathering his belongings to leave. Sun Fei's face darkened. He wanted to threaten the 4 of them, but only managed to twitch his lips. You abandoned your posts without even filing a report. Not a shred of respect for Chengdong Precinct. The entire Jiangxing belongs to the 4 major precincts. With a single word from me, none of you 4 would so much as find a job. You'd be begging on the street, and nobody would dare toss you a coin. However, Sun Fei kept those thoughts to himself lest he escalate the situation and trigger a wave of resignations. Old Jing, I advise you not to act rashly. You know about the level 8 zombie. Do you think I don't? My sources are always more reliable than yours, aren't they, eh? The city defense camp has already dispatched powerful warriors to hunt down that zombie, and representatives from several major corporations are following up. Together, they will maintain order within the city. This matter no longer falls under our purview. Hearing this, Old Zheng paused in his packing, and the tense atmosphere in the bureau eased somewhat. Seizing the moment, Sun Fei pressed on. I understand everyone has been working hard these past days. Headquarters is well aware of the difficulties you face. We have decided to increase everyone's salary by 500, and a fairer system is being implemented. Sensing all eyes upon him, Sun Fei continued with confidence. In the past, you all received fixed salaries regardless of how many missions you completed, no bonuses. Starting next month, in addition to your base salary, there will be performance incentives tied to the number of missions and the difficulty of zombies eliminated. The more you do, the more you earn. The brave grow rich first. The previously dreary office suddenly came alive. An officer couldn't resist asking, how exactly is the performance bonus calculated? How much would Group 4 have received for eliminating a level 5 zombie last month? We're sent on missions every single day, treated like mules. Nuclear-powered mules, no less. Shouldn't we be getting several thousand more per month at least? Everyone quiet. Sun Fei was highly satisfied with the reaction, raising his hand to calm them. He looked at Zheng Gui and said, I'll discuss the detailed implementation plan with you, Old Zheng. You'll represent them. Afterward, they can ask you. With that, Sun Fei walked straight into his office, secretly delighted. Those brats, who do they think they are? I can handle you easily enough. Sun Fei's move left Zheng Gui stuck on the horns of a dilemma, his temper exhausted. In the end, under everyone's earnest persuasion, he trudged into the section chief's office with great reluctance. However, he couldn't be bothered to face Sun Fei alone, so he waved the other 3 team members in as well. The section chief's office was close to Lei Wu's workstation, and with the door half shut, the voices inside drifted out intermittently. Sun Fei first talked about the performance bonus winning over the 4 and making sure they wouldn't leave. Then he abruptly changed his tone and reprimanded Zheng Gui. A man in his 50s still so hot-headed, this is a total mess. Don't you have old folks and children to feed? Don't you need to save up for your son's bride? If you strip off this uniform and switch jobs with the world in such chaos, can you guarantee your family won't be bullied? Old Zheng was lectured until his face burned red, but having eaten from Sun Fei's hand, he dared not talk back. When the scolding was over, Sun Fei turned to lofty ideals and brainwashed the 4 all over again. The only reason you stay is that the Bureau's benefits are decent. If the treatment weren't any good, would you just throw down your jobs? Remember, you are police officers. You took an oath before joining. You must be worthy of the people and worthy of the badge on your chest. You carry the mission of keeping Jiangxing secure. If you stop working, the people will face the blood-drenched jaws of zombies. Behind every one of those victims is a living soul. They are your relatives, your friends. Let alone the fact that the 4 of you still draw salaries. Even if you didn't, would you have no courage left to stand up and do what is right? The 4 listened obediently, none daring to argue. Only after Sun Fei's mouth went dry did he glance at his wristwatch, realize it was time to leave, and wave them off. Only then did Old Zheng and the others slink out of the office. Lei Wu suppressed a laugh. Though he hadn't seen Sun Fei's act, he could picture vividly the man's lecturing manner. In fairness, Section Chief Sun had a bit of leadership artistry, a whack with the stick of candy in reward. His tricks ran deep. At least it wasn't, I talk salary while you talk ideals, and when ideals aren't enough, you talk sentiment. In the end, no money to give, but plenty of tear-jerking passion. Soon Sun Fei left, briefcase in hand, chin held high, walking with the stately swagger of a victorious general. The moment he left, the office boiled into chaos. Zhao Hong rushed over at once and asked, Old Zheng, tell us quickly, how is the performance bonus calculated? Each mission pays a subsidy of 100. For each level 1 zombie killed another 100 a level 2, 500 a level 3, 1,000 a level 4, 2,000 a level 5, 5,000 and so on. Is that all? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe the performance bonus was so meager. Xiao Hong was equally disappointed and lost all interest in listening further. The team members had pinned high hopes on this reform, dreaming of wealth. Just moments ago, some had whispered that the level 5 zombie killed by Team 4 should earn each member at least 50,000, and the 2 fallen members should receive double 100,000. In the end, the reward was merely 1/10 of that. Everyone was thoroughly crestfallen, feeling the performance bonus meant nothing. Lei Wen adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and folded his arms. Something beats nothing. This package is twice as good as ours before. It's no match for white-collar workers pulling in 5 figures a month, but it's certainly better than the City Defense Battalion. The Zombie Extermination Unit has high casualties, but the City Defense Battalion isn't any safer. Every so often zombie armies attack the city, and even the sky barrier can't stop them. The virus infected not only humans, but also animals and beasts of the field and sky. Moving in massive flocks and packs, they were more horrifyingly lethal than zombies. A few years ago, a sky-covering swarm of mutant bats swept across the heavens, and every soldier of the City Defense Battalion mounted the walls to hold their ground. There was barely a skirmish, just the bats flying over the sky barrier. In that instant, over 1,000 soldiers fell, their bodies gnawed to white bones, and the infected numbered beyond count. That was a true scene of atrocity. Team 4 lost only 2 men, and now they want to quit. With such weak will, any of them assigned to the City Defense Battalion would have become a deserter long ago. Everyone did the math in their minds. The package was not the richest, but it was definitely enough to support a family and put them among high earners in Jiangxing. Their resentment gradually calmed, and they moved on to gossiping. I heard the Bureau's finances have been tight. Sun Fei himself went months without pay. How does he suddenly have money to raise our benefits? My relative in the finance section hasn't heard of any allocation from above. Sun Fei isn't trying to pull our legs, is he? They all buzzed with doubts about the pay raise. Only the Team 4 members present let out sighs, feeling bitter. Zheng Gui shook his head and sighed. Sun Fei didn't lie to us. The performance bonus is real, and it isn't funded by the Bureau. Xiao Hong was puzzled. Then where did that money come from? Old Zheng said, the wool comes from the sheep's own back. Everyone exchanged blank glances, confused about what he meant. Zheng Gui explained, our performance bonus comes from the people who file reports. At that, many team members suddenly caught on. Still, one slower fellow asked, that can't be right. Why would the reporting person pay us? Why not? Xiao Hong's mind worked fast. In the past, all our mission costs were covered by the Bureau. From now on, the rule changes. If a residential compound's property management calls in a report, the property management pays. If ordinary citizens report, the citizens pay out of pocket. In short, clear prices, whoever reports pays. Everyone was dumbstruck. They could do things like this. Li Zimu asked softly, then wouldn't it mean poor people can't even afford to kill zombies? Xiao Hong nodded grimly. That's exactly what it means. People in the slums don't deserve to call the police from now on. For a moment, everyone fell silent, their emotions churning with helpless complexity. Before today, they had all lived off the public rice bowl. They might have been slack on missions and fallen into degeneracy with drinking, gambling, and other vices, but as police officers, a sense of social responsibility had still weighed on them. Slaying zombies was their duty, and protecting the common people was only right. Otherwise, how could they face the uniform they wore? The arrival of this performance bonus turned everyone's sense of mission and burning fervor into nothing but a craving for money. The last shred of social justice was crumbling too. From now on, they would save people only if the money was there. If not, they would watch people die. Bastard. Xiao Hong bristled and cursed outright, feeling that this money would be earned with a guilty, shameful conscience. No matter how degenerate the era, how turbulent the world, even if everyone was powerless to keep order in Jiangxing, and murder and looting were a common sight, being a police officer had still counted as an honorable profession. But now the badge on the chest had become a mere ornament, a meaningless nameplate. We can't accept this performance bonus. I'd rather make that stinking fixed salary. Xiao Hong gnashed his teeth, looking around with hope that everyone shared his mind and would scrap Sun Fei's performance bonus. But scanning the room, only Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Li Zimu agreed. Not another soul responded. The atmosphere in the office was stifling. No one knew whether to follow or refuse, so they could only remain silent. Everyone had aging parents above and young children below. All had to earn money to feed their families. A fixed salary was barely enough to support themselves, let alone an entire household. But Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Li Zimu were all solitary bachelors, just over 20 years old. The hot blood and sense of justice in their bones had not yet been worn down, so they did not care about losing performance bonuses. For everyone else, however, ideals couldn't be eaten. Xiao Hong swept his gaze around the room and felt somewhat disheartened. Forget it. Treat this as if I never said anything. Old Zhao is getting on in years, and when his head heats up, he tends to go mad. Brothers, forgive me. Xiao Hong clasped his fists to everyone, cast a grateful glance at Lei Wen and Lei Wu, and finally gave Li Zimu a slight nod. To him, the two brothers had simply chimed in, so he would not be embarrassed. After all, they were a team, and at a critical moment, they had to stand together. Even if the two brothers had been worn down by poverty and the bonus was very important to them, they still chose to back him. As for Li Zimu, Zhao Hong assumed the kid was just like himself, merely a hot-headed impulse, a sudden burst of righteousness. Or perhaps seeing Lei Wu take a stand, he had simply echoed him. Either way, old Zhao's impression of Li Zimu had at last improved somewhat. It was then that Zheng Gui spoke up. Brother Zhao, everyone understands how you feel. We joined the corpse extermination squad, not just for the permanent post. Wasn't it also because this uniform was smart and dazzling and carried with it at least a little sense of mission? Now that it's suddenly gone, you're not the only one finding it hard to adjust. We're all the same. Indeed. Everyone nodded and echoed. From now on, we're people who bow for 5 pecks of rice, just like those security companies. Whoever pays us, we sell our lives to. From now on, don't introduce yourself as a member of the corpse extermination squad when you go out. We don't deserve the common people's respect. Keep your mouth shut. Lu Air will be a wage earner starting tomorrow, same as working in a factory. Not for the masses, only for myself. The officers mocked themselves for a while, with one remark after another. The last remaining kindness and the duty to guard the land and protect its people were talked away, reshaping their attitudes. That night, apart from the 2 squads on duty, all the other team members drank themselves into a stupor, as if bidding farewell to the past. Goaded on by everyone, Lei Wu forced himself to drink a fair amount despite the discomfort. At last, unable to hold back, he raised his glass and swore, what the hell is the difference between this and horse piss? The others burst into laughter, staggering and swaying. It was rare to see the honest man lose his temper, and they were thrilled. Only Lei Wu knew that the liquor truly tasted no different from drinking urine in his mouth. It scraped his throat raw. Moreover, the after effect was strong. It went straight to his head and choked him into a daze. In the end, Lei Wu had to help him back to the dormitory. In a daze, Lei Wu lay in bed with his eyes closed. He was sleepy and wanted to rest, but his mind was feverishly excited, as if something had slipped out of his control. Various stray thoughts in his brain congealed into a chaotic mess, making him feel like the protagonist of a wuxia drama. 3 parts return to primordial chi, 7 parts rely on truth. The wind god leg can dodge truth. Watch me perform. Consumed 1 cultivation point. You first practiced the Fleetfoot art doing random exercises from the internet in a sloppy manner and made no progress. Consumed the 10th point. Following the secret formula online, you prepared medicinal herbs and soaked in a medicinal bath every night until your skin nearly ulcerated. The 20th point. You taught yourself pharmacology and kept improving the prescription and training method until poison chi invaded your body and crippled both legs. Waves of sharp pain struck the half-asleep Lei Wu, making his whole body convulse. Fine cracks appeared on his legs and spread unceasingly like a spider web. Consumed the 30th point. Your illness was beyond remedy, and the symptoms grew ever worse. The 50th point. Your heart was dead, Ash. You should never have trusted the internet, but you could only cling to the last trace of hope and furiously pour in points. Consumed 100 points. Though you were in a hopeless situation, you kept cultivating. The agony tortured your body, but could not shake your spirit of seeking the Tao. One day, while soaking in the medicinal bath, a flash of inspiration struck you. You changed one of the medicinal ingredients, and your entire body instantly felt comfortable, as if you had drunk from a spiritual spring. Consumed another 100 points. Empowered by the secret formula, all the poison chi in your body vanished, your broken body healed, and the Fleetfoot art training advanced, as if with divine help. Before long, you could climb mountains and leap over ridges as easily as walking on flat ground, bounding up and down as nimbly as a leopard sea. You no longer have 100 cultivation points. What the hell are you randomly adding for? The next day, Lei Wu woke up with a splitting headache and sat up, clutching his head. The next instant, as if remembering something, he turned pale with shock. He hastily threw off the blanket and looked at his legs. Only after confirming that they were intact and free of cracks did he let out a long breath. It was all a dream. However, when he shook his head and was completely awake, he found the virtual interface before him had changed. Level 2 mutant zombie, punching power 3,508 kilograms, speed 41 milliseconds, vitality 1 year, 4 months, 11 days, spirit 26 cultivation points, 98 increase by 1 per day, martial arts, golden bell, shield mastery, Fleetfoot art mastery, Vajra, corpse crushing, palm beginner. I became level 2 after 1 sleep. One glance at the panel, and Lei Wu could not help smiling bitterly. Last night was no dream. In the middle of the night, his drunken frenzy had burned 250 cultivation points without elevating the Fleetfoot art to a supernatural martial art. It nearly made him spit blood. Fortunately, the poison chi that entered his body had tempered his will and hardened his conviction. His spirit had grown substantially, just enough to pass the level 2 threshold of 25 points. At least those cultivation points were not completely wasted. By now he had ways to increase his punching power, speed, and even vitality. Only the spirit stack gave him no good ideas. He had long since searched the internet for martial arts that cultivated the spirit. Every technique with an actual name was a supernatural martial art. The most reliable methods were meditation, reading, and study, and self-improvement, none of which could be enhanced by adding points. Making a zombie like me do these things. Lei Wu was rather disdainful, but he immediately ordered more than 100 books online. Starting today, he would be a zombie who studied diligently and meditated with discipline. When the purple chi comes from the east, even a zombie can cultivate into an immortal. With this beautiful fantasy in his heart, Lei Wu trimmed his nails, soaked in a bath, and ground his teeth. Finally, he sprayed himself with men's cologne to cover the faint, almost imperceptible odor on his body. This was because a few days earlier during a mission, a wealthy man kept a dog at home. The moment it saw Lei Wu, it showed a look of terror, and its legs went weak. Everyone assumed it was simply because he was tall, saw blood often on missions, and had an imposing aura. Only Lei Wu knew that the dog's keen nose had picked up the faint corpse chi on him. Ever since then, he chewed gum all day, took to drinking tea, loved spraying cologne, and added fragrant materials to his bath, boiling himself like a cooked dish, hoping to mask the smell on his body. And so Lei Wu became more and more meticulous in his habits until this day. Until this day, nothing had happened. Lei Wu went to work as usual. Woozy morning. Morning, Uncle Zheng. Everyone exchanged greetings, lingered for a bit at their workstations, then launched into another day of idle boasting and card games played for money. Ever since Sun Fei changed the rules and the zombie extermination squad began charging for its dispatches, the frequency of their missions fell rapidly. The upside was that the residential property management rarely used them as pawns anymore, insisting on employing this band of free labor. Even for zombies, they could easily have handled themselves. The downside was that the poor masses had lost their final safeguard for survival. The squad was often reviled by the public. The boldest even splashed paint on their duty vehicles and scrawled graffiti on the outer walls of the sub-bureau. An officer who does not seek justice for the people might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. The huge words left on the wall last night made the team members feel bitter inside, but they could only endure in silence, lamenting that the money was a torment to earn. Yet it wasn't long before everyone got used to this life. Many team members, shedding their former laziness, became especially active on missions, hoping to earn a bit more money to improve their family circumstances. As for the hardships of the people, let them hurt. They were all ordinary people without background or backing, struggling desperately on the poverty line. Their own lives were still a mess. How could they spare the energy to worry every day about the masses drowning in suffering? After some self-consolation, they accepted reality. And since that time, when Zhao Hong's blood ran hot, and Li Zimu stood by his side, the two had suddenly grown close. Lately, they even shared a table in the cafeteria. Sure enough, no sooner had lunch ended than Zhao Hong, toothpick between his teeth, plopped down beside Lei Wu. Pretending to watch a movie with him, he casually asked, "Woozy, what do you think of Li Zimu?" Lei Wu was taken aback. After eating a fried dough stick, you ask if it smells good. Aren't you simply asking what you already know? If you thought the man was no good, could you still bear to be stuck with him all day long? Not bad, I guess. Lei Wu gave an ambiguous answer which made old Zhao roll his eyes. He thought to himself, when did this kid become so sly? Didn't you want to invite him into the team before? Why are you being evasive now? My attitude doesn't matter. Lei Wu shook his head. Uncle Hong, you're the captain, you should decide. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth, feeling that the young man had become troublesome, as if he were a different person, a slick old hand. But thinking about it again, it made sense. The two brothers. One had drunk a level 3 evolution serum, the other had somehow scraped together the money and drunk a level 2 one as well. Not only would their physical fitness grow stronger, but their minds would also be developed to a certain extent. It was only normal that they had gotten smarter. Especially Lei Wu, who had been taking expensive psychiatric medicine for years to treat dementia. Every bit of savings and salary he had was spent on medicine, so it was bound to have had some effect. Seeing that he could not get a clear answer, old Zhao laid his cards on the table. I'll ask you one thing, do you agree to Li Zimu joining the team? Does my brother agree? His answer was the same as yours, he left it to me. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth and said, now I agree to Li Zimu joining the team. Do you agree? Lei Wu gave him enough face and nodded. Since Uncle Hong agrees, I agree too. Good. You really haven't let me down. Zhao Hong happily patted Lei Wu on the shoulder, then abruptly changed the subject. Too bad. Even if we agree, I've already talked to Lu Er, the captain of Group 9, and Li Zimu won't come after all. Lei Wu was full of question marks. Why, oi? Zhao Hong was also somewhat puzzled. Frowning, he said he's used to Group 9. Every time he goes on a mission, he only needs to trail behind and be counted as one of the team. He doesn't have to put in any effort, yet he still gets a performance bonus. His days are comfortable, so he doesn't want to switch squads. Lei Wu. If it had been some slippery old man in his 50s, one who was about to retire, selfish by nature and lazy at heart, this behavior would not have been surprising. But Li Zimu was only 20. At that age, who doesn't want to build achievements and earn the respect of the people around him? Lying flat and muddling through life was definitely not his style. Moreover, as Lei Wu knew, Li Zimu had been in Group 9 for nearly 2 years, yet he still hadn't blended into the small clique. When Lu Er and the others went out singing, clubbing, and partying, or played cards, and shot the breeze, they never invited Li Zimu, afraid that he would ruin the atmosphere. Being excluded like that, and still willing to stay in Group 9, was beyond reason. How about this? Zhao Hong said after thinking it over. Woozy, you and Li Zimu get along well, and usually have things to talk about. Help me have a word with him. A while ago on a mission, a zombie was hiding on top of a wardrobe. Zhao Hong broke through the door, and almost got scratched by it. It was Lei Wu who sharp-eyed and quick-handed shot the zombie in the head. From that day onward, Zhao Hong realized the benefits of having more people. 6 people meant 6 pairs of eyes covering one another. No matter which direction a zombie sprang from, they could deal with it calmly. Even if the others were not strong or quick-witted, having one more person to watch your back was always a good thing. In the current group 6, he and Lei Wen were basically the ones who charged forward and broke down doors. If an accident happened, his chance of death was as high as 1 in 2. But if it were a 6-man group, Zhao Hong would not be afraid. He enjoyed great fortune and did not believe such bad luck would ever land on him. As for why Lei Wu didn't charge, one could only say that a child with an elder brother is a treasure. As long as Lei Wen was around, Lei Wu would never have the chance to charge into battle in his lifetime. Gradually, they formed a silent understanding. Every time spoils were distributed, Zhao Hong would take a little extra, and the two brothers pretended not to see it. Old Zhao in turn stopped quibbling over who charged more often. He and Lei Wen simply took turns. Lei Wu considered it for a moment, then agreed. Alright, I'll have a talk with Li Zima later. But don't expect too much, Uncle Hong. Why, oi? This time it was Zhao Hong's turn to be baffled. Lei Wu said slowly, my brother once said that Li Zimu is a rather deep person and he can't see through him. People like that tend to be extreme and stubborn in their hearts. It's difficult for others to communicate with them, and it's even harder to change their minds. This? Zhao Hong faltered. On reflection, Lei Wen's words made perfect sense. Li Zimu really did not give off a very sunny impression. That was also the reason he had turned Li Zima down before. But times were different now. Sunny or not, as long as the man got along with him, could be trusted, and didn't stab his teammates in the back, that was enough. No one is perfect. We're all just a bunch of misshapen melons and lopsided dates. If you insist on splitting hairs, you'll never have friends in this lifetime. Woozy, talk to him first. Once you've talked, if he still refuses to come to Group 6, then I, Old Zhao, will have done all I can and honored this friendship. Uncle Hong, you are truly righteous. Lei Wu raised his thumb and felt some admiration for Old Zhao's way of handling matters. The two chatted for a while longer. Lei Wu turned his head and saw Li Zimu sitting alone in the farthest corner of the smoky, murky office. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Hong, then stood up and walked toward Li Zimu. But he had only taken a few steps when Li Zimu looked up, saw him, and returned a smile, when suddenly the station's alarm blared. Group 9, it's your turn to go out. Sun Fei poked his head out of the section chief's office and shouted. Groups 6, 7, and 8 provide backup. Lei Wu had been with the zombie extermination squad for nearly 4 years, and had gone on no fewer than 100 missions, yet he had never seen Sun Fei dispatch several groups at the same time. The moment he shouted, the entire office fell silent. Everyone at the card table stood up and turned to look. Lei Wen was napping at his desk. Seeing this, Zhao Hong quickly patted his shoulder. Mission time, wake up. Lei Wen's spirits lifted and he shot to his feet. There he saw Sun Fei, who had always only assigned tasks and never asked about the specifics of an operation, speaking with a stern expression. A mass infection has broken out at Xinghe Middle School. Jiangxing Television is preparing to broadcast it live. The school originally wanted the City Defense Battalion to move in, but I fought to win this opportunity for us. Sun Fei swept his gaze across the room, his voice low. I know you've all been having a hard time lately. The performance bonus is good, but the money carries a guilty conscience. When officers turn into a profit-driven group, it drags down the moral standards of society as a whole. So this mission is one of public service. There's no mission allowance. But I still hope you'll take part, and I want us to show the might of our zombie extermination squad. We must highlight our professionalism, our sense of mission, our top-tier strength, and our flawless coordination. Let all the people of Jiangxing see what our squad is made of. Now, is there anyone who doesn't want to go? Sun Fei had no sooner asked than the members of groups 6, 7, 8, and 9 all shouted in unison no. Their voices were so resolute that they were deafening, nearly lifting the roof off. Sun Fei nodded with satisfaction. This time I will personally take command as the overall leader. I hope all of you will show your most heroic side before the cameras. Hearing that they would be on television, even Lei Wu felt a jolt of excitement. Unexpectedly, Lei Wen beside him nudged him with his elbow. When we head out, put on your mask. Don't show your face. As always, Lei Wu simply nodded without questioning. Lei Wen explained in a low voice, showing your face is a bad thing. If people find out where you're from and learn to recognize your face, it will bring you plenty of trouble whenever you go out to handle matters later. Lei Wu faltered for a moment, half understanding, and firmly committed those words to memory. A man cannot grow rich without windfall wealth, but windfalls are usually of dubious origin, either by raiding households or by open robbery and covert theft. If there is to be no lingering trouble, one must ensure that nobody recognizes him. As the saying goes, success comes from secrecy and ruin from loose lips. Slip quietly into the village and don't fire a shot. You must not only keep your mouth shut, but also cover your face. While Lei Wu was lost in these wild thoughts, Sun Fei droned on for another couple of sentences. Then the crowd scattered, and everyone hurried off to put on their gear. Before long, police pickup trucks, sirens wailing, streamed out of the precinct, one after another, recklessly charging through the ceaseless traffic as they sped towards Xinghe Middle School. The truck ahead was packed full, so Li Zimu tactfully boarded the one behind, squeezing in among the members of Group 6. Zhao Hong was driving up front while Lei Wen sat in the passenger seat, wiping down his submachine gun and inspecting his equipment, meticulous in every detail. In the back, Lei Wu and Li Zima chatted. Muzi, how much did you get paid last month? Not much, 5,800. Since the performance bonus had been introduced, the Bureau had never delayed their wages again. Everyone suspected that on every mission the Bureau took a substantial cut from the middle, leaving the team members with less than a third of the money. A dignified government institution had turned into a profit-driven intermediary, which no matter how you looked at it was simply absurd. You only got 5,800. That can't be right. I got 6,100. Lei Wu asked in confusion. Your group ranked second among all 9 in zombie kills last month. How could your pay be even less than ours in group 6? Lu Air docked our pay. What do you mean? Lei Wu sat up straight, and Zhao Hong and Lei Wen in front pricked up their ears as well. Li Zimu said he wants to deduct 1,000 yuan from each of us every month and set up some kind of group 9 fund. In the future, if a member is injured, disabled, or dies, compensation will be paid out of that fund. Lei Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Isn't that just the accident insurance of the old era? Jiangsheng had indeed seen consortiums try their hand at the insurance business. But in these times with the social order shattered, trust between people was hard to come by. Even the major consortiums lacked credibility in the public eye, so insurance could hardly take root. Times were different now. Putting your own money in someone else's hands and hoping they would cover for you when disaster struck was pure idiocy. Li Zimu sighed. Honestly, I don't want to hand over the money. My mother died early and my father is gone too. It's just me. If something happens to me, who would that money go to? Lei Wu's intellect had already recovered to an adult level, but his blunt nature remained unchanged. He blurted out, then just ask him for the money back. Forget it. If I asked for it back, I really couldn't stay in group 9 anymore. Li Zimu shook his head. To be honest, the pay I earned these past 2 years was just me tagging along and coasting on others' efforts. It's only fair that I contribute something to the team. Besides, I don't spend much and I don't have a family to support. It's rare and commendable that you have that kind of awareness. Zhao Hong, who had been listening up front for a long while, finally spoke up. He too began to entertain the idea of setting up a group 6 insurance. Though no one wanted accidents to happen, misfortune was beyond human control. If they gritted their teeth and set aside some money now, then in the future, should someone be wounded or disabled, at least this fund would make things a little easier. Actually, Lu Air is quite farsighted, and he has the sense of responsibility a team leader ought to have. Zhao Hong said slowly. He's saved up a considerable fortune over the years. He drank the level 4 evolution fluid, so his strength is undoubtedly first in your group 9, and his chances of an accident are far lower than for you level 1 and level 2 members. Besides, he can retire safely in a few years. Deducting that 1,000 each month is essentially his way of subsidizing you, giving you all some form of security. Li Zimu remained silent, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Seeing no response, Zhao Hong didn't press the matter further and simply drove on quietly. In the time they had spent together, Zhao Hong had grown accustomed to Li Zimu's withdrawn nature. Today the young man had already been uncharacteristically talkative and had even for once spoken a few words from the heart. The sirens wailed all the way, and soon the Xinghe residential area came into view right beside the renowned Xinghe Middle School. Just as they were about to get out of the vehicle, Li Zimu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to Lei Wu's ear. Brother Wu, can I ask you a favor? What is it? If something happens to me, if I get infected with the virus, could you put a bullet in me and let me go without suffering? Lei Wu froze, hardly able to believe that this was what Li Zimu wanted to ask. My father died a miserable death. He was clawed by zombies, and there was no one willing to end his suffering. I don't want to repeat his fate. Lei Wu had no time to answer Li Zimu before Sun Fei had already ordered everyone to fall in. The two of them could not spare a moment for small talk and hurried to the front. The whole affair left Lei Wu's mind in a muddle. He could barely concentrate. Seeing his younger brother weighed down by worries, Lei Wen cast him a questioning glance and nudged Lei Wu with his elbow, snapping him back to a serious expression as he listened carefully to Sun Fei's deployment. The virus-infected area is mainly in classrooms 101 and 102. Classroom 103 is also suspected of having student mutations, but that room is a chemistry lab 5 times the size of a normal classroom, and it also contains a storage room. Since the surveillance equipment has fallen into disrepair, whether any students have mutated and how many people are still in the lab cannot be determined. The school had a security team whose firepower was not inferior to that of the zombie eradication squad. But there were simply too many students. They could only do their best to maintain order, shoot the zombies that rushed out, and prevent the situation from expanding. As for rescue and assault missions, the school still trusted the professional zombie eradication squad. After all, these children were the school's paying customers. If they got so much as a knock or scrape, in ordinary times their parents would come demanding an explanation. If a student happened to survive and a security guard accidentally shot them dead, wouldn't the parents raise an almighty ruckus? While Sun Fei was speaking, the Jiangxing TV station's camera was also doing close-ups on him, deliberately shooting his side profile at a 45-degree angle, making Section Chief Sun look exceptionally handsome and resolute. It was hard to say whether he had slipped the station some money in advance. Now I will formulate the action plan. Sun Fei's voice was sonorous and forceful. Group 7 will be responsible for Classroom 101, Group 8 for Classroom 102, and Group 9 has the heaviest mission, assaulting Lab 103. Group 6 will seal off the corridor outside the classrooms and be ready to reinforce the other 3 groups at any time. He paused then stressed, when you usually go out on missions you only break the door down after ensuring that you won't be hurt. You often don't even look and just fire a burst the moment the door opens. But this time you absolutely cannot fire at will. Especially Group 9. You must pay close attention to the student's safety. Roger. Lou Air and the others only felt the enormous pressure mount, but with the cameras rolling they had no choice but to brace themselves and accept. Check your equipment and earpieces. Wait for my order, and then kill the zombies cleanly and swiftly. After saying this, Sun Fei took the lead. With the anti-material sniper rifle strapped to his back, he charged like a racing tiger to the foot of the library building across from Lab 103. Under the lenses he used both hands and feet agile, as an ape climbing the stairwell floor by floor. In the blink of an eye he reached the third floor, set up the sniper rifle, and aimed it at the 3 classrooms below. The others were at a loss for words. Zhao Hong even switched off his earpiece and muttered, "Damn it, you just have to show off." This was clearly a collective rescue operation, yet it had become a lone hero show. The cameras stayed on Sun Fei the whole time. So what was left for the rest of the brothers to do? All groups move into position. Section Chief Sun's voice came through the earpiece. They suppressed their displeasure and, covering one another with their guns, swiftly approached the 3 classrooms. Zhao Hong and Lei Wen took up supporting positions on both sides of the classrooms. Lei Wu stood on the playground 10 meters away, laden with an enormous ammunition case, and holding a Gatling gun poised to act in case any group lost control and zombies came swarming out. With so many people around, even if their footsteps were light, the sounds of breathing and of clothes rubbing against weapons were bound to make a considerable noise. The teams had just neared the classrooms when in an instant the quiet school erupted into uproar. The sounds of zombies crazily slamming the walls and clawing at doors shook the surrounding area, as if a pack of wild beasts had lost all reason and wanted to tear apart everything before them. The 3 teams immediately surrounded the doors and windows of the classrooms and reported Classroom 101 as zombies confirmed. Classroom 102, at least 10 zombies are slamming against the door. Lab 103. The door is too thick, made of alloy, and it fits flush and soundproof. The lab has only one window, and the curtains are drawn, apparently equally soundproof. We didn't hear any zombies rioting. The earpiece went quiet for a second. Sun Fei seemed to be thinking. A second later he issued the order, "All units hear me. I'm going to shoot out the window of Lab 103. As soon as the gunshot sounds, break down the doors together." Roger. After replying, everyone became taut with tension, waiting for the shot. As for the 5 members of Group 9, Li Zimu had originally been standing at the back, but at this moment, he suddenly spoke. "Can I be the one to break down the door this time?" All 4 of them, Lu Er, Tietan, and the 2 others, turned their heads in unison. Though surprised, they exchanged glances and silently made way for him. If another team member had made such a request, Lu Er might have had to think it over. But Li Zimu had always simply coasted along and never got along with everyone else. Now that he was willing to step up, they were all only too glad to let him. And so Li Zimu stood at the very front, ready to kick the door open, with 2 teammates flanking him on the left and right, Lu Er and Tai Dan behind him, and the reporter with the video camera at the rear. Everyone held their breath, listening to Sun Fei's voice in the earpieces. 3, 2, 1. Bang! A thunderous gunshot resounded through the campus. Classroom 103's window burst apart at once, and all 3 groups kicked open their doors simultaneously. Groups 7 and 8 poured out a relentless storm of gunfire, sending blood and flesh flying through the classrooms as zombies collapsed like wheat before a scythe. Only Group 9 did not fire a single shot. The alloy door was simply too heavy. Li Zimu kicked it over and over, his face reddening from the pain, and only managed to force it half open. Bang! A zombie head poking out through the door burst open as if struck by an artillery round. Only an anti-material sniper rifle could deliver such power. Sun Fei's face remained cold as he pulled the bolt and chambered another round. The camera happened to catch that exact moment, setting countless female viewers' hearts aflutter. Blood splashed across Li Zimu's face, but he had long become accustomed to the hail of bullets and gunfire over the past 2 years. He raised his submachine gun and fired sweeping bursts. If even a single zombie was present, no one in the same room could possibly survive. But after that wave of suppressive fire, it turned out that the spacious lab really did contain only that one zombie. The 5 of them furrowed their brows and searched every corner, and finally fixed their eyes on the storage room at the far end of the lab. The room's security door was tightly shut, the soundproofing just as excellent, and there was not even a window. Li Zimu took a deep breath and strode forward slowly. "I'll take this one too." At that moment, all the spectators in Jiangsheng watching the live broadcast remembered this slight youth with the alloy war blade on his back. Lu Er's lips moved. He thought about replacing someone else at the door, but in the end he never said it. The 5 still kept the previous formation, Li Zimu in front, the other 4 behind him with their guns aimed at the storage room. The difference was that the lab's alloy door earlier opened inward, so Li Zimu only needed to kick it. But the security door of this storage room opened outward. Li Zimu pulled hard on it several times, but the door did not budge in the slightest. Still sounds began coming from inside. "Confirmed, a zombie is inside. Move aside." Lu Er stepped forward, raised his Barrett, and fired several shots at the lock. The next moment, thud, the whole security door, as if struck by a primal monster, flew off and hurtled sideways toward them. It was as if Lu Er had opened the gate to hell. Zombies poured out in a frenzy, claws flailing and jaws gnashing, and in a flash they pulled down the two team members at the front. Lee Zimu's arm was also scratched, and their gunfire could not suppress the horde at all. The sudden catastrophe caught everyone utterly unprepared. Seeing the two team members struggling with all their might, yet unable to escape the tearing bites of the zombie mass, Liu Er's eyes nearly split apart from rage. He shot one zombie in the head after another, but even more mutants charged from the door, engulfing the two teammates in an instant while a huge swarm lunged toward them. "Captain, retreat now!" Taidan roared with bloodshot eyes. After emptying his magazine, he had no time to reload and could only run toward the door. Lee Zimu also emptied his magazine. Dragging his wounded arm, he turned and fled. Seeing that the situation had already spiraled out of control, Liu Er's heart ached, but he could only run quickly so as not to be surrounded by the zombie horde. Lei Wu had been paying close attention to the sounds in his earpiece. Hearing Group 9's voices descend into pandemonium, he charged with the Gatling gun, 10 meters, and in 2 strides he was at the door. "Get out of the way." His deep voice, like the backbone of a great mountain, instantly propped up the resolve of Lee Zimu and the two men beside him. The mechanical roar of the Gatling's 6 rotating barrels exploded. Rain-like bullets blanketed the entire lab. Through the smoke and dust, severed limbs flew, blood spattered in torrents. It was a living hell. At this moment, beneath the camera, Lei Wu's towering figure became a true humanoid cannon, like the war god of the southern heavenly gate guarding the mortal realm. Another reporter, camera in hand, took a close-up of Lee Zimu's wounded arm, making everyone's hearts hang by a thread. At this point, whether it was people who had harbored prejudice against Lee Zimu or friends who had been close to him, all fell silent. A zombie scratch would bring about mutation very soon, unless... Clang! The alloy war blade suddenly gleamed, and with a wet thud, Lee Zimu severed his own left arm. "Zimu." Zhao Hong was utterly horrified, and the others were struck with alarm as well. No one could imagine that a young man of merely 20 could be so ruthlessly decisive against himself. As his arm hit the ground, Lee Zimu's body convulsed violently in agony. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse on the spot. Zhao Hong hastily shrugged off his backpack, pulling out gauze to bind Lee Zimu's wound. The ambulance from outside the school arrived with its siren wailing, and a flood of medical personnel poured in. Lei Wu blocked the laboratory entrance with his body until the wall collapsed, exposing the entire storage room. Relying on his zombie-like sense of smell, he confirmed there were no more mutants before gradually letting the Gatling gun in his hands fall silent. Lei Wen rushed over to guard the door in his place, saying, "Go check on Lee Zimu. Something's happened to him." "What?" Lei Wu asked. Lei Wu whipped his head around and saw Lee Zimu drenched in sweat, blood streaming from the severed end of his arm, his sleeve soaked a deep crimson. Though Lei Wu was long accustomed to gruesome scenes, witnessing his friend, someone who had entrusted him with his life only moments before, suddenly lose an arm still shook him to the core. Seeing him rush over with deep concern, Lee Zimu forced a bitter smile and said, "Brother Wu, I'm fine. Just a minor scene. Good to hear you're okay." Lei Wu managed a stiff smile, at a loss for words of comfort. Yet under the spotlight, Lee Zimu's unyielding resilience was fully revealed on television, earning the admiration of countless viewers for this courageous young man. Of course, Lei Wu, his face covered, his frame towering like a mountain, unleashing fire from his cannon, also carved himself into every viewer's memory, dramatically changing their impression of the Corpse Extermination Squad. Seems the Corpse Extermination Squad isn't as weak as the rumors say. Although there were some hiccups, these team members' professionalism is far better than your average security company. From now on, we should call the police in emergencies. The fees may apply, but at least the ones who show up are elite. The arriving medical staff carefully lifted Lee Zimu onto a stretcher and, accompanied by Zhao Hong, rushed him to the hospital. Sun Fei arrived at the entrance of Laboratory 103, his brows knitted tightly in displeasure at the carnage within. In the battle he personally commanded, a mere 20 team members had been deployed, yet 2 were dead and 1 gravely wounded. The casualty rate was simply off the charts. Not only could he hardly account for this to the Bureau, but it also greatly tarnished his image in the eyes of the audience. Especially those 2 team members, devoured beyond recognition by the zombies, dead before they even had the chance to mutate, then torn apart by heavy machine gun fire, their bodies blasted into mangled flesh. How could he ever face their families and explain this? "Liu Er, what the hell happened with you people?" Sun Fei's expression was grim as he demanded accountability on the spot, completely unbothered by the nearby cameras. Liu Er spoke in low spirits. "The door opened outward, so we couldn't kick it down." He went on to describe the outbreak of the zombie incident, then analyzed, "I suspect a student mutated in the outer lab. The alloy door was too heavy to open easily, so the students swarmed into the storage room to take shelter. They never expected that someone among the crowd had also been scratched, triggering a mass mutation inside the storage room." Sun Fei nodded, finding the explanation plausible, then pressed on, "Before you shot the lock, did you know there were zombies inside?" "Yes, Lee Zimu warned us, but we didn't expect that many mutants inside." "So you're saying both you and Lee Zimu bear responsibility for this casualty incident?" Sun Fei continued with a cold glare. "He heard the commotion inside, but failed to warn you properly, never telling you there were so many zombies. And you as the team leader were negligent. You didn't assess the situation clearly before carelessly shooting the lock and releasing a horde of zombies which led to this accident. Luaire hung his head in silence, eyes reddened, his face steeped in pain and dejection. I'll deal with you when I get back. Sun Fei shot him a fierce glare before turning and stalking away. Their brief exchange clarified the sequence of events, providing the television audience with a proper explanation. Yet Lei Wen had remained an outsider throughout, merely witnessing the whole affair from the sidelines. Only after Sun Fei left did he re-enter the laboratory. Crouching down, he examined the bodies of the two fallen team members, and after a long moment, let out a deep sigh. Team 9 had started with 6 people. In just 1 year, 3 had been lost. Now, aside from Li Zimu, only Luaire and Tai Dan remained. Lei Wen could not judge who was right or wrong. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. As long as it did not implicate him or drag Lei Wu into the mire, the grudges and entanglements of Team 9 were none of his concern. Before long, everyone finished searching the nearby classrooms. Once certain there was no further danger, Sun Fei ordered the team to withdraw. On the way back to the sub-bureau, the two brothers were alone in the car. Lei Wen drove while cautioning him, "From now on, keep your distance from Li Zimu. If Xiao Hong tries to recruit him into Team 6, tell him I won't agree." Why? Lei Wu's face was full of confusion. For the first time since becoming a zombie, he questioned something his brother had said. "Xiao Wu, your mind is too simple, and you don't see things clearly enough. Li Zimu is deeply calculating. He refuses to leave Team 9 because he harbors resentment in his heart and wants to seek justice for his father's death." Ignoring the shock in his younger brother's eyes, Lei Wen continued, "Given how close the two of you are, if he truly regarded you as a real friend, he would never drag you into this vortex. But one must be wary of others' malice. Xiao Wu, you're too naive. From now on, have as little to do with him as possible." Seeing Lei Wu's reluctance, Lei Wen sighed helplessly. "Li Zimu just lost his arm, and you'd cut ties with him right away. That would inevitably make you seem heartless and faithless. You may visit him at the hospital, but only talk about personal bonds, not his family matters. Gradually distance yourself later." Lei Wu fell silent for a moment. Knowing his brother meant well, he could only nod in agreement. Deep down, however, he still genuinely hoped to remain friends with Li Zimu. As for the affairs of Team 9, Lei Wu suddenly felt at a loss. He didn't know what to say, much less how to advise Li Zimu. Especially since Lei Wen had taught him that urging others to be magnanimous is an easy way to earn heaven's wrath. Everyone has their own stance and thoughts. Those who are not in the situation can never truly empathize. Come to think of it, Li Zimu's father was truly an unimaginably tragic figure. In ancient times, even a ferocious beast would not devour its own offspring. In this era, a son shot his own biological father to death. Even though Li Zimu pulled the trigger to grant his father release, the agony of killing his own father with his own hands, heaven only knew how much suffering it must have caused him inside. Li Zimu probably woke up screaming from nightmares every night, his mind replaying his father begging his teammates to end his life, only to be met with their unwillingness to fire, the sheer despair and helplessness in his eyes. In the end, it was Li Zimu, barely an adult, who rushed over with a face full of youthfulness. Watching his father gradually lose consciousness, gazing at him with pleading eyes, he trembled uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot, and pulled the trigger. After that single gunshot, there would never be a clear sky in Li Zimu's world again. Shadows would loom over him for the rest of his life. If the infected person had been Lei Wen and Lei Wu were forced to pull the trigger, he could not even begin to imagine what extreme things he might do. The next morning, Lei Wu went to the hospital on behalf of the zombie eradication squad, carrying the fruit baskets and gifts that everyone had asked him to bring to visit Li Zimu. There was no hope of reattaching the severed arm. If he had the money, he could install a mechanical arm instead, which would actually serve as an enhancement for someone with poor physical constitution. But unfortunately, Li Zimu had no money. His only asset was the old family house, giving him, like Lei Wen and Lei Wu, a place to rest his head, so he wouldn't end up living on the streets. In this era of catastrophic upheaval, the population had dwindled drastically and houses had become the least valuable thing. Excluding the central districts of Jiangsheng, with those fortress-like luxury villas, houses in the peripheral areas and slums could be given away for free and still find no takers. Since joining the zombie eradication squad and securing quarters at the bureau, Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and Li Zimu had all stayed away from their homes for a long time. Meanwhile, within the bureau, opinions were divided regarding his future. Sun Fei's position was that Li Zimu should return to the squad once he had recovered. He was even preparing to award him the title of combat hero on behalf of the bureau. Furthermore, he intended to invite the television station for interviews, giving the incident a proper conclusion and extensively promoting the glorious deeds of the Qingdong branch. As for Li Zimu's mistakes during the mission, using Sun Fei's reasoning, the boy was only 20 years old. We cannot be too harsh on young people, otherwise the audience, who were captivated by Li Zimu's bravery, would not let the bureau off easily. However, Luaire and Iron Egg were firmly demanding Li Zimu's dismissal. How could someone with missing limbs with only one arm go on missions and fight? This was simply playing with the lives of the 9th Group's members. They already faced enough danger from the zombies without having to divided attention caring for a disabled teammate. If that were the case, they'd rather recruit some new members. Being in the same group, yet acting so ruthlessly, wanting to kick someone out while he was still in the hospital, the other officers didn't say anything openly, but they secretly held a dimmer view of Luaire and Iron Egg. When people navigate the world, it's all about human feelings and social niceties. As the heavens watch, so do our colleagues. If you can be so heartless to your own teammates, how could you treat others any better? As for the deeper circumstances, the grievances within the ninth group, and whether Lu'er had sensed something amiss and wanted to drive Li Zimu away so decisively, none of this was clear to Lei Wu. He had left early and didn't know the final decision. Upon hearing all this, Li Zimu's expression remained calm as he said, "As long as the zombie eradication squad still needs me, I will definitely return after being discharged from the hospital. You should rest well. I'll notify you immediately once there's news." Lei Wu comforted him. "In my view, you can't fight authority. Sun Fei runs the zombie eradication squad with an iron fist. If he wants you back, no matter how much Lu'er protests, it won't matter. Get better quickly and return to the squad as soon as possible. Don't give rise to unnecessary complications. Rest assured, Brother Wu, I'll be discharged in a couple of days." Li Zimu's gaze was profound, mature beyond his years, his forehead prematurely creased, with worry completely lacking the lively spirit of youth. A sigh escaped from Lei Wu's heart as he warned, "Even if you return, the ninth group probably won't take you back. You'd better start thinking about where else you might go." From the bottom of his heart, Lei Wu hoped Li Zimu would transfer to another group and stop targeting Lu'er and Iron Egg. But he also didn't want to see him leave the zombie eradication squad entirely. In this era, society's tolerance for disabled people was virtually zero. There was no social welfare, no government safety net. Without a source of income, one could only wait for death. Now, upon deeper reflection, Li Zimu's path towards self-destruction also carried the sixth group's responsibility. The boy had been torn from the start about whether to vent his accumulated resentment. Hesitant and uncertain, he had hoped to transfer to the sixth group to escape his enemies. As long as he changed groups and wouldn't be on missions with Lu'er and his people, even with malicious intent, he would have no opportunity to act on it. But the sixth group kept refusing him, delaying for over a year, until the Zhang Matu tragedy occurred, and Li Zimu had no road back. Lei Wu had no idea what method Li Zimu had used to bring disaster upon Zhang Matu without arousing suspicion from Lu'er and the others. But this time Lei Wu had been closest to the door and heard the commotion inside. His deliberate concealment of the zombie numbers wasn't a sophisticated tactic. Had he not also been injured and lost an arm, Lu'er and Iron Egg would certainly have grown suspicious of him. But even with Li Zimu's meticulous planning, his true intentions could not escape Lei Wen's keen observation. If Lei Wu had been unaware of the truth before, he would have adopted an attitude of indifference. Now that he knew everything, he certainly didn't want Li Zimu to continue being blinded by vengeance, much less did he want to see colleagues slaughtering each other. The human heart yearns for goodness. If one can persuade others to change, one should make the effort. Don't wait until tragedy strikes before regretting not having done more. After contemplating for a moment, Li Zimu shook his head helplessly and said, "Right now I'm a disabled person. It's normal for people not to want me. Whichever group is willing to take me, that's where I'll go. That's the best approach." Lei Wu's face brightened as he diligently peeled an apple for Li Zimu, counseling him, "Further, Musi, you're only 20. You have a long life ahead. The two of us should at least live to 70 or 80. Setting aside reaching level 9 and glimpsing the summit of the world, we should at least advance to level 5, then live out our days in peace until retirement. As for those unhappy side issues, it's best to let them go if we can. So Brother Wu, your dream is to become a level 9 powerhouse." The two of them usually talk quite a bit, but it was basically only about work. Neither was particularly talkable, both economical with words, and they had never truly opened their hearts before. Now that Lei Wu had voiced his aspirations, Li Zimu suddenly became interested. "I hear that the major families and conglomerates of Jiansheng all have level 9 powerhouses backing them, which is why they stand unshakable in this world. Beyond level 9 exist even more formidable beings. They can split mountains with a single punch, run faster than the speed of sound, possess skin as hard as diamond that even sniper rifles cannot pierce. In their rage, they could effortlessly slaughter an entire army. There are beings that strong." Lei Wu was stunned, a fierce longing rising within his heart. He who possessed a panel that granted him special abilities as an undead only needed to live long enough and accumulate sufficient cultivation points. Surpassing level 9 was merely a matter of time. Others worried about lifespan issues, their bodies growing ever more decrepit. But as an undead, as long as he obtained sufficient nutrition and didn't fall into dormancy, this body controlled by the virus over his brain and heart would theoretically never die. In fact, even if he did fall into dormancy, as long as someone passed by nearby, he would be driven by the virus to devour carbon-based life forms to replenish his energy, thus reviving once more. However, in this world, apart from birth, aging, sickness, and death, there are also various unpredictable accidents. To live indefinitely, one depends first on the heavens' favor, and second on one's own ability to stay hidden. At present, Lei Wu was not particularly skilled at staying hidden, basically relying on intuition and instinct. The one truly meticulous, sufficiently cautious, with exceptional talent for concealment was undoubtedly Lei Wen. "I still have a long road ahead." Lei Wu resolved secretly to learn from his brother's caution. Smiling, he handed the apple to Li Zimu. "Musi, same goes for you. If we ever have the chance to meet at the summit, let's walk arm in arm and reminisce about the mountains and rivers. How magnificent that would be. Together we strive." Li Zimu's fighting spirit ignited as well. He gripped Lei Wu's hand firmly in an arm-wrestling gesture, symbolizing their brotherhood. Only then did he take the apple and bite into it heartily. When Lei Wu returned to the substation, it was already afternoon. Those who had finished their lunch were drowsy, dozing off at their desks. 2 more teammates from Team 9 had died, leaving Lu Air and Iron Egg naturally devastated. Sun Fei offered Team 9 a leave, but the two refused, insisting on coming to work. Zhao Hong was playing Spider Solitaire on the computer when Lei Wu sat beside him and asked quietly, "Uncle Hong, how's the situation?" "Take a guess." On the old Zhao's expressionless face lingered a reluctant reluctance, yet beneath it hid a sense of relief. After some thought, Lei Wu ventured, "Did Lu Air agree to let Li Zimu rejoin the team?" "He didn't agree, but Li Zimu rejoined anyway." "How did that happen?" While Lei Wu was still confused about how Lu Air could let Li Zimu into Team 9, Zhao Hong suddenly said, "However, he's not rejoining Team 9. He's joining our Team 6. "What?" Lei Wu was stunned. Remembering Lei Wen's warning, he quickly asked, "Does my brother know about this?" "He certainly does, and he strongly opposed it, but it was useless. Neither he nor I have any say in this matter." "Why, oi?" Zhao Hong sighed helplessly, "Because Sun Fei gave the order. Team 6 only has 3 people, and Team 9 only has 3 as well. Starting tomorrow, the 2 teams will merge under Team 6. I will serve as team leader, Lu Air as deputy leader, and once Li Zimu recovers, he'll be a member of Team 6. Lei Wu was left speechless, never expecting such an outcome. Old Zhao continued, "As for the vacant positions in Team 9, a whole squad from the City Defense Battalion is retiring and wants to join the Corpse Elimination Squad. They can not only fill Team 9, but also make up the numbers for other teams." "They can actually do that. Man proposes, God disposes." Lei Wu was rendered speechless, finally understanding the complexity in Zhao Hong's expression. The merger of the 2 teams was something he certainly hadn't wished for. Lu Air had been Team 9's captain for many years. Though he had found ways to pave the road for his teammates, creating the Team 9 fund, he was also stubborn and self-willed, unwilling to listen to others. With his seniority, once he joined Team 6, Zhao Hong would find it difficult to command him. Don't think they played cards and gambled together quite well in private. Life is life, and missions are missions. Being willing to play together doesn't mean Zhao Hong wanted to work alongside him, especially since Lu Air had a diehard fan, Iron Egg, following behind him. When these 2 joined Team 6, they would be like overlords forming their own faction. If there were disagreements on missions, Iron Egg would definitely side with Lu Air. Then what could old Zhao do as team leader? Rather than planting a ticking time bomb by his side with 2 generals who wouldn't take orders, it would be better to recruit 3 new members who would obey commands completely. This would be safer for Zhao Hong and the brothers. But now it was all too late. The relief on old Zhao's face naturally came from his good heart. Similar to Lei Wu's, he wanted Li Zimu to stay. He just hadn't expected him to end up in Team 6. Troubled times. Zhao Hong let out a long sigh, vaguely feeling that the Team 6 that had been stable for years would likely face major upheavals. Suddenly, another wave of retirement urges washed over him. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm is human nature. Sensing something amiss, retreating at the height of success is the only way to preserve oneself. Wu, tell me now that I'm also a level 4 powerhouse after retirement, I shouldn't have trouble finding something to eat, right? Of course you'll be fine. Lei Wu affirmed, level 3 and level 4 are completely different worlds. Even if you retire, Uncle Hong, you can apply for a security captain position at some property management company. The salary would be no less than what you earn at the Corpse Elimination Squad. That's true indeed. Zhao Hong nodded, glancing sideways at Wu. A few days ago, a property management company wanted to headhunt me, offering 10,000 yuan per month. I turned them down. Who would have thought that uncle here couldn't let go of you 2 brothers? Lei Wu blushed, saying embarrassedly, "We 2 really have held you back, uncle. But if you're staying, isn't it because you want to get rich overnight? Being a security captain won't give you that chance. With Team 9's people joining, do I still look like I can get rich overnight?" Zhao Hong muttered, "Ridiculous." Before, it was just the 2 brothers and Zhao Hong. The distribution of spoils had long developed its own unspoken rules and habits. Even if Zhao Hong took the level 4 evolution serum, the brothers could tolerate it. But with Lu Air and Iron Egg joining, 2 more people sharing the benefits, things definitely wouldn't be so easy for him. After some thought, Lei Wu came up with a devious plan. "Why doesn't Uncle you talk to Sun Fei? Let the 3 from Team 9 just collect their pay without working. We take on the missions and bear the risks, but they still get their salaries on time. They just don't need to show up. You kid think too highly of yourself." Zhao Hong rolled his eyes. "Wait until Uncle becomes the department chief, then I'll let you be the first to collect pay without working. Experience what it feels like when pies fall from the sky." On second thought, forget it. Lei Wu scratched his head shyly and opened his computer, ready to watch a martial arts drama. Zhao Hong got chatty and suddenly leaned in mysteriously. "Sun Fei having Team 9 merge over is probably to get back at us." "What makes you say that? Do you remember Sun Fei's nephew, Sun Dongliang?" At Zhao Hong's reminder, Lei Wu suddenly remembered that guy who owed gambling debts and sold his wife. Back then, to force the 3 of them to willingly invite Sun Dongliang into the team section, Chief Sun had been sabotaging them in every way possible. It was only after the 3 of them went to Yijing Tiachin and killed a level 6 zombie that Sun Fei became somewhat wary and stopped his antics. Zhao Hong whispered, I heard from Lu Air that Sun Fei also approached him wanting him to invite Sun Dongliang into the team. He wasn't willing, and that's how this whole Team 9 and Team 6 merger happened. It's effectively stripping Lu Air of his captain position and making people from both teams unhappy. Wouldn't you call that revenge? Lei Wu was speechless, not knowing how to comment on this. Actually, over the past 2 years, he felt Sun Fei had been doing quite well. Whether it was Zhang Mozi's death and him paying 2,000 yuan out of his own pocket to send to his family, or creating the performance bonus system, it all showed this person was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside with considerable abilities. But who would have thought that a leopard cannot change its spots? The rot in his bones could never be removed. Zhao Hong continued with more insider information. Since neither our Team 6 nor Team 9 complied, guess what happened? Lei Wu wasn't a qualified straight man for banter, failing to prompt a response. Old Zhao had no choice but to continue. Hey, Team 3 caved in. They jointly invited Sun Dongliang to join their team, and the higher-ups couldn't refuse Sun Fei's face, so they had to swallow their objections and approve it. Now Sun Dongliang is already a member of Team 3. Lei Wu's lips twitched. He could only sigh that when you're outranked, you're at the mercy of those above. Zhao Hong couldn't help but gossip, but I bet Sun Fei won't let his nephew go on missions. That bird can't even hold a heavy machine gun. He's so weak that a gust of wind could blow him away. Going on missions would be almost certain death. Better to honestly collect his pay without working. A trace of envy appeared on Lei Wu's face. Having such an uncle is really nice. You've got a long way to go, Uncle Hong. Keep working hard, and let's postpone the retirement talk. Since we can't get rich overnight, we can aim for something else in life. Lei Wu smiled and coaxed. Becoming an official is a good choice. Zhao Hong was already over 60, yet remained merely a squad leader with no hope of ever advancing further in his lifetime. He naturally knew Lei Wu was teasing him, so he cursed with a laugh, calling the young rascal out for always making fun of him. Hearing someone call him to play cards, he rushed to the gambling table, eager to win back what he had lost a few days prior. As for Lei Wu, after watching a movie to unwind, he began flipping through books, studying the way of the sages. Inner sanctity and outer kingship, self-cultivation and moral refinement. He did not seek extraordinary talent, only wishing to add a few more spirit points. Reading brings me joy. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye he had been reciting this phrase for 9 months. Today, as Lei Wu glanced at his attribute panel after reading in the morning and watching martial arts dramas in the afternoon, he felt something was missing. Level 2 mutated zombie punch, power 3,611 kilograms, speed 43 milliseconds, stamina 5 months, 9 days, spirit 35 cultivation points, 400 increasing by 1 daily, martial arts, golden bell shield mastered, flying leg mastered, diamond corpse crushing palm beginner. Despite spending more than half a year reading diligently every day and studying methods to enhance his spirit, the growth rate of his spirit value truly drove him to despair. 1 point per month, as unchangeable as thunder. At this rate, just the 200 spirit points required for level 5 physical attributes would take him nearly 14 years. The panel had become utterly useless. With over a decade, even through robbery and ill-gotten gains, Lei Wu could afford a level 5 evolution serum. Even if his luck proved poor in his methods for making money inadequate, his brother Lei Wen would surely help him secure it. Just last month, Lei Wen went out for a side job and returned to tell Lei Wu that he had quietly consumed a level 4 evolution serum, but he must keep this secret and tell no one. Then he instructed Lei Wu, society is complex and people's hearts are unfathomable. One must always hold something back from others, never revealing all of one's strength and trump cards. This is respecting one's own life. Take Lei Wu for instance. Still in his early 20s, he had mastered the iron sand palm to perfection, truly a genius blessed by heaven. Yet he absolutely should not have performed this technique in front of others. Even more so, he should not have let others know he possessed hidden force capable of killing without a trace. The performance was momentarily satisfying, and the flattery from the crowd brought him glory. But when it truly came to critical moments of life and death combat, everyone knowing he mastered the iron sand palm meant they would never engage him in close quarters battle, essentially rendering his trump card useless, no different from a foolish pig. Lei Wen also told his brother that since he could master the iron sand palm, learning other techniques should not be difficult. He must acquire another secret skill, training hard in secret so that no one knows. Only this could protect his life. Inspired, Lei Wu had been contemplating what unique skill he should develop these past days, yet found no answer. In truth, his golden bell shield and flying leg could be considered a small trump card. Deliberately concealing his abilities in normal times and catching enemies off guard at crucial moments could provide a minor advantage. But the issue was that in this era few engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Whether facing zombies or humans, everyone was accustomed to exchanging gunfire. His two martial arts were like paper against bullets, crumbling instantly. A true trump card should possess the lethal power of a large-caliber sniper rifle. Defense was impossible, merely a last resort when cornered. With a gun in hand, who would trade flesh for bullets? Simply fire and end the opponent. What kind of trump card could match the power of a bullet? Lei Wu frowned deeply, unable to resist a sigh, troubled by Lei Wen's words. An impulse surged within him, to close his eyes, clench his teeth, and pour all cultivation points into flying leg. If he could evolve a transcendent martial art, evading bullets should be possible. Yet the gamble was too enormous. If it failed, all 400 cultivation points would be wasted. Wuji, what are you thinking about? Li Zimu plopped down beside Lei Wu. Since leaving the hospital, he had become much more lively. The severed arm had not greatly impacted him. He could handle eating, clothing, housing, and transportation independently, could still hold a gun on missions, and had mastered the legendary one-handed magazine swap technique, earning everyone's admiration. The suffering in his heart Lei Wu could not speak of, so he asked vaguely, Musy, do you think those level 8 and 9 powerhouses practice martial arts? I think they all probably do. Why? Lei Wu turned to look at Li Zimu. Wuji, think about it. They are so high level, all relying on evolution serums to advance rather than cultivating step by step. They are essentially mass-produced powerhouses. Their strength and speed do not differ much, so what determines the gap between those at the same level? Li Zimu analyzed apart from personal training and innate physical differences, it ultimately comes down to combat techniques. For instance, force delivery. Some can unleash several times their punch power in a single blow, while others only know how to use brute strength. The best way to master force delivery techniques is to study martial arts like the piercing fist of Xingyiquan, Bajiquan, Iron Sand Palm, and so on. Ever since Lei Wu performed the Iron Sand Palm, Li Zimu asked him for instruction. Now nearly 3 years later, he can chop through 7 or 8 solid bricks with one palm. Quite an achievement. What you say makes sense. Lei Wu nodded slowly, finally confirming that his martial arts path was the right one. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful martial arts may be, they still rely on fists and feet, with no capability for remote kills. Is there really no method that can match a bullet's power? It's not that simple. Li Zimu casually picked up a wooden carving from Lei Wen's desk and asked, what is this? A wooden knife. Wrong. Li Zimu laughed. This is clearly a throwing knife. Throwing knife. Lei Wu was startled, then his heart stirred. A surge of joy welled up inside him. Finally, after days of frustration, he had found his answer. That is correct. This is definitely a throwing knife. Li Zimu played with the palm-sized wooden knife and said, look at this style. The blade is so short, and there is a red tassel on the handle. Is not this clearly a shally flying throwing knife? Pausing for a moment, Li Zimu pointed to a row of wooden carvings on Lei Wen's desk and speculated, Wu Ji, look. Throwing knives, darts, steel needles. All kinds of remote hidden weapons. Wen Ji has carved a complete set. He must be very into hidden weapons lately. He does not sit at his desk during the day, always mysterious, probably hiding in some corner somewhere, painstakingly practicing hidden weapons. Lei Wu froze, only now recalling that on several recent missions Lei Wen did have an extra toothpick pouch at his waist, hidden inside a wide belt where outsiders could not see. My brother probably is not very interested in these hidden weapons. He probably just carves them for fun. Lei Wu tried to cover for him. Li Zimu shrugged indifferently. Whether Lei Wen practices or not has nothing to do with him. The two then chatted for a while longer before Li Zimu turned to practice iron sand in the iron basin behind the office. And Lei Wu immediately opened Baidu and searched for the word hidden weapons, quickly finding methods for practicing throwing knives. You honed your flying knife technique through relentless practice. By the 5th cultivation point, you began striking the dart target with perfect accuracy. You continued your diligent training, spending 20 points, and could hit the bullseye with absolute precision from 10 meters away. At 30 points, your flying knife art reached mastery. Even against a rapidly moving target with a bullseye no larger than a fingernail, you could pierce it in a single strike. At 50 points, having already achieved mastery, you remained devoted to the flying knife, practicing without rest for years. Finally, you gained a glimmer of insight into sublimating martial arts, yet it remained elusive, and you could not succeed. The same scenario you had encountered before repeated itself. Lei Wu kept pouring points into his skills, only to be met with the panel's mocking taunts. Mediocre aptitude, insufficient talent. Nothing short of falling, just a little short, never quite able to break through. He understood deep down that transcendent martial arts could not be mastered so easily. Oh, otherwise what worth would they hold? Yet watching his hard-earned cultivation points dissipate one by one, Lei Wu felt his heart bleed. Let it bleed, he grumbled to himself. His stubborn streak flared up, and disregarding all else, he began frantically allocating points into the blue interface. 400 points, so what? He would dump them all and be done with it. Consider it an experiment. Throw 400 points at it, and see if under circumstances without mortal danger, he could actually evolve a transcendent martial art. Life is about experience, and even more so about exploring the unknown. He had to understand the panel's habits thoroughly, so that in the future, he could navigate it with ease, take fewer wrong turns, and waste fewer cultivation points. After spending 100 cultivation points, your comprehension of sublimating martial arts grew deeper, yet it remained merely deeper. Through years of relentless refinement, you continuously adjusted your hidden weapon techniques. At 200 points, your wrist's explosive power could effortlessly unleash nearly 4 tons of force. At 250 points, you practiced your flying knife as usual. Relying on raw power to achieve the miraculous, the knife sank deeply into the rock, yet you felt disappointment all the same. This was not yet a transcendent flying knife technique. At 300 points, you grew accustomed to the emptiness within, letting go of your obsession with sublimating martial arts. And yet that world beyond reality slowly began to unveil itself to you. That day night gave way to dawn. You had expended all your cultivation points the night before and no longer expected anything from your flying knife art. Still you glanced at the panel as you. Lei Wu gazed calmly at the panel. The process of allocating points had tempered his mind greatly and brought substantial growth to his spirit. Level 2 mutated zombie. Punch force 3,966 kilograms. Speed 45 milliseconds. Endurance 5 months 9 days. Mental power 49. Cultivation points 0 increases by 1 daily. Martial arts light kill beginner golden bell shield mastered flying legs mastered diamond corpse shattering palm beginner. Light kill. The flying knife moves as fast as light imperceptible to the naked eye. And the power of light is boundless. Lei Wu had no idea just how devastating a single throw would prove to be. Yet none of that stopped him from enduring another 4+ months accumulating over 100 cultivation points and directly upgrading light kill to mastery. Now he only needed a suitable flying knife. Brother Wu, you seem different lately. Everyone spent their days together in the office, and Lei Wu's shift in demeanor, the sudden calmness that settled over him, could not escape the notice of Li Zimu and Zhao Hong. Did you read so many books that you've gone daft, Wu Zi? Lately you're like some ancient monk from bygone eras, serene and detached, your youthful fire completely extinguished. You don't even look like a young man anymore. It's nothing. It'll pass in a few days, Lei Wu said with a smile. The moon waxes and wanes, the tide ebbs and flows. Everyone has those few days each month when they feel off. Give me time to recover, and I'll be back to normal. Are you treating this like your confinement? Both were rendered speechless. Lei Wu had suddenly taken to quoting classics and preaching philosophy, and neither Zhao Hong nor Li Zimu was accustomed to it. They couldn't shake the feeling that he had become someone else entirely. Still, it did not hinder them from carrying out missions together. Ever since the level 8 zombie had been captured half a year prior through the combined efforts of several major conglomerates and families, the number of virus-infected individuals in Jiangsheng had dropped dramatically, leaving the corpse extermination team with far less to do. The previous month, each team had only dispatched on 2 missions, sending the squad members, accustomed to high performance bonuses, wailing in lament that the good days were gone forever. Especially since the corpse extermination team charged fees for their operations, this had given rise to a new profession among the common folk, bounty hunters specializing in zombie eradication. Composed entirely of desperate outlaws who had nothing left to lose, their fees amounted to less than 1/10 of the team's rates, directly poaching their clients. Yet these amateurs lacked both professionalism and organization. Not only did they suffer horrifying casualty rates, they frequently lost control of the zombies, ending up eaten by their own prey, leaving the corpse extermination team to clean up their messes in the end. Let's go. Time to go wipe someone else's ass. By now the members of Squad 6 were fully geared up, crammed into 2 pickup police vehicles, bumping along toward their destination, Yijing Street. Lei Wen rode in the front vehicle with LV and Tai Dan, not because he was particularly close to either of them, but out of consideration for team cohesion. Had Lei Wen also ridden in the rear vehicle, he and Lei Wu, Zhao Hong, and Li Zimu, the closer allies, would have grown even tighter while isolating the 2 in front. If this continued, everyone would maintain superficial harmony while harboring inner discord, making it impossible to operate as a unit. Should they ever face mortal danger surrounded by a horde of zombies, the tragedy that had befallen Li Zimu's father could very well repeat itself. To maintain internal balance, Lei Wen deliberately cultivated a close rapport with LV and Tai Dan, hoping to keep their loyalty secure, at the very least preventing them from betraying them from behind. Above all, he could not afford any treachery from Li Zimu. Squad 6 would not tolerate internal infighting. Both Zhao Hong and the brothers strove toward this goal, yet the reality was, human hearts ran complex, and they were gradually drifting apart. Li Zimu whispered, "Uncle Hong, what do we do this time?" Still split into 2 teams. After the 2 squads merged, seeking to avoid internal conflict and disagreements, and unwilling to submit to Zhao Hong's leadership, LV had directly proposed operating separately and adopting the 3-3 formation tactic. 3 members per group, dispersing independently during missions, reconvening only after eliminating all zombies. LV still needed 1 more person. Picking Zhao Hong was unthinkable, and recruiting Li Zimu was out of the question. He might well take 8 bullets from behind before realizing who had shot him. As for Lei Wu, he was a simpleton with a missing string on his brain, looking every bit the fool. In the end, LV had no choice but to select Lei Wen. Despite his slender frame, modest height, and refined features, not a single person in the entire corpse extermination team, not even Sun Fei, would dare underestimate this patriarch of the Lei family. You ask why? Everyone could only answer there is no why. Intuition, understand. We rely purely on instinct. Lei Wen boasted no extraordinary feats, nor did he possess martial arts as formidable as Lei Wu's iron sand palm. Yet he always carried an aura of quiet depth that proved impenetrable. He never sought trouble, nor did he fear it. He treated others with even-handed kindness and never lost his temper. Even years ago, when Lei Wu had first become like an idiot and certain teammates deliberately teased him, some going far too far, Lei Wen would merely watch from the sidelines, never once showing anger. Yet everyone knew Lei Wu was Lei Wen's one vulnerable spot. Teasing Wu Zi was tantamount to deliberately provoking the patriarch of the Lei family. Knowing full well this Lei Wen could still maintain perfect composure, watching his younger brother be bullied with no reaction whatsoever, not the slightest tremor in his expression. What caliber of psychological fortitude and shrewd calculation did that require? A venomous snake never bites carelessly. Indeed, it would often flee from human presence. Yet once it committed to striking, it would fight to the death, sinking its fangs in with murderous intent. No one knew the precise limit of Lei Wen's patience, nor could anyone predict when he might erupt in violence. But one thing was universally acknowledged: this refined gentleman in gold-rimmed glasses was absolutely not to be trifled with. Let's split into two teams. It would be better for everyone. Zhao Hong's reply to Li Zimu was delivered in a flat tone, as though he had long since made peace with the situation. But it seemed more like he was using calm words to conceal his inner dissatisfaction. Despite being the team leader bound by social niceties, he couldn't even command his own members. Even Lei Wen had been taken away. Relying solely on himself, Lei Wu, and the one-armed Li Zimu, the danger of missions would skyrocket, directly threatening his own life. How could old Zhao not be unhappy inside? Sometimes he also wanted to be selfish for once. It was just about face. Let it be torn apart. Simply call Lei Wen back, bring Li Zimu along to form a 4-person team, and it would be enough for missions. As for LVR and those two, let them do whatever they want. But Zhao Hong ultimately couldn't bring himself to lose face. He and LVR were both veterans at the Bureau with over 30 years of friendship between them. They had boasted and chattered countless times, gossiped about others together, discussed behind their backs. Now they were working together again, seeing each other every day. If they fell out, it would be a bit shameless on both sides. Unfortunately, others wouldn't consider so much. Arriving at the intersection of Yijing Street, LVR stepped out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Habitually giving orders, he said, "There are residential buildings on both sides of Yijing Street. The number of zombies is unknown. Let's split into 2 groups. I'll advance from the east side. Old Zhao, you circle around to the west side and push eastward. We'll meet in the middle of the street. Any problems?" "No." Tai Dan's voice was loud, but it couldn't ease the awkward silence among the others. The atmosphere immediately grew cold. Lei Wen sighed inwardly. He had tried so hard to maintain the team's unity, never expecting things to reach this point. He had already talked to LVR earlier. Inside the bureau, they could shout and make noise while playing cards and gambling, not giving Zhao Hong any face. But on missions, they had to consider the bigger picture. Old Zhao was the team leader. Opinions could be raised, but never usurp the host's role. LVR agreed readily enough, but the moment he stepped out of the car, his old habit resurfaced. He could never seem to recognize his proper place. Or rather, he had been the team leader of the 9th group for 20 years, and his leadership position was deeply ingrained in his bones. Even though he was no longer the captain, he couldn't bring himself to lower his status, nor did he want to. Having commanded others his entire life, nearing retirement, only to be reduced to a subordinate again, it was more agonizing than death itself. Just like this, everyone stood there motionless, making LVR's face turn green with inner frustration. Until Zhao Hong spoke without expression, "Just follow the second master's method." After saying that, Zhao Hong got into the car directly. Waiting for Lei Wu and Li Zimu to be seated, he stepped on the gas and drove toward the west side of Yijing Street. The clouds of dust and exhaust fumes seemed to vent his frustration, engulfing LVR. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Dan covered his mouth, still choking from the smoke. Instead of saying anything against LVR, he turned to question Lei Wen. "Brother LV was formulating the action plan just now. Why didn't you say anything?" Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "I reminded you beforehand that formulating plans is the captain's responsibility. As team members, we can offer suggestions, but we cannot overstep our bounds." "You bastard." Tai Dan cursed, directly, being straightforward and thoughtless, completely disregarding Lei Wen's good intentions over the past year. LVR turned red with anger at these words. Lei Wen's statement was no different from accusing him of not understanding the rules. But asking him to admit his mistake was absolutely impossible. He immediately retorted angrily, "As the vice captain, am I not allowed to express my thoughts on the operation?" "Of course you can." Lei Wen nodded calmly and said, "But you've already seen the result. Everyone is unhappy. If you're willing, Uncle LV, I'll complete this final mission with you. If not, please don't concern yourself with me. You can leave on your own." LVR's face turned green and white alternately. Tai Dan couldn't help but burst into rage, raising his gun and aiming it at Lei Wen. "Don't think that without you we can't complete the mission. The world doesn't stop turning just because you're gone. Please do as you wish, gentlemen." Lei Wen pointed his gun downward and slowly retreated, but his left hand unconsciously reached toward his waist. He appeared relaxed on the surface, but all his attention was focused on Tai Dan. Level 4 versus Level 2. With a speed of 40 meters per second and the insight and reaction ability brought by 100 points of spirit, the gun muzzle was directly aimed at Tai Dan, able to predict the trajectory of the shot. As long as Tai Dan dared to make a move, if he missed the first shot, he would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Fortunately, he wasn't blinded by anger. Lei Wen also quickly retreated to 20 meters away, hid in the alley, and disappeared. The friendship is over. Life and death are fate. At this moment, Lei Wen was exceptionally rational. He had done everything he could, exhausted the camaraderie with his colleagues, and depleted his kindness. From now on, these two had nothing to do with him. On the other side, the three-person squad quickly arrived at the west side of Yijing Street and began sweeping zombies along the street. In the past, it was always Lei Wen and Zhao Hong leading the way at the front. Now it was Lei Wu at the vanguard with Li Zimu providing cover from behind. Successfully eliminating several zombies that came following the sound of gunfire, the three of them felt no pressure at all, as relaxed as in daily training. As long as there was sufficient firepower and the zombies weren't high level, even if they came in swarms in such an open area on the street, they would only be fed to bullets. Another zombies had exploded. Li Zimu said absent-mindedly, "I'm afraid Brother Lei Wen will be very sad about this mission." Zhao Hong was the same, his mind in chaos. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Eliminating zombies isn't difficult. Just shoot them to death. The hard part is dealing with people. If the face is torn apart, you still have to stay in the same team. It's really damn hard. What should we do in the future?" Old Zhao was extremely worried. He could only vent his anger on the zombies. Even after blowing up their heads, he couldn't stop beating the corpses. Everyone was depressed, which made a trace of sorrow appear on Li Zimu's face. "I know my dad's character isn't good, and he's not well liked. But he stayed in the 9th group for 10 years. What LV Air and the others are like, you've also seen, Uncle Hong. I really don't know how my dad endured those years, how he was rejected and suppressed by them." Lei Wu and Zhao Hong exchanged glances and quickly changed the subject. "Musi, you're overthinking it. Things are in the past. We need to look forward. Tell us, what do you want to eat tonight? By the way, Musi, you haven't found a partner yet, right? How about Uncle takes you to the Red Romance tonight to satisfy your desires? The girls there are really attractive. Those fair bodies. Your uncle is over 60 but can still handle several in one night, all thanks to those girls knowing how to serve people. That beauty, those skills, TSK. When it came to women, Li Zimu was not like Lei Wu, a blockhead. He really took an interest. "I still have several months' salary left in my pocket. Tonight, Uncle Hong, you guide the way. We'll eat the most expensive food, drink strong liquor, and sleep with the most beautiful women. All expenses are on me." "All right." Zhao Hong was overjoyed, his depression completely gone. He even fired at zombies more gently. Only Lei Wu pretended to be happy on the surface, but his heart sank. Li Zimu's approach seemed a bit reckless, as if he weren't planning to live anymore. That night, after finishing the mission, the three returned to the branch office and put away their equipment. Led by Zhao Hong, they called Lei Wen along and headed to Red Romance. Lei Wu hadn't wanted to go in the first place. He was a zombie. In his eyes, women were no different from lumps of flesh. There was only a distinction between fresh and not fresh, never between pretty and plain. His heart was purer than Tang Sang's. The sight of a woman stirred not the slightest trace of lust. Yet he couldn't withstand everyone's persuasion, and since his elder brother was also set on broadening his horizons, Lei Wu had no choice but to follow. That night, Lei Wen, who was always calm and inscrutable, turned sheepish under the teasing of a group of hostesses. Zhao Hong roared with laughter and shouted, "So even you have a day like this?" As for Lei Wu, he was even more uptight. He didn't dare drink, didn't dare touch the fruit platter, and sat there as nervous as a young bride. With the microphone at his lips, he couldn't squeeze out a single note, and only wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Zimu, on the other hand, was completely at ease, not at all like a first-timer at an entertainment venue. He grabbed the microphone and bellowed at the top of his lungs, caring nothing about pitch or melody, just venting, never mind the rest. In the end, under Zhao Hong's overbearing arrangement, the four each entered their own rooms. Beautiful young women helped them bathe, gave massages, oil rub-downs, and the full range of services. Whether the others had gotten the full package, Lei Wu didn't know. He definitely had, and simply kept the girl talking all night. If not for his sturdy build and the girl's lack of strength, she really might have pinned him down and mounted him by force. After all, if we didn't do any of the services, what if he asked for a refund the next day? Early the next morning, Li Zimu paid the bill. The four of them had played to their heart's content and lived it up all night, yet it had still cost him only a little over 10,000. Money had impressive purchasing power in this era. With salaries of over 7,000, as long as they didn't buy equipment, didn't buy evolution serum, didn't gamble, and didn't do drugs, the money they earned by risking their lives in the zombie eradication squad was enough to squander on food, drink, and amusement. Looking at the money still left on his card, Li Zimu began to worry. How about another trip tonight? Can you even handle it? Zhao Hong's legs were trembling. The gray at his temples proved that he was no longer young. If he kept carrying on like this, he would sooner or later die on a woman's belly. "We can come again tonight too." Lei Wen adjusted his glasses, still unsatisfied, ignoring the strange look from the girl who had spent the night with him. That fellow had spent the entire night copping feels, but it was only groping and teasing. He touched every inch of her, yet firmly refused to go all the way. If you asked why, Lei Wen said plainly that he was studying human anatomy. With a deadly serious expression, he drew the more than 100 vital acupoints on the human body, using his fingers as scalpels and pondering how to make an incision until the girl was won over by his nonsense. Lei Wu, with dark circles under his eyes, complained, "You guys go ahead. Ooh, I'm definitely not coming again." He had only 30-odd days of vitality left, and the less time he had, the stronger the attraction of living flesh and blood. If he spent another night alone with a mass of fresh flesh and blood, he was afraid he'd lose control, bite the girl to death, drain her dry, and leave nothing but bones. His hopelessly awkward state made the other three laugh out loud. Lei Wen also wore a rare smile, teasing his little brother. "Little Wu, you've always had endless energy. How did you turn into a limp noodle when it comes to women? Well, you're no good either." For all your towering height and burly frame, you'd better give that little brother of yours some serious training. Actually, I'm not interested in women. Lei Wu muttered a faint defense, making the three of them burst into belly laughs. On the way back to the branch office, the atmosphere in the car was more harmonious than ever before. The four great iron bonds in life, whoring together, shouldering guns together, sharing spoils together. They had all three, and the only one missing was studying together as schoolmates. Even Lei Wen, who had always found fault with Li Zimu and deliberately kept his distance, now opened his heart and truly accepted this one-armed young man from the bottom of his heart. The four chatted about the amusing events of the previous night, laughter and cheerful voices never stopping. When they got back to the office, they all flopped onto the desk and fell asleep. Those four must have done nothing good last night. Sun Dongliang, with a slovenly, swaggering air and surrounded by members of Team 3, launched into a round of sardonic commentary about Lei Wu and the others. As the crown prince of the zombie eradication squad, Team 3 had been able to yield to Sun Fei and invite him to join naturally. They could also flatter and play up to him, making Little Sun the center of the universe. This doesn't look right. Team 6 only sent 4 people. Why didn't Lu Air and Tai Dan go? Yesterday, Team 6 was out on a mission. Lu Air and Tai Dan came back first, and it was only half an hour later that Zhao Hong and the others returned. That shows they didn't act together. There's some drama. What drama? Everyone knows Lu Air and Zhao Hong are harmonious on the surface, but not at heart. It's also an open secret that Li Zimu and Lu Air trade cold stares. They'd all thought the group was maintaining surface peace, but yesterday things probably fell out. Everyone analyzed the matter for a while and guessed it with near-perfect accuracy. After all, they were all together every day. Everyone had a measure of each person's appearance and temperament. When the discussion was over and the 6 members of Team 3 looked at Lu Air again, their meaningful gazes made Old Two's face hot. He could only force calm and pretend to be busy. If it came to an open break, Zhao Hong and his people were greater in number and strength, so the losing side would always be the one with fewer people. As for the 4 slumped over the desks, Lei Wu didn't need to sleep. After meditating for a while, he couldn't rein in his mind, so he simply started watching a martial arts drama again. Li Zimu was very sleepy, but he had been too excited the previous night to fall asleep today. He could only close his eyes and rest for a while before starting to chat idly with Lei Wu. Brother Wu, is there anything you want to buy? Lei Wu scratched his head. I don't think there's anything I need to buy. Li Zimu asked again, then besides martial arts, reading, and watching dramas, what other hobbies do you have? Lei Wu wanted badly to say that he was interested in eating human flesh, but he only dared to think about it. I guess I don't have any hobbies. Fine. Just pretend I didn't ask. Helplessly, Zimu lay back down on the desk and went to sleep. In less than a week, not only had his money not decreased, but he had received that month's salary as well. One-armed Li, refusing to give up, asked the same question again. Brother Wu, do you really have nothing you want to buy? No. Then besides becoming a 9th-rank powerhouse, is there any dream of yours that money can realize? I don't think so either. Li Zimu really wanted to give that wooden blockhead a big flick on the forehead to flick it open and see whether Wu's skull was filled with nothing but paste. That day, Zhao Hong asked for leave to deal with family affairs. His wife had cancer and didn't come down from the operating table. Lei Wen too suddenly fell severely ill, running a high fever that lingered for days. He had already lain in his dormitory for a week. Right before they set out on a mission, the alarm in the bureau blared loudly. Li Zimu slammed a delicately wrapped box onto the desk with a bang and ran out of the office before Lei Wu could say anything. Once he got in the car and saw Lu Air driving up front, tied in the passenger seat, and Li Zimu beside him, Lei Wu frowned, feeling the atmosphere was unusually stifling. With this lineup, it would be more surprising if nothing happened. Uncle Lu, can we discuss something? Lei Wu used the gentlest, most amiable tone of his life, gripping the driver's seat backrest as he leaned his head forward. Lu Air spoke with a stiff tone, casting a sidelong glance at him and saying, "Get to the point. My brother passed out in the dorm, and Mu Zi and I need to carry him to the..." Lei Wu was blatantly lying, but even with his foolishly simple-minded persona to back him up, it meant nothing. Lu Air saw through it instantly and retorted without mercy, "If your brother is unconscious, the proper thing to do is call an ambulance. What would you gain by going back? It's always better to have someone there to look after him. Then go back yourself." Lu Air maintained a stern expression and said, "You've witnessed how ferocious the zombies are at Yijing Tianshan. Do you expect Mu Zi and I to go on this mission alone and sign our own death warrants?" Lei Wu fell silent and quietly took his seat in the back. Li Zimu, noticing his frustration, deliberately ignored them both and gazed vacantly out the window at the bustling traffic and dreamlike blur of city lights. Anxious tension coiled inside Lei Wu, who desperately wanted to drag Li Zimu out of the car right then and there. Forget the mission, keeping them both safe was what mattered most. But deep down he understood that running away today only delayed the inevitable. Some things were fated beyond human control. With his current strength, he couldn't bridge the rift between the three of them or ease the hatred burning within Li Zimu's heart. All he could manage was easing the oppressive tension in the car, steering Li Zimu's thoughts away from sorrow and his father. "Mu Zi, what's inside that box you gave me? Take a guess, Brother Wu." Li Zimu smiled. A beautiful surprise always brought joy, swiftly dispelling much of the melancholy weighing on his heart. Lei Wu pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, "A book? A dictionary?" A martial arts novel. Of course not. Li Zimu shook his head repeatedly. My box isn't even the size of an A4 sheet of paper. How could it fit a dictionary or such a thick novel? Lei Wu scratched his head in frustration and asked again, then maybe a shopping card. A bank card. Neither. Seeing that Brother Wu truly couldn't guess, Li Zimu revealed directly, it's a Starfall flying dagger. Lei Wu was stunned, never having imagined that the other person would give him something he needed so desperately. Li Zimu explained with a smile. Last year you asked me, Brother Wu, if anything could match the power of a bullet. My answer was the flying dagger. Since you've mastered the iron sandpalm, learning hidden weapons shouldn't be difficult for you. With years of dedicated practice and a sufficiently sturdy dagger, your thrown blades would surely rival bullets, giving you an extra layer of protection whenever crisis strikes. Lei Wu's lips trembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion, and he pulled out his phone to transfer money. Muzi, how much did this cost? Let me pay you back. Li Zimu quickly pressed down his phone, smiling as he said, Brother Wu, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. Lei Wu froze again. Growing up, aside from his older brother Lei Wen, no one had ever remembered his birthday on February 15th each year. And apart from Lei Wen, no one had ever given him a birthday gift. Yet Li Zimu, a man of few words, a colleague who had already lost an arm at such a young age, had remembered his birthday and gifted him something so precious. All of Lei Wu's overwhelming emotion could only be expressed in a soft, tender, thank you. Hey, there's no need for thanks. Li Zimu put on a cheerful air and said, we're brothers after all. There's no need for formalities like this, Brother Wu. When my birthday comes around, just get me something. It's that simple. Deal, let's make a promise. Lei Wu happily reached out his large hand and clasped it tightly with Li Zimu's only remaining right hand, yet an overwhelming sense of sorrow surged uncontrollably within his heart. Up front, Lu'er and Tai Dan, overhearing the exchange between the two in the back, couldn't help but exchange a glance. When they turned their heads back, their faces were filled with disdain. 20-something years old and still pulling childish acts like primary schoolers. So damn pretentious. The police car soon arrived at Yijing Tianshan and pulled into the Villa district. After several years facing the identical scene, once more Lei Wu couldn't help but feel dazed and distant. The security captain was still Han Yang. It seemed he had consumed some kind of advanced evolution solution, as his appearance looked even younger than before. He radiated vitality and an extraordinary aura, carrying himself with the poised elegance of a true master. Lu'er had been to Yijing Tianshan numerous times on missions, so he stepped forward to greet Han Yang familiarly, only to discover that Han Yang's gaze was fixed on Lei Wu, who had just stepped out of the car. Years ago, that million in cash and the black knife had become a persistent obsession haunting Han Yang. Han Yang had analyzed every possible scenario and drawn his conclusion. The only people who had seen both the million in cash and the black knife, and who had the opportunity to ambush him from behind, were the three members of Team 6 at that time. Eliminating Zhao Hong, who had already split the money and left the scene, only the Lei brothers, Lei Wen and Lei Wu, remained as suspects. Over the past few years, he had been investigating the brothers' backgrounds, connections, and activities, searching for leverage to restore both his dignity and his lost money. He wasn't a police officer solving a case. He didn't need solid evidence. Suspicion of these two men combined with some leads was more than enough for his purposes. But after years of investigation, both Lei Wen and Lei Wu appeared completely normal, with no exploitable weaknesses. Moreover, they were officers with the Changdong police station, and Han Yang couldn't simply act on suspicion alone when they held official authority. As for forcibly detaining them or resorting to torture, he had considered those methods, and even mentioned it to Sun Fei. But to his surprise, Director Sun issued a sharp warning without hesitation. These are my men. I'll deal with them myself, but if you lay a hand on them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Fei was merely a low-ranking section chief with mediocre combat ability, but there existed a ruling family in Jiangsheng whose entire clan bore the surname Sun. Although Sun Fei was merely a collateral branch member barely within the 5 degrees of kinship, who knew whether any of the direct line siblings close to him might intervene on his behalf. Just considering that Sun Fei, at only 34 years old, had already served 8 years as a combat section chief. If anyone claimed he had no influential backing, even dogs wouldn't believe it. That was exactly how it stood. Han Yang hadn't dared to make a move, but instead locked his gaze firmly onto Lei Wu, his mind racing with fantasies of hanging this guy up and extracting confessions through torture. In reality, he could only let out a contemptuous snort and turn to Lu'er, saying, the villa owner isn't home. We estimate 9 people are inside. After we breached the door, 7 zombies charged out immediately. The remaining 2 need to be searched out by you. One of them is the owner's daughter. Whether she's been mutated or not, you're not authorized to shoot. You must subdue her alive and wait for the owner to return so he can see his daughter one final time. No shooting. Lu'er's brows furrowed deeply while Lei Wu and Li Zimu exchanged bewildered glances. Tai Dan blurted out bluntly, our job on missions is simply to clear out zombies. We're paid for eliminating them. This is an unreasonable demand, and we absolutely cannot agree to it. Unless you're talking about extra payment, right? Han Yang sneered dismissively. Relax. The owner has already declared his terms. Whoever brings his daughter back unharmed will receive a bonus of 100,000. 100,000 yuan was a hefty sum, yet none of Lei Wu's 4-man team uttered a word. Under a heavy reward, there are always bold takers. If the money were truly that easy to earn, Han Yang could have let his own men in. Why summon the corpse disposal squad? His report to the police only mentioned zombies appearing in Tiantian without specifying which villa or what grade they were. If they had known beforehand that it was Villa No. 7, even if it meant quitting on the spot, clashing head-on with Sun Fei and receiving disciplinary notice from the Bureau, the four would never have taken this assignment. In Tiantian, the higher a villa's ranking, the greater the power and capabilities of its owner and family. This owner had to be at least a level 7 expert and a prominent figure in Jiangxing. Children of such big shots received top-tier education from childhood, mastering firearms and combat techniques with ease. Nourished on evolution serums and gene drugs since they were young, they utterly crushed opponents of the same rank. Some reached level 5 at 18. Han Yang had been level 5 a few years ago, and now appeared to have stepped into level 6. Still, how could a man of grassroots origins compare with the children of giants raised on top-grade resources? Even he couldn't be sure of walking out unscathed. For the four of them to go in was nothing short of suicide. Lu Er was just as decisive and refused outright. I'm sorry, but we won't take this job. You can contact another security company and see if they want this 100,000 yuan. I'm sorry too. Han Yang grinned. Your section chief Sun Fei just called. He demands you carry out the mission, otherwise he'll file a report to the higher-ups and have all four of you dismissed. Your director is bound to approve it. On what grounds? Tiedon, hot-tempered, as ever, glared with bulging eyes. Han Yang clasped his hands behind his back. On the grounds that the owner of Villa No. 7 is named Sun, a member of the Sun family of Jiangxing. Is that enough? Tiedon's face flushed red as if about to bleed. He wanted to curse, but could only swallow his anger. Seeing the four torn between entering and refusing, Han Yang poured more fuel on the fire. All right, no more hesitation. Jobs aren't easy to come by these days, and your benefits are decent. Lose them and life won't be kind to you afterward. Now all you have to do is go in and get the target under control, and the property management will add another 100,000 to your reward. 200,000. Tied-in swallowed hard, his heart stirred. It was the highest bounty he had seen in his 10 years in the corpse disposal squad. Moreover, this mission carried an extremely high mortality rate. With four of them splitting the reward, each share would be thin. If things went well, he could pocket half. He exchanged a glance with Lu Er, then both turned in silent accord toward Li Zimu and Lei Wu. Are you two going in? No. Lei Wu answered without hesitation, stretching out an arm to block Li Zimu, signaling him to stay together with him. Compared with the job, he cared far more about keeping Li Zimu out of harm's way. But Li the one-armed thought otherwise. Almost in the same breath, his voice rang out with unshakable resolve. I'm going in. Brother will wait for me outside. No. Lei Wu refused flatly, his towering frame blocking Li Zimu directly. Under the brilliant lights, he cast a broad shadow that swallowed Li Zimu's figure. Lu Er frowned. Lei Wu, don't you think you're overstepping? Just because you don't need money doesn't mean others don't. Taidan chimed in, you're not the captain. If he's willing to go, what's it to you? Han Yang studied the four with keen interest. His gaze lingered briefly on Lu Er and Tiedon, then slid sideways at Li Zimu. After a moment's thought, he had already figured out the schemes of these three. However, the one he most wanted inside the villa was Lei Wu. This was a perfect chance to test the lad's abilities. The four of you are a team, yet you can't even go on a mission together. Some enter, some don't. It seems the corpse disposal squad has really fallen. Lei Wu ignored Han Yang's sarcasm. Seeing Li Zimu's resolute face, he had no choice but to change his words. Then I'll go in too. Zimu, we go together. Lu Er's brow knit, then gradually relaxed. He warned with meaning, I hope everyone works together on this mission and doesn't pull any tricks behind anyone's back. Lei Wu and Li Zimu said nothing, focusing on checking their gear. One carried a huge ammunition box and a Gatling gun, the other held a submachine gun in his single hand and bore an alloy warblade on his back. Lu Er arranged the tactics. There are four of us this time, so the 3-3 formation won't work. Switch to two-man groups. You two take the lead. No, I'll go first, and Brother Wu takes the rear. Li Zimu said without room for negotiation. Brother Wu's Gatling needs time to fire. Putting him in front is useless. Well, that works too. Lu Er hesitated, then stepped aside, leaving Lei Wu at the rear of the three. They walked slowly into the villa, and as usual shot out all surveillance cameras before searching the kitchen. Li Zimu walked to the door, fired a shot into the air, and pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully. Only after confirming there was no zombie movement inside did he kick the door open and survey the kitchen. A huge freezer sat against the wall, 7 or 8 meters long. Li Zimu stepped forward 2 paces, peered through the glass top, and fired several shots in quick succession. A zombie with deathly pale skin was sealed inside the freezer, dressed in a butler's uniform, its face hideous. Clearly it had been trapped and frozen in there before it could mutate. Blasting the zombie's head apart, the four felt today's mission was going remarkably smoothly. That just leaves the owner's daughter. After grabbing some frozen meat from the freezer, they left the kitchen and climbed the winding stairs to search the rooms on the second floor. Li Zimu was especially cautious. No one wanted to die, especially with Lei Wu present. Even if he wanted to settle scores with Lu Er and Tiedon, he couldn't let Lei Wu get caught in the blast. They kicked open the doors one by one, but there was no sign of the owner's daughter. Every room on the second floor has windows. The security team's gunfire had already reached us. If there were zombies, they would have smashed through the windows long ago. I say we don't need to search the first floor either. Same story. Let's go straight to the basement. They all breathed a sigh of relief and were about to head downstairs when they turned, and were struck speechless by terror. At some point, a head had emerged from beneath the winding staircase leading to the basement. Dressed in a princess gown, with white pupil-less eyes and cracks all over her body, the girl tilted her head toward the second floor like she had stumbled upon something curious. She stared fixedly at Lei Wu, her expression dazed and bewildered. But the female zombie's blankness lasted only an instant. With ferocity erupting, she lunged at the second floor, claws bared and fangs flashing. A blur filled their eyes before they could react. The female zombie had already darted past Lei Wu and sunk her teeth into Tianan's neck, tearing at it madly. The change came too fast. The female zombie moved as if teleporting, dozens of meters in a single bound, stunning everyone. But what horrified them even more was that she did not bite Lei Wu. The three had no time to ponder why. Tianan's screams rang through the villa, then stopped abruptly amid a storm of gunfire. Li Zimu and Lu Er both opened fire, but the bullets striking the female zombie merely left shallow pits on her skin. Run. Lu Er said nothing more. He didn't try to save Tianan either. At the brink of life and death, he dropped his gun and fled. It was just like years ago when Li Zimu's father was surrounded by zombies, and all 5 members of Squad 9 thought only of themselves, watching helplessly as their teammate was clawed. A truly tragic disaster. But no sooner had Lu Er taken a step than he slammed face first into the ground. He widened his eyes and looked back. Li Zimu, with his only arm, had grabbed his leg in a death grip and shouted, "Brother Wu, run." "What are you doing?" Lu Er flew into a rage. In disbelief, he kicked wildly at Li Zimu's head with his other leg, trying to shake him off. The struggle between the two immediately drew the female zombie's attention. In just a second or two, Tianan's neck had been bitten through. Head severed from body, he was silent, the terror frozen on his face. The next instant, the female zombie was about to pounce at Lu Er and Li Zimu when, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, she ducked sharply, dodging the massive hand that smashed toward her from behind. Lei Wu's towering figure stood before her, blocking her line of sight. The female zombie seemed dazed again, as if pondering why this fellow creature was so different from the rest. But she was soon drawn to the sounds of the 2 men scuffling behind her. Baring fierce fangs, she opened her maw wide at Lei Wu, who blocked her path, and let out a silent, yet terrifying roar. Vajra, corpse-crushing palm. Lei Wu channeled his power, his right hand instantly swelled with blood, turning into a massive, vivid flesh and iron fan, and swung savagely at the female zombie's head again. In all his years in the squad, he had never seen a zombie dodge, because zombies had no consciousness. They were just walking corpses. But today he saw one. The female zombie ducked almost instinctively, like a terrifyingly trained boxing master, whose muscle memory persisted even after zombification. When Lei Wu turned to look, Lu Er had already been bitten on the neck, and was struggling desperately, screaming in terror. Li Zimu's neck also bore a deep gash from which blood welled out. "Zimu!" Lei Wu shouted in panic. Then an uncontrollable rage surged in his chest. But reason told him that sneak attacks would not work against the female zombie. Instead, Lei Wu walked slowly toward her, and his right hand gently touched her head, as if caressing his own child. His 5 fingers curved like hooks and dug in with tremendous force. Bang! His enormous palm crushed the female zombie's skull. Half of Lu Er's neck had been devoured. With the last of his strength, he stared wide-eyed and pointed at Lei Wu in disbelief. You. The next moment, his finger dropped, and he died completely. Lei Wu had no time for that man. He hurriedly pulled bandages from the pack, gently lifted Li Zimu, leaned him against himself, and dressed the bleeding gash on his neck. "Brother Wu, I never imagined you were hiding such a secret," Li Zimu teased with a smile. "In our East City precinct, the most professional corpse disposal team in all of Jiangcheng, there's been a zombie hiding among us for years, living side by side with us. Really unexpected." Lei Wu remained silent, focusing on dressing the wound. "Brother Wu, stop fussing. It's no use." Li Zimu smiled bitterly and raised a hand to stop him. "I've long expected this day. My father died 4 years ago, and for 4 years I've suffered in my dreams, tortured for 4 years. Countless nights I struggled with whether to avenge him or demand justice. Today all of Squad 9 is dead, and I can finally be free." Cough, cough. Li Zimu couldn't help coughing. The wound on his neck made his throat itch, and with every cough the bandage reddened a little more. "Brother Wu, you need to destroy Lu Er and Tianan's body cameras, or they'll expose your identity." As he spoke, Li Zimu tore off his own chest camera, laid it on the ground, smashed the casing open with the rifle, but broke the chip and circuit board inside, then handed the rifle to Lei Wu. Lei Wu destroyed the other 2 cameras in the same way. Although it would invite suspicion, for when on the mission 3 died and no cameras remained, it was still better than exposing his identity. By now Li Zimu's face was deathly pale, his body twitching involuntarily, his consciousness fading. The higher a zombie's grade, the stronger the virus, and the faster the victim mutated after infection. Years ago, Li Zimu's father's physical condition had reached level 3. Wounded by an ordinary grade-less zombie, he had managed to hold on for more than an hour until Li Zimu arrived. This female zombie had been at least level 5 before death, while Li Zimu was only level 2. He could last 10 minutes at most. So this is what the mutation process feels like. Li Zimu gave a wretched smile. My body itches. Burning hot like a high fever, so weak I can't muster any strength. Brother Wu, did it feel like this when you became a zombie? I don't know. Lei Wu shook his head sadly. I was knocked out, and when I woke up I was already like this. Li Zimu's mouth moved uncontrollably, his speech beginning to slur. Then. That's good. You didn't suffer too much. Lei Wu nodded in reply, his nose stinging and eyes reddening. Seeing Li Zimu convulse more and more violently, he could no longer hide the grief in his heart. Zimu, be our brother Wu, don't be sad. We've been on so many missions together. We've long been used to partings and death. Crying would make people laugh. Li Zimu's breath grew weak, his vitality draining away, feeling fading from his body. His voice became softer and more halting. These past few years, thank you for staying with me, brother Wu. Otherwise in the corpse disposal squad I wouldn't even have had anyone to talk to. Lei Wu's lips trembled as he gripped Li Zimu's hand tightly, as if doing so could give the other man some strength and bring him back from death. Brother Wu, I'm here. Thank you for seeing me off on this final journey. Li Zimu strained every muscle to control his face, trying to keep a smile. But his body was no longer under his control. His voice was tiny and indistinct, only a pitch that sounded like huh. Brother Wu, please just give me a bullet. Li Zimu's black pupils were fading, gradually replaced by grayish white. His fingernails were turning blue. His body shook violently like a machine, his limbs twisting at unnatural angles, joints reversing. At any moment, he might mutate and rise. Zimu. Lei Wu cried out in sorrow, trying desperately to hold him down, but it was useless. He could only pick up the submachine gun beside him, his hands trembling, and aim it at Li Zimu. At that moment the submachine gun, usually as light as a toy, became heavier than a mountain in Lei Wu's hands. His fingers lost all their strength, trembling, powerless to pull the trigger. He couldn't fire that shot. Memories flashed before his eyes, making Lei Wu tremble all over. Li Zimu had once said, brother Wu, I want to transfer to Squad 6. I don't get along with Squad 9. Can you help me? Li Zimu had once said, it doesn't matter that I've lost an arm. We'll work hard together, just as you said, brother Wu. Meet at the summit arm in arm and talk about the rivers and mountains. Li Zimu had once said, if I ever get infected, brother Wu, can you give me a single bullet? Let me leave without suffering. Don't let me end up like my father. Li Zimu had once said. Endless grief engulfed Lei Wu, driving him to roar in fury and fire 3 shots into the sky. But he still couldn't pull the trigger on Li Zimu. I'll do it. Lei Wu arrived at the sound and snatched the submachine gun, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced Li Zimu's head, spraying blood. And with that, Li Zimu was no more in this world. A deathly silence pervaded the entire villa. Lei Wu stared blankly at Li Zimu's body, his mind flooded with memories of the man over the years, flashing past like scenes from a movie. Yet in that fleeting instant, Li Zimu had departed this world forever. Bitterness, helplessness, and grief washed over him. In the span of a breath their bond had snapped, their dreams shattered into nothing. Music. Lei Wu murmured, his face contorted with sorrow. Beside him, Lei Wu gazed at the 3 corpses on the ground and couldn't help but heave a mournful sigh. This outcome he had long anticipated. During the days he'd been ill in the dormitory, his fever never subsided, his mind delirious from the burning heat, yet he never forgot to worry about his teammates. When Zheng Guo mentioned over the phone that Team 6 had gone on a mission, with only Lei Wu, Lu Er, Tai Dan, and Li Zimu remaining, Lei Wu drove, despite his grave illness, racing to catch up at once. He harbored no fears for Lu Er and Tai Dan. Their bonds had long severed. But he couldn't bear to see Li Zimu risk his life in desperate combat. Even less could he allow his younger brother to suffer even a scratch. Yet he had still arrived too late. The scene before him transcended tragedy. It was a catastrophe wrought upon humanity. Moi. Suddenly Lei Wu noticed the shattered recorders on the ground, freezing in astonishment. This catastrophe concealed secrets no one must ever learn. All 3 had perished, yet only Lei Wu survived, meaning destroying the recorders would benefit Xiao the most. Glancing at his younger brother without betraying any emotion, Lei Wu remarked, their recorders are all broken, so why is yours still intact on your chest? Before Lei Wu could snap from his grief, Lei Wu yanked the recorder from his chest and dashed it to the ground, crushing it into fragments with the submachine gun. Then he crouched down, gathering the chip circuit boards from all 4 recorders in his hand. Surveying the surroundings, he walked to the nearest bathroom and flushed them down the toilet, to prevent any tech expert from splicing the boards back together and recovering the data. But that wasn't enough. Lei Wu retrieved specialized tools from his backpack and searched the entire second floor and living room for surveillance equipment, ensuring Lei Wu and the others hadn't missed anything that might have captured damning evidence. After a thorough sweep, Lei Wu actually discovered 2 cleverly concealed pinhole cameras. Fortunately, they were the type that stored data on memory cards rather than transmitting online. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful the owner of Villa Number 7 might be, Lei Wu would have had no choice but to help his brother silence every witness. Smashing the 2 cameras and memory cards, flushing them down the toilet, as well, Lei Wu returned to the scene and meticulously pieced together every detail of the battle. What drew the most attention, of course, was the female zombie's head. The upper portion of the skull had exploded open, while on the lower part several finger-shaped serrated marks were barely visible, sufficient evidence to explain her cause of death. Lei Wu drew a sharp breath. No wonder the recorders had to be destroyed. How much strength, how tremendous and explosive force would be required to crush a zombie's skull that even bullets couldn't penetrate? One must understand. The bone density of a zombie's skull was an entirely different matter compared to the hardness of their outer skin. Submachine gun bullets couldn't pierce the skin, leaving only dense clusters of black marks. Striking a zombie's head was like scratching an itch, not even a speck would remain. The last time Lei Wu was at Villa number 19, he'd smashed the owner's head with a single palm strike. That was a desperate surge of hidden potential in a crisis. Moreover, he'd used his palm, gathering every ounce of bodily strength into one devastating blow. But this time, to slay the female zombie, he'd employed 5 separate fingers, each exerting its own force. The difficulty had multiplied several times over. The explosive power of those 5 fingertips in that instant must have exceeded 10 tons. If his fingers alone could generate 10 tons, then a full palm strike could probably shatter a boulder the height of a person. Terrifying. Lei Wen's eyelids trembled. He knew himself incapable of such intensity. Afterward, a wave of relief washed over Lei Wen. His younger brother had finally matured, possessing unimaginable abilities, yet knowing when to conceal his strength. A valuable asset for survival in this chaotic world. However, erasing evidence and concealing Lei Wu's true capabilities posed an immense challenge. After contemplation, Lei Wen extracted a small green bottle from his backpack and dripped several drops of black liquid onto the female zombie's lower skull. In an instant, the female zombie's skull dissolved rapidly, hissing and crackling, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Next, Lei Wen located the bloodstains splattered across the floor from the female zombie's exploding head and carefully applied drops of the black liquid to each one. Then he produced a white cloth, wiping his fingerprints from the green bottle, smearing it through the blood on Lu Er's body, and finally stuffing it into his hand, clamping his fingers tightly around it. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. After surveying the surroundings once more to ensure no flaws remained, Lei Wen went to the car and retrieved 3 body bags, signaling Lei Wu to stop standing frozen, and quickly bagged the 3 corpses for hasty departure. The client had demanded his daughter be returned unharmed to see her one final time, yet her head had exploded. This transformed a rescue mission into an elimination operation. The client would harbor resentment, and rightfully so. Alas, whatever Lei Wen feared, fate would deliver. A figure frequently appearing on television rushed anxiously into the villa. The director of Jiangxing television station, Sun Jinggang. He had interviewed level 9 powerhouses and various level 8 luminaries, his circle of connections remarkably vast, his influence tremendous. The mission where Sun Fei made a spectacle of himself at Xinghe Middle School had occurred precisely because of his acquaintance with Director Sun. Sun Jinggang rushed upstairs and took one glance, his complexion instantly changing. Nyonyo? The dissolving agent's power was ruthless. Within moments, it had consumed the female zombie's entire head and continued spreading down the neck. Lei Wen and Lei Wu had collected the bodies of Li Zimu and Tai Dan deliberately, leaving Lu Er for last. Upon seeing the bottle in his hand, Sun Jinggang immediately deduced his daughter's cause of death. Retrieving Li Zimu's alloy battle blade, he struck downward, severing the corroded portion of his daughter until only the area below her shoulders remained. Amidst his grief, Sun Jinggang pointed at Lu Er and asked coldly, "Who is this person?" "The vice captain of Team 6, Lu Er." The director fixed his icy gaze upon the 2 brothers. "He died. Why are you 2 unharmed?" "I was the last to arrive," Lei Wen explained. "We weren't on the same mission. By the time I got there, this was already the state of things." Lei Wu replied woodenly, "We finished searching the room. I was the last to leave. Before I could even react, Lu Er had already been bitten on the neck by your daughter. He had no choice but to take out the green bottle and pour it over your daughter's head." Sun Jiangang's brow furrowed into a knot. Like Lei Wen, he analyzed the situation based on bloodstains, battle remnants, and the corpses' positions. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, murder flickering in his eyes. "You just said the dissolving agent was poured onto Nyonyo's head." Lei Wu nodded. Sun Jiangang's killing intent intensified. Pointing at several puddles of fetid black blood on the ground, he coldly demanded, "Since it was poured on top, why does Nyonyo's head show signs of having exploded?" "That's quite simple, isn't it?" Lei Wen interjected. "When someone's neck is bitten and they're trying to push the attacker away, they'd naturally bash the other person's head in desperation. Blood splattering about is perfectly normal." Sun Jiangang's brow relaxed somewhat, seemingly accepting this reasoning. But after examining Lu Er, his expression quickly twisted into a cold sneer. This Lu Er's body, including the green bottle in his hand, bears only red blood. No traces of the black corrosion from dissolution. Don't tell me that before the black liquid could even begin melting Nyonyo's head, he was already strong enough to bash it open himself. A chill ran through Lei Wen's heart, though his expression remained unchanged. "I arrived later, so I'm not familiar with these details." Sun Jinggang turned his cold gaze to Lei Wu, forcing the young man to explain. "I wasn't paying close attention to their scuffle at the time because my brother Li Zimu had been wounded. My focus was entirely on him." Han Yang had followed Sun Jinggang into the villa, remaining silent behind him throughout. Now he suddenly spoke. Could it be that this Lu Er was concealing his true abilities? Someone capable of researching a dissolving agent would certainly be no ordinary person. Hiding some strength would be entirely reasonable. Both Lei Wen and Lei Wu displayed a flicker of surprise. They hadn't anticipated this fellow would actually help cast doubt elsewhere. Sun Jiangang's expression remained gloomy, yet he had to admit that Han Yang's reasoning sounded quite plausible. Judging by the potency of that black corrosive liquid, able to effortlessly dissolve the skull of a level 6 powerhouse, one could tell that Lu Er was a prodigiously talented man with extraordinary methods. In this ruthless arena, everyone has a card up their sleeve, don't they? Besides, the man was already dead, which at least gave Nyonyo someone to keep her company in the afterlife. All the doubts had been explained, so there was no point in pursuing the matter further. Sun Jiangang fell silent and simply went to pick up Nyonyo's body. Seeing this, Lei Wen and Lei Wu hastily hoisted the body bag and scrambled away. The two brothers loaded the bodies of their 3 teammates into the car. Seeing that Sun Jiangang had not pursued them, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. With a figure of such stature, once the killing intent took hold, even their status as police officers could not shield them from his wrath. Even had Sun Jiangang cut the two brothers down on the spot, Sun Fei would not have intervened on their behalf, nor would anyone have dared to avenge them and offend a direct descendant of the Sun clan. Han Yang walked out of the villa and teased, "So how does it feel to have cheated death? Pretty exhilarating, isn't it?" The two brothers exchanged glances, their expressions complex, but they still dutifully said, "Thank you," in unison. Han Yang's faint, ambiguous smile made him even more certain that one of them was the one who had robbed him of $1 million in cash in the Black Blade. Compared with the hulking Lei Wu, he was more inclined to believe that the one who had ambushed him was Lei Wen. He had stepped in to rescue the brothers today precisely because he didn't want to see them die at Sun Jiangang's hands. If they died, who would he turn to for recovering his lost face and lost interests? This grudge he would personally avenge. "I'll give you 3 days to go back and settle your affairs, then come find me. Let's talk about where the things missing from Villa 19 have gone." Han Yang put his arms around the brothers' shoulders, led them to a distance, and whispered menacingly, "If you don't show up, one of these nights a shadow might slip into your room and quietly part your heads from your bodies." Lei Wu looked bewildered, and Lei Wen appeared equally perplexed. "May I ask in what way we've offended you?" Lei Wen racked his brain for a moment, then said helplessly, "Last time at Villa 19, we didn't even want to go in, but you insisted we carry out the mission. When we did complete it, you were displeased. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against us for years over such a trivial matter." Lei Wu nodded along as if on the verge of telling Han Yang that he was being too petty. After a pause, Lei Wen added, "As for the missing things you mentioned, we really have no idea what was lost. When we came out carrying those nylon bags, you inspected each of them. Inside were nothing but frozen meat, nothing valuable. So what's the point of coming after us now? Stop playing dumb with me." Han Yang snickered. "Before I was suspicious and uncertain that it was you two who robbed me. But what happened today has made me absolutely certain. You two are definitely among the culprits." Lei Wen shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lei Wu also shook his head. "I don't know either. You're still playing dumb with me." Han Yang let out a cold laugh. "Don't think I don't know. It was you, Lei Wu, who blew Nyonyo's head off. Last time at Villa 19, the mutated level 6 owner was likewise dispatched by a single slap from you that shattered his skull. If I were to tell Director Sun about this, what do you think he'd do?" The brothers' faces changed. Even the wisest can slip, and Lei Wen hadn't considered this point. Han Yang continued his analysis. "Since it was you, Lei Wu, who blew Nyonyo's head off, why would Lu Er have needed to use the corpse-dissolving liquid? I've dealt with him for many years and know his character and deeds well. He is nothing but a reckless brute with a bit of low cunning, not much. How could he possibly have concocted this black corrosive liquid? Moreover, half his neck was bitten off. Judging from the marks, it only took 2 or 3 bites. I'm afraid he had no time to resist. He was bitten to death in 2 or 3 seconds. How could he have had time to pull out a bottle? And this corpse-dissolving liquid is clearly your handiwork, Lei Wen." Han Yang fixed his gaze on him. "To cover up the truth that your brother blew Nyonyo's head off and avoid offending Sun Jiangang, you used the corpse-dissolving liquid to dissolve Nyonyo's head, then placed it in Lu Er's hands to frame him. You also cleaned up the scene. Only someone with your meticulous mind, Lei Wen, could have managed it with so little trace for Sun Jiangang to detect." Seeing the brothers' ashen faces, Han Yang said triumphantly, "If I hadn't investigated you for years and gotten to know you two so well. Everyone on the corpse disposal team says you, Lei Wen, are mysterious and unfathomable, yet nobody is quite sure where your brilliance lies. I might well have been fooled by you too." Seeing other security guards approaching seemingly with questions, Han Yang lightly patted the brothers' shoulders and whispered, "Remember, I'm only giving you 3 days to return the money and the knife. Otherwise, this isn't over." With that, Han Yang turned and left, leaving the two brothers looking as mournful as if they had lost their parents. On the way back to the sub-bureau, Lei Wu asked worriedly, "Brother, what are we going to do?" "Lei Wen will handle it." "Lei Wu, what do you mean by handle it?" "Lei Wen, give him back the black knife for now. Once we get through this, we'll find a chance to steal it back again." Lei Wu was stunned, feeling as if he had discovered a new continent. Could that really work? "What about the money?" "I have my ways." Lei Wen's gold-rimmed glasses under the constantly flickering neon lights along the roadside reflected a flowing rainbow of 5 colors like the halo of wisdom behind the head of a deity or Buddha. 3 days from now, I'll go talk to him. I'll find a way to turn an enemy into a friend, making this Han Yang our backer. At that moment Lei Wu suddenly felt that his elder brother had the power to turn clouds with a flip of his hand and summon rain with a reverse gesture. Like an ancient great sage, no difficulty could stand in his way. Come to think of it, Han Yang is indeed not simple. Over the years of missions, Lei Wu had seen much of the world and encountered all sorts of oddities, as well as big shots like Sun Jiangang. But among all those people, the most extraordinary was Han Yang. This guy, though only a security captain and nothing impressive in ordinary times, has a mind, analytical ability, scheming capacity, and cautious temperament that cannot be underestimated. At critical moments, he's as shrewd as a monkey. Lei Wu nodded as well. When you're out in the world, it's good to make more friends. I can tell Han Yang doesn't harbor killing intent toward us. Instead, he finds us intriguing, able to add some amusement to his life. Then let's give him a laugh. As the brothers chatted, Lei Wu suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked, "Did Li Zimu give you a gift?" "Yeah." Lei Wu nodded. "A star meteorite flying dagger. That dagger is worth 100,000 yuan. Li Zimu sold his house and drained his entire fortune to buy it for you." Lei Wu sighed. Moreover, of the 9 insurance policies Liu Air previously set up, Li Zimu, who had no relatives, wrote you as the beneficiary. "That's also you." Lei Wu's words plunged Lei Wu back into profound sorrow. Truth be told, he had never invested much in Li Zimu. Their bond was only close because both men were taciturn and their temperaments so alike. It was only after time passed, driven by a sense of friendship, that he truly began to care for the other. Meanwhile, Li Zimu had long regarded Lei Wu as his genuine sworn brother, just as it was with him and his elder brother Lei Wu. From that day forward, that starfall dagger was as good as Li Zimu himself. The following morning, Lei Wu arrived at work on time. Before he could even settle in, Sun Fei summoned him into the section chief's office, his furious voice reverberating throughout the entire workspace. "What the hell is going on with your group? For people, and only you walked away alive. What kind of operation was that? Nobody operates like this, not ever. 3 of your team are dead, that's one thing, but the mission itself was a complete disaster. Did you think this was some counter-terrorism drill at a villa where you just start shooting at anyone you see? It's genuinely unnatural. Years ago, your 6th group eliminated a level 6 zombie at Yijing Tianqin, and I always assumed it was sheer luck. Yet you managed it again, and this time you Lei Wu walked away unscathed once more. You're quite the mysterious fellow, aren't you? Spit it out honestly. How exactly did you pull this off?" Sun Fei unleashed a torrent of curses, venting the anger from the previous night, when he had called Director Sun Jiangong only to be roasted himself. In principle, he should have filed a report recommending Lei Wu's immediate dismissal, showing Director Sun a clear stance, and providing some accountability for this incident. But after careful consideration, Sun Fei only threatened severe punishment. He couldn't bear to let Lei Wu go. The reason was simple. This kid was extraordinarily uncanny. Huge potential, a bright future, and hiding his strength, all of it enormous. No leader wishes for anything less than a roster full of talent. The corpse extermination unit had been in decline for far too long. Aside from himself as section chief, the strongest member of the 9th group only reached level 5. Their overall capability was inferior to even the security detail at Yijing Tianqin. How could this possibly be presented as acceptable? Sun Fei may not have been cut out for leadership, but as long as he occupied this position for a single day, his desire, beyond lining his own pockets, was to surround himself entirely with strong operatives. He wouldn't have minded summoning the greatest talents from history, Zhuge Liang by Qi Huitzubing, to serve under his command. How magnificent would that be? Unifying Jiangshang would be but a moment's thought. Sweeping away zombies would be like taking something from a bag. Now that he had finally produced Lei Wu, someone who hid his depth even further than his brother Lei Wu, how could Sun Fei possibly fire him? If only a bunch of incompetents remained under his command, then, when he eventually lost this position, everyone would blame the unit's decline squarely on his tenure. Most importantly, Lei Wu was nothing like Zhang Gui and the others, those loudmouths constantly scheming rebellion, ready to quit at the slightest hint of unequal treatment. Lei Wu was straightforward and obedient, reliably executing his superior's orders. Who wouldn't favor a soldier like that? Bang! The section chief slammed his desk and demanded sharply, "Where are your mission recorders? Don't tell me all four went missing." The previous night, Lei Wu had already prepared an explanation for his younger brother. Without the slightest flicker of emotion, Lei Wu responded, "We had originally intended to make a fortune yesterday. After entering the property, LV Air instructed Tai Dan to collect all the recorders before we started to eliminate evidence. When we were searching the bathroom, the homeowner's daughter lunged at us and shredded all 4 recorders in her bag. By the time the homeowner returned, my brother and I were still cleaning up the scene. Seeing the recorders were already destroyed, we simply flushed them down the toilet rather than risk placing them in the homeowner's trash and provoking her suspicion toward us. There was no way to verify the truth of the matter, nor anyone on site who knew the exact circumstances. Sun Fei certainly would not dispatch criminal investigation experts to search the villa for traces. After all, Director Sun's residence was not accessible to just anyone. This explanation earned from Sun Fei a cold sneer. He thought to himself, "Your storytelling is impressive, kid, but you can't deceive me. That explanation might fool a 3-year-old child. For recorders completely destroyed, I suspect it's merely a cover for some unfathomable secret." Lei Wu said nothing. Talking too much invites mistakes. He merely wore an expression of helpless resignation, as though to say, if you don't believe me, I have no choice. His attitude of resigned acceptance only deepened Sun Fei's frown. A matter this serious should warrant your dismissal. But I've heard that LV Air possesses a corpse-dissolving solution. I'll give you half a month of suspended duty to reflect. Go and obtain that substance for me. I'll share some with Director Sun to cool his anger. Otherwise you'll undoubtedly lose this job. Corpse-dissolving solution. Lei Wu paused, genuinely taken aback. Sun Fei wanted that. In his possession were 3 small green vials, gifts from Lei when the previous night for self-defense. His brother had specifically warned him never to produce them unless absolutely necessary. They had already appeared once at Sun Jiangang's residence. LV Air, who took the blame, was dead. If they resurfaced, suspicion would inevitably fall upon the 2 brothers once more. Now both Sun Fei and Sun Jiangang wanted it. What if they each received a vial? Then the substance would no longer be unique to them. Its reappearance could be attributed to either party, diffusing suspicion. Lei Wu felt a spark of amusement internally, but his face registered only deep difficulty. That substance belongs solely to LV Air. Heaven knows how he acquired it. Where exactly am I supposed to find it for you? I don't care. Sun Fei struck the desk and glared. If you can't find it, prepare to beg on the streets. A single word from Director Sun, and there will be no place for you in all of Jiangqing. For the first time, Lei Wu felt genuinely unsettled. Sun Jiangang was indeed not someone to provoke. But even if a vial of the solution had to be surrendered, it absolutely could not pass through his own hands, especially not one he had personally retrieved. That would only deepen Sun Fei's suspicion that the solution originated from the brothers themselves. Even an outsider like Han Yang understood what kind of man LV Air was. Sun Fei, who knew him far better, would be even more certain. If Lei Wu could synthesize the corpse-dissolving solution, why would he remain in the corpse extermination unit? He could simply defect to any top-tier conglomerate where they would offer him a $1,000,000 salary and treat him as a protected asset. With this thought, Lei Wu suddenly felt that his brother's decision to stay in the corpse extermination unit was something of a waste. With Lei Wen's abilities, whether operating independently, leading a crew for armed robberies, pursuing scientific research, or attaching himself to a major clan, he would undoubtedly become a dragon among men, his future limitless. And once he had money and influence, he could take Lei Wu with him, escaping this grueling kiln where lives were bartered for coin. So why had Lei Wen chosen to stay? Lei Wu lowered his head and pondered. First, perhaps it was the continuation of family tradition. Since he himself had become a police officer, his brother wished to remain close by for protection. Second, it likely boiled down to 2 characters' discretion. One does not become happy or secure merely by climbing higher and earning more. The more prominent one becomes, the more gossip follows, the more enemies take notice, and the greater the danger. To truly live well and ensure one's safety, there existed only one method. I am a mighty dragon, yet I prefer to transform myself into an loach hiding within the muddy depths. The Yijing Tianjin Villa No. 7 incident ultimately concluded with Lei Wu being suspended for 1 month of self-reflection and given a major demerit. The impact was neither negligible nor insignificant. In future promotions within the bureau, someone with a major demerit would surely be set aside. Lei Wu's path to advancement had become quite difficult. Yet both penalties were merely symbolic. His salary remained untouched, he earned a fully paid month off, and once the storm passed, he'd return to work as if nothing had happened. It was almost too convenient. The families of LV Air and Tai Dan came to the bureau, causing a scene, tearfully confronting Lei Wu and demanding to know why they were the only ones who perished while he survived. Why didn't he die alongside them? Everyone could understand the relatives' grief, so Lei Wen and Zhao Hong escorted them out with measured courtesy, and they dared not mention Lei Wu again. Sun Fei sought to quell the disturbance by securing death compensation equal to 3 months' wages for both families, and the matter quietly closed. In chaotic times, human life holds little value, and those who die understand this best. Over these 2 days, Lei Wu kept watch on the LV family, gathering intelligence on their household routine and departure times. Finally, on the 3rd day, Lei Wu seized his moment and slipped inside, concealing the small green bottle beneath the bed in LV Air's room. He wore gloves and shoe covers the entire time, wiped away all fingerprints from the bottle, and left no trace of his presence in the room. That same day, while cleaning her home, the fastidious wife of LV Air discovered the small green bottle underneath the bed and couldn't suppress her trembling excitement. She had already learned from Lei Wen how her husband died. During the mission, the small green bottle had appeared, capable of melting even level 6 zombies that bullets couldn't penetrate. Such an item would fetch millions on the open market. She called her son LV Sin home, and the two discussed what to do. Though the bottle held tremendous power that could save lives in dire moments for ordinary people like them, facing zombies infrequently, it would likely gather dust forever. Converting it to cash was far more practical. With the green bottle secured in his bag, LV Sin slipped out quietly under the cover of night and made his way toward the large auction house nearby. Lei Wu trailed behind and called Sun Fei. "Section Chief, I've found leads on the corpse-dissolving liquid." "You found it so quickly?" Sun Fei looked thoroughly surprised. Lei Wu nodded and explained, "I've been watching the LV mother and son these past few days. I'm tailing LV Sin now. He's acting suspiciously like he's carrying $1 million, but his bag is small. I suspect he has the corpse-dissolving liquid and is looking to get rid of it. Sun Fei shot up from his seat. Where are you? Chongfeng Street, heading north. I believe your place is nearby. Share your location and I'll meet you there. The line crackled with fierce wind, as though Sun Fei had pushed his phone out of a speeding vehicle's window, the sound of air rushing past relentless. Sun Fei was on foot, and at level 6 his sprint reached 90 meters per second, faster than any 100-meter champion, outpacing even a car. Lei Wu held his phone away from his ear to spare it from the ringing. His thoughts were already with his brother also making his way along Chongfeng Street. This was the appointed hour for Lei Wen's meeting to return the Black Blade and the money. The blood moon hung heavy overhead, thick smog rolling through the air. Before the luxury tower beside Chongfeng Street, Lei Wen waited with the Black Blade slung across his back until Han Yang finally arrived late and unhurried. The reason they chose to conduct business on the open street was simply this. Both men were veterans who understood that open ground offered safety, making it harder for either to be taken down unexpectedly. Lei Wen checked his watch and looked up. You're 10 minutes late, and you've been observing me for those 10 minutes. You scouted within 100 meters and set up various measures, like the sniper on top of the wealth tower and that deep presence figure behind me, likely a level 5 expert, trying to block my retreat. Han Yang was surprised, but remained composed, clapping with a smile. As expected of someone who could poison me, you're meticulous and cautious. But what does it matter? Even if you guessed correctly, the sniper is still there, and someone blocks your path behind you. Today you must give me an answer or you won't leave here unscathed. I'll return it to you. Lei Wen threw the black blade like a flash of lightning, splitting the air, but Han Yang caught it effortlessly, with one hand spinning it gracefully in a flourish before drawing it with a metallic ring. He admired the golden runes etched along the blade, and nodded in satisfaction. Where's my money? The sword can be returned, but the money I've already spent, and I have no intention of giving it back. Moi. Han Yang's expression turned cold as he sheathed the blade, annoyed. Zhao Hong took 100,000, you kept 200,000 for yourself. Where's the remaining 700,000? Did you spend it all? That's right. My brother and I bought evolution liquid which enhanced our strength and indirectly strengthened yours. Oh. Han Yang raised an eyebrow. Strengthened mine. Lei Wen replied calmly. Because we brothers intend to befriend you. Not sworn brothers who would cut through ribs for each other, but at least mutual support. Call on us when difficulties arise, and as long as it doesn't involve our lives, we will help without reservation. Be friends with me. Han Yang laughed heartily. Your brother is only level 2, and you're merely level 3. Even with the police identity bonus, you're still commoners at the bottom, while I'm already level 6. With this black blade, I'm like a tiger adding wings with a group of brothers who'd risk their lives for me. What makes you think you can be friends with me? Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and said, based on our conversation just now, the sniper on your wealth tower rooftop has already fainted. Han Yang's face changed. He quickly pressed his earpiece, calling out the sniper's name, but received no response. Lei Wen ignored him and continued, the level 5 expert behind me has also been taken down. She can't block my path. As for you. 3, 2, 1. Thud. Han Yang felt his legs go weak, unable to support his body, and collapsed to his knees. He immediately looked at his palms. Both hands were tactical gloves, completely isolating him from the blade's hilt. It was impossible for the poison to come from the blade itself. Yet the surroundings were open. He hadn't touched anything. Why had he fallen victim? Han Yang's eyes bulged wide. How did you do it? Lei Wen didn't explain who doing, so would reveal his trump card. He simply put away the remote control hidden between his fingers, and placed a pill in his mouth to renew the antidote's effect, avoiding being taken down by the poison powder dispersed in the night fog. Half a day earlier he had already scouted the area. He had checked the weather forecast, calculated tonight's wind direction and the timing of the night fog, and placed small balls disguised as garbage at nearby high points and in the grass around the wealth tower. The moment he pressed the remote, the powder inside would spray out and scatter with the wind. To restore industrial and manufacturing capabilities, factories everywhere in Jiangsheng were belching smoke, and the air quality was extremely poor. The smog had an extremely foul odor which could perfectly mask the smell of the poison powder. As for why he knew Han Yang had circled for 10 minutes that there was a sniper on the rooftop and someone lurking behind him, that was a secret, hidden within his gold-rimmed glasses. And also that tiny black dot in the high sky. Want to know my secret? I'm not telling you. Han Yang had been desperately waiting for Lei Wen to explain why he had fallen into the trap, only to be cut short by that one remark. All he could do was kneel on the ground, trembling with rage, struggling against the drug's effects. Unfortunately, he had no idea that the key to avoiding poisoning was simply not to breathe. Otherwise, with his level 6 physical conditioning, bone density capable of delivering an 8-ton punch, muscles able to withstand sprinting at nearly 100 meters per second, it would be extraordinarily difficult to take him down unless the toxin was injected directly into his skin. Relying solely on inhaled poison dust would hardly suffice. Now it was Lei Wen's turn to speak with a grin. Do I qualify as your friend now? Not even close. Han Yang cursed through gritted teeth. These are nothing but underhanded tricks. If we were fighting fair, one punch from me would kill 8 of you. Have the guts to take a punch from me. If I survive, you're not my friend anymore, you're my uncle. One generation above, even a big brother. Take your punch. Lei Wen looked ready to charge forward, but composed himself in an instant. He had survived a week-long fever that nearly killed him, risking his life in a narrow escape just to obtain this ultimate trump card. Now with no life or death crisis and no need to throw a punch, revealing his strength over something as trivial as a dispute of pride would make him nothing but a fool. My physical conditioning is indeed inferior to yours, Lei Wen acknowledged calmly, but when we're out here surviving, brute strength matters. Yet wisdom matters far more. Even an ordinary person with an anti-material sniper rifle, using their head, could kill someone like you, a level 6 powerhouse, and create miracles beyond imagination. Pausing, Lei Wen continued with profound eyes. As long as I keep creating miracles and stabilizing them, they become part of my strength. After all, in real life or death battles, everyone fights with everything they have. No one stands still to compare fists. Han Yang's face turned pale, yet he still refused to concede. Your miracles just relied on your brother hiding in the shadows, taking out the sniper on the rooftop, and ambushing those blocking your retreat. That's hardly sophisticated tactics. He didn't come, Lei Wen said, shaking his head. I can handle you alone. No need for my brother. Han Yang refused to believe it. Without someone covering his back, how could Lei Wen possibly take down a sniper from a distance? Lei Wen stopped explaining and simply walked forward, his footsteps echoing sharply in the quiet street, his voice growing distant. Don't you suddenly feel a chill on your scalp like it's been glued together? Han Yang froze, feeling a liquid dripping down from above and sticking his scalp together. Reaching up to touch the back of his head, Captain Han was completely stunned. He looked up at the sky, nothing there. He had no idea how Lei Wen had managed it. That was the first time I spared your life, Lei Wen said coldly. Otherwise what would have dripped down wouldn't have been glue, but black water capable of melting a level 6 zombie. Ignoring Han Yang's terrified expression, Lei Wen took another step and asked, don't your knees feel incredibly itchy, like 10,000 ants crawling inside? As soon as he spoke, Han Yang's legs began convulsing violently. He couldn't stop himself from clawing at his knee bones, wishing he had zombie-like nails just to dig his fingers into bone and relieve the unbearable itching. Lei Wen threw out a small pill and said, that was the second time I spared your life. Han Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his confidence crumbling rapidly as his entire worldview was shaken to its core. In that moment, he almost believed Lei Wen wasn't a three-dimensional being at all, but some kind of game developer who could create anything from nothing, control everything within the game, and make him do whatever was desired with just a word. Han Yang didn't want to pick up the pill, but his knees were itching so badly that he had already torn through his pants, both knees bleeding profusely. If he didn't take the antidote, now both his legs might be ruined. From complete breakdown to pale-faced acceptance, Han Yang only needed a few seconds to face reality. In a daze, he picked up the pill and placed it in his mouth. Now do I qualify as your friend? Lei Wen asked. Han Yang didn't respond, but his dazed expression made it clear he had already submitted to Lei Wen's almost supernatural abilities. The only thing was that calling him uncle would cost him his last shred of dignity, especially since he was much older than Lei Wen. But none of that really mattered anymore. As long as he acknowledged defeat, understood that the two brothers were not to be trifled with, and recognized that Lei Wen, despite only having level 3 physical conditioning, could easily overpower a level 6 powerhouse, that was more than enough to establish equality between them. Now this is the third time I'm sparing your life. From his waist, Lei Wen drew a dagger and threw it as a hidden weapon. With a swift whoosh, it grazed past Han Yang's neck, a clear message that killing him would have been effortless. Only then did Lei Wen say, stop breathing air, and the weakness throughout your body will gradually fade away. Air. The once proud Captain Han, now bowing his head in deathly pallor, finally saw a flicker of hope in his eyes as he slowly raised his head. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he never could have guessed that air itself was what had gotten to him. He immediately held his breath, and the body-wide weakness receded like a tide. In just 10 seconds he rose to his feet, his recovery ability truly formidable. Lei Wen couldn't help but exclaim, a level 6 powerhouse. Their physical conditioning is genuinely terrifying. They can leap 10 meters high and jump straight down from a 7-story building without a scratch. In the old era, they'd be nothing short of superheroes. Han Yang looked at the refined young man before him with a complicated expression, his earlier contempt completely gone, replaced by a strong desire to recruit him. If he could bring Lei Wen into his security team, these miraculous abilities alone would double their overall strength. Even if recruitment failed, having him as a friend would be valuable. In this line of work, more friends mean more options. He didn't need someone to save him in life or death moments, just someone who could lend a hand when things got tricky. Steeling himself, Han Yang admitted defeat. From now on, you're my uncle. No need. We can be friends of the same generation. Lei Wen pulled out 3 metal spheres, 3 small pills, and a remote control from behind his waist, tossing them over as he explained, this is what knocked you down. The spheres contain powder drugs. Once you calculate the wind direction and let the powder drift into the air, it produces unexpected results. However, it works best at night or in areas with poor air quality to mask the strange odor. Otherwise, it only incapacitates enemies momentarily. It can't sustain its effects. Pausing briefly, Lei Wen stood tall and declared, I believe before long I'll develop a truly colorless and odorless powder with even greater potency. Huh. Han Yang picked up the small sphere, amazed by Lei Wen's creative thinking, and even more stunned that he would gift such a trump card to him. You're giving me this? What do you want me to do? Lei Wen smiled and replied, we're not sworn enemies. Apart from the 700 and the Black Blade, there are no other conflicts. Consider these poison wine balls as compensation for the money. The Black Blade is yours to keep. I just hope we can be friends. Han Yang's face flushed with shame, the sphere in his hand feeling almost burning. But he simply couldn't bring himself to return it. Finally, all his thoughts condensed into a single declaration. I won't take these poison wind balls for nothing. From now on, whenever you need me, Lei Wen, whether scaling mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, Han Yang will be there. 3 lives spared plus the gift of treasure. This warranted comparison to Zhuge Liang's 7 capturations of Menghua. Yet Lei Wen's approach was even more refined, combining force with mercy in masterful balance. Unless facing emotionless zombies, anyone with even a shred of conscience would find themselves thoroughly convinced, ready to acknowledge Lei Wen as a true brother. Just then a graffiti-covered taxi screeched to a halt nearby. Lei Wu's large head popped out the window asking, bro, is it done? Lei Wen confirmed it was over while Han Yang remained silent. Sun Fei leaned out from the passenger seat, eyeing both men with suspicion as he asked what they were doing there. His gaze lingered on the Black Blade in Han Yang's hand before deliberately looking away. Just moments before, he and Lei Wu had stolen a modified vehicle from a criminal racing gang, donning black hood masks and using the car to feign an attack on Lu San, nearly terrifying the child into wetting himself, while they seized the small green bottle right before his eyes. Sun Fei, delighted with his prize, barely contained his grin and promised to handle Sun Jiangong, pledging to support the brothers going forward. Lei Wu dismissed Sun Fei's boasts as mere excitement and paid no attention to his words. Afterward, as they planned to head home, Lei Wu mentioned that Lei Wen was nearby and asked if Sun Fei could pick him up, never expecting to encounter this situation. Given the circumstances, it was clear Han Yang was causing trouble for Lei Wen. Without hesitation, Officer Sun issued a blunt warning. Han Yang, I don't care if you pick on others, but cross my men and I won't show you any mercy. Captain Han was left speechless and awkward, thinking that this threat should be directed at Lei Wen, who had been the one acting ruthlessly tonight, not him. Officer Sun, you've misunderstood. Lei Wen and I were just sharing experiences. We've reached an understanding and are now close friends. Ask him yourself. Upon catching Sun Fei's questioning gaze, Lei Wen nodded immediately to confirm the account. Though skeptical, Officer Sun didn't press further since both parties had agreed. He simply invited Lei Wen to get in the car and called out to Han Yang, come by the station for tea when you have time. Have tea at the station sometime. At the dormitory of the Eastern City Sub-Bureau, Lei Wu soaked in a wooden tub, humming a tune, relaxed and carefree. During the day, everyone else was at work. Even without field assignments, they had to sit around in the office. Only he was free and easy enough to make his teammates envious. But what was even more enviable was that his spirit had finally surpassed 50 points, and his physical fitness had quietly reached level 3. Level 3 mutant zombie. Punch force 4,011 kilograms. Speed 46 milliseconds. Stamina 8 days, 21 hours. Spirit 51. Cultivation points 27, increases by 1 every day. Martial arts: light kill, great perfection. Golden bell shield, great perfection. Fleetfoot, great perfection. Vajra, corpse shattering palm, beginner. Looking at his status panel, Lei Wu couldn't help pondering the threshold for level 4. The requirement was 2,000 kilograms in punch force, 40 meters per second in speed, and 100 points in spirit. His punch force and speed had long since been enough, only his spirit was still short by half, and there was no shortcut to be found. It nearly turned Wuzi's hair white with worry. But this also fit his zombie persona. He was enormously strong, a human bulldozer, and fairly fast on his feet. Unfortunately, the virus had eaten his brain, leaving nothing but a hollow shell filled with mush. 3 martial arts are already at great perfection. Only the Vajra, corpse shattering palm, is still beginner. Looking at the panel, Lei Wu hesitated for a moment. Since his cultivation points were not many anyway, he might as well pour them all into the Vajra, corpse shattering palm. Consuming 5 cultivation points, you comprehend that the 2 characters, Vajra, represent indestructible strength and wisdom. The artistic conception of the palm technique soars, and its power increases slightly. In that instant, Lei Wu felt an inexplicable force descend from the void and melt into his limbs and bones, giving him the illusion that he had become a Vajra giant. On his panel, his punch force instantly increased by 300 kilograms, and his spirit rose by 5 points. And this was merely the effect of spending 5 cultivation points. Lei Wu was stunned this time. Ever since he had elevated Iron Sand Palm into Vajra, corpse shattering palm, he had never paid attention to this martial art again. For nearly 2 years, he had not added a single cultivation point to it. He knew that this martial art could grant a person more courage and perseverance, but he had never expected a surreal martial art to be so ferocious. What he comprehended was not a technique, but something spiritual, like the unfathomable Vajra path of Buddhism. Every increase in spiritual power was a pursuit of the Tao, a pursuit of oneself, and a pursuit of wisdom. As for the growth in physical fitness, it was just a minor benefit brought by the elevation of his mind. Amazing! Lei Wu exclaimed in admiration, unable to resist, adding another 10 cultivation points. Through meditation, ascetic practice, deep contemplation, and reading the books of sages, you continually ponder the Vajra path, causing the righteous energy within your hands to grow denser and denser. Meanwhile, in your pursuit of knowledge, your spirit pierces through the fog and reaches the realm of palm intent that shatters souls. What realm is this? Lei Wu understood only vaguely. He very much wanted to find someone to take a palm strike and see the effect, but he quickly suppressed that urge. His elder brother Lei Wen's words always echoed in his ears. When you have a killing move, it's not meant for showing off. You must stockpile more trump cards. One is never too many, 10,000 is never too few. This is respect for your life. As it stood, Lei Wu had only 4 cards up his sleeve in total: a flying dagger mastery, a surreal palm technique, and the corpse-dissolving liquid and poison wind orb that Lei Wen had given him. His means of keeping himself alive were pitifully few. One should know that Lei Wen's physical fitness was only level 4, yet he could easily suppress a level 6 powerhouse like Han Yang without lifting a finger, without throwing a single punch, relying solely on external means. If it were Lei Wu, his only means of dealing with Han Yang was the light kill flying dagger. But that was a life-staking move. The man could tilt his head back and say, "If you have the guts, kill me. Even if I die, I still won't be convinced." Killing a person is easy, subduing a person's heart is the hardest. In this respect, Lei Wu was far behind his elder brother. After thinking it over, Wuzi calmed his mind and poured his final 12 cultivation points into the technique. Your comprehension of the Vajra path grows ever more profound, and you gradually begin to have thoughts of destroying all worries and obstacles. One day, on a whim, with Vajra wrath blazing in your eyes, you recite Buddhist scriptures, and afterward are seized by a rather shattered jade than intact tile impulse, wanting to use this to gain the Vajra power that destroys all things. Fortunately, your aptitude is dull and you lack real promise, so you merely give yourself a severe beating and suppress the urge to destroy your body. Lei Wu, still soaking in the bath, suddenly bled from his entire body. Large patches of bruising covered his skin, and his face was black and blue as if he had been beaten by 100 people. The pain made his body convulse. At that moment, Lei Wu wished he were dead. Practicing martial arts has risks. Adding points requires caution. In the past, the panel had only said his talent was mediocre and at most scolded him for being unpromising. But now it had actually driven him straight into a demonic deviation. If he wasn't careful, he would fail to master the martial art. He would add too many points and train himself into a chi disorder, then croak on the spot. Damn panel. He cursed inwardly. Lei Wu wiped the blood from his body with a towel. Fortunately, it was only bleeding from ruptured capillaries. His skin didn't split. After all that turmoil, his punch force had reached 5166 kg, and his spirit had risen to 66 points. He carefully cleaned the room, flushed the clipped fingernails into the toilet, sprayed himself with men's cologne, put on clean sportswear, and donned a hat and mask to cover the bruises on his face and body. Then Wuzi drove out. Come to think of it, he had not been home for years. After becoming a zombie, he had died once and no longer had any concept of home. This time, though, he was going home mainly because Lei Wen had told him to retrieve something, to make up for the birthday gifts of the past 2 years. Sangguanmiao Lang. It was named after the Sangguan temple that used to stand in the Lang. Sadly, during the old era, the ancient temple had already been demolished, leaving only the old rundown houses around it. By now, the houses had collapsed or been ruined, and very few were still livable. Pushing open the courtyard gate and looking at the weeds filling the yard, Lei Wu could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Time flew like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, he and his brother were already in their 20s. From the little runts who once ran all over the yard, they had become ordinary folk struggling to make a living. Lei Wu did not go into the house. Instead, he went up to the wall, and following the method Lei Wen had taught him, took 7 steps along its base. Then with a leap, he vaulted into the neighbor's courtyard. Looking around, he saw ruined walls and overgrown weeds. It seemed completely devoid of danger, but Lei Wu did not dare take a single random step. Advance 3 steps, move left 1 step, repeat 3 times. Wuzi had no idea what would happen if he made a wrong move, but he knew his elder brother's methods quite well. He was afraid he would die, without even knowing how. Walking cautiously to the designated position, Lei Wu crouched in front of the weed pile and fumbled around. The instant he touched the red brick hidden in the weeds, Lei Wen, far away in his office, gently pushed up his glasses, as if sensing it. The next second, a square hole split open in the middle of the courtyard and instantly swallowed Lei Wu. Boom. After the weightlessness of an elevator plunging at extreme speed, the still shaken Wuzi saw a flash of light, as if he had traveled through time and into a future world. This was an underground laboratory. A chill metallic breath rushed to meet him, and every piece of instrumentation brimmed with a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic. Above the central console floated a blue holographic screen that resembled an artificial intelligence. As Lei Wu moved, the screen rotated to keep facing him constantly, and the flickering streams of data code across its surface were practically extraterrestrial technology. After circling the laboratory, Wuzi was soon drawn to a row of glass test tubes on the table. Inside were strange liquids and powders in various colors, including the black corpse-dissolving fluid. In the test tube bore a label reading "successfully developed." At a single glance, only 5 had succeeded. The rest were all marked "not yet successful," showing that Lei Wen was still researching them. At the back of the laboratory was a small 10-meter-long assembly line lined on both sides with mechanical arms like those in a factory. It looked exquisitely precise, as if it could easily assemble just about anything. The entire laboratory covered roughly 300 square meters hollowed out beneath several nearby courtyards. Lei Wu found it hard to imagine where his brother had obtained the vast financial resources to build it. After analyzing every possibility, the only method he could think of was cooperating with one of Jiangxing's top consortiums. They would provide the funds, his brother would handle research, and once results were achieved, both sides would share them. Asking a tiger for its pelt. Lei Wu sighed inwardly, instantly seized by a sense of urgency. He had to raise his strength quickly. If Lei Wu spent a long time without producing results, or if his cooperation with the consortium was only to research his own secret weapons, and then he was unwilling to hand them over, he would certainly be hunted down. By then the brothers would have no place to hide anywhere in Jiangxing. If they wanted to survive, they would either need the strength to resist and establish a firm foothold, or they would have to flee Jiangxing and face the endless zombie horde. Lost in such thoughts, Lei Wu returned to the laboratory entrance, where a note lay on the shoe rack. One had left in advance. Xiao Wu, happy birthday. Warmth flooded his heart. Wuzi looked at the shoebox beneath the note. When he opened the lid, what met his eyes was a pair of silver-framed glasses, the same model as Lei Wen's, only different in color. Beside the glasses was also a fist-sized aircraft. This is a drone. Lei Wu was astounded. In the old era, drones had become common household items. A cheap one cost only a few dozen yuan, and ordinary people could afford it. But since the cataclysm, the blood moon hung in the sky, and industry across the world had regressed until it almost returned to a primitive age. As Jiangxing had developed to this day, apart from the specialized fields of robotic arms and human body modification, its technology was at most equivalent to the year 2000 of the old era. The cars, phones, and other goods currently in use were all relics left behind by the old era. Developing technology required various materials and metal ores, but outside Jiangxing was nothing but zombie armies, and there was rarely any trade between the major base cities. Relying on the resources of a single city alone, it would be difficult even to make a camera, let alone a drone. Lei Wu tried on the silver wire glasses and discovered two small electronic screens on the lenses. He could control the drone up, down, left, and right with his eyes, and he could also view the feed from its high-definition camera. Most miraculous of all, when the drone flew, it made no sound at all. Beneath the fuselage were four extremely compact hooks. They served both as landing gear and as mounts for test tubes like dangling grenades. Powder or poisonous liquid could be scattered from high altitude, and enemies would never detect it. This wasn't even the most remarkable part. Switch to combat mode. On the drone's four rotors, sharp, specially crafted blades extended outward. The four small hooks under the fuselage retracted, and the entire drone flattened out, transforming into a shuttlecraft as swift as lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lei Wu cautiously flew the drone for 2 laps, afraid he might lose control and crash into a wall. Only then did he pack the glasses and the aircraft into his backpack and leave fully satisfied via the elevator. The glasses had just completed an iris recognition scan on him, so even if someone stole them, they would be useless. With this super drone in hand, he would henceforth possess an extra eye of omniscience, allowing him to know his surroundings like the back of his hand. Where enemies were, where snipers lay hidden, all would be clear at a glance. Once he returned to the surface, Lei Wu stepped away using the same method he had used to enter. The square opening in the ground immediately restored itself, returning to its overgrown, weed-covered appearance. He climbed over the wall back to his own home and cleaned up a few rooms. Seeing that the sky was growing dark, he lit an incense stick before his father's memorial tablet, then shouldered his backpack and prepared to leave. But he had only walked a few steps down the lane when a tall youth stepped out from the shadows and blocked his path. "You're Lei Wu, right? Who are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Mingyu. Our Jiang Consortium has a partnership with your brother Lei Wen, and I've met him a few times. What do you want?" Lei Wu could see that the man had come with ill intentions, but he was not the least bit worried. This fellow seemed to have forgotten one thing. This was Sengguanmiao Lane, the brothers' territory. Heaven knew how many mechanisms Lei Wen had planted in the lane. Just the pinhole cameras hidden in various corners numbered in the dozens, and all of them could be seen through the glasses. Lei Wu had just obtained the glasses and had not yet explored all their functions, but he was certain that Lei Wen knew Jiang Mingyu had come to Sengguanmiao Lane and was at that very moment watching him through the glasses. Jiang Mingyu wore a short buzz cut and looked extremely resolute. He was also very direct. Reaching out his hand, he demanded, "I've been waiting here for days. I want to get something from your brother. He hasn't come back, but you'll do. Hand over the bag, and you can leave." "I see. No wonder my brother had me come back to fetch something. Frankly, he simply couldn't be bothered to see you." Lei Wu frowned and asked, "But the things my brother has should all be available to your Jiang Consortium. If you want something, just go get it from your own family. Why come looking for him?" Jiang Mingyu made no reply. He only advanced slowly. Understanding suddenly dawned on Lei Wu. "You're not favored in the Jiang family. You can't get those things, and you can't enjoy that many resources. Yet you somehow got word about my brother. Since you can't seize them from your own household, you can only try to rob an outsider." A flicker of surprise finally appeared on Jiang Mingyu's impassive face. "I've asked around about you. Everyone says you're an idiot, but I see that you're playing the fool to hide your strength. Think whatever you like, but I won't hand my bag over to you. Lei Wu stood straight, his stalwart frame like an iron tower radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Mingyu was very tall and towered above the crowd, but before Lei Wu's majestic upright posture, he seemed to shrink by a full-size fit only to be looked down upon. Since that's how it is, let strength settle it. Jiang Mingyu's eyes flashed like lightning, and he abruptly threw a punch. A tremendous sound of air splitting pressed toward Lei Wu's chest, almost making him stop breathing. If that punch connected, his head would definitely burst open. Lei Wu did not know what level the other man's physique had reached, but no matter the level today, he wanted to act on impulse just once and test exactly how hard his own fists were. Palm intent, soul-shattering. Lei Wu surged his chi and swept his large palm through the air to meet the incoming fist. In that split second, Lei Wu's palm swelled with blood and expanded in Jiang Mingyu's eyes until it blotted out the sky and the sun, swallowing his entire field of vision. The world went pitch black with neither sun nor moon, as if a Vajra guardian were using one hand to cover the sky and crush him into a meat paste. This was not a palm technique. It was an attack on the mind. It was a supreme art of ghosts and gods. Oh! Jiang Mingyu screamed, his voice filled with terror, and instantly collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been dragged out of water. The palm and the fist never actually touched. At the instant Lei Wu struck, the Vajra intent erupted, and Jiang Mingyu fell. When his vision finally recovered, Lei Wu was nowhere to be found in the alley. Terrifying. Jiang Mingyu remained slumped in the alley for a full 10 minutes before he managed to recover. A gentle breeze brushed past, making him shiver uncontrollably as a chill crept through his body. In that fleeting instant, he truly felt as though a five-finger mountain had descended from the heavens to envelop him. It was a mountain loftier than Kunlun, spearing into the sky with every blade of grass and every tree on its slopes rendered in astonishing detail. The overwhelming sky-obscuring pressure pinned him down until he could not lift a single finger. His very soul seemed on the verge of shattering. A bottomless dread welled from his heart. Even before the five-finger mountain came down, he already felt himself crushed into a flattened pulp. Fortunately, at the very last moment, the five-finger mountain vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, so he was not scared to death on the spot. This is absolutely not a technique that any level 9 or lower practitioner could command. His legs trembling, Jiang Mingyu struggled to his feet, bracing himself against the wall. Drawing a long breath, he suppressed the terror in his chest and slowly walked out of the alley. Born into a premier financial conglomerate, he had been exposed to much of the world since boyhood. He had even met several level 9 powerhouses of the Jiang family, and one level 8 powerhouse, his uncle, had personally sparred with him. Though his uncle's punches also carried an overwhelming pressure enough to blur perception and conjure hallucinations, none of them had ever possessed the kind of awe-inspiring intent Lei Wu had just displayed. One palm strike erupted like a tiger born of the wind and a dragon riding the clouds, thunder rumbling and lightning splitting the heavens, enough to make the world itself change countenance. Such power could no longer be measured by bodily rank. It belonged instead to the legendary path of seeking the Tao, seeking immortality, and entering the Tao through martial might. Only then could the strength of fist and palm be so fearsome. I always thought Lei Wu was the one who concealed his true depths, Jiang Mingyu said. Who would have imagined that his younger brother is the truly terrifying one? With a single palm, Lei Wu had won his complete submission. No words were necessary, no further action was required. The dread of that palm would trail Jiang Mingyu for the remainder of his life, forever locking him in Lei Wu's shadow. Had Lei Wu simply killed him with that strike, it would have been over. A man's death fades like a snuffed-out lamp. Yet Lei Wu chose to spare him. In this world, if you are in the wrong, you admit it. If you are struck, you take it standing straight. He had been the one to provoke the conflict, unjustified from the start, with vicious attacks that showed no mercy. Lei Wu, however, repaid enmity with kindness and let him walk away. Whether you spared me because you are wary of my surname, or because your heart is too kind to harm me, I will repay you someday. Jiang Mingyu's silhouette gradually dissolved into the darkness. What he failed to realize was that his every expression, action, and reaction had been keenly observed by Lei Wu, who had been using psychological analysis to assess his mindset. Had he harbored any thought of revenge, the 9 anti-material sniper rifles in the shadows, the dense lattice of poison needles concealed in the alley walls, and the poison wind orbs beneath the floor tiles would have kept him there forever, leaving him not the faintest chance to retaliate. Even if it meant offending the Jiang family. Lei Wu, who had witnessed the confrontation, sank into deep contemplation after Jiang Mingyu left. What kind of method was that Xiao Wu? He ran countless scenarios through artificial intelligence, yet no explanation could account for a level 2 striking out at empty air with a single palm and nearly shocking a level 5 powerhouse to death. Unless he had not thrown a palm, but fired a bullet. Yet, even with a gunshot, Jiang Mingyu's mental energy rating was at least 200 points. With such formidable psychological fortitude, there was no way a mere bullet could frighten him. It seems, Xiao Wu, that you are far more extraordinary than I could have ever imagined. Ever since Lei Wu's mind had gone awry a few years ago, Lei Wu had felt his younger brother suddenly grow mysterious, opaque enough to elude his understanding. As the years passed, the fog surrounding Lei Wu did not disperse. Instead, he became all the more incomprehensible, his behavior increasingly strange. Trimming his fingernails every day was eccentric enough, but now he had also taken to wearing perfume. The corpse eradication squad was composed entirely of men, without a single woman among them. On assignments, they did occasionally come into contact with female homeowners, and even if those women were gorgeously dressed and alluringly beautiful, Lei Wu never so much as glanced at them. Then why on earth did he wear perfume? Lei Wu had once wondered whether his younger brother's personality had become warped, that he had stopped loving women and started loving men. But ever since the trip to Red Romance with Li Zimu, although Lei Wu had not slept with the prostitute there, Lei Wen's subsequent investigation at least confirmed that his brother's orientation remained normal. Unable to puzzle it out, Lei Wen stopped worrying about it. As long as his brother was safe and sound, that was enough. Out in this world, who doesn't have a few private secrets of their own? Lei Wen and Zhao Hong come in for a moment. Sun Fei poked his head out of the section chief's office, shouted to the people outside, then disappeared back inside. The two exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. Shaking their heads to show they had no idea what was wanted, they pushed the door open and entered the office together. Sun Fei got straight to the point. Lei Wu has been suspended and isn't here. With Team 6 down to just the two of you, there's no way to run missions. So right now I'm giving you two options. 1. Transfer Sun Dongliang to your team. 2. Disband Team 6 and split the two of you among the other teams. With that, Chief Sun lowered his head and began playing a game on the computer, his gaze fixed straight ahead, utterly absorbed. Zhao Hong and Lei Wen furrowed their brows into tight knots. In the entire corpse eradication squad, anyone could be transferred to Team 6, anyone except Sun Dongliang. The man was practically a god of calamity. Shortly after he joined Team 3, a veteran member with over a decade of service was crushed so badly that his limb had to be amputated. And what crushed him was not a zombie, but the falling beam of a collapsing old house. Another young team member, hoping to protect him and curry favor with Sun Fei, ended up surrounded by zombies. Sun Dongliang came away completely unharmed, while the young man himself was devoured until not even his bones remained. The survivors in Team 3 now saw Sun Dongliang as though he were King Yama. Never mind going on missions with him. Just trading a few sentences with him was enough to scare them half to death. With no place left for him in Team 3, Sun Fei had no choice but to find another team for his nephew. In his view, among the 9 teams of the corpse eradication squad, the 3 people in Team 6 were naturally the most blessed when it came to survival. The 2 brothers concealed their depths well enough, but even Zhao Hong alone was the oldest member of the entire squad. He had served in the police for over 40 years without ever meeting with misfortune, outlasting even the god of longevity. He was precisely the one to suppress the ill aura clinging to Sun Dongliang. Lei Wen furrowed his brow and asked, "Do we have any room to negotiate?" "No." Sun Fei's attitude was ironclad. He answered without lifting his head. Zhao Hong continued, "Sun Dongliang can come to Team 6, but what awaits him there will probably not be much better than Team 3. We'll never look after his life or death out in the field, nor will we protect him. If an accident occurs, Chief Sun, please don't find fault with us." Sun Fei seemed just as helpless about his own nephew, rotten mud that could never be plastered onto a wall. He had done his utmost over these years and was unwilling to try any further. Clenching his teeth, he said, "You just run your own missions. His life and death are his responsibility." "Good. With your word on that, we'll be at ease." Lei Wen and Zhao Hong exchanged a look and were about to leave the office when Sun Fei looked up and warned, "You don't need to concern yourselves with his life or death. But I don't want him dying at your hands in any way, directly or indirectly." The 2 at the door halted. Zhao Hong turned back at a loss for words and said, "Chief, if you don't trust us, it would be best to send Sun Dongliang to another team." Sun Fei's face twitched. He did not reply, only bowed his head and continued playing his game. "Sun Dongliang is coming to Squad 6. Hanging up Zhao Hong's call, Lei Wu, staying in a hotel, was utterly stunned. He had overloaded his body with deep blue enhancement points, leaving himself covered in bruises and his face swollen black and blue. There was no way he could return to the dorm and let Lei Wen see him like this. There would be no way to explain it. He didn't even dare stay at home, afraid that if he took off his mask and capped, the ever-present surveillance cameras would catch him. Lying in bed, staring at the panel, showing only 5 days of stamina remaining, Lei Wu was deeply anxious. In recent years, he had grown accustomed to smooth sailing. A single grade 6 zombie's heart had granted him over 3 years of stamina, and even now it hadn't run out. Truly delightful. But now his stamina was dwindling day by day. He couldn't bear to spend money on meat. Stealing blood from hospitals was inappropriate, and biting people in the streets was suicidal. The worry about his future made Lei Wu restless and agitated. Even meditation couldn't calm his mind. Not long ago, Sun Jiangang's daughter had died, and he had considered stealing her heart. Unfortunately, her body was cremated that very night with station director Sun present throughout. He never had a chance. Thinking left and right, tossing and turning, Lei Wu was at his wit's end. If it comes down to it, I'll just leave the city. As long as he could cross the celestial barrier, his future would be limitless. Facing an endless horde of zombies, anyone else would surely die, but for him, it would be an ocean of experience. Hearts to eat as he pleased, stamina without limit, and anywhere to go. From then on, the sea would be wide for the fish to leap and the sky high for the birds to fly. But this thought he only dared to entertain it. Not to mention the 100-meter-high city walls. How could he climb them under the watch of the garrison? Even if he disguised himself as a garrison soldier, patrolled the walls, and found a moment to jump outside, he couldn't evade the powerful laser weapons and would likely end up as a sealed box on the ground. Even if everything went smoothly and he truly got out of the city, he definitely wouldn't be able to return for decades. From then on, he would be separated from Lei Wu forever, never to see his friends again. He would have to face endless herds of mindless dullards every day with not a single person to talk to. Moreover, Lei Wu had no idea whether there were zombies above grade 9 beyond the city walls. According to Lei Wu's speculation, once a zombie surpassed grade 9, it would develop self-awareness and possess the thinking of a normal human. If that were truly the case, the outside world would be 100 times more dangerous than the city. Intelligent zombies would carve up territories and rule the world. The moment Lei Wu dared to show himself, he wouldn't be the one taking hearts. They would be taking his. Compared to the comfortable life he had now, Lei Wu wouldn't be foolish enough to risk adventure in an unknown world. He hadn't lived enough yet, nor had he grown powerful enough to act willfully and do whatever he pleased. For now, I should keep a low profile. Replenishing stamina is the top priority. Waiting idly in the hotel was no solution, so Lei Wu changed into a loose black robe, put on silver-wired glasses, and sent a drone soaring 100 meters into the sky. Through the high-definition lens, he surveyed the surroundings and began wandering aimlessly through the streets. This wandering lasted 3 days. He saw no zombies, but in his restless agitation, he ended up doing a few deeds of rescuing men in distress, indulging in the thrill of chivalry. Jiang City was simply too chaotic, like a primeval jungle where the strong could do whatever they pleased. Most of the populace held no truth in their hands and could only endure humiliation and oppression scraping by in this cruel world. Lei Wu had walked such a path since childhood and was long accustomed to it. He originally had no heart for punishing evil, but some people just had to charge straight into his line of fire. And so it went. He had just killed one human trafficker and a whole crowd showed up. He knocked down a crowd only to find another crowd behind it. Later, he killed the deputy leader of that trafficking organization, but the man had remarkable connections and contacted many underground organizations in Jiang City to hunt him down. Exasperated beyond measure, Lei Wu simply charged straight into the trafficker's den. Several pitiful young girls were locked in cages, cleaned up, spotlessly priced clearly, and left for clients to pick. You still dare to show your face? The trafficker leader stared wide-eyed at this figure in a black robe, a burly silhouette like a wild beast, his signature look, and cursed, "Is there no law left in this world? You're utterly lawless. Even wilder than us traffickers selling little girls in broad daylight." They truly had never seen anyone this audacious. What they didn't know was that Lei Wu wasn't human. Who are you and what exactly do you want? 7 or 8 burly men surrounded him with guns, yet none dared to act rashly, for this black-robed man's behavior was truly bizarre. After killing people, he still dared to storm their headquarters. Either he was highly skilled and emboldened, or he had a screw loose and had come to throw his life away. Usually people coming to die like this, according to TV drama plots, would have a row of grenades strapped around their waists ready to put on a show of mutual destruction. You don't need to know who I am. Just let the people go. The moment his voice fell before the leader of the burly men could even speak, the powder of the poison wind orb had already spread through the air with the wind, and the men collapsed like harvested wheat. This time I showed off too much and lost my caution. I must never act so cocky again. Lei Wu had originally wanted to spar with these men with fists and feet, using them to test his martial arts. Who would have thought the traffickers wouldn't play by the rules, and even brought out a Barrett sniper rifle? Good thing he had come prepared. Shaking his head as he looked at the traffickers lying on the ground, a wicked idea suddenly emerged in Lei Wu's mind. Actually, he didn't have to eat only zombie hearts. Any carbon-based life form held a fatal allure for him. The problem, however, was how to erase the traces afterward and avoid exposing himself. The difficulty was far from ordinary. Moreover, Lei Wu feared that once he started, he would become addicted and open the door to evil. He had originally been human and had only become a zombie due to an accident. Deep within his heart, he still believed he belonged to humanity. No matter how strong the allure of fresh flesh and blood was, it was extremely hard for him to cross that psychological threshold. So, he decided to do it differently. After thinking it over, Lei Wu released the girls and poured a glass of water, placing it on the table. Then he clipped off a piece of his own fingernail, ground it into powder, poured it into the glass, stirred it well, and forced it down the throat of the trafficker leader. Physical fitness grade 4, after zombification grade 5, should be able to boost my stamina quite a bit, right? 5 minutes later, Lei Wu aimed the Barrett sniper rifle at the mutated trafficker leader and fired a single shot, blasting a gaping hole through his chest that had the heart already missing within, perfectly covering up the disappearances. Afterward, Lei Wu dragged the corpse over and scratched another trafficker's neck with its hand, then sealed the warehouse door and turned away. Evil people are tormented by even eviler ones. From now on, I'll be that evil one. Ha ha ha. Lei Wu tried hard to emit a sinister laugh, but his voice was simply too honest and simple. Anyone hearing it would take him for an upright man. And so over the next few days, Lei Wu relentlessly eradicated evil, wiping out countless heinous organizations in Jiang City until his stamina finally returned to its peak. Level grade, 3 mutated zombie punching power 5,233 kilograms, speed 47 milliseconds, stamina 3 years, 8 months, 21 days, spirit 66 cultivation points 7, 1 per day, martial arts light, kill great success, golden bell shield, great success, fleet-footed legs, great success, diamond corpse shattering palm intermediate. At the Jiangxing branch office within the corpse elimination team's work area, people used to play cards and gamble recklessly, smoking like their lives depended on it, until the office was thick with choking smoke. But today was different. They had given up gambling and instead huddled together gossiping. I don't know what's going on lately. Every place we're sent on a mission is some kind of criminal den. It feels like we're crusading against organized crime. I heard there's a black robe powerhouse who keeps raiding criminal dens and has a habit of spreading zombie virus, leaving us to clean up the mess afterward. That guy is just bored and looking for trouble. Everyone shook their heads. In this post-apocalyptic era, a sense of justice had become a derogatory term. Surviving was already difficult enough. Causing trouble everywhere. Was he tired of living? Speaking of which, it's quite bizarre. Every time a zombie's chest gets pierced by a large caliber weapon, it's practically become a signature. Everyone can tell at a glance that the black-robed powerhouse did it. Could this guy be a serial killer? Cut the crap. Zhao Hong pressed down his hand, stopping everyone from talking nonsense. A serial killer kills innocent people without regard for right or wrong, murdering whoever he pleases. But that black-robed powerhouse only kills evildoers. Over these past few days, the crime rate across the entire city of Jiangxing has dropped. Haven't you noticed how much the arson, murder, and looting on the streets has decreased? This is true. The police officers pondered for a moment, nodding in succession, but a sour resentment stirred in their hearts. Maintaining order in Jiangxing is our duty, yet an outsider has managed to bring down the crime rate for us. We're good people. We only kill zombies, not humans. Those criminals certainly aren't afraid of us. But that black-robe powerhouse is different. He uses violence to combat violence, releasing poison to turn people into zombies that devour each other. I feel a chill just thinking about it, let alone those criminals. In any case, this is a good thing. After discussing throughout the entire morning, Zhao Hong made a concluding statement, and then everyone rushed into the cafeteria to eat. Lei Wu sat at his desk pretending to read a book, while actually straining his ears to listen to everyone's conversation. He was on edge, terrified that someone sharp-witted might guess the black-robe powerhouse was him. Good, that's good. Seeing everyone disperse, the tension in his heart finally eased. Lei Wen was using an engraving knife to carve a miniature starship, its design full of science fiction flair. Seeing his younger brother preparing to eat, he finally rose and said meaningfully, "Your strength isn't formidable yet, little Wu. You should avoid risky endeavors in the future. A tall tree catches the wind. The investigation department has already gone to look into that black-robe powerhouse. Don't go out recently, or you might get dragged into it." Lei Wu's heart skipped a beat. He said nothing. There was no need to explain to his own brother. He just weakly replied with an "oh." Lei Wen was meticulous as a needle. While others couldn't figure out who the black-robe powerhouse was, he had already pieced together from various clues, and Lei Wu's expression just now that his brother was responsible. First, Lei Wu hadn't returned to the dormitory these past few days, nor did he stay at home. Instead, he was lodging at an inn, giving him ample time to commit the acts. Moreover, people's descriptions of the black-robe powerhouse, sturdy and burly like a bear, matched Lei Wu's physique perfectly. Furthermore, the black-robe powerhouse didn't kill directly, but only released zombie virus, indicating he had extensive contact with zombies, and thus conceived this method of punishing sin. In summary, with Lei Wu looking so guilty just now, it was nearly impossible for Lei Wen not to guess. However, there was one thing Lei Wen couldn't figure out: why did his brother shoot zombies in the chest? And not with ordinary bullets, but insisting on using large caliber weapons to punch a massive hole through the chest. Lei Wen desperately wanted the answer, but he restrained himself from asking. Because he understood that if Lei Wu could tell him, he surely would. The fact that he remained silent only meant this secret was crucial. Revealing it could damage their brotherly bond. Everyone had secrets, and Lei Wen had even more. What he could tell Lei Wu he would never withhold, such as his secret laboratory. After a moment's thought, Lei Wen asked softly, "What do you think of Jiang Mingyu?" Lei Wu answered without hesitation, "A brainless idiot." Lei Wen was stunned. Then with a peculiar expression he said, "An 18-year-old fifth-tier powerhouse who underwent the most brutal training since childhood. Although his father perished, he was once a 9th-tier titan. Whether by genetics and bloodline, or everything he was exposed to growing up, Jiang Mingyu is a dragon among men. I never expected that in your eyes, little Wu, he would be so insignificant. His combat ability is truly not remarkable," Lei Wu said, helplessly shrugging. "When we fought, brother, you saw it yourself. I barely made a move before he fell. What good evaluation could I possibly give such a weakling?" Muttering this to himself, Lei Wu said, "But his character should be decent. At least he accepts defeat gracefully and didn't come after me after losing." "He indeed didn't come after you, but he came to find me. What did he want from you?" Lei Wu frowned, a hint of irritation stirring within. "He wasn't looking for anything from me," Lei Wen said. "He wanted to know how you cultivate, why your palm techniques are so bizarre. Likely Zimu, after witnessing your iron sand palm, he wants to try practicing it as well." Lei Wu rejected him without mercy. "He won't succeed." "That's exactly what I told him." Lei Wen spoke slowly, "However, I doubt he'll give up easily. but it's unlikely he'd resort to unorthodox methods against you. Little Wu, you'd better keep an eye out in the future. I understand. Lei Wu nodded, then quietly asked the question that had been bothering him. Brother, what exactly is your relationship with the Jiang Corporation? Lei Wu adjusted his glasses and said, I'm merely in a cooperative relationship with them. The Jiang family provides various materials and funding, while I'm responsible for research and development. I must produce one new achievement each year. Meanwhile, the money they give me can't be spent arbitrarily. I can only use it as special research funds. So I still need to be self-reliant and work hard to earn money to buy evolution fluid. About what I expected, Lei Wu muttered under his breath. The two of them together lifted the curtain and entered the cafeteria. Since the performance bonuses arrived, the officers' meals had greatly improved, and occasionally they could enjoy meat. Lei Wu no longer rejected food other than fresh flesh and blood like he used to. Having eaten too much garbage, one grows accustomed to it. Anyway, you just put it in your mouth and swallow. Want to ask what it tastes like? Who the hell knows? And so Lei Wu resumed his regular routine. Every day, eating, going on missions, reading books, accumulating cultivation points. Time flew like a white pony passing a crevice, and in a flash another year and a half passed. During this period, Lei Wu had another fever episode lasting even longer than before, a full 10 days of unremitting high fever. Only after being admitted to the hospital's intensive care unit did he barely survive. Your brother is a bit off. Why does he get a fever once every year? Zhao Hong guessed wildly for a long time, but never found a clue. Lei Wu only kept his head down, eating, with an answer faintly forming in his mind. He felt that beyond his brother's obsession, there was mostly worry. But he knew that everyone has their own path to walk. Once his brother Lei Wu made up his mind to do something, no one could change his decision. Rather than worrying blindly, it was better to eat his fill, grow stronger quickly, so that his brother's burden would be somewhat lessened. Until one day, while Lei Wu was eating, Sun Fei walked into the cafeteria with a young man bowing his head and bending his waist like a sycophant. Lei Wu looked up and was stunned. Section Chief Sun called out enthusiastically. Let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Mingyu, who has just joined us. From now on, he'll be a member of the 6th team. Jiang Mingyu's arrival caught Lei Wu off guard. He could never have imagined that the young master of the prestigious Jiang family, though unfavored, would stoop so low as to enter the grim facility and risk his life against the zombies. Moreover, Team 6 already had Sun Dongliang, who had been a source of endless worry for the trio over the past year or so. Although Lei Wu and Zhao Hong had both made harsh remarks, and Sun Fei had promised to let Sun Dongliang face his own fate, in truth, once Sun Dongliang joined Team 6, he became their comrade. Could they stand by and watch him be hunted down by zombies? Now Jiang Mingyu had arrived as well. This guy was clearly another rebellious soul who couldn't be controlled, joining the extermination squad purely for enjoyment. Before long, he might end up requiring Lei Wu and the others to wait on him hand and foot. Jiang Mingyu wasted no time in greeting Sun Fei before marching straight toward Lei Wu under everyone's gaze. Wuzi didn't bother hiding his displeasure, bluntly demanding, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Mingyu settled into the chair across from him, arms folded, his calm demeanor belying his words. "Obviously, I'm here to learn your fist techniques from you." "Learn from me?" Lei Wu furrowed his brows in confusion. The Jiang conglomerate wields enormous influence. Countless martial arts schools and masters are desperate to align themselves with your family. Why would you come to me when you could seek instruction from any of them? I visited every martial arts school in Jiangxing, from those practicing Xingyiquan, Taijiquan, Baguazhang, and all other styles, even encountering strength level 8 powerhouses. Yet none could frighten me simply through their martial presence, and no one has ever witnessed the bizarre palm technique of yours that can induce hallucinations. Jiang Mingyu narrowed his eyes, studying Lei Wu carefully before speaking. That's precisely why I've come to ask for your guidance. You're barely in your 20s. How on earth did you master such a palm technique? After a pause, and before Lei Wu could respond, Jiang Mingyu continued, in the past year and a half, I've successfully cultivated dark force. You've already mastered it. Lei Wu was taken aback. For an ordinary person, it takes 20 years of cultivation to achieve dark force, merging iron sand into the palms to create a lethal strike that penetrates deep enough to shatter internal organs. Yet this fellow had accomplished it in merely a year and a half, truly a genius blessed by heaven. Indeed I have. Jiang Mingyu showed no trace of arrogance on his face, as if this achievement was hardly worth mentioning. But this dark force isn't what I'm seeking. My true goal is to master your soul-shattering palm intent. While I can't fully articulate your technique, those four characters seem precisely apt. Therefore, would you be willing to teach me? No, Lei Wu replied decisively. Once you've achieved dark force and continue cultivating, you'll realize it represents the absolute pinnacle of human martial arts. 100 more years of practice won't yield further progress. Don't waste your time. Jiang Mingyu wasn't ready to give up. Pressing further. Then how did you master it? Lei Wu improvised an excuse. My brother was recently hospitalized again. His illness isn't merely physical. In a dream, I encountered an immortal who granted me a miraculous awakening, and my iron sand palm gained its current power overnight. Why don't you go home, wrap yourself in 3 thick quilts, and try dreaming for a few days before we discuss this further? Jiang Mingyu's face twitched. He found Wu Zi's words absurd, yet somehow plausible, lacking any obvious deception. Previously, he had ambushed Lei Wu in Sangwan Temple Lane because he'd suffered several defeats at Lei Wen's hands. Unable to provoke the bespectacled man, he had redirected his hostility toward Lei Wu instead. Over the years, he'd been investigating Lei Wen, desperate to uncover his secrets and understand why his methods were so varied and relentless. As though he possessed 10,000 ways to kill someone, including the kind where 8 gunshots to the back counted as suicide. When Lei Wen was hospitalized recently, Zhang Mingyu kept a close watch on the situation. His immediate thought was that the man was up to something sinister again. To suggest that Lei Wen was genuinely ill and merely seeking medical treatment made Zhang Mingyu want to laugh. After a brief pause, his expression darkening and lightening unpredictably, the young master finally resolved himself. I'll go home and wrap myself in blankets to dream. But you'd best pray I meet an immortal in my sleep. Otherwise I'll be back at your door. Lei Wu stared in disbelief, then burst into laughter when Zhang Mingyu actually rose and departed. The moment Zhang Mingyu left, Sun Fei was quick on his feet. Sliding his tray across, he took the seat. He wants to learn martial arts from me. That's it. Section Chief Sun Fei said in surprise. Lei Wu nodded emphatically. Exactly that. Section Chief Sun looked unconvinced. Your dark force is formidable, but it only affects ordinary people. Skilled fighters can withstand bullets. Their skin tough as ox sinew, their internal organs hard as stone. Dark force is useless against them. Moreover, Zhang Mingyu consumed level 6 evolution fluid months ago and ranks among the elite of his generation. Your iron sand palm certainly wouldn't capture his attention. Spill it. Sun Fei's gaze burned into Lei Wu. What hidden martial art could make a level 6 powerhouse humble himself to beg for discipleship? You're overthinking it, Chief. Lei Wu was genuinely struck by the revelation that Zhang Mingyu had reached level 6 before turning 20. At the same time, he felt a flicker of wariness towards Sun Fei's keen intuition. Though he held only a minor section chief position and often acted recklessly, Sun Fei possessed a sharp mind capable of detecting secrets at critical moments and inserting himself to gain advantages. And unlike Zhang Mingyu, Sun Fei was far more difficult to deceive. Lei Wu had no choice but to reveal a sliver of truth. I've only crossed fists with Zhang Mingyu once. We traded a single strike and ended in a draw. That's why he's curious about my technique. He simply wants to understand how I trained. Nothing more. You fought to a draw against each other. Suppressing his excitement, Sun Fei masked his joy and asked calmly, then how exactly did you manage that? A level 3 fighter drawing against a level 6. Your abilities far exceed my understanding. No wonder Zhang Mingyu took an interest in you. I'm simply gifted. Lei Wu offered no clarification that their clash had occurred a year and a half prior. Instead, he played the part of an arrogant youth. Given my height and frame coupled with basic martial knowledge generating several times my body weight and punching force isn't particularly remarkable. And Zhang Mingyu was likely holding back. I see. Sun Fei pressed no further, instead offering a word of caution. Zhang Mingyu comes from an influential background far above mine. Once he joins Team 6, you should look after him. Keep eating. With that, Sun Fei slid away to a nearby table and struck up a casual conversation with the veterans from the City Defense Battalion assigned to Team 9. Lei Wu found the man utterly eccentric, acting with sudden, unpredictable bursts like someone having a fit. 3 days later, Zhang Mingyu returned to the corpse destruction squad with a grim face, staring coldly at Lei Wu, murderous intent burning in his heart. He had actually gone home and slept under the covers for 3 days. To induce more dreams, he even took hallucinogens, letting his mind wander and conjure illusions lest the old immortal disdain his lack of sincerity and refuse to appear in his dreams. In the end, after all that torment, he gained nothing. Worse, he lost 10 gene in 3 days, utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. His body weakened, and he had no idea how long it would take to recover. I know you're fooling me, unwilling to teach me the supreme technique of palm intense soul crushing. Looking at Lei Wu, who was reading at his desk, Zhang Mingyu memorized the book title and made an offer. Actually, it's normal that you won't teach me. After all, I've given you no benefits, and we just met by chance. You owe me nothing. How about this? I'll give you 1 million, or you name a condition. If it's within my power, I'll certainly satisfy you. Can you keep your voice down? Lei Wu looked up with a trace of disdain. He was on the verge of cursing. You're out of your mind. Afraid that others would learn of his trump card. Especially Sun Fei. If he overheard it from then on, I would never have a moment's peace in the corpse destruction squad. This technique of mine isn't something you can learn just by wanting to. It depends on talent and destiny. Just as you were born into the Zhang family with a golden key in your mouth, a starting point others could never reach even after 10 lifetimes of effort, the same applies to my skill. If you weren't born with the gift, no amount of hard work later can cultivate it. Zhang Mingyu remained unmoved. How do you know if you don't try it? Lei Wu sighed helplessly and had to say, transfer the million first, and I'll teach you the cultivation method. Zhang Mingyu whipped out his phone and transferred the money without hesitation, afraid that Wuzi would change his mind. Ding! The SMS notification of the arrival made Lei Wu, who had lived in poverty since childhood, stare at the neat row of digits, feeling as if he were dreaming. This money. Too easy to swindle. Under Zhang Mingyu's expectant gaze, Lei Wu organized his thoughts and, based on his own conjectures about surreal martial arts, said, first you need to meditate more. That can raise your spirit stat and indirectly elevate your state of mind. At the same time you must practice punching, at least 10,000 times a day. Focus on intent, not force. With every strike, concentrate your mind, comprehend the fist's intent, and imagine your fist is unstoppable. Think of yourself as a giant. One punch carrying the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Finally, Lei Wu pondered for a moment before fabricating. From now on you must revere me as you would a god. As long as you remain in group 6 you must obey my words unconditionally. Only then will I bestow my fist aura upon you, giving you hope of mastering palm intent soul crushing. Jiang Mingyu's temples bulged with veins, his eyes wide. Let me obey you. Exactly. Lei Wu said with no room for negotiation. If you can't do that I'll refund the million immediately. And please don't come pestering me again in the future. Young Master Jiang gnashed his teeth, wishing he could slap this fellow to death. But thinking of the might of palm intent soul crushing, which could kill enemies 2 or 3 levels above an utterly unreasonable super cheat, he decided to swallow his pride and bear the humiliation. From now on I, Jiang Mingyu, will revere you as a god. Young Master Jiang spoke each word slowly, suppressing his indignation, expressing his firm resolve to learn martial arts. Very good. A faint smile appeared on Lei Wu's face. With such determination, you'll surely master palm intent soul crushing in time. Go practice punching now. You must finish today's 10,000 punches before work ends. Fine. Jiang Mingyu replied in a deep voice, walked straight to the back of the office, and began throwing punches as if no one else were around. The other officers exchanged bewildered looks, speculating about the relationship between the two. Before long alarm bells blared through the office. Sun Fei stuck his head out and shouted, Group 4 mission. All the officers stood up. Following the tradition of offering blessings to a team member before their final mission prior to retirement, they turned to Group 4's Captain Zheng Gui and expressed their good wishes. Old Zheng, after this mission you'll have it easy from now on. Don't forget to come back and visit us brothers when you're free. This mission is in Lizhuang community, and it's not too difficult. You must return safely. Uncle Zheng, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Lei Wu also stepped forward to express his thanks. Moved by everyone's sentiments, Zheng Gui's eyes reddened. He gently punched Lei Wu's shoulder, then hugged the others in farewell. 40 years in the police had passed in a flash. He had devoted his entire life to the corpse destruction squad, going on at least 50 missions a year on average. Over all these years he had undertaken no fewer than 2,000 missions. To walk away unscathed was nothing short of a miracle. Sniffling, Zheng Gui studied each of his colleagues carefully, as if to imprint everyone's faces in his memory. Then he smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll come back safely. I'll still come by tomorrow to play cards with you all. Alright, we'll be waiting for you. The crowd escorted Zheng Gui to the door and watched him walk away, each person filled with emotion. Jiang Mingyu, being new here, didn't have a good impression of the corpse destruction squad. The office was thick with filth and chaos. People drinking, gambling, smoking, bragging, and cavorting with prostitutes. It was like an underground gambling den, utterly devoid of any solemnity befitting a public institution. But watching everyone bid farewell to old Zheng, each offering heartfelt blessings, Jiang Mingyu suddenly felt that the corpse destruction squad wasn't so bad after all. I've stayed away from people for too long. Since childhood, apart from my family, I've had very little contact with outsiders. Coming to the corpse destruction squad this time lets me experience the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and also fight zombies, tempering my mind and courage. Even if I can't learn palm intent soul crushing, it won't be a wasted trip. Jiang Mingyu's resolve to stay grew even stronger. Right then he began practicing punches in the open area behind the office. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten to keep an eye on Lei Wu. Today was the day that fellow was being discharged from the hospital. Speak of the devil and he appears. Shortly after old Zheng left, Lei Wu showed up at the office. Seeing Jiang Mingyu there too, he was momentarily surprised, then began whispering instructions to his younger brother. I stole the black blade back. What? Lei Wu was stunned, hardly daring to believe that his brother had actually retrieved it. Wouldn't Han Yang be so furious he'd spit blood? Besides, hadn't the two of you reconciled, and even planned to become sworn brothers? If he found out, his heart would shatter into 8 pieces. Lei Wu leaned close and whispered, Relax. I've been hospitalized for so long, even in the ICU. No time or motive to commit the crime. He definitely won't suspect me, he'll only wonder if Sun Fei did it. Lei Wu was speechless. Actually, on the day he and Sun Fei had robbed Lu San, they had long ago discussed it with Lei when deliberately luring Sun Fei to meet Han Yang. That guy, upon seeing the black blade, would definitely be unable to resist taking several extra glances. And those glances seen through Han Yang's eyes would surely make him think Section Chief Sun was coveting the black blade. The brothers had handled this flawlessly, yet Lei Wu couldn't shake the feeling that his brother was a bit too unscrupulous. Back when their relationship was bad, stealing his stuff was justified. But now that they had reconciled, still stealing. That was simply shameless beyond measure. Lei Wu looked around surreptitiously, pulled 2-star meteor flying knives from his pocket, and handed them to Lei Wu under the desk. He cautioned, Hide them quickly, don't let anyone see. Han Yang has plenty of good stuff. I grabbed a few pieces while I was at it. Lei Wu's forehead was covered in black lines, feeling that his brother had sunk to the depths of shamelessness. But even as he thought this, his body honestly took the knives and slipped them into his sleeve to hide them. Just now Jiang Mingyu wanted to learn martial arts from me and paid $1 million as a master apprentice fee. Bro, you've been stuck at level 4 for 3 years now. How about buying a level 5 evolution serum? A level 4 evolution serum costs 600,000, while a level 5 cost 1.2 million. What Jiang Mingyu had given combined with the brothers' wages and savings over the past 2 years was barely enough to afford a level 5 evolution serum. Lei Wen shook his head. Keep the money saved. I ended up in the hospital because I drank evolution serum. The side effects are too strong. Let's wait a while before considering it. Bro, you've already taken it. Lei Wu feigned surprise, but in his heart, he was already certain that his brother Lei Wen was doing something extremely crazy. With even the slightest mistake, his whole body would suffer genetic collapse, festering all over until death. More miserable than becoming a zombie. Lei Wen and his younger brother whispered to each other for a while. Having just recovered from a severe illness, his hands were itching for action, so at Zhao Hong's invitation, he took his seat at the card table. Lei Wu knew his elder brother disliked card games, yet one must communicate with others. Only through shared interests could harmonious relationships be forged. One cannot escape the ways of the world, Lei Wu muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly before being drawn by an irate voice erupting from the section chief's office nearby. Sun Fei had a volatile temper and tended to curse while gaming, yet he would never lose his composure over a game. But now Section Chief Sun's curses reached an unprecedented level of vulgarity. After cursing his grandparents, he moved on to his ancestors, his voice laced with grievance, as though he wished to chop himself apart to prove his innocence. Without much thought, it had to be Han Yang's doing. Lei Wu bit back a smirk, pitying Section Chief Sun. But as the saying goes, those who wrongfully accuse you know far better than anyone how unjustly you suffer. Neither he nor Lei Wen could bear this framing. It would have to be thrust upon Section Chief Sun, turning him into the very thing he detested. The tirade in the office dragged on for a full hour. Despite Section Chief Sun's desperate protests and even swearing on his ancestors' graves, the feud with Han Yang was sealed. Yet he was no fool. After a moment's reflection, he realized he had fallen into the brothers' trap. It was highly likely that Lei Wu had deliberately arranged that encounter with Han Yang. Bang! Section Chief Sun kicked the door open, his face like stone as he fixed Lei Wu with a piercing gaze. That black blade of Han Yang's, it's in your possession, isn't it? Section Chief, what are you talking about? Lei Wu wore an expression of utter bewilderment, standing frozen in place. All the officers in the office turned their heads, drawn to the two men. Not you. Section Chief Sun's brows knitted together. His gaze swept across the office and finally settled on Lei Wen, who was still playing cards. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not approach to confront him. Lei Wen had soundly defeated Han Yang, suppressing an opponent 3 tiers above his own rank, leaving the mighty security captain utterly helpless. Such prowess commanded respect from anyone. Confronting Lei Wen without evidence would only spark a shouting match and create irreparable rifts. Section Chief Sun had no desire to offend this young man with boundless prospects, even though he had harbored ill feelings toward Lei Wen for years. Most importantly, although Lei Wen appeared delicate and unassuming, his character was far sterner than Lei Wu's. He was not nearly as easy to talk to. Sometimes wrongly accusing Lei Wu and scolding him a bit would pass without incident. But when it came to Lei Wen, everyone maintained a solemn demeanor, unable to make lighthearted jokes around him. Damn it, I'll find out who stole that black blade. Section Chief Sun cursed viciously, forced to swallow his bitterness, and turned back to his office to sulk in solitude. Shortly after, the clueless Lu San pushed open the door, hoping to request a day off, but ended up becoming the target of Section Chief Sun's venting. Since Lu Air's demise, Lu San had followed in his father's footsteps and joined the corpse extermination unit. He should have been assigned to Team 6, but harboring a grudge against Lei Wu as the sole survivor of that mission, he refused to serve in the same team. Section Chief Sun had no choice but to place Lu San in Team 9, which had suffered 1 casualty, to replenish the roster to 6 members. Soldiers tended to be straightforward in nature, and the demobilized soldiers of the city defense camp lacked cunning or hidden agendas. Within months of joining Team 9, Lu San integrated into the circle, bonding with his teammates like brothers. Denied leave, Lu San emerged with a sour expression, feeling humiliated that Lei Wu had witnessed his misfortune. Though Wu Zi remained absorbed in his book without looking up, sitting at the doorway of the section chief's office, he must have heard every word. Snorting dismissively, Lu San returned to his desk with a dark face and began gossiping about Lei Wu to his teammates. Wu Zi sensed it, but paid no mind. Mouths belonged to others, and what they said was their freedom. As long as there was no direct confrontation, he would never escalate mere behind-the-back remarks into violence. Anger always accumulates gradually, and grievances build step by step. If one responded to a few insults with overwhelming force, it would hardly be reasonable. Lei Wu aspired to be a zombie of reason, to study Zen and the Tao, and to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Trivial verbal disputes were not worth his attention. Unnoticed, the hours slipped away and the noisy card games in the office gradually subsided. The officers packed their belongings, and precisely at 6 o'clock the soothing dismissal melody played through the loudspeaker. Yet strangely, the officers who were usually the first to rush home did not leave. Instead, they gathered quietly at the entrance, gazing toward the police station gate, as though expecting someone's return. Why haven't Zheng Guo and the others come back yet? The Lijuan community should not produce anything beyond a level 4 zombie. Team 4 is fully staffed with every member battle-hardened. They should have finished their mission long ago. Something feels wrong. Could something have happened? Everyone's faces tightened with worry as they turned to Zhao Hong. Old Zhao, why don't you call and check? The two men were of similar age, shared a close rapport, and had 40 years of comradeship. Among all present, no one desired Zheng Gui's safe retirement more than Zhao Hong. A peaceful retirement was the dream of every officer. They worked in a perilous profession, lives hanging by a thread. If Zheng Gui could retire safely, it offered everyone hope and reinforced their resolve to continue. Moreover, Zhao Hong had long spoken of retiring. Though he delayed, years slipped by, and recently he had grown increasingly weary, reviving his desire to step down. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zheng Gui, keeping it on speaker so everyone could hear the ringing. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Ring. The subscriber you are calling is unavailable. Please try again later. Zhao Hong's eyelids trembled. He quickly reassured everyone. Team 4 may have encountered some trouble and cannot answer. Let me try again. Ring, ring. The second call connected, and with each ring the tension in the office intensified. Until the subscriber you are calling is unavailable. The air in the entire office seemed to solidify. Every heart tightened, like a drawn bowstring, their pulses quickening uncontrollably. I'll call once more. Zhao Hong clenched his teeth. If there's still no answer, all of you gear up. We'll go together to Lijuan community to find old Zheng. Even if something is wrong with so many of us, we should be able to handle it. Everyone nodded with an unprecedented unity. Zhao Hong dialed a third time. The ring echoed once more, then silence. Their hearts sank. Even Section Chief Sun emerged from his office, his face grim, brows furrowed, staring fixedly at Zhao Hong's phone. Just as despair engulfed everyone and some teammates were already reaching for their gear, a stranger's terrified voice finally crackled through the receiver. Dead. All dead. Bodies everywhere. Someone come quickly. Suppressing sobs breaking through sheer terror, the ear-splitting wails shook the very foundation of their nerves, sending chills running down every officer's spine. They're all dead. Are you sure? Speak, speak. Zhao Hong roared in disbelief. The stranger, as if scared, senseless, sobbed incoherently. They're all dead. Dead, not a single one alive. Ah! A scream tore through the call, followed by the mad sounds of gnashing and tearing. The stranger barely had time to shout for help before his voice cut off abruptly, leaving only the frenzied devouring of a pack of wild dogs. Sun Fei's expression changed drastically. He shoved through the crowd and snatched the phone. He could tell at once that not only had Group 4 been wiped out, but a mass mutation had erupted in Lijuan community. He had been section chief for 10 years. Under his management, the zombie eradication squad had suffered quite a few major accidents, such as the incident in which 3 people, including Lu Er and Li Zimu, were killed together, forcing him to make one self-criticism after another before the bureau chief. But overall, the squad had been advancing steadily, and its strength continued to rise. In 10 years, no group had ever been wiped out to the last person, let alone stirred up the city defense battalion. Yet today, the day an old team member was to retire, heaven had dropped a colossal mess on him, leaving Section Chief Sun's vision dark, and his face flushed, so red it looked as if blood would drip. Everyone gear up. Sun Fei almost growled the order. Target Lijuan community. The team scattered at once. No one spoke. Like soldiers assembling, they rushed toward the rear of the office area, silently putting on the tactical vests hanging on the wall, stepping into alloy combat boots, grabbing their weapons, and running out to assemble in the courtyard. Even Sun Dongliang, who was usually shiftless and carefree, turned utterly serious at this moment, struggling to keep up with the others. Lei Wu moved swiftly. After donning his gear and grabbing his Gatling gun, he noticed Jiang Mingyu standing there dazed. He took an anti-material sniper rifle from the wall and handed it over. You know how to use it? Jiang Mingyu froze for a second, then answered at once yes. Without another word, Lei Wu took down some equipment and helped Jiang put it on, then pulled him along as they ran toward the courtyard. Groups 1, 2, 3, and 5 had already driven off. Zhao Hong started the police car. By the time Lei Wu pushed Jiang Mingyu into the vehicle, the two had not yet settled in, and the door was still open when he floored the accelerator and shot forward, the screech of tires echoing through the compound. A line of police cars wailed toward Lijuan community. Inside, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. It was Jiang Mingyu's first mission, and the first time in his 20 years of life that he had ever seen such a display. His heart pounded despite himself, and his hands trembled slightly with tension. Compared with Lei Wu and the others who fought zombies day in and day out and danced on the edge of a blade, Jiang Mingyu, though knowledgeable and well-traveled, was more familiar with the affairs of high society. He had rarely faced real mortal danger, let alone undergone the cruel crucible of life and death. Seeing this, Lei Wu said in a low, earnest voice, "Once you get out of the car, don't run around. Follow Section Chief Sun's orders. If he forgets you or doesn't give you a specific command, stay behind us and cover the 3 of us as we push forward together with Sun Dongliang." Got it. Jiang Mingyu nodded and carefully inspected his anti-material sniper rifle, familiarizing himself with how to use it. At that moment, Lei Wu adjusted his glasses and slowly analyzed with Group 4's firepower. A Barrett sniper rifle and an anti-material weapon. Zombies at level 6 or lower could never have wiped them out. At most they might have scratched one or two members before being hit with overwhelming firepower. He paused, swept his eyes over the teammates in the vehicle, and instructed, if you encounter a zombie at level 6 or higher, don't say a word, turn and run. Leave covering the rear to me. Jiang Mingyu, find a nearby high point and try to snipe it. Shall you go call Sun Fei and have him come save me? As for you, Sun Dongliang, I hope you can run fast enough to keep the zombie from catching you. And what about me? Zhao Hong in the front turned around and asked, but Lei Wen gave him such a retort that he glared. Uncle Hong, this time you stay in the car or stick close to Sun Fei. Old Zheng is already gone. You're the hope of all of us. We don't want anything to happen to you. Damn it, I haven't retired yet. Zhao Hong turned and bellowed, seething with displeasure, but Lei Wen gave no reply. Lei Wu ignored him too, and Sun Dongliang ignored him even more. Jiang Mingyu focused on counting his bullets and said nothing. The atmosphere in the vehicle was eerie and terrifyingly quiet, broken only by the rattling of car parts as they bounced over the rough road. Old Zhao's face burned red, rage blazing inside him. He wanted to roar, who do you think you're looking down on? I'm not deadweight. I've weathered storms for so many years. When have I ever been the team's pampered mascot? But gradually his emotions settled. Looking at the rearview mirror at his white-haired, deeply wrinkled face, Zhao Hong realized he was nearly 70. He was no longer the spirited young man he had once been. The years age, all time cuts down even the gifted. Zhao Hong's eyes reddened. He longed to join the mission and avenge his fallen brothers, but in the end there was only helplessness. He had to accept his age. The vehicle fell into dead silence. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. They could all sense old Zhao's unwillingness, yet none dared let him join the fight. Just then Sun Fei's voice came through the earpiece. Latest intel, a mass mutation has been confirmed in Lishuang community. At least 300 people are infected. The situation is completely out of control. The zombies are spreading toward the fringes of the community. I've requested support from the city defense battalion. Before the main force arrives, we must contain the situation and prevent more people from being bitten. Now I'll assign the operation. Sun Fei looked at the map of Lishuang community and thought for a moment before saying, there are 6 streets around the community, forming a hexagon around the entire residential area. Groups 1 through 6. Each group seals off one street and clears zombies from the outside in. Group 7 will take over the street originally assigned to Group 4. The remaining groups 8 and 9 will follow me straight into the heart of Lishuang community to find out what actually caused this large-scale mutation. Group 6 received. Originally Zhao Hong was the captain, but this time Lei Wen directly shouldered the responsibility, giving old Zhao no chance to respond. This made Zhao Hong, driving up front, feel his lips tremble. He clutched the steering wheel tightly, his heart full of grievance, yet for the greater good, he was powerless. A moment later Lishuang community came into view. Sun Fei, who had been pondering for a long while, spoke again. This time Group 4 was wiped out to the last person, most likely by a high-level zombie. When we arrive, every group's heavy sniper should first find a high point to survey the terrain. First, to cover your teammates. Second, if any trace of a high-level zombie is found, notify me first. Do not act rashly and cause unnecessary sacrifice. He paused. Hearing everyone acknowledge over the earpiece, Sun Fei added, if you see a zombie at level 6 or higher, turn around and run as fast as you possibly can. If you can't escape, then do everything you can to buy time for your teammates. Finally, I hope everyone returns safely. The earpiece was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the occasional crackle of static proved that everyone's mics were still on. A heavy sense of dread hung over everyone, making the officers who usually completed tasks with ease realize just how close death truly was. Zombies at level 6 or higher were basically monsters of boundless strength, impervious to blades and bullets. Evolved to level 8, they were even more like moving primordial beasts. Anti-material sniper rifles couldn't kill them. They could easily slaughter the entire zombie eradication squad. Not even Sun Fei could withstand a single exchange. If such a zombie appeared, everyone would be plunged into despair. Sun Dongliang had been with the team for 2 years and had gone on dozens of missions with Lei Wu and the others, yet he still turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Mingyu was no better. His face was as pale as paper and his legs shook. He had never imagined that his first mission would throw him into a crisis unseen in a decade. Only the Lei brothers remained as calm as ever. That was because their skill made them bold, and they still held trump cards up their sleeves. It was also because they had grown used to the horror between life and death. Their will had been forged in blood and fire, tempered through countless trials. Trying to lighten the mood and ease the pressure, Lei Wen joked to Jiang Mingyu, seeing you so nervous, I almost feel sorry for you. If you don't want to go on this mission, you can jump out of the car right now. After all, you're not part of the eradication squad. Or if you want to make an effort, call some powerhouse from your family to come over and kill that high-level zombie with a wave of his hand. I think everyone would thank you from the bottom of their hearts. Young Master Jiang gave Lei Wen a sidelong glance. An eerie excitement crept over his face. I'm not nervous. I'm thrilled. Do you even know what thrill means? I've rarely done anything thrilling in my life because I'm afraid of death. But the more thrilling the place and the more dangerous the mission, the more excited I get. This feeling of dancing with death, it's absolutely incredible. Don't you think I'm a little twisted? The 4 people in the vehicle all felt their hair stand on end, staring blankly at Jiang Mingyu, as if seeing him for the first time. Young Master Zhang's whole body shook even harder, his lips pale, but his words yielded nothing to anyone. It was impossible to tell whether he was afraid or excited. That guy's a madman. He's almost as crazy as I am. Lei Wen stared at Jiang Mingyu for a long while. His impression of the man had changed completely, and for a moment, he actually felt a sense of kinship. Young Master Zhang's nervous fear of death was real, and so was his excitement. He was a walking contradiction, but that perfectly matched the truth that genius and madness lie but a thought apart. This kind of person genuinely dared to risk his life. He possessed great courage, great willingness to let go, and great madness, far beyond what ordinary people could match. After a moment's thought, Lei Wen gave rare praise. Young Master Zhang, you really are a little twisted. I hope you stay this excited when you meet a high-level zombie, and don't piss your pants. Don't worry, I'll definitely pee slower than you. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyu stopped trembling because they had reached their destination. As soon as the door opened, young Master Zhang dashed toward the clock tower, 100 meters away, his figure swift as lightning. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had seized the high ground of the street. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed through the air, and the scorching bullet streaked across the sky, instantly blowing the head of a zombie into pulpy flesh like a smashed watermelon. Bang bang bang. At this moment atop the bell tower, Jiang Mingyu seemed possessed by a deity, his shots never missing, ruthlessly harvesting zombie lives. Lei Wu and the others didn't need to fire, they simply pressed forward. The zombies that lunged would be blasted apart by Jiang Mingyu, turning the mission into nearly a solo performance for him. Sun Dongliang, who had been tense and fearful at first, gradually relaxed. Watching the zombies disappear the moment they appeared, he found the mission quite interesting. Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses while maintaining a combat stance, remarking, I have to admit, this guy's marksmanship is decent. Lei Wu nodded in agreement. Brother, you once mentioned that children from major families learn to handle various firearms from an early age. Every one of them becomes a sharpshooter, so Jiang Mingyu certainly can't be lacking. A dissatisfied voice crackled through the earpiece from young Master Jiang. You too. Discussing me right in front of my face. Be careful, or I'll curse you to have children without. Bang! Another zombie burst out of a civilian house, only to be blasted apart by the bullet's tremendous force. The impact sent it flying backwards several meters before crashing violently into a wall, leaving a chest wound over 15 centimeters in diameter, just as if pierced by an artillery shell. Lei Wu's eyelids trembled as he muttered, with this kind of power, and still unable to kill an 8th-level zombie, how dense must their flesh and blood be? Lei Wen analyzed, against a normal 8th-level human with peak physical condition, an anti-material sniper rifle can still pose a threat. As long as it hits the head, they won't die, but will at least suffer severe injuries. However, zombies have undergone mutation, gaining innate strength. An 8th-level zombie's physical condition rivals that of a 9th-level human, so the anti-material rifle can only breach the skin. The only difference is that they lack intelligence. They don't know how to dodge and charge recklessly. That's when humans can rely on wisdom to eliminate them. After pondering, Lei Wu asked a mathematical question. How many tons of impact force does an anti-material sniper rifle have? Lei Wen replied, that mainly depends on the caliber of the gun and the weight of the bullet. Lei Wen, though uneducated, showed signs of a super scholar's potential. Take the Anzio anti-material sniper rifle in Jiang Mingyu's hands as an example. The bullets it uses are twice as large as those of a Barrett typically employed on aircraft Vulcan cannons. When fired, the muzzle kinetic energy reaches 65,000 joules, 4 times that of a Barrett, approximately equivalent to 65 tons of impact force. 65 tons. Lei Wu felt his heart race with fear, finding it terrifying. His current fist strength was about 5 tons. Even with full power channeled into the diamond corpse-shattering palm, his strength would at most double or triple. Against an 8th-level zombie, it would be like scratching an itch. Even his ultimate trump card, the light-slaying flying dagger, wouldn't necessarily reach 65 tons of destructive power, perhaps barely comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle at best. This is bad. Lei Wu's face went pale, his mind in turmoil. With all his trump cards rendered useless, his only remaining means of survival was his zombie identity. But this identity wasn't foolproof. Under normal circumstances, zombies wouldn't kill their own kind. Rotten flesh held no appeal for them. Except for high-level zombies. The higher the level, the more intense their craving for fresh flesh, and the fiercer their instinct for self-evolution. Just as Lei Wu needed a zombie heart to sustain his vitality, high-level zombies would also fight each other, desperate to devour their opponent's heart and brain, consuming the zombie virus within to strengthen themselves. Lei Wu wasn't sure whether high-level zombies would eat him, but he knew he'd do everything in his power to eliminate them. This attraction should be mutual. Only if one party was too weak like an ant would the stronger side bother wasting time. But now Lei Wu dared not gamble. An intense sense of crisis stimulated every cell in his body. Regardless of whether he would encounter an 8th-level zombie, he had to quickly find a way to deal with the situation. Interface. Lei Wu mentally commanded, and a transparent panel materialized before his eyes. Level 3rd level mutated zombie fist, strength 5,344 kilograms, speed 49 milliseconds, vitality 2 years 2 months 7 days, spirit 85, cultivation points 552, increases by 1 daily, martial arts, light slaying, great completion, golden bell shield, great completion, flying legs, great completion, diamond, corpse shattering, palm, intermediate. His gaze lingered briefly on the first three martial arts, but Lei Wu pinned his hopes on the diamond, corpse shattering, palm. This palm technique possessed demonic breaking effects. Back when he was merely a first-level zombie with only 1 ton of fist strength, he had already been able to blast the head off a 6th-level zombie. Once fully mastered, it would undoubtedly possess miraculous power. Consuming 10 cultivation points, your understanding of the diamond path deepens further. The righteous energy filling both palms is inherently fierce and domineering, supremely young and potent. During this cultivation, the 4 characters, Diamond, Zen, Intent, arise in your mind, yet your mediocre aptitude prevents you from applying this intent in practice. Lei Wu felt warmth spreading through both palms as though an aura of heaven and earth's righteousness circulated within them. Eliminating demons and subduing evil seemed like child's play, as if he possessed the power of thunderous Vajra. He instinctively gripped the Desert Eagle's handle, then froze entirely. A handprint appeared on the grip, 5 fingerprint ridges clearly visible, as if a peerless Qigong master had exerted their power, leaving their mark imprinted upon steel. Gripping iron like clay. Lei Wen had once taken Lei Wu to consult many martial arts masters in Jiangxing. They had inquired about legendary techniques like striking people as if hanging paintings, embracing the Dantian's force, and inner vital energy penetrating the body, but no one could actually cultivate these skills. Gripping iron like clay was nothing but nonsense. But now Lei Wu had achieved it. This moment doubled his confidence, and he began frantically investing points. Consuming 30 cultivation points. Though your talent is poor, you practice punches day and night and comprehend the Zen intent. After prolonged effort, you gain some insights, yet that spark of spiritual clarity remains truly difficult to grasp. Lei Wu's expression of loss made Lei Wen beside him glance over involuntarily, his brows furrowing. Over the course of this year, you have studied all Zen Buddhist texts thoroughly and achieved mastery of the Diamond Zen intent. Through the white bone visualization method, you imagine yourself becoming a heavenly Vajra protector. Finally, after spending 50 cultivation points, you experienced that spark of spiritual clarity. In that instant, Lei Wu felt righteous energy filling every pore of both palms, so concentrated that it began transforming from gas to liquid. It resembled golden blood surging through his hands, and with merely a slight movement of his qi and blood, he wielded divine power capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers. Xiao Wu, watch out for zombies. Don't zone out. Seeing Lei Wu lost in thought, his expression shifting between solemn and amused, as he sank completely into his own world, Lei Wen had to call out a warning. In recent years, Lei Wu had often been like this. At first, Lei Wen only thought something was wrong with his younger brother's head, assuming the vacant stare was normal. But as time went on, he grew keenly aware that Lei Wu seemed to be suffering from some kind of mental illness. The symptoms resembled schizophrenia, depression, and delusional disorder. He would smile foolishly for no reason and mutter add points under his breath, as if playing a game inside his own mind. The strangest part was that whenever this happened, Lei Wu's aura and heart rate would fluctuate wildly, then suddenly surge upward, as if he had broken through some bottleneck. Lei Wen had always thought his own methods were already inscrutable enough, yet Lei Wu turned out to be even more mysterious than he was. Just a moment ago, he sensed that Lei Wu's aura had spiked again. His entire bearing had changed, giving him the feel of a Vajra bodhisattva. Especially with the heavy Gatling gun in Lei Wu's left hand and the massive ammunition box on his back, combined with his imposing demeanor, he truly gave off the impression of a Gatling bodhisattva. Depleted uranium rounds pure in the 6 roots, 3,600 rounds per second. An internet meme flashed through Lei Wen's mind while Lei Wu's footsteps faltered and his gaze turned clear once more. Bro, I'm fine. We can continue the mission. Good. Lei Wen looked tense, having long since secretly launched a drone 100 meters above to survey the land, streaming real-time images into his gold-rimmed glasses. Lei Wu no longer dared to be careless either. They had already traveled a great distance, and Jiang Mingyu's sniper rifle could hardly cover them anymore. Still, he could not resist sweeping a glance at his panel. Level 4 mutant zombie. Punch force 9,566 kilograms. Speed 52 milliseconds. Stamina 2 years, 2 months 6 days. Spirit 168. Cultivation points 410, increases by 1 each day. Martial arts light kill, Grand Mastery Golden Bell Shield, Grand Mastery Fleet Foot, Grand Mastery Vajra Corpse Crushing Palm, Grand Mastery. No wonder these are transcendent martial arts. His punch force had increased by more than 4 tons, nearly doubling. His spirit had risen by 80 points. It was a complete stat explosion, catapulting Lei Wu straight to level 4. The Vajra Corpse Crushing Palm in particular filled him with unparalleled courage. Previously, he had not known how power was divided above level 9. Now he vaguely guessed the next tier was yellow rank, and a rough estimate of its stats was enough to make him realize its terror. To reach level 9 in physical condition, one needed a punch force of 64 tons and a speed of 340 meters per second, effectively supersonic. Entering yellow rank would require at least double those figures. That rank was essentially a walking human cannon. One punch could blast apart a mountain 100 meters tall. When running, it was faster than a supersonic fighter jet. It was like the ancient mighty beings capable of moving mountains, filling seas, soaring through the sky, and diving into the earth. A grandmastery Vajra corpse-crushing palm was comparable to a powerhouse on the verge of yellow rank, crushing zombies of lower levels with ease. As long as he charged up and struck the enemy's head or chest, there would be no surprise and no suspense. It would simply explode. By contrast, the equally transcendent flying dagger technique Light Kill seemed somewhat weaker. However, the two arts had different focuses. Light Kill prioritized speed and never missed its mark, capable of instantly killing beings with weaker defenses, humans for instance. The Vajra corpse-crushing palm, on the other hand, specialized in countering zombies. Against human powerhouses at level 8 or 9, its palm force could at best fight them to a draw, with its lethality relying mainly on the soul-shattering intent within the strike. But when this move faced beings with powerful spirit stats, for example a level 8 expert with a spirit stat of 500 and a will as unshakable as diamond, the soul-shattering palm intent would become useless. Once I elevate Golden Bell Shield and Fleetfoot into transcendent martial arts and pour points into them until they reach Grand Mastery, I'll have both offense and defense in one with speed like lightning. As long as I don't run into a freak like my brother, I should be able to swagger unopposed below level 9. Over the years, Lei Wu had never seen his elder brother fight anyone. Never hand-to-hand, never exchanging blows. Because he had no need to. Lei Wen's bizarre and varied methods were enough to keep enemies at bay without a single touch. Among those methods, such as the black corpse-dissolving liquid, no one knew where its destructive limit lay or what level of expert it could break through. The jars and bottles and various pieces of technology Lei Wu had seen in the underground laboratory were only what Lei Wen wanted him to see. Lei Wu believed they were merely the tip of the iceberg his brother had revealed. His hidden killing moves and trump cards were probably stuffed all over his body. The moment he took off his clothes, gear would absolutely clatter out and spill all over the ground. If I can't handle it, my brother can. As Lei Wu's tension ebbed away, he and Lei Wen simultaneously shot a zombie in the head. Just then Jiang Mingyu's voice came through the earpiece. Something is wrong. He had already run down from the clock tower and found another vantage point closer to the heart of the community. One glance through his 8x scope made every hair on young Master Zhang's body stand on end. Lei Wen frowned and asked what's going on. Jiang Mingyu was silent for a moment, shot 2 zombies, and then said with a hint of dread in his voice, "You'll know in a moment." Lei Wen did not press further. He simply quickened his pace. As if afraid the gunfire would attract the terrifying presence, Jiang Mingyu not only muted his mic, but also dared not fire again, keeping his head low and hiding. Lei Wu and the others hurried through the alleys between residential buildings. Before long, the view suddenly opened up. And then, Lei Wen, Lei Wu, and son Dongliang all felt their scalps prickle as they sucked in cold breaths. The view had opened up, not because they had reached a wide avenue. It was because the houses all around had collapsed, buildings had split apart, and ravines scarred the earth. Within a 200-meter radius, it looked like a scene of heaven and earth being torn apart. 5-story buildings had crumbled into ruins, and the fissured ground spread outward like a spiderweb, extending fully dozens of meters. This was not a scene Lei Wu and the others had never encountered. The East City Branch Bureau possessed priceless records of powerhouses battling, fights that truly unleashed world-destroying might. But those had only been video recordings, like watching a movie. Now, however, fantasy had spilled into reality. Looking at craters several meters deep and the wreckage stretching to the edge of sight, as if left behind by superhuman combat, the sheer visual impact made Lei Wu and the others tremble, their blood pressure soaring and hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Lei Wen took a deep breath, suppressed his inner tension, and spat out a single word in a hoarse voice: "Retreat." This scene was entirely beyond their ability to intervene in. They were not even qualified to watch from the sidelines. The terrifying shockwaves, flying gravel and rebar exposed from collapsed buildings. If any of it were blasted their way, it would be enough to take their lives. Whether or not the main combatants of that great battle were still present, retreating and protecting themselves was the only choice. As Lei Wen's words fell, the four turned and ran with their guns, abandoning the zombies in the houses entirely. They merely needed to seal off the outer streets and wait for the city defense battalion to take over. Meanwhile, Sun Fei, who had pushed straight into the heart of the community, seemed to have witnessed the same horrifying scene. The sound of him gulping came through the earpiece as he said in a trembling voice, "Everyone retreat to at least 6 streets away. Now. Immediately. Retreat at full speed." The city defense battalion arrived, swiftly mobilizing over 1,000 men at once. Led by Deputy Battalion Commander Liang Feng, whose physical fitness was grade 8-0, and accompanied by 3 company commanders of grade 7, they sealed off the entire Lizuan community. Watching tank after tank roll into the residential district, more than a dozen armed helicopters patrolling the sky, the phased array radars spinning endlessly atop its radar vehicle, and behind it all 5 Katyusha rocket artillery trucks and 2 missile vehicles. Lei Wu finally understood why regular troops never appeared in zombie movies from the old era. This battle formation, once deployed in full, was the equivalent of flashing the words "the end." Even in the age of the Great Cataclysm, when both humans and zombies evolved, and the rise of elite individual warriors had begun to make people overlook the power of firearms, this display still struck awe into every heart. What stunned and awed the crowd most, however, was the suit of black battle armor covering Liang Feng from head to toe. Its entire surface gleamed with cold metallic light under the searchlights, and slung across his back was a giant battle axe taller than a human figure. Even Iron Man in the movies could not match his sheer swagger. What is that thing he's wearing? Sun Dongliang asked, envy written across his face, turning to his teammates. Lei Wen was about to answer, but Jiang Mingyu had already jumped in to show off his knowledge. This is superalloy battle armor developed by the City Defense Battalion. In both defense and destructive power, wearing it allows one to rival a level 8 zombie. With this suit on, even if a level 9 zombie showed up, Liang Feng could fight it for 300 rounds and hold out until a tomahawk missile locked onto the target. That ferocious. Lei Wu's eyelids twitched as he asked, could an ordinary person wearing this armor match a level 8 zombie in strength and speed? Of course not. Jiang Mingyu shook his head and said this armor weighs 300 gene. An ordinary person would be crushed wearing it, unable even to stand, let alone wield that giant axe. A grade 3 physique cannot lift it at all. Grade 4 can barely manage it. Grade 5 can whirl it with sweeping force. In other words, you need at least grade 5 to control this armor. The group exchanged glances, thinking that one must first be strong oneself, otherwise, even if the armor was given away for free, it would only end up buried at the bottom of a chest collecting dust. Jiang Mingyu savored the feeling of flaunting his knowledge. His origins in a top-tier consortium had finally found some use. He continued to reveal, more actually, Liang Feng's superalloy armor only counts as silver tier. It's a bit stronger than common bronze tier armor, and barely escapes the category of a tin can, but its enhancement to the wearer is not particularly high. A truly advanced armor has to reach at least gold tier, which can be compared to the early Iron Man suit in the movies. The group listened with wide eyes and gaping mouths, feeling as if they had touched an entirely new world. Only Lei Wen remained stone-faced, as though nothing could disturb his composure. Young Master Jiang gave Lei Wen a long searching look, then turned to gaze into the depths of Lizhuan community, and said with concern, for a mutation on this scale, apart from deliberate poisoning by human hands, it can only mean that a level 8 or higher zombie is active. Only that level possesses such terrifying destructive force. If the City Defense Battalion catches it this time, fine, but if it gets away, our future missions will be extremely dangerous. The others fell into silence, sensing dark days ahead. Seeing Jiang Mingyu sharing inside information, Sun Fei also walked over from a distance, hoping to learn some of the truth. Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and analyzed that zombie must have run away. With such a huge commotion, unless it was intelligent enough to realize danger was approaching and hide, it would have come out to devour fresh flesh and blood. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Zhao Hong said in a trembling voice, do you still remember a few years ago when the frequency of our missions suddenly rose? All 9 squads were going out almost every day, as if someone was deliberately spreading the virus. The investigation section looked into it for a long time before confirming that a level 8 zombie had infiltrated the city. Later, several great families joined forces to capture it, and only then did the number of our missions decrease. Do you mean? Lei Wen said gravely, the one who released the virus was that captured level 8 zombie. Zhao Hong nodded earnestly. Apart from this one, I can't think of another level 8 zombie anywhere else. With that, everyone turned their heads in unison toward Jiang Mingyu. Under the stairs, sweat broke out on young Master Jiang's forehead. He could only shrug helplessly and say, why are you all staring at me? The Jiang family contributed to capturing that zombie, but in the end we weren't the ones who took it away. How it escaped, I truly have no idea. Sun Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Didn't you kill that zombie back then? No. Young Master Jiang gave Sun Fei a sidelong glance, as if saying, why would you ask something so idiotic? Since the founding of Jiangxing Bay City, only a handful of level 8 zombies have ever appeared, and not a single one has ever been captured alive. Every family and consortium wants to study a zombie of this level, to obtain its blood, observe its heartbeat and brain, and try to develop an antidote to the zombie virus. Now that one finally appeared, you want everyone to just kill it. Section Chief Sun was choked speechless. His face dark, he demanded, since it had already been caught, why was it allowed to escape again? Jiang Mingyu retorted without the slightest politeness, you're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? The two immediately glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped between them and did their best to mediate. Everyone knew that Section Chief Sun was moved by a fierce desire to protect his men. He dreaded the zombie running loose and wreaking havoc, causing heavy losses to the zombie eradication teams. That was the only reason he had the courage to stand up to young Master Jiang. And Jiang Mingyu was innocent too. He had no access to the Jiang family's core secrets, but everyone treated him as the heir to the Jiang consortium, and therefore assumed he must naturally know every secret of the family. With a bitterness he could not voice, young Master Jiang could only put on a foul temper and argue with everyone. Before long, Liang Feng walked out of the community with the 3 company commanders holding a memory card in his hand. He handed it to Sun Fei and said, this is a memory card from a surveillance device. It clearly recorded the battle in Lizhuan community. A level 8 zombie with intelligence attacked Sun Jiangong, the station director of Jiangxing TV, who was interviewing here. It clawed his chest and then fled, leaving no trace. What did you say? Before Deputy Battalion Commander Liang's voice had died down, Sun Fei's face was already a mask of shock and disbelief. No matter how many possibilities he had considered, he had never expected that the zombie had escaped in order to strike at an important member of the Sun family. Even more terrifying, had a level 8 zombie developed human intellect. That's impossible. Sun Fei refused to believe it. Jiang Mingyu was also shaken and found it hard to accept. Liang Feng looked at the two of them without expression. Without lowering his voice or avoiding the others, he said, "Your great families and consortiums have been conducting human experiments for years, studying zombies of every kind, birds, beasts, animals, and humans, and trying all along to modify them. That has long been an open secret." Deputy Battalion Commander Liang's face was cold and stern. Casting a glance at Lei Wu, who was even taller than himself, he felt a flicker of wonder, but he did not stop speaking. A level 8 zombie is already not far from the yellow tier. Inject some special drugs to stimulate its brain development and give it the intelligence of a small child. I don't think that's too difficult. The City Defense Battalion swept through the entire community, annihilating every zombie before departing under Liang Feng's command. As for the level 8 zombie that had developed self-awareness, Deputy Battalion Commander Liang could only shake his head helplessly and admit there was nothing to be done. At this level, the creature moved far too fast. 300 to 400 meters a second. In 2 minutes, it could cover 40 kilometers. The cameras could not catch so much as a trace of it. They could only wait for the investigation section to piece together the faintest clues and report them to the City Defense Battalion. They placed the bodies of Zheng Gui and the other 5 into body bags and laid them in a row. Everyone removed their combat helmets and bowed their heads in silent mourning. The pain of parting in life and death is truly hard to bear. Old Zheng was a decent man. When his funeral is held, the brothers should go and lend a hand. If only we'd let old Zheng retire yesterday, one day earlier, and today wouldn't have happened. Afterward, the officers heaved long sighs. Only Jiang Mingyu, new to the unit, was unmoved by it all. Instead, he whispered to Wu Zi, "This Liang Feng is a wily old fox. He never really exerted himself." Lei Wu asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Do you see that phased array radar of theirs? As long as they want to find someone. Never mind 40 kilometers, even 400. That radar, which integrates thermal imaging and every kind of high-tech infantry gear, can track down a trace. Hiding deep in mountain forest would be useless." Jiang Mingyu gave a cold smile. "What they're looking for is a high-level zombie. Its body heat and surrounding magnetic field are like the Big Dipper in the night sky, strikingly conspicuous among the clustered stars. Jiangxing only has about 20 level 8 powerhouses. Unless it hid underground or in an extremely secret place, it would be completely exposed under that radar. Anyone who moved furtively or appeared where they shouldn't would have to be that level 8 zombie." Lei Wu was dumbfounded, a profound reverence for high technology rising in his heart. Then he asked, the doubt weighing on him, "Maintaining order in Jiangxing is also Liang Feng's responsibility. This time he didn't catch the zombie. If it goes on to rampage in the future, the City Defense Battalion will have to deploy again. Why go to so much trouble now? He has his own calculations." Young Master Jiang snorted coldly. "The City Defense Battalion doesn't belong to any family in Jiangxing. It has stayed neutral through the years, guarding only the Sky Dome to ensure no mass mutation breaks out in the city. This level 8 zombie escaped and killed Sun Jiangang. That must have been deliberately arranged by some family. If Liang Feng caught the zombie, wouldn't he be indirectly meddling in the struggles among the top-tier families? Is the matter really that complicated?" Lei Wu clicked his tongue in awe. Looking at Jiang Mingyu, who was only 20, he couldn't help marveling that a scion born into a leading financial group possessed far keener insight than ordinary people. Having said this, young Master Jiang let out a sigh. If the City Defense Battalion washes its hands of the matter and lets a level 8 zombie run wild, countless people may be infected. In the end, the only ones who suffer will be the zombie eradication squad. Then why don't you run off right now? Lei Wu shot back. Jiang Mingyu threw him a sidelong glance, squared his shoulders, and said, "I've never been a deserter in my life, nor do I know what fear is." Lei Wu smirked. "Back in the community, you muted your mic and didn't even dare to fire your gun. That's not what you were saying then." Young Master Jiang's face turned bright red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he wished he could slap Wu Zi into a crack in the ground. The next day, at the urging of Zhao Hong and the others, Lei Wen called Han Yang to ask about the situation of Sun Jiangong, the owner of Villa No. 7. Han Yang said that Station Director Sun had been secretly taken away by the Sun family the night before. When he left, his skin was pallid and his nail beds were blue, signs of impending mutation. It seemed a special drug had been injected into him, leaving him unconscious so that he could not bite anyone. While practicing his boxing, Jiang Mingyu offered his opinion. "In this age of our smartphones aren't of much use. The channels by which people get information have long since gone back to television and newspapers. Our Jiangxing has only one TV station, Jiangxing Satellite TV. You could say whoever controls this media controls public opinion. In recent years, have you seen any reports on television that were detrimental to the Sun Consortium?" Lei Wu and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. That's exactly it. His vanity thoroughly gratified, Jiang Mingyu continued to play the self-appointed instructor. "Some people covet Sun Jiangong's station director post. Open methods, stripping him of power, scheming against him in secret, coercion and bribery, even giving his daughter Nyo the zombie virus. None of those worked. So they had to show their hand and get rid of him by the most primitive method. Zhao Hong was nearly 70, yet he had his eyes open today. He asked in astonishment, "Are high-level power struggles really that plain and unadorned?" Young Master Jiang swung his fists as he spoke. "Everyone is just an ordinary person. Where in the real world are all those TV dramas with fights that never break into the open? When the big consortiums fight to the end, grievances pile up, and everything returns to physical means. That is the most effective and also the simplest way to solve problems." After a pause, Jiang Mingyu said with conviction, "See, Sun Jiangang was taken care of this time. Even if he survives, he can never be station director again. Next, the Jiangxing television station is sure to be thrown into turmoil. The consortiums will throw their weight together and replace the Sun family station director, greatly weakening its power. Aren't you done?" Sun Fei walked over from the section chief's office with a cold expression, having already seen the whole exchange through the office surveillance cameras. Jiang Mingyu rolled his eyes, turned back to his boxing, and stopped reopening the Sun family's wounds. Lei Wu and the others quickly dispersed to avoid the section chief, blowing his top. Days passed one after another. For over half a year, the officers remained on edge, dreading the thought of encountering that level 8 zombie during a mission. As time stretched on, they gradually let their guard down. One day, Zhao Hong, who had hesitated for a long time, finally made up his mind to retire. "Old Zhao, are you sure you want to retire?" "I'm sure. I can't keep holding everyone back." Zhao Hong smiled bitterly and handed the retirement report to Sun Fei. Ever since Zheng Gui's accident during these past 6 months of missions, he had turned into Group 6 lucky mascot, able only to stay in the rear and cover his teammates, never even getting a chance to charge ahead. As time went by, old Zhao, who had been strong-willed his entire life, could no longer hold back his distress. "When I go on missions with Lei Wu now, not only am I useless, but my teammates have to take care of me too. Rather than that, I'd rather retire and go home." This? Sun Fei hesitated. He wanted to say something to persuade the old man to stay, but seeing Zhao Hong's white-haired appearance, he swallowed the words and signed the report. "In a while, I'll go to the director and get his signature for your release. Don't leave tonight. The Bureau will hold a farewell party for you, and our zombie eradication squad will pay for it." "Thank you, Section Chief." Zhao Hong expressed his thanks sincerely. For the first time in his life, the gratitude came from his heart. Over the years, he had argued with Sun Fei plenty. Relying on his seniority and experience, he had never taken the younger people seriously, repeatedly challenged Sun Fei in public, and often slammed the desk and glared in the section chief's office. Time flew like a shuttle. More than a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. He had gone from being a middle-aged man to an old one, and Zhao Hong had long released his hold on those old quarrels. Sun Fei was also a sentimental man. He gently patted old Zhao on the shoulder, letting go of the grudge between them. That night, at the end of the workday, apart from the 2 squads on duty, all members of the corpse disposal squad headed to Phoenix Restaurant for a gathering, a farewell banquet for Zhao Hongkai. The restaurant was not far from the precinct, so Lei Wu and the others simply walked. Along the way, traffic flowed like a river, light and shadow interweaving. The colorful neon signs on old roadside billboards illuminated the entire city, telling of the glory and history of Jiangxing Bay City. Today, old Zhao was the center of attention. No one stole his limelight. Surrounded by the crowd like stars around the moon, he was coaxed into endless laughter. His safe retirement carried far greater symbolic meaning than staying on the team. At least it would lower the mortality rate and soothe people's minds. Lei Wu, never good with words, walked behind the group. Jiang Mingyu, who had only recently arrived and was still unfamiliar with the others, also trailed at the back. Watching the officers ahead with their arms around each other's shoulders, their laughter and chatter endless, the young Master Jiang couldn't help feeling a pang of loss. Everyone is so wonderful, eating, drinking, and having fun together every day, fighting side by side when missions come. They never lack brothers' company and sincerity. I envy such a life. Lei Wu shot him a glance. Actually, you can too. As long as you drop your airs and stop putting on that stuck-up young master attitude, everyone would be happy to hang out with you. Over the past half year or so, Jiang Mingyu had barely managed to blend into the small circle of Unit 6, but his interactions with the others were not pleasant. Having grown up mingling with top-tier elites, and net worth of millions was merely the price to gain an audience with him, and anyone below physical level 5 was unworthy even of carrying his shoes. Now that he had fallen in among a flock of crows, how could the young Master Jiang, long accustomed to standing above others, find pleasure in chatting with a group of nobodies? Deep down, he looked down on these mediocre souls. Even Sun Fei could not catch his eye. Some team members were still level 1 at 40, truly no better than ordinary civilians. But in this environment, he also wished to call every teammate his brother, to have them all revolve around him, respect him, and care for him. Yet he couldn't let go of his inner pride, leaving him utterly torn. Lei Wu sensed Jiang Mingyu's inner conflict. Following the principle that one who accepts a favor must be obliging, he couldn't accept that million for nothing. He had been trying hard to persuade Jiang Mingyu over this period. You were born noble, a level 6 powerhouse at 20, unmatched by few in all of Jiangxing. But now that you've joined the corpse disposal squad, you should do as the Romans do, eat the same food, do the same work. Everyone is here to maintain public order, no one owes you anything. If you want everyone to like you, the only way is to let go of your prejudice. He paused, then pointed at Ding Jianjun from Unit 8, a level 1 team member who had tried several times to strike up a conversation with Jiang Mingyu only to be ignored. You've ignored him many times. Is it because you think he lacks ambition, is lazy and gluttonous, never washes his clothes or shaves, and looks as slovenly as a beggar? Do you find him unsanitary and fear that being near him will dirty your own clothes? The young master instinctively wanted to defend himself, but only his lips moved, and he remained silent. Lei Wu continued, as for someone who hasn't made any progress by 40, aside from not working hard enough, there is usually something dragging him down. A gambling father, an ailing mother, a younger brother in school. Ding Jianjun has none of these. He has no wife, no children, and remains alone to this day. Jiang Mingyu furrowed his brow. Then why is he still level 1? What about his salary all these years and the extra income from missions? You've been an officer for 7 or 8 years and already reached level 4. Your brother is probably almost level 5. Why is he still stuck in the same place? Go to his home and you'll see. To his home. Jiang Mingyu sneered. It must be the same old cliché. Adopting orphans, funding his sister's schooling. He can't even support himself, yet stubbornly plays the do-gooder. He really is doing good deeds. Lei Wu looked at the sneering young master, then turned his head and said gravely, at home, he has taken in 3 disabled teammates. One was bitten on the thigh by a zombie and had to have it amputated, now bound to a wheelchair. Another had half his face torn off, leaving him disfigured and brain damaged, reduced to a simpleton. The last one suffered severe after effects, unable to take care of himself, unable even to get out of bed. It is Ding Jianjun's meager salary that barely keeps these comrades alive. You may laugh at him for being unclean, laugh at him for his low level. But, as members of the corpse disposal squad, whether you or I, all of us, none of us has the right to mock him. Lei Wu clenched his fists and said in a low, heavy voice, we live from day to day, never knowing if a mission might be our last. No one can absolutely guarantee they won't be injured, and no one possesses Ding Jianjun's courage and loyalty, supporting his comrades day after day for over 10 years, even though he is only level 1. Jiang Mingyu was struck dumb, his heart profoundly shaken. He looked again at Ding Jianjun's weathered back. Though he wasn't tall, his shoulders were broad and sturdy, his spine standing as firm as a mountain. Jiang Mingyu asked himself if he were of humble origin, just an ordinary citizen, without background or backing, relying solely on a monthly salary of 5,000, would he support those disabled comrades for the sake of past friendship? The answer was no. At that moment, Jiang Mingyu realized that he was a proud and selfish person, his mind as small as a speck of dust. So what right did he have to look down on a man of honor like Ding Jianjun? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Mingyu raised his head and said with a firm gaze, tomorrow, I want to go see those 3 teammates at Ding Jianjun's home. Although I've never met them, I still want to do my part. Good, I'll go with you. Lei Wu beamed, suddenly feeling that Jiang Mingyu wasn't such a bad person after all. Just then the young master Jiang shot him a sidelong glance and gave an unhappy snort. Don't think I don't know. You're trying to get into my wallet and make me support those 3 disabled comrades. And that Ding Jianjun. He deliberately approached me time and again, striking up conversations only because he sees I have money and wants to benefit from me. I've long sensed his excessive eagerness. A sly glint flashed in Jiang Mingyu's eyes. Young master, you didn't grow up eating idle rice. I've seen plenty of these tricks. It's just that Ding Jianjun is loyal enough and we're colleagues, so I won't quibble with him. What's the big deal about supporting 3 comrades? It's only 20,000 a month. If that can buy everyone's goodwill and admiration, I'll pay it. Young master, you is truly righteous. Lei Wu gave a thumbs up and vigorously hugged Jiang Mingyu's shoulder, his voice so loud that everyone up ahead turned to look. Wuzi seized the chance to shout, young master Jiang has announced that from now on he will support Ding Jianjun's 3 comrades at arms at home. Everyone was stunned. After exchanging glances, whether sincere or not, they felt a bit more goodwill toward Jiang Mingyu. They came over one after another to greet him and strike up conversations, leaving Jiang Mingyu no longer alone. Inside, the tavern officers sat 10 to a table, chatting away in animated excitement. As members of Team 6, Lei Wu and the others naturally shared a table, with Zhao Hong with Sun Fei nearby. Old Zhao was unusually emotional today. Barely touching his food, he carried his wine glass around to toast, everyone reminiscing about old times with his comrades. Those who had once clashed now drank and smiled away their grudges. Those who had never fallen out clasped arms and spoke of days past, pledging to be brothers in the next life. As he spoke, Zhao Hong grew sentimental and his eyes reddened, yet he kept smiling, unwilling to let the atmosphere turn awkward. As men get older, their emotions get a little unstable. Old Zhao gave a self-deprecating explanation, then raised his glass to Ding Jianjun. Brother, in the entire corpse eradication squad, there aren't many people I truly respect. But I respect your character and admire your loyalty. Let's down this cup together. Bottoms up. After Ding Jianjun finished and exchanged a few words, Zhao Hong finished toasting that table and went to toast Team 9 at the next table. When he came to Lu Sen, old Zhao couldn't help recalling the incident with Li Zimu and Lu Er years ago and felt a pang of shame. As captain of Team 6, he had failed to reconcile the conflicts among his men. Lacking tolerance, he had eventually kept marginalizing Lu Er and led the others in isolating him and Tai Dan. Li Zimu could not stand it, and the embers of hatred rekindled. leading to the tragedy that followed. Recalling those old events, Zhao Hong felt a measure of regret. But what grieved him most was the cycle of vengeance. Lu San and Lei Wu still could not stand each other to this day. The two acted like sworn enemies, refusing to acknowledge each other. Lu San in particular could not let go of his grudge and often badmouthed Lei Wu both openly and behind his back. Old Zhao genuinely wanted to dissolve the feud, prevent the next tragedy, and spare the Lu family line from dying out. But in the end, he had the will, but not the means. He wasn't Sun Fei, who had power in his hands and could hold Lu San's future in his grasp. Nor was he a powerhouse of high rank who could crush Lu San's life through absolute force and make him submit. To put it plainly, he was merely a small team leader about to retire. His words carried little weight. It was not his place to offer counsel. As the person in the entire corpse eradication squad who understood the two Lei brothers best, Zhao Hong worried deeply about Lu San. This child had no idea what two towering, terrifying trees he was up against. Even if he exhausted everything he had and devoted his entire life, he could never hope to measure up to the brothers. In a few more years, let alone surpassing Lei Wu, even if Lu San could exchange one extra word with Wuzi in a crowd, that would be a glory for him. Unfortunately, the child was completely unaware of this. It was only because Lu San posed no danger and had not done anything too outrageous that Lei Wu couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Otherwise, Wuzi wouldn't even need to make a move. Lei Wu would make Lu San understand that he had provoked the one person in this world, the one who must never be provoked. At that thought, 1,000 emotions welled up in Zhao Hong, and he could not help offering a word of advice. Sanner, let the affairs of your father's generation pass like smoke in the wind. Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye we all grow old. Look at my face. Weather-beaten beyond words, no trace of its youthful charm left. Instead of clinging to the old grudges, it's better to live your own life well. Your father will be able to rest in peace beneath the earth. Lu San raised his glass, clinked it against Zhao Hong's, drained it in one tilt, and replied, "Today is your farewell banquet, Uncle Zhao. Let's not mention unpleasant things. We'll just drink, no talk of grudges." Old Zhao was taken aback. He could hear that Lu San was outwardly respectful, but in truth refused to accept his goodwill. All he could do was sigh, pat the younger man on the shoulder as a silent reminder for him to take care, then smile and urge everyone on. "I was being too talkative. Everyone drink up, drink up. Old Zhao, I'll toast you one." Wang Jun, captain of Team 9, rose to his feet. A former soldier, warm and spirited with a straightforward personality, he immediately launched into a drinking contest with Zhao Hong. As for Lu San, who had been in a fairly good mood, Zhao Hong's reminder instead bred resentment in his heart. Thinking of his father's tragic death and looking at the next table where Lei Wu was surrounded by a group of teammates wearing that smug look of a petty man on the rise, Lu San felt increasingly displeased. I can't let Lei Wu have it so easy. Even as these thoughts churned in his mind, Lu San knew his strength was lacking. His standing in the corpse eradication squad was far below that of the two brothers, and he had no courage to clash head-on with Lei Wu. As if possessed, he rose, told the others he was going to the restroom, and disappeared from the hall. Clenching his teeth, Lu San stopped a waiter, counted out half a month's wages from his pocket, and forced the money into the waiter's hand. The waiter hesitated for a few seconds, then listened as Lu San said he meant no harm. He just wanted to embarrass the big guy in public. Money moves hearts. In the end, the waiter nodded. Watching the waiter pick up a hot water kettle and prepare to refill everyone's cups, Lu San sneered inwardly. Ever since joining the corpse eradication squad, he had been observing Lei Wu. Over the long months, he really had discovered something interesting. Lei Wu seemed to suffer from persecution delusions. He moved with exaggerated caution, avoided physical contact with anyone, and was wary of anything sharp. Especially at the sight of scissors, iron nails, steel needles, and the like, his pupils would involuntarily contract, like a bird startled by a twanging bowstring. "Today I'll give you something to suffer over, and see exactly what kind of man you really are." Lu San gave an inward sneer, washed his hands, left the restroom, and returned to his own table. Lei Wu, meanwhile, was completely unaware of Lu San's little move. Deep down, he also looked down on the fellow. He didn't dare to start a fight. He only jabbered behind people's backs. Utterly worthless. What he failed to realize was that although he had gone on over 1,000 missions over the years, his social circle was very narrow. He spent all day dealing with a bunch of rough men and had little experience with underhanded tricks, so he did not understand the principle that a fly may not bite, but it is still disgusting. Watching the waiter refill the cup of Jiang Mingyu beside him, Lei Wu did not take it to heart and simply chatted. "Tomorrow when we go to Ding Jianjun's place, we can't go empty-handed. We should at least buy some daily necessities." "Ah, so you're trying to get me to pay again?" Young Master Jiang rolled his eyes, thinking Wuzi was too stingy. Seeing his cup full, he politely thanked the waiter. "Sir, let me add some water for you." The waitress leaned over, took Lei Wu's cup, and as she poured, her hand gave a slight tremor. Scorching hot water shot straight from the spout, splashing onto Lei Wu's brawny arm and thigh. The accident came without warning, yet it was all too plausible. Lei Wu had no time to react before the boiling water seared his arm. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lei Wu's pupils contracted violently. In his eyes, the entire world slowed to a crawl. The stream of water fell in perfect clarity. Every droplet billowed with steam like a flood descending from the sky, relentlessly striking his skin. The arm reddened, then slowly mottled with cracked corpse-like blotches. A wave of terror surged from Lei Wu's heart and flooded through his body uncontrollably. Today was old Zhao's farewell banquet. Every member of the corpse eradication squad was here. If his zombie identity were exposed, Lei Wu, would undoubtedly die. But the boiling water had already scalded his skin. The die was cast, there was no turning back. Unless, ding, you consume all your cultivation points, stubbornly battling the golden bell shield at any cost. With a survive or die spirit, you struggle for life at the last extremity, forcing the golden bell shield to undergo a limit break sublimation and evolve into the Vajra indestructible body. Sizzle. The scalding water fell onto Lei Wu's arm as if poured over cold iron. It only raised a wisp of white smoke, not even singeing a single hair. What's going on? Before Lei Wu could utter a word, Zhang Mingyu had already sprung to his feet, glaring at the attendant with fury. Lei Wen rose immediately, as well asking with concern, "Xiao Wu, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Lei Wu stood up and shook the water from his arm. Seeing that his skin remained unblemished, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming gratitude for his prudent habit of preparing for unforeseen circumstances, having painstakingly accumulated cultivation points that proved decisive when it mattered most. Had it not been for that foresight, even if his teammates refrained from striking down their former companion, now a zombie, out of lingering goodwill, Jiansheng would nonetheless have become an impossible place for him. Lei Wu shuddered at the mere thought. I'm so sorry. The young attendant's eyes brimmed with panic as she hastily dabbed Lei Wu's arm with tissues, her guilt written plainly across her face. After all, she was no professional actress lacking the skill to conceal her expressions. If she had genuinely injured someone, the medical expenses would fall entirely upon her, a loss she could ill afford. That guilty, thievish expression on the attendant's face caused Lei Wen to furrow his brow. Through meticulous analysis of micro-expression psychology and the manner in which the water had been poured, he could arrive at but one conclusion: this attendant had acted deliberately. Yet this woman merely wished to humiliate Lei Wu. She possessed neither the audacity nor any conceivable motive to end his life. Otherwise, scalding him with boiling water would have been far too roundabout. Slipping poison into the kettle would have been far more convenient. And yet the only person who had left the table earlier was indeed a certain individual. As the attendant came to refill the water, Lu San just happened to be emerging from the restroom. Lei Wen's expression darkened. He wished this were merely a misunderstanding, a careless mistake on the attendant's part. But the truth remained: Lu San, who usually dared only whisper complaints about his younger brother behind his back, had actually made his move today. What had begun as a verbal dispute had escalated into physical violence. This grudge was now firmly etched between them. Nevertheless, Lei Wen refrained from glancing at Lu San lest he alert their quarry. Instead, he spoke with measured calm. It's good you're unharmed. The attendant works hard too. We should let it pass this time. Lei Wu nodded, waving the attendant away to attend to her duties. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Wen had already flicked a pellet of medicinal powder beneath the table, launching it toward the attendant. For the next week, this woman would endure unbearable itching. No matter which hospital she visited or how much money she spent on remedies, nothing would avail her until she had clawed her own flesh raw. One must never harbor designs to harm others, especially those who had wronged Lei Wu. To forego vengeance in this instance would make Lei Wen a failure as a brother. As for Lu San, by the time the gathering concluded and the team had eaten and drunk their fill, deep night had fallen. Many members were thoroughly intoxicated, slumping across tables in disarray. Lei Wu went to the restroom to splash water on his face, and Lei Wen followed. That attendant was acting on Lu San's orders. That's why she dared scald you. Xiao Wu, what do you want to do about it? Lu San. Lei Wu paused, his heart strangely untroubled by this revelation. Had it not been for this man's provocation, he might never have known when he could elevate his golden bell shield into a transcendent martial art. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He decided to let the matter rest. After some contemplation, Lei Wu posed a rather philosophical question. Brother, would you have me become someone who avenges every slight, or a saintly monk of boundless compassion? Lei Wen regarded him with surprise, adjusting his glasses before responding. Small minds fear authority, but not virtue. Your kindness means nothing to them. They take it as their due. Only when you repay every grievance with swift retaliation, striking back hard whenever they dare offend, will they fear you and learn to rein in their claws rather than court further trouble. Having clarified his stance on Lu San, Lei Wen continued his counsel. But deep down, brother, I still hope you become a person of loyalty and warmth with an expansive spirit and generous heart. The realm of saints lies too far beyond our reach, and the Buddha's story of feeding himself to the eagle serves no purpose in this age. Should you offer up your flesh, others will keep consuming it until nothing remains but bare bones. And even then they will feed those bones to dogs while cursing you as a fool. Lei Wu stared in astonishment, never having expected such words from his brother's lips. Lei Wen pressed on. One cannot be overly magnanimous, yet those of petty temperament rarely achieve greatness. Take Lu Er for instance. Had he possessed even a fraction of generosity, treating Li Zimu with respect rather than isolating him. Even with Mu Zi's reclusive nature, sustained companionship over years breeds attachment. Their tragedy might have been averted entirely. Lei Wu related deeply to this, summarizing. So what you mean is to those beneath us, we must avenge wrongs with thunderous force teaching them to fear us. Yet when confronting those stronger, we should display magnanimity, revealing our finer qualities to win them over. Shall we? Your thinking is flawed. Noticing Sun Fei beckoning everyone to depart, Lei Wen splashed water on his face and said, treat the powerful with deference, the powerless with vengeance. That's called fawning to the strong and trampling the weak. That's the mark of a sycophant. One must never conduct oneself thus. You must first discern what manner of person you face, then prescribe accordingly. Against knaves crush them without mercy. Toward those who uphold morality and loyalty, even if they are your juniors, you must demonstrate magnanimity, embodying the virtues of the wisest sages, for only thus can you command their hearts. The brothers walked out of the restroom together. Lei Wen continuing his discourse. In ages past, Liu Bang, founder of the Han dynasty, had a fellow villager named Yong Qi. In his youth, this man repeatedly humiliated Liu Bang and later betrayed him during the uprising. Yet Liu Bang not only pardoned Yong Qi, but eventually enfeoffed him as the Marquis of Shifeng, allowing him a peaceful end. With such breadth of spirit, how could his ministers and generals not revere him? Were I Yong Qi, I would have followed Liu Bang as well. Lei Wu nodded thoughtfully, his attitude toward Liu Xin gradually crystallizing. I'll give him 3 chances to show my forbearance. If he proves sensible and grateful, well and good. But if he remains ungrateful thereafter, then he is a knave. Against knaves, every grievance must be repaid. Lei Wu lifted his gaze toward Liu San, who was approaching the restroom, and flashed a brilliant smile of pure goodwill. That inexplicable expression sent chills down Liu San's spine, nearly causing him to lose control then and there. Lei Wu's imposing frame with arms thicker than most men's thighs needed no action at all. Merely standing at the restroom entrance would be terrifying enough. Were an actual fight to erupt, Liu San felt certain he would be crushed into a meat patty. Thus, as Lei Wu watched Liu San stride purposefully toward the restroom, he saw the man's feet trace an elegant arc, maintaining a wide berth of 3 meters, before joining the other teammates emerging from the restroom, as though he had merely been searching for someone, and turned to leave. Only when his entire back faced Lei Wu, concealing his expression from both brothers, did Liu San mutter that he needed to carry Wang Jun. Without awaiting a response, he quickened his pace, then broke into a sprint. The brothers stood rooted in bewilderment at Liu San's bizarre retreat. Between fits of incredulous laughter, 3 seconds later, they could contain themselves no longer. Their shoulders shook in perfect unison as cuckoo laughter erupted from both, resembling nothing so much as revving tractors. The next day, the corpse elimination squad went about their work as usual. The officers crowded into the office, draped themselves over desks, and immediately fell into deep slumber. Within moments, thunderous snores filled the air, rising and falling in waves, building to a crescendo as powerful as spring thunder rolling across the heavens. Lei Wu covered his ears helplessly, ostensibly reading a book, while secretly examining his status panel. Level 4 mutant zombie. Punching force 11. 3 tons. Speed 66 milliseconds. Stamina 1 year, 4 months 2 days. Spirit 187. Cultivation points 1, gaining 1 point daily. Martial arts: light slaughter, great mastery, indestructible body, beginner swift feet, great mastery, vajra, corpse crushing palm, great mastery. Transcending mundane martial arts had yielded tremendous rewards, with all his stats improving comprehensively. Particularly striking was Lei Wu's incredible strength. His punching power was 5 times that of an ordinary level 4 powerhouse, making the destruction of level 5 opponents as effortless as crushing a chick. I wonder how powerful the defense of this indestructible body truly is. Lei Wu grew restless, eager to test his divine art and discover the limits of his skin's defensive capabilities, wanting to have a clear understanding. Unfortunately, he was a zombie. Whether his body could self-heal from wounds remained unclear to Lei Wu. If his wounds proved unable to mend, he would be forced to live as a stray dog for the rest of his existence. Gazing at the single cultivation point remaining on his panel, the one granted only today, Lei Wu felt a pang in his heart. To transcend the golden bell cover, he had recklessly squandered over 500 cultivation points. The cost had been tremendous. Who knows how he had endured all this time, more than a year. The temptation to grow stronger through point allocation assaulted him every single day. It was like having a wealthy godfather who deposited 10,000 yuan into his account daily, yet he could only watch, never daring to spend a single coin, dreaming of accumulating a fortune for something greater. Having such determination was admirable, but the agony of having money he couldn't spend was truly unbearable. So today he decided to let loose. Consuming 1 cultivation point, you attempted to learn indestructible body for the first time. However, you were so stingy that the divine art farted in your face, telling you to get lost and stop being an eyesore, you wretched fool. Lei Wu's forehead darkened with black lines, his features twitching involuntarily. This panel was truly too wicked. Accustomed to fine grains, it now rejected coarse bran. Get the allocation slightly wrong, and it would curse at you. There was no justice in this world. Muttering curses against the panel in his heart, Lei Wu raised his head to glance at the clock on the wall. It was already past 10 in the morning, yet the desk beside him remained unoccupied. Lei Wu furrowed his brows, took out his phone, and immediately dialed Lei Wen's number. Ring ring. The phone rang continuously, but no one answered. Lei Wu suddenly recalled what his brother had told him last night. I might fall seriously ill again soon. If I become incapacitated, Xiao Wu please ask for leave on my behalf. At this thought, Lei Wu's expression changed dramatically. He leapt up and lunged toward Lei Wen's dormitory. His panicked movements startled Jiang Mingyu, who had been practicing martial arts behind the office area, and he quickly followed. At that very moment, Lei Wen was in his dormitory, letting out mournful groans of agony, his entire body convulsing violently on the floor. The skin exposed beyond his clothing, his face, neck, hands, and feet appeared as if countless blood serpents were ravaging within his body, a terrifying scene of spiritual deviation in progress. Lei Wu crashed through the door. The scene before him left him horrified. Brother. Looking at Lei Wen's face flushed red, as if dripping blood, the entire visage twisted into a ball of agony, Lei Wu was completely thrown into panic. Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't panic. Enduring immense agony, Lei Wen used the last vestiges of his consciousness to trembling grasp Lei Wu's hand, speaking in broken fragments. Don't make any noise. Carry me back to the underground laboratory at home. With these words, Lei Wen fell into unconsciousness. However, the blood serpents coursing through his body grew even more violent, seemingly on the verge of bursting from his flesh. Lei Wu said nothing more, tearing the bedsheet down to wrap Lei Wen for transport home. What's wrong with your brother? Jiang Mingyu stood at the dormitory doorway, equally astonished at the sight before him. In young Master Zhang's impression, Lei Wen was an extremely cautious figure, profoundly intelligent, who preferred to strategize before taking action. He rarely engaged in endeavors without tenfold certainty and would never find himself in such a state of losing control. Particularly noteworthy was how Lei Wen had managed to cooperate with the Jiang Consortium. Faced with this enormous entity that dominated Jiang City's order, he had neither been devoured nor controlled, maintaining only a good cooperative relationship, demonstrating just how formidable this man's scheming and wisdom truly were. But now Lei Wen appeared as if poisoned by someone, completely losing consciousness and encountering a life-threatening crisis. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyu's pupils constricted sharply, his face draining of color, as if witnessing something terrifying and incomprehensible. As Lei Wu swept away, the bedsheet items on the bed tumbled to the floor, among which an empty, deep blue bottle stood out conspicuously. A level 5 evolution elixir. Worth 1.2 million. But what concerned Jiang Mingyu was not the money. Through secret channels, he had learned that Lei Wen had already reached level 5 last year. This was because when he went to Jiang Consortium headquarters to submit his research results, a level 9 powerhouse from the Jiang family had personally received him. They met face to face, wanting to see exactly how extraordinary this person was. During their conversation, the level 9 powerhouse had gauged the thickness of Lei Wen's qi and blood. Combined with high-tech scanning equipment in the office that captured Lei Wen's full body data, they determined he had already reached level 5. Furthermore, the Jiang family had a stake in all evolution elixir transactions throughout Jiang City. Who bought what level of elixir, and when the bottles were sold, they had complete records. In fact, whenever anyone entered or exited entertainment venues under the Jiang Consortium, facial recognition cameras would analyze the subject's physical data, incorporating it into the massive database. 1 year ago, before meeting the Jiang family's level 9 powerhouse, Lei Wen had already purchased a bottle of level 5 evolution elixir. 7 days later, he sold the empty bottle on the black market through private channels. He was careful enough in his actions, but he couldn't withstand the so-called private channels. Those in the black market were all connected to the Jiang family. Now Lei Wen had somehow obtained another bottle of level 5 evolution elixir. The bottle was still translucent with residual moisture visible. It was clearly just emptied. In other words, Lei Wen had drunk 2 bottles of level 5 evolution elixir. Madman, your brother is absolutely insane. Jiang Mingyu's face was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone in this world could be so reckless with their life. When gene evolution elixir was first developed, the human body's limit of tolerance had already been calculated. The reason only this small bottle's worth was provided instead of an entire barrel was simply because carbon-based life forms' genes were extremely fragile. Drinking too much evolution elixir, the human body, unable to bear the strain, the genes would fracture. Death or permanent disability were the only outcomes. Moreover, there was no medicine to cure this. It was completely irreversible. The Jiang family had long since conducted such human experiments. From level 7 powerhouses down to ordinary people, without exception, those who drank too much evolution elixir experienced complete genetic collapse, their fates extraordinarily tragic. But Lei Wu had no time for such thoughts. He hoisted Lei Wen onto his back, burning with anxiety, shoving aside the obstructing Jiang Mingyu, and departed the dormitory like lightning. Young Master Jiang stood as if possessed, staring at the empty bottle on the ground, actually counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3. After a moment, his entire face turned as white as paper, as if his soul had been extracted by some ghostly force. 1 bottle of evolution elixir per year. Level 1, 1 bottle. Level 2, 2 bottles. Level 3, 3 bottles. Level 4, 4 bottles. Level 5, 2 bottles. Over these years, Lei Wen has drunk a total of 12 bottles of evolution elixir. Jiang Mingyu collapsed onto the ground, utterly unable to believe that such a ruthlessly insane person could exist in this world. Jiang Mingyu enumerated on his fingers, running through the calculations. To reach level 9, Lei Wen would need 45 bottles of evolution serum. Consuming 1 bottle per year would require 45 years. The first few years might be manageable. Lower-grade evolution serum could be survived with a strong constitution. But using his method, 8 bottles of level 8 serum plus 9 bottles of level 9 serum. Wouldn't that just kill him? Do you really think evolution serum is free? Like water, just pour it down your throat, and you'll pee it out after a few rounds. Bullshit. Unless Lei Wen is a god, even if he's heaven's favorite son, as long as he's still a carbon-based life form, there's no way he could survive drinking that much. But if by some miracle Lei Wen created an exception, how powerful would he be? Slaughtering peers would be like a primordial beast. Crushing tiny ants crossing levels to fight would be commonplace. Calling him supreme among his generation would be an insult. Jiang Mingyu couldn't even imagine how terrifying Lei Wen would become. He'd literally be a god among mortals, a king of evolution, a lord of destruction, a celestial emperor, someone the masses would worship. Insane. How did this world become like this? First there was Lei Wu, who shattered his confidence with a palm strike from across the distance. The self-righteous strength he took pride in collapsed completely. Now there's Lei Wen, whose madness struck fear into the heart of this top-tier consortium heir. Oh heaven. Oh earth. This world has gone mad. Ordinary people have no way to survive, and even I, a great family's heir, have become worthless trash. Let it all just be destroyed. I don't want to live anymore. Jiang Mingyu wailed endlessly in his heart. Since encountering these two brothers, his 20 years of pride had crumbled. Not just his Dao heart, but his entire sense of self had become insecure. Jiang Mingyu had always thought of himself as crazy. The more dangerous something was, the more excited he became. The more life-threatening a matter, the more his adrenaline surged. But even though he wasn't afraid of death asking him to drink even 1 more bottle of level 6 evolution serum, he only dared think about it, lacking even the courage to pick up the bottle. Death isn't scary. Close your eyes, lose consciousness, and this life is simply over. What's terrifying is genetic collapse. Body rotting and festering tumors covering every inch, limbs distorted, eyes askew, nose crooked, looking like a monster marinated in a medicine jar. That is true torment, worse than death. What makes a person human is their self-perception as human. Height, build, eyes, nose, and all aspects of human appearance. Young men who go bald early suffer. People who are too short feel inferior. Those with rotten front teeth are embarrassed to speak with their mouths open. All have deviated from normal human appearance. If someone truly became a monstrous chimera, the psychological pain and torment would be unbearable, far worse than death. The first words zombie-slaying team members leave as their last testament isn't about taking care of family or dividing property. It's that if they get bitten before they mutate into zombies, their brothers absolutely mustn't hesitate and should shoot them dead quickly. And compared to zombies, which at least retain human form, drinking too much evolution serum, causing genetic chaos, will definitely turn you into a monster. Imagining Lei Wen with one leg atrophied to bone, the other covered in rotting wounds, upper body swollen, like a Pikachu, one eye rotted away, hair all fallen out, even his privates rotted through. Jiang Mingyu shuddered, restraining his urge to imitate the man, steadied himself against the wall, wanting only to go home and collect himself. Compared to Lei Wen's madness, he preferred learning Lei Wu's palm intent shattering the soul technique instead. At least that was within normal human limits. Even if he failed to master it, there'd be no harm done. As a direct descendant of a great family, Jiang Mingyu still had some manners. He casually closed the dormitory door before leaving to avoid exposing Lei Wen's secret. But the moment the door closed, his gaze couldn't help but fall on that bottle of level 5 evolution serum once more. Then an uncontrollable thought emerged in his mind. I'm level 6 now, so I can't drink same level serum, but I can drink level 1. Getting physically stronger, and then going back to drink lower grade evolution serum would have minimal effect on the body, not worth the money spent on the serum itself. The Jiang family had already conducted such experiments. A level 1 evolution serum costs 50,000 yuan. Spending that 50,000 on other potions and high-energy foods would be far more valuable than drinking level 1 serum again. But for those pursuing the limits of human potential, those wanting to surpass themselves, this is also a path. Jiang Mingyu could drink level 2 or level 3, even level 4 evolution serum. He wasn't short on money anyway. Testing where his limits lie, always staying on the edge of genetic collapse, forcing himself to dance on the blade's tip. Certainly, he could gain strength to crush any peer. Eyes lighting up, Jiang Mingyu's dejected demeanor vanished entirely. He closed the dormitory door, skipped work, and went straight home. Starting today, young Master Jiang would also walk the path of extremes. Even if he couldn't match Lei Wen, at least he could become second in the world. Once I've tested my limits and my strength skyrockets, plus mastering techniques like palm intent shattering the soul, when I encounter Lei Wen again, I might just stand a chance. Young Master Jiang's confidence exploded. He didn't even drive his car, both legs running as fast as flaming wheels, heading straight for Jiang Family Tower. Meanwhile, Lei Wu had driven his brother racing like lightning across the city, returning to Sangwanmiao Alley. Leaping into the neighboring courtyard following the previous method, he opened the square hatch and dropped into the underground laboratory. Surveying the sci-fi surroundings, the central control console, resembling an artificial intelligence, Lei Wu still felt like he'd traveled through time and space. Please place the master on the operating table. A line of text appeared on the virtual screen that automatically faced him as he entered. Then a surgical bed rose from the smooth metal floor surrounded by various high-precision surgical instruments, looking exactly like preparing to operate on a future soldier. Lei Wu hastily laid his brother covered all over in blood blisters onto the surgical bed. Just as he was about to step aside to observe how this high technology performed surgery on a person, the artificial intelligence's cold voice sounded again. I will perform genetic surgery on the master. Please do not disturb. Please leave the laboratory. What if I refuse to leave? Lei Wu stood his ground, wanting to see what the artificial intelligence would do. Its answer was simple. A colorful light curtain descended, enveloping the surgical bed. Even though his brother was right there, Lei Wu couldn't see through the light barrier at all. You little. Woozy cursed, but could only slink away dejectedly. Back home, he finally understood where his brother's confidence to chug evolution serum came from. It was because Lei Wu commanded future technology. In the old era's Marvel universe, there was all sorts of advanced tech. Iron Man's suit developed to later stages even featured nanotech armor able to assemble into guns, cannons, shields, swords, any manner of weapons at will. Though none of these things existed in reality, weren't Lei Wu's Vajra demolishing corpse palm and light-slaying flying blade technique also supernatural martial arts? With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation rose in Lei Wu's heart. I wonder whether technology's potential is greater or my martial arts potential. Perhaps one day we'll see the answer. Over the next few days, Lei Wu remained sealed inside the laboratory without emerging. Lei Wu waited in vain, then went down to the underground chamber again. He found Lei Wu still lying on the operating table unconscious, but his vital signs were stable, and many of the blisters on his skin had faded. At that moment, Lei Wu's reverence for advanced technology grew even stronger. Last time it had been the City Defense Battalion's rocket launchers, missiles, radar, and other modern weaponry that violently shook his mind. This time, it was the advanced technology in Lei Wu's hands capable of dissolving the risk of genetic rupture and stabilizing the aftereffects of his reckless overdose of evolution fluid. It completely surpassed the current level of technology and even the pinnacle of the old era's science before the cataclysm. My cheat is a point allocation panel. Could my brother's cheat be alien technology? Lei Wu speculated wildly when an artificial intelligence's icy voice rang out, "Please take the master away." On the central console's blue virtual screen, lines of data code scrolled at lightning speed, as if analyzing Lei Wu's injuries and calculating whether Lei Wu's removal of Lei Wu would cause any further harm. Without a word, Lei Wu wrapped his brother in a bedsheet and turned to leave the underground chamber. He had not gone to work these past few days, staying home the whole time, because he was afraid someone would come looking for them and ask about their situation. If Lei Wu were neither at home nor in the hospital, but had simply vanished, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Sure enough, no sooner had Lei Wu returned home and settled Lei Wu onto the bed than his phone rang. The caller ID read Zhao Hong. In this world, the only person who truly cared for the brothers was white-haired old Zhao. Perhaps it was out of guilt. After all, Zhao Hong's life had been bought by the brother's father, who sacrificed himself to save him. Or perhaps it was because years of companionship had forged deep bonds. Zhao Hong regarded the brothers as his own children. Either way, he was always concerned for them. The two had suddenly left the precinct and missed work for several days. The officers were full of speculation, and word naturally reached Zhao Hong. "Xiao Wu, why haven't you two come to work these past few days?" "Something happened to my brother. He ran another high fever and fell unconscious, so I've been at home taking care of him." A fever again? Zhao Hong was startled, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He felt certain Lei Wu was up to some earth-shattering scheme. But after racking his brains for a while, he still had no clue, so he could only say, "I'll come over right now. Wait for me." Before long, old Zhao drove to Songwan Temple Lane and rushed straight to the brothers' home. Seeing Lei Wu on the bed covered in blisters and papules like a smallpox victim, Zhao Hong's brow knitted into a tight knot. He naturally refused to believe Lei Wu had contracted such a disease. With a powerful physique and strong resistance, Lei Wu was at least level 4. He should be completely immune to ordinary viruses, let alone smallpox, which had been eradicated long before the cataclysm. Then what other possibility remained? Is your brother messing around with forbidden drugs and researching gene serums? Lei Wu was stunned, never expecting old Zhao's guess to be so accurate, so close to the truth. But this concerned his brother's privacy and trump card, so Lei Wu could only speak vaguely. "I'm not too sure either. From the looks of it, he probably ate something he shouldn't have." Zhao Hong sighed. "Your brother has been wild since he was a child. He looks refined, steady, and dependable, but deep down he's madly reckless, daring to try anything and use any means. Over the years, to protect you from being bullied, he nearly drove himself insane. He carried hidden weapons and poisons all over his body, and during missions he was terrified of you suffering even the slightest injury. And now he's eating forbidden drugs again. I'm afraid he's developing some trump card, a way to suddenly erupt and multiply his strength several-fold at the critical moment, so that he can protect you better when danger strikes." Lei Wu's lips trembled as scenes from childhood to adulthood flashed through his mind. He still remembered when he was 10 playing with the other children in the alley. Though he was tall for his age, he was simple and timid, so being bullied by children his own age was routine, let alone by young thugs several years older. It was the old cliché, they demanded protection money. The brothers' home was bare of possessions, merely surviving had been hard enough. How could Lei Wu have any money on him? But they didn't believe him and didn't care whether he had money or not. They slapped him several times right away, leaving bright red finger marks all over his face. They then threatened Lei Wu if he could not produce 10 yuan within 3 days, they would break his brother Lei Wen's legs. In those days, Lei Wen was terribly thin, always wearing patched ragged clothes, and his shoes had holes at the toes. Among the other children, he was shorter than everyone his age, and he wore glasses at such a young age that he looked frail enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Lei Wu was not afraid of being beaten himself. When others bullied him, he would smile foolishly and never take it to heart. But threatening his brother Lei Wen, his eyes reddened on the spot. Blazing with rage, he lunged into a brawl with them. Lei Wu had the advantage of height and build, but he was still a child. How could he match the other's viciousness? Within less than a minute he was beaten until blood streamed from his head, and a deep gash was sliced into his arm by a fruit knife. Ah! Trash! A glob of thick phlegm landed on the face of Lei Wu, who had collapsed and could not get up. The young thugs savagely kicked him hard, hurled another round of threats, and only then left satisfied. That night Lei Wu did not dare go home, afraid his brother would see him. He could only hide in the Songguan temple at the end of the alley, licking his wounds alone and shivering in the cold wind. In the small hours of the morning, Lei Wen's childish, frantic voice resounded through the alley. Over and over he called out for Xiao Wu again, and again he knocked on neighbors' doors asking if Xiao Wu was there, then knelt and kowtowed, begging them to join the search. Only in the dead of night did Lei Wen finally find Lei Wu curled up in the corner. That year Lei Wen killed someone, stabbing him more than 20 times. That year Lei Wen was only 10 years old. Afterward, the young thug's parents sought revenge against the brothers. When word reached the East City precinct, because the brothers' father had died in the line of duty only 2 years earlier, and because they were legacy children of the corpse extermination squad, the higher-ups personally stepped in to suppress the matter, saving the brothers from retribution. From then on, the neighbors in the alley kept their distance from Lei Wen, feeling he was too sinister and ruthless to be normal. In contrast, a group of beggars worshipped heroes and thought Lei Wen had courage. To bravely protect his family at such a young age was much like Xiahou Dun at 14, who killed a man in his hometown for insulting his teacher and became famous throughout the region. The beggar chief personally came forward, inviting Lei Wen to join their ranks and teaching him the ways of the world, treating him like his own son. From then on, Lei Wen began to struggle and scrap his way through society. He was far too young, so he suffered endless losses and endless humiliations, yet he never let Lei Wu go hungry for even a single meal. Moreover, whenever he had spare time, he studied, diligently rummaged through garbage heaps for all kinds of parts and pieces, and assembled various instruments on his own. Until at the age of 18, the two brothers joined the corpse extermination squad. Over those years, Lei Wen had grown to a level that was almost beyond belief. Lei Wu recalled the events of these years, his heart brimming with mixed emotions. He could not find words of gratitude, so he chose to keep his elder brother's sacrifices etched in his heart, vowing to grow stronger and one day protect his loved ones. Watching Lei Wu clench his fists, determination blazing across his face, Xiao Hong gave a slight nod. Those words were spoken with one purpose: to inspire Lei Wu to rally and grow stronger quickly, so that Lei Wen would bear a lighter burden. Otherwise, the boy was simply too exhausted. He carried himself like a wound spring, dancing on the edge of life and death every day, constantly pushing himself beyond his limits. Something would eventually break. After a moment's thought, Xiao Hong said, "You've both been off work for days and rumors are already swirling at the bureau. Leave your brother to me. I'll take care of him. Wuzi, you go back to work properly, or the others will complain." With both brothers absent, Division 6 was left with only son Dong Liang and Jiang Mingyu. The young master Jiang refused to follow orders, showing up sporadically and skipping work entirely, making it impossible to assign missions. As a result, their Division 6 assignments had to be distributed among other teams. Over time, resentment naturally accumulated. Lei Wu also realized this. Glancing at his watch, he said, "I'll return to the bureau tomorrow. It's already late today. Going back serves no purpose." Xiao Hong nodded, gazing at Lei Wen's wretched state, a quiet sigh rising in his chest. "Your brother pushes himself so hard merely to accumulate more methods of dealing with enemies. I forgot to tell you, actually. Your uncle also possesses a few hidden talents." Lei Wu was taken aback. He never expected that old Zhao, whom he had known for so many years, was also a man of concealed depth. But such abilities were like flowers hidden beneath leaves. Only by keeping them sufficiently concealed and maintaining strict secrecy could they achieve the effect of complete surprise when revealed. If Xiao Hong were to reveal them openly, he would essentially be handing his life into another's hands. Should that person harbor ill intentions, it would be all too easy to take his life. Lei Wu immediately advised, "Uncle Hong, since you possess such abilities, you must keep them hidden and tell no one. Only then can your life be assured. I'm already well past my prime. What's there left to hide?" Xiao Hong shook his head with self-mockery. 70 years old is rare since ancient times. I've lived this life to my satisfaction. If I continue hiding any longer, these two life-saving methods will go down in my coffin with me. Old Zhao reached into his coat and produced two small booklets, having prepared them before arriving. As he handed them to Lei Wu, he said with reluctant nostalgia, "Your uncle has undertaken over 2,000 missions. Every neighborhood in eastern Chengdu is familiar to me, and the extraordinary individuals I've encountered are countless. Their safe deposit boxes yielded plenty as well. Some assassins' trump cards inevitably fell into my possession. I intended to test their effects during life-threatening situations, but unfortunately after 40 years I never once had the chance." Zhao Hong's face showed clear regret, yet beneath the sighs a trace of pride could not be concealed. All these years officers had died or been wounded, the probability of a safe retirement was pitifully small. Yet he remained unscathed, enduring through to the present without incident. Old Zhao indeed had reason to be proud. Lei Wu did not take the booklets, only glancing at the titles. One reads Secret Art of Soul Combustion. The other Golden Needle Acupoint Technique. Such things actually exist in this world. Lei Wu found it extraordinary. The names on these two booklets clearly indicated a connection to martial arts. Especially the second one. It was a staple of wuxia dramas. Anyone who could not perform Golden Needle Acupoint strikes hardly qualified as a major antagonist. As for the first one, that was rather peculiar. A secret art of soul combustion. In other words, burning one's own spiritual energy to gain immense power. Yet even a level 9 powerhouse possessed only 700 points of spiritual energy. Combined with physical strength, one could barely achieve the realm of palm intent, shattering the soul, launching vague mental attacks upon others. But controlling matter with spirit, such as making objects float or using telekinesis to drive flying knives through enemies, was absolutely unattainable. Nor could one possibly achieve the absurd feat of the primordial spirit leaving the body. With spiritual power so weak and the Yuan Shen not strong enough, how could the soul be combusted at all? As if reading Lei Wu's confusion, Zhao Hong smiled and explained, "Take these two booklets and study them yourself. Afterwards show them to your brother. Giving you two additional means of survival will ease some of my worries." Lei Wu no longer hesitated. Taking the booklets, he immediately opened the first page of the Secret Art of Soul Combustion. To ignite the soul, one must first cultivate mental force. Do not attempt if spiritual value is below 1,000 points. Lei Wu's hand trembled and his mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of life-saving method was this? 1,000 points of spiritual value, at the very least, required a yellow rank, a level 10,000 miles beyond what he and his brother possessed. In a daze, the words on the booklet blurred before his eyes, and he faintly made out, to practice this art one must first castrate oneself. Zhao Hong's so-called life-saving method was nothing more than mockery, a direct assault on the Dao heart. Guarding a treasure house, yet staring helplessly, for there was no door to enter. Anger flared within, but Lei Wu struggled to control his flushed face, constantly reminding himself that old Zhao meant well, and that he must not reveal his true feelings. Then Wu Zi turned to the second booklet, Golden Needle Acupoint Technique. This one caused no surprises. The first several pages explained human acupoints resembling a medical text, until the final page read, "The body is limited, but the mind is infinite." This method requires simultaneous piercing of 8 major acupoints throughout the entire body, combined with the forbidden medicines in this book, to unlock unlimited human potential and reach the other shore of the mind. Note guarantees 1 moment of agony followed by eternal release. This time Lei Wu's entire face contorted into a twisted grimace, and he could not suppress cursing Zhao Hong's ancestors in his heart. He did not curse outright, only because of the deep bond between uncle and nephew, and because he was too thin-skinned to ruin the relationship with harsh words. Was this truly a trump card? It was nothing more than a suicide truck in a game, using oneself as the bomb where collision meant the end of the match. No wonder old Zhao had never dared to use it over the years. Had he employed it earlier, he would have been scrapped long ago. Uncle Hong, these secret manuals. Lei Wu's face was flushed red, truly unsure whether to offer thanks or scold old Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong showed no awareness of having tricked anyone. Standing with hands clasped behind his back and chest puffed out, he said, "These two life-saving methods must be kept extremely secure. When you brothers have children in the future, they can serve as family heirlooms passed down through generations. Don't forget to tell them these were left by Grandpa Hong." Lei Wu lost all desire to speak, feeling more exhausted than at any point in his life. "Uncle Hong, perhaps you should take these two booklets back. I find them rather sinister. It would be better if you kept them yourself. Once given, how can a gift be taken back?" Zhao Hong waved his hands, repeatedly pressing the small booklets back into Lei Wu's grip, then picked up a towel to wipe Lei Wen's face. Time raced through every corner of Jiansheng like a car at full throttle, and without a second thought more than a year slipped by. Lei Wen pressed on recklessly, regardless of whether his body could withstand the surge of the evolution solution. Whenever the time came, he would push himself to the brink once a year. Last year he had nearly died in the dormitory, and Lei Wu still remembered it vividly. This year he had downed another level 5 evolution vial again in the dorm, hoping to tough it out on sheer willpower and avoid surgery. The result was the same. He collapsed once more, and Lei Wu had no choice but to carry him to the laboratory. Watching his elder brother lie weakly on the bed, offering a feeble smile, Lei Wu could only shake his head in exasperation. Brother, this method of yours is far too risky. Even if you make it through now, don't you worry about long-term consequences. Lei Wu's education was limited, and he didn't fully grasp the implications of genetic modification. Yet he had seen the photographs online. Those who had succumbed to radiation poisoning, their deaths so gruesome. Even if they appeared unharmed at first, the damage to their blood systems, nervous systems, bone marrow, and skeletal structure would inevitably follow, triggering leukemia, cancer, malignant tumors, and other devastating illnesses. Lei Wu was hammering away at these evolution solutions with reckless abandon, far more dangerous than nuclear radiation. So how could Lei Wu not worry? Lei Wu merely smiled and offered gentle reassurance. It's fine. I wouldn't dare attempt this unless I was at least 90% confident. I won't throw my life away without reason. As for the side effects, as long as I keep growing stronger, they'll never get the chance to surface. Lei Wu had no response, only silent grumbling in his heart. That 90% confidence of his was exactly like gambling in a video game, where you see a 90% chance of pulling rare equipment, but even if you dump $1 million into it, you'll never actually get your hands on it. These 2 times, if I hadn't been quick enough to spot you taking the drugs and carry you back to the lab promptly, you'd already be unrecognizable. A monster even your own father wouldn't identify. Suddenly Lei Wu froze. That 90% margin of safety probably included his own interventions. If he removed his own interference and any potential complications from the journey back to the lab, and Lei Wu simply lay down on the underground operating table to take the evolution serum directly, wouldn't that mean he had absolute certainty? Just thinking about it made Lei Wu's scalp tingle with unease. What kind of future technology had his own brother mastered? And how audacious could someone be to face death with such absolute fearlessness? And that relentless pursuit of strength he mentioned. It essentially meant continuously consuming the evolution serum, like an exhausted mule that refuses to stop believing that as long as he keeps pushing forward, he'll never fall. As for the side effects and the consequences of stopping, he never stopped in the first place, so why would he know? The whole approach really came down to one principle: charging ahead blindly. After letting his mind wander for a moment, Lei Wu realized arguing with his brother was pointless, so he changed the subject and pulled out the 2 small booklets old Zhao had left behind. These are the 2 trump cards Uncle Hong left behind last year. Take a look. After flipping through them for a while, Lei Wu's face twitched just as Lei Wu's had back then. He then tossed the booklet on golden needle acupressure points to Lei Wu and said flatly, "Burn this thing." Golden needle acupressure is pure fiction. Even if you stimulate all the major pressure points in reality, at most you'd get an adrenaline rush that makes you fight fearlessly. It doesn't actually enhance your strength. The whole method relies entirely on forbidden drugs in the book to force out potential. I've analyzed the ingredients. This forbidden drug is complete garbage, obsolete, and long discarded by modern standards. No wonder consuming it would kill you. Pausing for a moment, Lei Wu pointed toward the adjacent courtyard. Go to my laboratory and check the 8th glass test tube. There are several blood red pills inside. They're my latest creation, the blood surge pill. One will double your combat effectiveness within 15 minutes, and you won't die from it. After speaking, Lei Wu hesitated for a moment, remembering how Zhao Hong had looked after him all these years, then added, "Take one of these to Uncle Hong. Make sure he keeps it hidden and never takes it unless absolutely necessary. He's too old. Even we can only endure 3 years of debilitation from the blood surge pill, but for him, it could truly be fatal." Then Lei Wu adjusted his glasses and sent a document to Lei Wu's phone. "This is the formula for the blood surge pill. Give it to Jiang Mingyu and have him submit it to the Jiang Corporation. Tell them to gather the research materials I need and send them over as quickly as possible." Lei Wu nodded. He burned the booklet as instructed, took the blood surge pill to old Zhao with extensive warnings before leaving, and finally returned to the branch office near 6 o'clock, when work ended, to meet with Jiang Mingyu. Young Master Jiang stared at the document Lei Wu had sent him, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You want me to pass along something this important?" Lei Wu shook his head. "Not me, my brother." Jiang Mingyu fell silent, his mind racing with realization. The blood surge pill's extraordinary power could shift the tide at critical moments, not just granting an extra life, but unleashing devastating force across the entire battlefield. If sold on the black market, each pill would fetch at least 3 million yuan, and those powerful beings at levels 7 and 8 would tear each other apart to get their hands on it. Yet now Lei Wu had entrusted him with the formula, a gift worth countless blood surge pills. In previous years, Lei Wu's research findings had gone directly to his uncle Jiang Tianhua, the chairman of the Jiang Corporation. This time, however, the formula came through Lei Wu first, then upward, a deliberate gesture that Jiang Mingyu understood completely. It was an acknowledgement of favor, but also a clear signal that after 2 years together, Lei Wu, as the captain of the 6th Division, had fully accepted him as a brother. Having him submit the documents to Jiang Tianhua would significantly elevate his standing within the family, for it demonstrated he now had Lei Wu as his backing, a pillar of immense strength. The potential Lei Wu represented the steady stream of innovations he produced each year. Even the reclusive level 9 experts of their clan treated him with deference, sometimes even offering protection in critical moments. Much like speculating in the stock market where what matters is future expectations, Lei Wen's prospects were so overwhelmingly strong that the benefits he would bring to the family would tower higher than any mountain. More brilliant than the finest gems in the world. With his backing, not only would the clan members regard Jiang Mingyu with new respect, but even Zhang Tianhua would need to reconsider his attitude toward his own nephew. Please convey my gratitude to your brother. Young Master Jiang bowed deeply, leaving Lei Wu stunned. He instinctively stepped back and protested. What are you doing? Acting so formal all of a sudden, bending like that. This isn't like you at all. Lei Wu's eyes narrowed with suspicion, his body tensing into a defensive stance. This sudden kindness is suspicious. Are you losing your mind and plotting something against me? Jiang Mingyu stood frozen, a mass of question marks swirling in his head. He found Lei Wu utterly incomprehensible and seriously doubted what was going on inside that skull of his. Lei Wu diffused the embarrassment caused by Jiang Mingyu's sudden excessive courtesy and distance in a perfectly reasonable manner. They had spent 2 years together day and night, shouldering rifles together, dividing spoils together. Though not classmates, they had also on occasion visited brothels together. When the relationship was this close and familiar, it was as if one's own aunts, or even one's parents, had suddenly bowed to one. Such estrangement was deeply awkward, as if meeting a stranger completely casting aside all former affection, leaving only a deliberate, calculated gratitude. Although the dossier Lei Wen provided was of tremendous help to Jiang Mingyu, enough to crush his pride and make him lay down his self-respect to bow, Lei Wu did not wish his friend to be so distant. True feelings are stored in the heart, not spoken aloud. Feelings voiced through words and friendships acknowledged with bows are far too transactional, becoming pure trades drained of all human warmth and entirely neglecting the sentiments both sides have invested. Seeing Lei Wu making such a show of it, as if someone were truly out to harm him, Jiang Mingyu said, helplessly, the dossier your brother gave me is extremely important. I was merely expressing gratitude just now. Perhaps it came on suddenly, but you don't have to guard yourself against me like this, do you? Lei Wu circled around Jiang Mingyu, his gaze locked onto every opening in his defense. You truly don't intend to harm me? Of course not. Then call me Dad, and I'll believe you. I'll call you Grandpa. Jiang Mingyu flew into a towering rage, lunged at him with claws bared, seized Lei Wu's right arm, and suddenly twisted his body, attempting an over-the-shoulder throw. The result? Lei Wu stood as immovable as a primordial mountain. No matter how Jiang Mingyu exerted every last bit of strength, he could not sway him in the slightest. A minute later, Jiang Mingyu was worn out. Panting, he sat down on the ground, feeling that Lei Wu was an out-and-out freak. Over the past year, he had discovered his limits. Having drunk a bottle of level 4 evolution serum, his physical constitution far surpassed that of an ordinary level 6 master, his punching strength reaching 10 tons. He could even shake a truck. When the truck was empty, he could swing it about and use it as a weapon. Yet even against such immense force, Lei Wu could hold his own without changing his expression. Just how powerful was this guy really? Suddenly a scheme came to Jiang Mingyu, and he issued a heartfelt invitation. Your brother has a partnership with our Jiang consortium. Actually, you could too. What do you mean by that? Lei Wu asked in bemusement, and Jiang Mingyu stood up, patted his backside, and explained, our Jiang family has its own private security group. We've been hiring experts of every kind with generous salaries year-round. There's no shortage of people earning $1 million a year. With your strength, serving as a senior consultant is more than enough. Usually you don't need to show up for work. When something happens, all you need to do is make an appearance. That easy. Lei Wu was rather surprised, feeling that this money was just too easy to earn. Young Master Jiang said with an air of total obviousness, in this world there are plenty of rich people, but there really aren't many powerful experts. Scarcity drives value. With your fearsome strength, making money naturally comes easy. Lei Wu's heart was somewhat tempted, but he still refused. I have to ask my brother about this first. As for Lei Wen's relationship with the Jiang family, whether it was in a honeymoon phase or harmonious only on the surface, while actually locked in covert conflict, each side itching to destroy the other, Lei Wu had no clue. If it was the latter, then going to the Jiang family as a consultant would clearly be inappropriate. Money can be earned back slowly, but where his brother was concerned, Lei Wu had to be cautious. He could not afford to decide rashly. Jiang Mingyu didn't press him, only saying, you can ask your brother first. But that doesn't stop the two of us from heading to the Jiang Tower tonight. I'm delivering the documents, and you can also take in the Jiang family's grandeur and get a read on your brother's partner. Go to the Jiang Tower. Lei Wu cast a non-committal glance at young Master Jiang, his expression unmoved. In recent years, having seen much of high-tech gadgets and tricks, he had some understanding of consortium tactics. He suspected Jiang Mingyu's consultant invitation was a sham. The real aim was to get him into the Jiang Tower. He weighed the relationship between them in his heart, confirming that Jiang Mingyu could not harm him and had no motive to harm him whatsoever. Only then did Lei Wu agree. Making a trip is fine, but wait for me a moment. I'll go change clothes. Lei Wu pointed at his filthy clothes, unchanged for days. Jiang Mingyu nodded, in understanding. I'll wait for you in the car. Come out when you're ready, and we'll ride over. Lei Wu nodded, went straight back to his dormitory, and began rummaging through his belongings. Before long, the young master, who had been happily listening to music and humming along in the car, was stunned speechless by the stranger who opened the door and climbed in. Had it not been for the man's height and build being extraordinarily similar to Lei Wu's, he would have had no idea who had just entered the car. Lei Wu wore a black balaclava of the type favored by armed robbers, only his eyes, mouth, and nose peeking out. He was dressed in a high-collared black overcoat of a special material, silver thread gloves on his hands and alloy combat boots on his feet, making for an extraordinarily strange appearance. Let's go. Lei Wu put on a face mask covering his mouth and nose, then donned black swimming goggles covering his eyes as well. His whole body was tightly sealed with not a trace of skin exposed. Jiang Mingyu was speechless for a long while before he said, "We're going out to take care of things, not to rob a bank." "I know." Lei Wu smiled, glancing sidelong at young Master Jiang, "but the place we're headed is the Jiang Tower." Jiang Mingyu was dumbfounded. "So what about the Jiang Tower?" "Nothing much. It's just that it has too much advanced technology and too many machines that scan bodily data. There's a rumor online. Whoever passes through the door of the Jiang Tower will have their strength exposed. Under your special instruments, every secret of the body is laid completely bare." He paused, then analyzed, "That's probably why my brother only went to the Jiang Tower once. After all, when a level 9 master invites you, even if your body data would be exposed, you still have to go. And your Jiang family must have racked your brains, trying all kinds of methods without success, before you got a level 9 expert to make the move." Jiang Mingyu's eyelids twitched. He felt that today's Lei Wu was like someone who had swallowed the Buddha, so astute to such an alarming degree that he found it beyond belief. Forcing down his astonishment, young Master Jiang retorted, "You're overthinking. The Jiang family is indeed developing this kind of strength-detecting instrument, but the technology isn't mature yet, and the cost of each activation is astronomical. Your brother's worth is huge. Of course we want to obtain his body data. When you become as valuable as your brother, the strength detection instrument will be switched on for you." Lei Wu gave an ambiguous response, merely urging, "Get moving then. Leave early, come back early." Along the way, neither of them spoke. Lei Wu leaned against the backrest, his eyes shut as if resting his mind, but in truth he was examining his attribute panel. Level 4 mutant zombie. Punching force 12. 1 tons. Speed 68 milliseconds. Stamina 2 months 11 days. Spirit 199. Cultivation points 409, increases by 1 point per day. Martial arts: light kill, grand mastery, indestructible Vajra body, beginner flying legs, grand mastery, Vajra corpse shredding palm, grand mastery. Just 1 more point of spirit, and my physical constitution can reach level 5. Without the slightest hesitation, Lei Wu began pouring points into the indestructible Vajra body. Consuming 5 cultivation points, you were as stingy as ever. The divine art spat a mouthful of phlegm at you. Consuming 10 cultivation points, you barely showed a little generosity. The Vajra indestructible body improved slightly, but not much. Lei Wu's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing that his spirit value had not changed, he gritted his teeth and spent another 20 points. The generous are blessed with good fortune. Given that your understanding of the Vajra power has already reached the absolute pinnacle, further cultivating the Vajra indestructible body works from a commanding height, like the Buddha practicing martial arts, so you easily advance this technique to the intermediate level. A wave of heat rushed through his body. Lei Wu felt all the muscles in his body turning denser and firmer. It was as if he had undergone a genetic surgery. His cells brimmed with vitality, his bone density increased, and his chi and blood surged like a great river rushing forth. This feeling of growing stronger is amazing. Lei Wu in one go spent another 30 points. Although your comprehension of the Vajra power is indeed profound, after all you possess a zombie's body. The true chi in your body finds it difficult to break through the many peripheral nerves, preventing you from channeling force to the very tips of your limbs. Even after years of arduous cultivation, you remain far, far away from a higher realm. Lei Wu felt a faint sense of loss. The point of hard work seemed minimal, though any ordinary person would doubt life itself. But he could endure loneliness, and his temperament was exceedingly stubborn. It was only a matter of grinding through time. Close his eyes and hurl himself into it. You consumed another 40 cultivation points. After decades of meticulous grinding effort, you made no small progress. Yet having long driven violent true chi to assault your peripheral nerves, the delicate recesses of your body were already riddled with injuries. Far from strengthening, your constitution was rapidly deteriorating. In an instant, Lei Wu's essence, chi, and spirit all weakened. His once bright and spirited eyes became dull and lusterless. His spine also hunched, bearing a sense of overwhelming strain. He resembled a tortoise carrying a colossal shell that was not its own, on the verge of exhaustion, about to be crushed beneath a heavy mountain. His transformation was far too obvious. Jiang Mingyu glanced at him sideways and asked, "What's wrong with you? Having a heart attack?" "No, I just thought of something sad." Lei Wu rubbed his temples and drew a deep breath, only barely suppressing the weakness that swept through every limb and bone. Then he heard Jiang Mingyu taunt, "What sad thing? Spill it out, and let me have a laugh." "Screw your grandma." Wuzi cursed inwardly, too lazy to bother with this guy. With a mere thought, he ferociously allocated points to Shenlong. Consuming 200 cultivation points, you were more generous than the god of wealth. Even the most extravagant rich man would call you grandpa. Say no more. Your Vajra indestructible body has reached grand mastery. Boom. A ferocious aura exploded from Lei Wu's entire body, shaking the car windows into a resonant buzz. Young Master Zhang's buzz-cut hair was tousled as if struck by a violent gale, and his clothes flapped noisily, their hems nearly stretched straight. Zhang Mingyu was greatly alarmed. In a daze he wrenched the steering wheel, nearly slamming into the guardrail of the elevated highway. At this moment Lei Wu's clothing strained over bulging layered muscles, hard, as if cast from iron, and steel faintly glimmering with a bronze metallic sheen. His entire aura was fierce and imposing, like a wrathful wisdom king. His already towering stalwart frame looked even more like an iron tower of Vajra, filled with an indescribable sense of power and an overbearing presence. Zhang Mingyu's face changed. Facing Lei Wu at this moment, he actually felt an illusion of looking up at a lofty mountain, as if observing a heavenly guardian deity above the ninth heaven, completely unable to summon any thought of resistance. This was a sensation he had only experienced with his family's level 9 powerhouse. The man would just stand there, and he seemed to be the center of heaven and earth. Every gesture seemed to swallow mountains and rivers, carrying a momentum that could overturn the cosmos. Fortunately, Lei Wu's eruption lasted only an instant. The clothes that had been inflated by his aura deflated like a punctured ball, and the gale within the car subsided, as if nothing had happened at all. "You little brat, aren't you level 4? Seeing Zhang Mingyu staring at him with a face full of terror, Lei Wu pretended to be puzzled and asked what level 4. Young Master Zhang stammered, "Just now you." Lei Wu said with a vacant look, "I just dozed off and dreamed of the old immortal again. He said my bones were extraordinary and that I was destined to shoulder the great task of saving the world in the future. He forcibly infused a martial art into me, and that woke me up." Zhang Mingyu stared at Wuzi blankly. In the past he had not believed in immortals, because he had really gone home and dreamed for 3 days under his covers. But now Lei Wu's shocking aura erupting without any warning could not help but shake his skeptical heart. Otherwise there was simply no way to explain Lei Wu's state. He had been as weak as a decrepit old man with one foot in the grave, but within moments a terrifying aura swept the entire area, like a terminally ill person suddenly taking the Grand Supreme Elder Lord's immortal elixir and receiving divine aid. Restored not just to his prime, but transformed into a giant god. Zhang Mingyu asked in astonishment, "Do you really know an immortal?" Lei Wu shook his head. "No, I don't." Zhang Mingyu pressed further. "Then why did he teach you martial arts?" Lei Wu shrugged helplessly. "I told you. He said my bones were extraordinary and that I would one day safeguard world peace." Young Master Zhang ground his teeth. "Is it saving the world or safeguarding world peace? Be clear about it. Aren't those the same?" Lei Wu realized he had let his slip show, but his expression remained calm. His mask concealed his expression, and the eyes, the windows to the soul, were also hidden, so Zhang Mingyu simply could not spot the crack. After his expression shifted uncertainly for a while, as if he had made up his mind, he said, "How about, I take you as my master?" A barrage of question marks filled Lei Wu's head. He simply could not understand how Zhang Mingyu could have such an idea. Seeing that he gave no response, young Master Zhang repeated with absolute certainty, "I want to apprentice myself to you. I'm serious. I refuse." Lei Wu answered curtly, which made Zhang Mingyu's face flush crimson. In his heart surged the stifling feeling of setting aside his pride, to follow you only to have you treat his pride like a turd. All at once young Master Zhang turned from humiliation to fury. "You, get out of the car." A violent brake jerk sent both bodies lurching forward, nearly crashing them into the windshield. Before Lei Wu could react, Zhang Mingyu had already stepped out of the car, walked around the front, opened the door, and began dragging him out. Wuzi stood there dumbfounded until Zhang Mingyu drove far away, leaving him alone in the wind before he realized he had hurt the man's feelings. But the problem was, even if Zhang Mingyu truly kowtowed several times and became his disciple, he still could not teach the Vajra indestructible body. At a loss whether to laugh or cry, Lei Wu looked around, dodged the cars on the elevated highway, and walked slowly toward the East City branch office. This time the grand mastery of the Vajra indestructible body had brought earth-shattering changes to his body's stats. Level 5 mutant zombie. Punch force 18. 3 tons. Speed 81 milliseconds. Stamina 2 months 11 days. Spirit 233. Cultivation points 104. Martial arts light slaughter, grand mastery Vajra indestructible body, grand mastery lightning legs, grand mastery Vajra corpse crushing palm, grand mastery. I've reached level 7 in punch power. Walking back to the dormitory, Lei Wu clenched his fists, slightly feeling the surging power coursing through his arms, sensing a strength he had never experienced before. What does 18 tons of punch force mean? Even without activating his Vajra corpse-shattering palm or indestructible body, merely relying on his raw strength, a single punch could level a residential building. Although he couldn't match the terrifying destructive power of the level 8 zombie in Lijuan community, which could flatten entire buildings and reduce hundreds of meters of surrounding area to ruins, he at least possessed some of that one-punch man aura. Thinking back to those early days when he had just joined the zombie extermination squad, he had been as timid as a mouse. During missions, he dared only to follow behind Lei when shrinking and cowering, closing his eyes before pulling the trigger and spraying bullets recklessly until the magazine was empty, never letting go. At that time, he was only level 1, and even Zhao Hong, who was merely at level 3, appeared to him like a towering tree. Now years had slipped by in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8. And he had become a powerhouse in the eyes of even the top-tier elite, a looming mountain in the sky that Jiang Mingyu needed to look up to. However, Lei Wu also understood that his punch power had merely reached the threshold of level 7, and the road ahead remained long and arduous. 30 tons of punch power counted as level 7, and 18 tons did as well. If he encountered a true old master at the peak of level 7, the best course of action would be to turn and run. Even if his strength could barely hold its own, his opponent's speed of 150 to 240 meters per second would allow them to easily slaughter him. With these thoughts, Lei Wu's restless heart instantly grew calm, and the desire to find a level 7 powerhouse to test his fists against faded away. Speaking of level 7, a certain figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. Sun Jingyang. Ever since Director Sun had been secretly taken away by the Sun family, there had been no news of him whatsoever. Recently, at his urging, Sun Dongliang had gone to Sun Fei to inquire about his whereabouts, but was soundly reprimanded and cursed to his face. But according to Sun Dongliang, his uncle Sun Fei certainly wouldn't know Sun Jiangang's whereabouts either. Otherwise, with the section chief's nature, he would have blabbed it out long ago to show off instead of flying into a rage and cursing him out. Lei Wu thought this made sense and did not ask any further questions. Sun Fei was after all not a direct member of the Sun family, so there were many secrets he could never know. Just looking at how he had occupied the position of operations section chief for over a decade without making any further progress, it was clear he was not valued within the Sun family. However, Lei Wu secretly speculated that Sun Jingyang probably wasn't dead. After mutating into a zombie, the Sun family might instead use him for human experimentation. Much like that level 8 zombie which, after being modified, had developed self-awareness. Under the control of certain individuals, it directly transformed into a killing machine capable of accomplishing its mission at any cost, displaying even greater loyalty, bravery, and fearlessness of death than a true death squad soldier. Should I also raise a zombie subordinate? Lei Wu stroked his chin and contemplated this for a while, then quickly discarded the unrealistic notion. Raising low-level zombies was far too superfluous. They lacked any intelligence, knew nothing but to devour humans, and were dispatched by humans the moment they revealed themselves. As for raising high-level zombies, not only were they incredibly rare to encounter, but even if one was fortunate enough to come across one, if it lacked consciousness, it would completely ignore his commands. It would be better to kill it, consume its heart, and replenish his own stamina. At this moment, Lei Wu suddenly understood the importance of power and authority. With power and authority, one could gather many people to serve oneself, and also, like those conglomerates, create various drugs through scientific research that could even grant zombies self-awareness, making them obedient. I wonder where that level 8 zombie is. After it had previously wounded Sun Jiangong, that level 8 zombie had never shown itself again. Later, the investigation department's personnel tried every means to track it down, but whenever they gained a lead, it was immediately obstructed by some kind of interference. Sun Fei was quite unwilling to accept this, and muttering curses went to have a word with his superiors. The result. Upon returning, he became completely silent, no longer playing games, merely smoking incessantly, and filling the office with thick haze for an entire week, cursing at whoever he encountered. Shaking his head, Lei Wu glanced at the panel, showing only 2 months of stamina remaining, and couldn't help but silently scold himself for worrying about matters far beyond his capacity. He could barely survive day to day, yet still had the energy to fret over others. Soon his instinct to remain vigilant in times of peace stirred again, and the thought of punishing evil while promoting good arose in his mind. Years had passed since people had gradually forgotten the existence of the Black-Robe powerhouse, and tonight would be the perfect opportunity for him to achieve glory once more and shock the city of Jiangxing. To Tianli residential compound. Lei Wu stood atop the elevated bridge, gazing down upon the myriad lights of the city. Fixing his direction, he launched himself into the air, leaping directly from the bridge over 10 meters high, and barely bent his legs before regaining his footing. Earlier this year, an incident of property management bullying all homeowners occurred at Tianli residential compound. Relying on their powerful security team, they overstepped their bounds and treated the compound as their own domain, inflating property fees to astronomical figures. Any homeowner who dared refuse to pay faced water and electricity cut-off threats at their doorstep, property damage, and even home invasions. They were guilty of every conceivable evil. Such incidents would be impossible in upscale compounds where homeowners held considerable influence and were not to be trifled with. But in ordinary residential compounds where the elderly, weak, and disabled predominated, most homeowners were wage earners who, when facing the security team's oppression, were truly at a loss, crying out to heaven with no answer, appealing to earth with no response. Now Lei Wu resolved to play the savior for once and accumulate some merit for himself. Perhaps when he paid respects to the mechanical Buddha and struck the electronic wooden fish another day, he might earn himself a few additional cultivation points. Amida Buddha. Wuzi chanted the Buddha's name under his breath, his body transforming into a dark shadow. Within moments, he had infiltrated Tianli residential compound and made his way toward the villa where the security captain resided. Having conducted several missions here before, he knew the compound inside out. The security captain had claimed territory for himself, occupying common areas to construct a grand villa where he ruled like a local emperor. Just as Lei Wu evaded the surveillance cameras and crept quietly beneath the villa's windows, a faint putrid stench struck his nostrils, causing his pupils to contract sharply and every hair on his body to stand on end. In an instant, all thoughts of replenishing his stamina vanished, and he turned to flee. Zombies could detect and track humans through light, sound, and scent. Likewise, they were extraordinarily sensitive to the scent of their own kind. Previously, Lei Wu's physical constitution had not been particularly strong, and his sense of smell and hearing were only marginally superior to that of ordinary people. Now that his Vajra indestructible body had reached full maturity, granting him comprehensive physical enhancement, his senses had grown far more acute. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all sharpened beyond measure. Any subtle movement within a 3-zhang radius, any foul odor in the air could not escape his perception. Yet the masculine aura contained within this putrid stench was so overwhelmingly powerful that it sent chill down his spine, and instinct drove him only to flee. A level 8 zombie. Even if it simply stood there and took his attacks without defending itself, slaying it would require the corpse-shattering palm, as no other method could penetrate its defenses. Moreover, a zombie would never position itself beneath a perilous wall. Engaging in combat without a 90% guarantee of victory was no different from signing one's own death warrant. Lei Wu kept one principle constantly in mind. He had to clear enemies without sustaining a single wound, for even the slightest injury was a disregard for his own life. In a secret base in Jiangxing carved deep into a hollowed-out mountain, the cavern was filled with futuristic instruments and experimental pods. On the central console's massive screen, a youthful virtual avatar revolved as its physical data shifted ceaselessly. The psychic fluctuations were so unstable that the chief scientist overseeing the modification, Dr. Lu Jun, wore an expression of intense anxiety. The Night Emperor is slipping beyond our control. Beside him, the female assistant stared at the screen and said with furrowed brows, "If it comes to that, just activate the needle device and wipe out his self-awareness." No. Lu Jun refused without hesitation. He had waited many years to capture a grade 8 zombie, one upon which he could lavish every ounce of his lifelong expertise. If it were destroyed, he would descend into his grave, bitter and unfulfilled. As for the needle device and the Night Emperor's data on the screen, all of it came from the alloy combat armor he wore, embedded with sensors and equipped inside the helmet, with a special steel needle laced with neurotoxin capable of destroying him at any moment. So far, the Night Emperor's self-awareness was only that of a young child. He could never have imagined how many tricks were hidden in the armor. He's left the Tianli residential area. Where is he heading? Staring at the small red dot racing across the map on the main screen. 300 meters per second, nearly supersonic. Lu Jun's face grew even more troubled. He had never issued an order for the Night Emperor to bite anyone, and he had often used hypnosis and dreams to tell the Night Emperor that devouring carbon-based life forms at will was the behavior of a beast. He had also warned the Night Emperor sternly never to enter human communities lest he cause a catastrophe and bring down the pursuit of the city defense battalion. Over the past few years, the Night Emperor had remained obedient, sometimes hiding in remote mountains and deep forests, sometimes returning to the base for modifications. Then a few days ago, he began imitating the actions of other humans. He picked up a phone from somewhere, learned to go online, and read the news. Lu Jun had been delighted by his growth, as if watching his own child thrive. Unexpectedly tonight, the Night Emperor lost control, broke into the Tianli residential area, and without a word began a wholesale slaughter. But oddly enough, he only devoured the security guards. He bit more than 20 of them to death before leaving. The local tyrant of a security captain in particular was eaten by him without a single trace left. The Night Emperor has entered Heilong Street. A researcher gasped, causing Lu Jun to tense up. Heilong Street was the largest gathering place of dark forces in Jiangxing. Every inch was packed with notorious criminals. What people called the black market was a pedestrian street within Heilong Street. The shops on either side engaged in all manner of underground dealings all year round, even human trafficking. What is the Night Emperor trying to do? Trembling with fear, the female assistant picked up a microphone, took a deep breath, and in a voice as gentle as a mother's kept calling out to the Night Emperor through the speakers, urging him to come home quickly. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Night Emperor seemed to have lost all reason, his eyes blood red, thinking only of killing. If this goes wrong, he'll stir up a colossal disaster. Lu Jun stared at the red button on the console, hesitating over whether to press it, destroy the Night Emperor's consciousness, and plunge him into a coma. But doing so would send years of effort and painstaking work down the drain. The fact that Heilong Street, Jiangxing's #1 tumor, had survived for so many years without being wiped out by the major conglomerates was thanks to one terrifying figure standing guard. A legendary being who had reached grade 9, Liang Heilong. He was no native of Jiangxing. He had set out from another base city, crossed an endless sea of zombies, and arrived in Jiangxing with a valuable cargo. Rumor had it that Liang Heilong had once been the king of assassins, the king of mercenaries shuttling between major base cities year-round. Missions others deemed impossible were as simple as eating and drinking to him. With such immense power, even the major conglomerates of Jiangxing had to show him a measure of respect. Personnel from the 4 sub-bureaus would not casually set foot in Halong Street, lest they provoke unnecessary misunderstanding. The Night Emperor is killing people. On the main screen, the Night Emperor's vitality value kept soaring. Within moments it surged more than a dozen times, indicating he had bitten more than a dozen people to death. Everyone in the base felt their scalps crawl as if their heads were tucked in their belts. As though the immortal slaying flying blade from Investiture of the Gods was aimed at their brows, and the moment Liang Halong uttered, "Precious, please turn around," their heads would all fall. The killing itself was not what frightened them. Anyone could see that the Night Emperor loathed evil like an enemy, and acting on the news reports was carrying out righteous justice. What humans could not accomplish was being done by a zombie, and a child with the mind of a few-year-old at that. The Night Emperor's righteousness was almost eerily uncanny. But here was the problem: if he slaughtered the people of Halong Street so brutally, and stirred Liang Halong's attention, the latter would investigate the Night Emperor's origins, who had modified him, and who had sent him out to run wild. With the power of a grade 9 expert, and as an assassin mercenary, tracing the mastermind behind it all would be almost effortless. When that day came, everyone present who had taken part in the modifications would find it impossible to survive. Moreover, the zombie virus the Night Emperor left behind during his rampage would cause many people to mutate for no apparent reason. By dawn tomorrow, Tianli community and Halong Street would inevitably be overrun by packs of zombies. There was no telling how many innocent people would suffer. Lu Jun's trembling right hand slowly came to rest on the red button. He truly could not bear to see his masterpiece destroyed like this. But compared with a zombie, his own life was obviously more important. "Dr. Lu, if you keep hesitating, we will all die." The female assistant's face was pale, and her whole body trembled. On the map, the Night Emperor had already slaughtered his way into the heart of Halong Street. Though the others were not at the scene, they knew exactly how brutal the massacre was. The soaring vitality value only reflected the flesh and blood the Night Emperor devoured after killing. The ones he casually grabbed to death, blasted apart, or smashed to pieces, without eating, were anyone's guess. A killing machine was no joke. When it went berserk, it was more ferocious than a missile, brutal enough to easily annihilate the entire population of a town. "Doctor." Seeing Lu Jun still unmoving, the female assistant lunged at him frenziedly and slammed her fist toward the red button. At the critical moment, Dr. Lu used his body to shield it, his eyes locked on the main screen. "Look." Having killed enough, the Night Emperor finally began to move quickly. In just a few seconds, he was out of Halong Street. He paused briefly as if getting his bearings, then made a beeline for the mountain cave base. The female assistant had not given up. She screamed hysterically, "He will get us killed." Lu Jun was enraged. He shoved the female assistant aside and threatened harshly, "If you are afraid of dying, you can leave. I will erase your name from the records. I have the highest authority here. This is none of your business." Stung with humiliation and rage, the female assistant picked herself up and went straight to complain to their backer. When the Night Emperor returned, Lu Jun coldly gave him a severe reprimand. This left the Night Emperor, who had been full of anticipation and expecting praise, deeply aggrieved and mired in self-doubt. Did I do something wrong? That night back in the dormitory, Lei Wu lay awake, unable to sleep. He frantically clipped his nails, ground his teeth, showered, sprayed perfume, sprayed more perfume, and then sprayed even more. He could smell the rotting stench of that level 8 zombie. The other one could probably smell him too. The senses of powerful beings were extremely sharp, their noses keener than a dog's. What if one day he ran into a level 8 or level 9 powerhouse? Lei Wu had every reason to suspect he would be exposed. "Thank goodness I didn't go with Jiang Mingyu to submit the documents. Zhang's CEO Jiang Tianhua must be at least a level 8 powerhouse." Lei Wu felt a sense of relief, but staring at the empty bottle of expensive perfume in his hand, he remained vaguely uneasy. He simply put on his clothes, went to the convenience store outside the precinct, bought every bag of aged vinegar they had, and brought them back to soak in a vinegar bath, preparing to marinate himself thoroughly. Better to be an old pickle reeking of vinegar, sour-smelling, than to expose his identity as a zombie. But even after going this far, Lei Wu still felt no sense of security. It said that ancient monks who practiced long-term fasting would emit a fragrant scent from their bodies. From now on, I should eat as little as possible, especially meat. I must avoid it. Too much greasy food fills the organs with bacteria, and even a human's breath turns foul. How much worse for a zombie like me? After thinking it over, Lei Wu searched online for all kinds of information and decided to start consuming large amounts of traditional Chinese medicine the next day. This way he could prevent bacterial invasion, and over the years the accumulated medicinal herbs would form a wax-like shell inside his body, letting a clean fragrance emanate from him. With this thought, Lei Wu suddenly felt motivated. But he also understood, all too well, none of these methods would work. A zombie is a zombie. Apart from the heart and brain parasitized by the virus, his other organs would gradually decay. Even if he cultivated martial arts to perfect his indestructible body, it would at most slow the rotting. He could never resurrect as a true human. With that realization, Lei Wu was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Looking across the world, he was like a lone leaf adrift on a vast ocean, struggling to cross this mortal realm with not a single kindred spirit around. Only himself trudging forward in solitude. The undead life is lonely as snow. Where are my kind? Lei Wu soaked in the vinegar barrel for a full 3 hours before finally shaking off his depressed mood. Though the undead life was solitary to stay alive, he still had to keep moving forward. Ring ring ring. Suddenly the alarm blared loudly in the corridor outside. All the officers were jolted awake from their dreams and dressed in the first moment to assemble. The last time the dormitory alarm rang was when all 9 teams mobilized together for the Liz Huang community incident. Sun Fei's home was some distance from the precinct, but he made it over in just 5 minutes, his shirt buttons still unbuttoned and his face still heavy with sleep. A large-scale mutation has occurred in Tianli residential complex. A zombie impervious to bullets slaughtered all 20-plus members of the night security team, then vanished. Section Chief Sun swept his gaze over the team members prepping their gear while buttoning his shirt and explaining the situation. After this zombie left many residents mysteriously mutated, as if the air itself carried the virus. It's suspected. There's another high-level zombie. Screech. The sound of tires scraping against the ground pierced the night sky as a yellow sports car charged into the compound. Jiang Mingyu arrived late. He opened the car door and was about to step out, but upon hearing Sun Fei's words, the young master Jiang tried to sit back inside. Yet everyone stared at him in unison. Why are you all looking at me? Jiang Mingyu's rear hadn't even touched the seat when he noticed the crowd staring at him. His whole body stiffened, and he hurriedly ducked his head to go put on his gear. The last level 8 zombie nearly scared him out of his wits, and now another one had appeared. How could Jiangxing have so many high-level zombies? It was most likely that Night Emperor again. That fellow had become quite famous lately. Back then he hadn't been killed, but was handed over to Dr. Lu for research. Although the Kong Consortium had taken the lead, the other families had all tacitly approved. Because the Kong family had declared that any research results would be shared by all. The researchers at the mountain cave base were also talents sent by each family, a mixed crowd monitoring Dr. Lu while also obtaining data on the Night Emperor. A zombie that hadn't even reached the yellow rank yet had developed self-awareness, possessed not only human values, but also cherished animals like a child, and could even read, write, and play with a phone. How could it not attract attention? If the Night Emperor were successfully refined, it would be a revolution unprecedented in thousands of years of human history. Powerhouses above level 8 would all gain the opportunity for immortality. When one's lifespan ran out, inject the virus, mutate into a zombie, awaken self-awareness, and as long as one wasn't injured. Wouldn't that mean eternal life? Recently, Lu Jun had submitted the Night Emperor's data to the various consortiums, causing an uproar. The big shots were ecstatic, as if immortality were within reach, all fixated on the Night Emperor. They had also issued orders to their own people: no one was allowed to harm this zombie. If its mind could fully develop and grow healthily like a normal person, then in the future, so could they. The Night Emperor now carried the hopes of the big shots. By comparison, the deaths of a few civilians were a negligible cost. With such inside information, Jiang Mingyu naturally didn't want to go on this mission. He knew perfectly well that whoever encountered the Night Emperor this time would die for nothing, no matter how formidable their background. However, this high-level zombie might also be someone else. For instance, Sun Jiangong, level 7. The success of the Night Emperor had given the Sun Consortium hope, and recently, they were also modifying Director Sun, trying to give him self-awareness. If that succeeded, the next step would be to modify level 6 zombies, level 5, a level 4, a level 3. Until everyone had the chance at immortality. In the old era, Buddhism sought to ferry all living beings into a higher world, free from disease and disaster, never worrying about lifespan. Now the scientists of Jiangsheng were preparing through their own methods a universal mutation and ascension. Not only were the big shots excited, Jiang Mingyu himself was also spellbound, looking forward to that day. At the very least, he hoped Sun Jiangang would succeed. Because last night, he had gone to deliver documents in place of Lei Wan. His uncle Jiang Tianhua, who usually didn't like him, had for the first time ever taken a bottle of level 7 evolution fluid from the safe and personally handed it to him. Lei Wan is a very difficult person, extremely guarded. We've always wanted to plant someone by his side to uncover his secrets, but we've never succeeded. You need to get along with him from now on and strive to earn his trust. At that moment, Jiang Mingyu looked at the level 7 evolution fluid in his hand, his heart heavy as a mountain. Over the past 2 years, he had gotten along pleasantly with the Lei brothers. Their relationship had long since transformed from initial hostility to genuine friendship. Apart from wanting to learn Lei Wu's palm intent that crushes souls, there were no other ulterior motives between the three of them. But now, by accepting the evolution fluid and agreeing to Jiang Tianhua's friendship with Lei, one would become tainted. This made Jiang Mingyu deeply uncomfortable. Yet he understood even more clearly the price of refusing this bottle of evolution fluid. Level 7 evolution fluid could no longer be bought with money. It was completely monopolized by the major consortiums. If one didn't align with them, one would remain stuck at level 6 forever. Just look at Sun Fei. He was level 6 when he first became section chief, and he was still level 6 now, stagnating for over a decade with no progress at all. Whether to choose friendship or his own future. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Mingyu clenched the evolution fluid tightly in his hand. Tianli residential area. Massive floodlights enveloped the surroundings from all directions, bathing the world in blinding brightness like broad daylight. Lower-level zombies feared light, instinctively requiring at least level 3 before they could become immune to illumination. Under Sun Fei's command, the corpse-slaying team did not charge inward. Instead, they secured every entrance and exit of the residential area, maintained control of the situation, and awaited the arrival of the city defense battalion. Large-scale mutations had occurred, and a level 8 zombie was suspected, meeting the conditions for an official report. Squad 6 was assigned to patrol outside the eastern wall of the community. Lei Wen was absent, so Lei Wu took command with Jiang Mingyu following behind. Sun Dongliang trailed closely beside Sun Fei, learning how to coordinate and manage the overall situation. After all, they were uncle and nephew by blood. No matter how deep Sun Dongliang's gambling addiction ran, or how despicable his act of selling his own wife, that bloodline tie could never be severed. Naturally, Sun Fei hoped his nephew would succeed him and carry on his position as head of the operations division. Favoritism, selling official positions for profit, drawing pay for phantom soldiers. Sun Fei had been doing this for many years. The team members had long since moved past their initial disgust and horror, now meeting such corruption with numb indifference. Jiang Mingyu had argued with Lei Wu the previous night. Humiliated during the apprenticeship ceremony, he had originally intended to ignore him, but after holding it in for a long time, his desire to boast proved irresistible. I'm about to reach level 7. Oh. Lei Wu, marching at the front of the formation, reacted with bland indifference, as if hearing something utterly ordinary and unworthy of attention. Jiang Mingyu's forehead vein throbbed. Gritting his teeth, he repeated, I'm hitting level 7 soon. Got it. Lei Wu's expression remained flat, his mind weighed down with other thoughts, too lazy to engage with the guy. He had no idea whether that level 8 zombie had left. He could only sniff, frantically absorbing every scent around him, and bolt at the slightest sign of danger. At such a critical moment of life and death, how could Jiang Mingyu's nonsense possibly interest him? Jiang the young master's forehead veins pulsed violently. He desperately wanted to slap the back of Wu Zi's head and curse, "Would it kill you to praise me once?" Yet such impulses remained confined to his thoughts. The display Lei Wu had unleashed inside the car the previous night, just that commanding and majestic aura, had made Jiang Mingyu realize he was no match. He had deliberately brought up level 7 to salvage his pride, to tell Wu Zi that he was not afraid. But Lei Wu's utter indifference made the young master feel as though he had thrown a punch into cotton, infuriating him to the point of wanting to cough up blood. In an attempt to recapture Wu Zi's attention, Jiang Mingyu began rambling incessantly. That level 8 zombie is named Yi Di. He was only 21 years old when he mutated. A level 8 this young can only originate from one of the top-ranked super base cities. Otherwise, with Jiangxing's resources, we simply could not have cultivated someone this outstanding. Sure enough, Lei Wu's attention was drawn back, his ears perking up. Seeing that his tactic was working, the young master continued his revelations. Recently, the areas outside the base cities have grown highly unstable. Massive numbers of zombies are gathering, and swarms of animals and birds are converging from all directions. From the scale of this movement, they appear to be preparing to besiege the city. However, the higher authorities have blocked the news to prevent civilian panic. Our major corporations have already dispatched their strongest warriors to reinforce the city defense battalion. After a decade of peace, this great battle is unavoidable. Pausing briefly, Jiang Mingyu said with a resolute expression, "When that time comes, I will go to the city walls and contribute my share. Not for anyone else, not even for the common people. I do it for myself. After all, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Once the city falls, we will all die." Lei Wu finally showed a flicker of emotion. Turning his head slightly, he advised, "Once you're on the walls, remember to protect yourself." A sly gleam flashed in Jiang Mingyu's eyes. He thought, "So you still care about me after all." Overflowing with triumph, he revealed further, Sun Jian just lost his position as station director, causing great discomfort for the Sun family. Their ruling status faces the risk of being shaken. Recently, they are preparing to elevate another key figure, and screening within the family has already begun. Sun Fei has cultivated deep roots at the Chengdong branch over more than 10 years, and with his control of the corpse-slaying team, his connections within the bureau are firmly established. He is on the candidate list. With Jiang Mingyu's explanation, Lei Wu finally understood why Director Sun had been constantly mentoring his nephew lately. However, the young master added, the Sun family has no shortage of outstanding talents, and far more, who have worked at the grassroots level without receiving recognition. Compared to other family members, Sun Fei's chances of being selected are quite slim, unless he can achieve great merit and catch the attention of those above. At this point, Jiang Mingyu, who had just obtained the level 7 evolution fluid, felt deeply moved. If not for Lei Wen, he would likely have plateaued at level 6 for the rest of his life. Though the gap was only one level, it represented the crossing of social classes, the distinction between a chaebol heir and an ordinary citizen. If Sun Fei were selected, he would naturally receive the level 7 evolution fluid as well, and his future prospects would be limitless. He would surely become a high-ranking figure within the Sun family. But this hurdle was far too difficult. Ordinary citizens had no path to advancement. No matter how hard they worked, they could only manage basic sustenance. Zhao Hong had served in the corpse-slaying team for decades, facing death time and again while slaughtering countless zombies, yet even upon retirement, he remained merely a squad leader. Were the children of prominent families any different? Jiang Mingyu sighed, gazing at Lei Wu walking ahead, his towering frame like an iron pillar. Suddenly he froze. Actually, it's not that difficult. All he needed to do was introduce Lei Wu to the upper echelons of the Sun family, allowing them to recognize his potential. In the future, Lei Wu would surely become at least a level 9 powerhouse, and Sun Fei would be heavily relied upon. Then he could also let those above know that Sun Fei had someone extraordinary like Lei Wu under his command. And since Jiang Mingyu himself also served in the corpse-slaying team as Sun Fei's subordinate, helping Director Sun overcome this hurdle seemed no more than a simple matter. Should I give Sun Fei a heads up? Jiang Mingyu stroked his chin and pondered for a while, then decisively buried the idea. The brothers Lei Wan and Lei Wu belonged to him, the young Master Jiang. How could he hand them over to Sun Fei? If Director Sun successfully recruited them into the Sun family, would he, Jiang Mingyu, be left with nothing but ash? Just then Sun Fei's voice crackled through the earpiece. We have a situation on Black Dragon Street. A single zombie has killed more than 50 people, including a level 6 powerhouse. Someone called in a report requesting we come for cleanup and recovery operations. Teams 1 through 6 remain here and await the City Defense Battalion's support. Teams 7, 8, and 9, come with me to Black Dragon Street. People from Black Dragon Street actually file reports. The officers were utterly astonished, and Lei Wu shared their surprise. After all these years in the corpse-slaying team, he had never been dispatched to Black Dragon Street before. Moreover, given his sensitive background, Sun Fei had even issued an order prohibiting them from visiting the notoriously infamous Black Dragon Street under normal circumstances. Jiang Mingyu said with schadenfreude, "It must be ED making moves. This guy is rather amusing, actually imitating others by performing heroic deeds. I must admit I somewhat admire him. A single zombie proving stronger than actual people." Lei Wu shot the young master a sidelong glance. "Not only stronger than regular people, but stronger than you." Yes, whatever you say, boss," Jiang Mingyu retorted sharply. "You're not much better than me. That black robe powerhouse at least knows how to eliminate tyranny and bring peace. Meanwhile, we two officers of the police station resemble nothing more than reckless hotheads, endlessly envying others and cracking empty boasts all day long. If you've got any courage, come raid with me tonight. Let's conduct our own campaign against corruption and evil. Let's sweep it up then. I'll wait for you tonight. Whoever backs down is a coward." No sooner had Sun Fei left than the City Defense Battalion arrived. Armed helicopters swarmed over in formation, while heavy transports, rocket artillery trucks, and missile launchers rolled in from the ground. Every time Lei Wu felt as though he were watching a grand military parade. Once again the force was led by Deputy Battalion Commander Liang Feng. Clad in superalloy battle armor and bearing an enormous battle axe on his back, he stood proudly at the helicopter's open hatch. When the helicopter reached the outskirts of the residential complex, his upright figure leaped from the sky. Like an iron god of war descending from the heavens, he crashed to the ground, shattering the earth into a crater. After absorbing the impact, he slowly straightened, hefted the ornately crafted axe, and cast a chilly glance at Lei Wu and the others. Where is that level 8 zombie? Even a clay figurine has a spark of temper. He had already spared the Night Emperor once. The City Defense Battalion was no lackey for a few consortiums, and since they kept stirring up trouble, Liang Feng would no longer tolerate it. With a zombie horde about to besiege the city, every destabilizing element within the city had to be swept away. Particularly a high-tier zombie like the Night Emperor. If it dared to rise up and cause chaos, it would be hunted down without mercy. Zhou Kaishan, the captain of Team 1, was also a veteran of the City Defense Battalion. Since Sun Fei wasn't there, he stepped forward and answered, "That zombie has already left. From the look of it, it headed toward Heilong Street. Section Chief Sun has already gone after it." Heilong Street. A flicker of disgust passed through Yang Feng's eyes. His brows furrowed on the outside, but in his heart delight surged. In all of Jiangxing there was nowhere the Night Emperor was allowed to go, except Heilong Street. That was one destination he wholeheartedly applauded. "Are we going to Heilong Street as well?" Liang Feng cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate and said expressionlessly, "The City Defense Battalion is not at anyone's beck and call. The Zombie Eradication Squad never filed a battle report, so this has nothing to do with us. Clear out the zombies in Tianli Residential Complex, then return to camp immediately." "Yes, sir." The rank 7 company commander saluted and jogged off to relay the order. "My." Liang Feng slung his battle axe back onto his shoulders, then suddenly his gaze tightened, fixing on Lei Wu. A flicker of doubt rose in his mind. This kid seems to have become considerably stronger. But oddly enough, last time he looked at me, he was still completely composed. This time, for no discernible reason, he's full of anxiety. And it was the kind of anxiety born from desperately trying to suppress his emotions. Yet his acting just wasn't good enough, so the more he suppressed, the more it showed. What's wrong with this kid? Liang Feng pondered briefly, and the answer surfaced in his heart, as though the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He and Lei Wu had never crossed paths. If the man felt no fear before, but now looked strained, it could only mean that he had once been fearless out of ignorance. Now that his strength had risen, he was finally worthy of gazing up at the soul of a giant dragon's foot, and only then realized just how colossal and majestic Battalion Commander Liang was before him, how his hegemony towered over the world. This kid, seeing me today, it's like seeing a god. With that thought, Liang Feng's vanity was thoroughly gratified. Even Lei Wu began to look pleasing to the eye. What's your name? Would you like to join my city defense battalion? Deputy Battalion Commander Liang cut straight to the chase and started poaching on the spot, leaving Jiang Mingyu and the others stunned. Me, eh? Wuzi stiffened, scared out of his wits, terrified the other man would catch a whiff of his scent. My name is Lei Wu. I've been in the zombie eradication squad for nearly 10 years. I don't have any other plans for now. Liang Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this kid to be so principled, unwilling to jump ship so easily. Silently commending him, Deputy Battalion Commander Liang promised, if you ever find it untenable in the zombie eradication squad, you can come to the city defense battalion and look for me anytime. Thank you. Lei Wu's unease dissipated somewhat. Thank goodness he had soaked in a vat of vinegar last night. Being properly marinated came with great benefits. Liang Feng said nothing more. He simply turned to face the gate of Tianli residential complex, his back to the crowd, like a war god guarding the land, quietly waiting to return to camp. Lei Wu and the other team leaders conferred briefly. There was nothing left to do by staying, so they went to Heilong Street to reinforce Sun Fei. When they arrived, the team members took one look and stood frozen. A dignified section chief with real authority in the zombie eradication squad, a notable figure at the Qingdong branch, was actually leading his men in scrubbing the streets. Some were hosing down the bloodstains, others were gathering the bodies of the deceased, and still others were carrying headless zombies to the street, lining them up to identify them, register them, and load them for disposal. Damn it. Does Liang Heilong really take us for his errand boys? Jiang Mingyu cursed in a low voice, then looked around guiltily like a thief. Only when he was certain that Lei Wu alone had heard him did he let his heart settle. Zhou Kaishan was equally full of complaints. How much did Heilong Street actually pay to get us doing this kind of work? Not much, just $1 million. The main thing is that zombie virus is in the air, so no one else dares to come clean. Our combat helmets filter out the poison gas, so it's not a big deal. Sun Dongliang walked over from a distance, frail and delicate in appearance, his combat helmet tilted askew on his head. He had just come from the toilet, his clothes and pants all twisted and sloppy, looking like a bandit. Besides, they killed all the zombies themselves. We didn't have to go in and risk our necks, so washing the ground isn't too much to ask. Xiao Sun paused, swept his eyes over the crowd, and snickered. Tonight, we split the money. No one said another word. Everyone eagerly joined the street washing ranks. Only Jiang Mingyu remained standing still. He hesitated for a moment, unwilling to bend his back for such a paltry sum. Yet a man in this world cannot always control his own fate. To avoid being isolated later, he ultimately joined the wash-up crew. Only when dusk had crept in and the crew had scrubbed every inch of Heilong Street spotless did Sun Fei look at the zombie corpses covering the ground and mutter with a furrowed brow, load these bodies onto the trucks and find a boiler house nearby. Burn them all. Lei Wu had been waiting for precisely those words. He spoke up at once. I know a boiler house nearby. Sun Fei was somewhat taken aback. Normally Wuzi was as sparing with words as gold, never meddling or spouting nonsense. Why was he so enthusiastic today? Still, it was always good when someone picked up the thread, so he took the opening and instructed, then I'll leave it to you. Burn the bodies before going home tonight, and tomorrow you can take the day off. Fine. Lei Wu nodded and agreed readily. Jiang Mingyu's brows knitted. Seeing everyone else climb into the vehicles and no one paying attention, he asked in a low voice, aren't you supposed to go sweep the underworld with me tonight? You can come burn bodies with me. We'll perform deeds of chivalry once we're done. Go burn them yourself. Young Master Jiang turned and left. After only a few steps he paused and said, I'd sooner be your grandson. Lei Wu had originally planned for the two of them to cremate the corpses together with Jiang Mingyu as a witness so that he wouldn't arouse suspicion by going alone. He had planned to knock him unconscious on the way and let him sleep until dawn, making it easy to feast in secret. Who'd have thought young Master Jiang would really take the grandson route? That night was the most satisfying feast Lei Wu had enjoyed since becoming a zombie. Without lifting a finger, he had gathered so many zombie hearts that they directly added 2 years' worth of stamina to his body. Moreover, he had been able to destroy the corpses and eliminate all traces. There wasn't a single flaw. At that moment, a violent urge to resign surged within him. Maybe I should open a crematorium. The 1 million given by Jiang Mingyu as an apprentice fee remained untouched to this day. While money was no longer a concern, the dilemma of who would watch over the shop while he went to work was quite daunting. Moreover, he suddenly realized that opening a corpse cremation shop as a side business required a decent explanation. How could he simply tell his elder brother that he had acted on impulse just to make money from a crematorium? Given Lei Wen's sharpness, any suspicion would inevitably expose his secret about consuming the zombie core. Weighed down by concerns, Lei Wu could only sigh inwardly and set aside the idea of opening the crematorium for later. Gradually, the long night gave way to dawn. A crimson moon hung high above the city, its ethereal halo rippling outward, casting blood-red light across every street while bringing the sun's warmth to the boundless earth below. Stepping out of the boiler room, Lei Wu glanced left and right, momentarily lost. 4 years with the corpse extermination team, he had worked diligently, without fail, except when his elder brother fell ill. Suddenly granted a day off by Sun Fei, he found himself aimless and uncertain of where to go or what to do. His existence revolved entirely around the corpse extermination team, It was his calling. Outside this world, whether in society or any other profession, he was utterly worthless. With a heavy sigh, Lei Wu turned his gaze toward Black Dragon Street, wondering if he might browse the black market for weapons and supplies suited to his needs. But he was a zombie. Black Dragon Street was home to numerous powerful figures, and many kept large hunting dogs with keen noses that would undoubtedly detect his scent. Is there any way to permanently solve my scent problem? Currently, except for his pale skin, he appeared completely indistinguishable from a human. Absent physical wounds, only his odor could give him away. Moreover, as his rank and physical strength grew, he would become a carrier of the zombie virus, transforming into a second Yi. Wherever he went, the residual scent in the air could transform the innocent into zombies. The sole solution was to seal himself off from the atmosphere. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Lei Wu eagerly grabbed his phone and dialed. "Yo, Grandpa, what can I do for you?" Jiang Mingyu's teasing voice came through. The grandson who had accepted defeat and actually dared to call him grandfather. Considering the Jiang family patriarch was still alive, hearing such words would surely earn him a broken leg. Lei Wu got straight to the point. "Could you help me acquire a set of alloy battle armor? Quality isn't the priority, but it must be fully sealed, completely impervious to toxic gas." "What do you need alloy battle armor for?" Sitting up straight in his office, Jiang Mingyu glanced around warily, pressing the receiver lightly with his left hand and lowering his voice. "Don't tell me you didn't cremate corpses last night, but instead went out punishing evildoers and made enemies of people you shouldn't have." "You have quite the imagination," Lei Wu said helplessly. "I want some protection when I go on missions in case I run into a high-level zombie and get secretly infected by the virus." "That would be so unfair," Jiang Mingyu asked with confusion. "Our combat helmets come with gas masks that can completely block toxic gas. Isn't this unnecessary? Just answer me one thing," Lei Wu retorted impatiently. "With the zombie horde about to attack the city, when you go up on the walls to provide support, are you wearing battle armor or not?" "Of course I would wear it." After answering instinctively, young Master Jiang finally understood Wu Zi's motives. If circumstances allowed and there was money to spare, who wouldn't want to wear the best gear and use the finest equipment? Young Master Jiang would kill to get a platinum tier battle armor set, instantly transforming into the ultimate Iron Man, slaying heaven, earth, and even the air itself, invincible across the entire world. After indulging in the fantasy, Jiang Mingyu responded, "It's wartime mobilization now. Supplies are scarce, especially high-grade equipment. While our Jiang family produces alloy battle armor, each set is custom ordered by others with a production cycle of 3 years. You won't be able to wear one before the zombie siege this time." 3 years. After a moment's consideration, Lei Wu gritted his teeth. 3 years it is. "Order a set for me, but I don't want any tampering in the armor. When it arrives, I'll have my elder brother inspect it again. I trust that with his abilities, no matter how skilled your technicians are, they won't succeed." Jiang Mingyu abandoned his schemes regarding payment and didn't bring up money again, instead discussing, "Where are you now? I'll have my senior engineer come to you to measure your height and build, and you can mention any special requirements as well." "All right." Lei Wu agreed and gave his address, asking, "How much is this set?" "I'll get the money to you." Young Master Jiang smiled faintly and grinned. "Good brother, let's talk about friendship, not money." A favor owed by a future level 9 powerhouse was worth far more than any number in a bank account. Lei Wu understood his intentions perfectly and immediately transferred over $1 million along with 2 years' wages, leaving nothing behind. With that done, he said firmly, "This is all I have. No matter how much your armor costs, this is all I can offer. Figure it out yourself." Wu Zi hung up the phone, and after years of anxiety, his heart finally settled. Once he received the armor, he'd stage a performance of feigning injury, convincing himself he suffered from persecution mania. With that excuse, he could wear the armor day and night without raising suspicions among his teammates. And so, amid eager anticipation, the moon waxed and waned across 2.5 years. The physical energy Lei Wu had accumulated from cremating corpses was nearly depleted, yet the zombie horde still hadn't begun their assault. But an unprecedented atmosphere of tension, the scent of gunpowder before a great battle, permeated the entire city of Jiangxing, with preparations for war underway at every level. The major cartels are distributing firearms to the public free of charge. Sun Dongliang brought back this news from outside, leaving the officers gasping as they all sensed the gravity of the situation. Prior to this, only a handful of people in Jiangxing possessed weapons, as the major cartels had deliberately inflated prices to restrict civilian firearm ownership and prevent social unrest. But now, with survival paramount, they could no longer concern themselves with the common people, only distributing weapons and hoping for the best. The zombie assault involved not merely zombies and beasts, but birds whose destructive power proved most terrifying. They swarmed across the sky in overwhelming numbers beyond the reach of gunfire and artillery. Descending upon the city to indiscriminately tear and bite, they would undoubtedly create countless new zombies. Jiang Mingyu received a call, his face darkening as he shared critical intelligence. The phased array radar at the city defense camp detected some days ago a level 9 or higher zombie slowly approaching from 300 kilometers away. Level 9 or higher. The crowd fell silent, unable to believe what they were hearing. Lei Wu caught his breath. Lei Wen's eyelids trembled, as well, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. What about the hypersonic missiles at the city defense camp? Can they take it down? Unclear. Jiang Mingyu shook his head and explained, this is our last trump card. The weapon retains its deterrent value only while still mounted on the missile launcher. If we fire and miss, the consequences would be unbearable. A level 9 or higher zombie possesses human-level intelligence, so negotiations will likely come first before any escalation. War was terrifying, yet the days of waiting for battle to begin proved the most suffocating and tormenting. Facing this city-destroying conflict with the storm approaching, all Lei Wu could do was continuously accumulate points, hoping to elevate his flying swallow skill into a transcendent martial art and gain more means of survival. Hiding in the bathroom, Lei Wu began allocating points on the panel. You have finally begun to focus on the flying legs technique, which has lain dormant for many years. In martial arts, one must either advance or fall behind. Over these years, you have neglected your cultivation. Though you added 50 cultivation points, it was merely water overflowing from a full vessel. With but a slight new comprehension, you are insufficient to break through to a higher realm. The panel's response was exactly as expected. After interacting with it many times, Lei Wu had grown accustomed to the panel's temperament. It cursed when too few points were added, yet complained that adding too many was wasteful, and Lei Wu by nature was unwilling to indulge it. Adding dozens of points at a time could probe the panel's attitude while avoiding excessive loss. But the problem was that gradually adding points would not suffice to elevate a transcendent martial art. He had come to understand the panel's nature, just as the panel understood his, knowing he was not a generous person. If I am stingy, so be it. I refuse to believe I cannot break through by adding points little by little. Lei Wu's stubborn streak kicked in. Clenching his jaw, he began adding points. Consuming 1 cultivation point. You are more miserly than a beggar who has begged on the street for 10 years, unwilling to part with the dirt beneath his toenails, rolling it into pellets to trick dogs. Consume 1 cultivation point, and Flying Legs tells you to scram. Quickly stop being an eyesore here. If you seek to elevate a martial art, you are unworthy. Your child has already starved to death. It is unworthy of your milk. With only this single cultivation point, you will never see improvement in your lifetime. Another point. 1 point. Lei Wu added points incrementally, ignoring the string of insulting prompts. Moreover, the faster he added, the less time each prompt had to register before being pushed out by the next one. By the remaining points on the panel began draining away at a rapid pace. Even he could no longer keep track of how many times he had added points when suddenly consuming 250 cultivation points. The heavens reward diligence, and creation unfolds in myriad ways. The panel hesitated as though still processing Lei Wu's sudden extravagance. Instinctively, it searched for a justification to upgrade Flying Legs without appearing overly mercenary. You already possess 3 transcendent martial arts. The panel's response was equally swift, instantly crafting its rationale. You have long mastered the refinement of lower-tier martial arts. This upgrade of Flying Legs poses no difficulty for you. Congratulations. Flying Legs underwent ultimate refinement, transforming into Wind God Legs. In that instant, Lei Wu felt his 2 legs become unbearably hot. An unknown warmth surged through him like molten rock flowing through his veins, continuously reshaping every acupoint in his legs and widening his meridians. This warmth ultimately pooled at the Yongquan acupoint, accumulating and solidifying constantly. Quantitative change gave way to qualitative transformation. Eventually, it formed something akin to the arc reactor on Iron Man's chest, granting Lei Wu an unparalleled sense of power. In that moment, it felt as though his 2 legs could tear apart heaven and earth. An illusion. I am not nearly that powerful. Wu Zi soon snapped out of the overwhelming sensation, and sparing no cultivation points, pushed forward with everything he had. Your elementary Wind God Legs can trample upon experts at level 7, yet you feel nothing for such a tier. Only speed surpassing level 8, and leg strength far more ferocious, will pique your interest. As this is now your 4th transcendent martial art, prolonged tempering has rendered you fearless in the face of chi depletion, bodily decay, and life's defeats. The slow grind can no longer test you. A mere allocation of points will transform you entirely. The words materializing on the panel made Lei Wu pause, a wave of joy rising within him as his mind raced with countless thoughts. 10 years pass in a blink, and the world transforms beyond recognition. Li Zimu has left, Uncle Hong has aged, and I have finally emerged from the darkness. A profound wave of emotion swept through Lei Wu's heart. From this day forward, transcendent martial arts would be within easy reach. As long as cultivation points were sufficient, no difficulty would remain. Wiping himself with toilet paper, he prepared to return to the office, yet his mind never stopped allocating points. Consuming 50 cultivation points, you break through to a new realm, and Wind God Legs reaches the intermediate level. Consuming 50 more points, you shatter your shackles, and Wind God Legs enters the advanced tier. This year, your comprehension of Wind God Legs reaches its limit. Your leg tendons coil like dragons, your feet take on the form of a cheelin's hooves. After adding these 50 cultivation points, your legs seem to harness the power of an ancient giant elephant, yet your leg techniques can no longer advance a single measure. Wind God Legs perfected. Everything unfolded logically, without a single anomaly. Lei Wu fastened his belt and gazed up at the bright light bulb within arm's reach, feeling the pressure of the coming city-destroying battle ease considerably. If he could not win a fight, he could still flee. Wind god legs gave him immense courage. If all else failed, he could blend into a horde of zombies, leave this place, and rebuild his life in another base city. I wonder what realm lies beyond the ceiling where martial arts surpass the transcendent. Xiao Wu, who are you playing games with? Outside the squat toilet stall, Lei Wen tapped lightly on the door, causing Lei Wu to shudder violently and nearly wet himself. Brother, I'm fine. Wu Zi hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped out, pulling up his pants as he asked guiltily, Brother, why do you walk so silently? I didn't even hear you enter the bathroom. I make sound you simply did not notice. Lei Wen took 2 steps and placed the scuffing of his soles against the tile floor, clearly audible, then glanced at his watch and said, You have been squatting in there for nearly 2 hours. Lunchtime is almost over. I was beginning to think you had fallen into the latrine. Lei Wu asked anxiously, Brother, how long have you been at the bathroom? A few minutes probably. Lei Wen said calmly. I saw you muttering constantly about beginner, intermediate, and perfected levels. I thought you were playing a mobile game and would come out soon. But after waiting for quite a while with no movement, I came to knock and call you. Lei Wu grew increasingly uneasy and secretly resolved to seal his mouth with tape the next time he allocated points, lest his ramblings be overheard while he was absorbed in the panel. Let us go eat quickly. Wu Zi hurried ahead, clutching his stomach as though ravenous. Lei Wen acknowledged with a hum and followed behind, watching his younger brother's retreating figure as his brow gradually furrowed. This was already the umpteenth time he had caught his brother talking to himself. Each time the content was roughly the same, as if he were some madman lost in a gaming world. More strangely still, Lei Wu's body temperature would swing between hot and cold, his breath growing obscure and erratic, alternating between strength and weakness. Each episode resembled a viral invasion with unstable vital signs, yet it looked more like improper cultivation gone awry. Just now, bending down, he had glimpsed something strange through the gap beneath the door. Lei Wu's legs, as he squatted, suddenly grew warm and visibly thickened, only to return to normal seconds later as the heat dissipated. Lei Wen adjusted his glasses and fed the observation into his AI for analysis, receiving an immediate answer. Master, your brother's iron sand palm possesses extraordinary power, indicating he has a martial talent beyond ordinary comprehension. He appears to have just broken through to a new realm, transforming his legs in ways that defy belief. Reading the AI's explanation, Lei Wen's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. I hope we can both emerge from this great battle unscathed. The great battle was imminent. The heavy pressure made the cafeteria unusually silent. The laughter and playful banter of days past were nowhere to be found. Even the liveliest Sun Dongliang had changed, bowing his head and eating in silence. Over these past 2.5 years, Sun Fei had made no outstanding contributions, and naturally no promotions either. On the other hand, his cousin Sun Tung, 10 years his junior, had already reached the power level of a 7th-tier expert and risen to deputy director of the South City Bureau, overseeing the Corpse Extermination Squad, riot control team, and investigative department, wielding great authority like a regional warlord. Everyone assumed Sun Fei would lose all hope, that his future was as futile as sand on a beach, buried under the waves and forgotten forever. But yesterday, Jiang Mingyu whispered that Section Chief Sun held a substantial sum and wanted to buy a bottle of 7th-tier evolution fluid from him, even willing to grant him one condition in return. If your own family won't recognize your worth, then seek elsewhere. The world has countless flowers to choose from. People thrive when they move while trees perish. A living, breathing man should not hang himself on a single branch. Jiang Mingyu could not make this decision alone and had reported it to Jiang Tianhua. Whatever the outcome, the higher-ups were investigating, and both Sun Fei and Jiang Mingyu were waiting. This matter first had to consider the face of the Jiang family, then assess whether Sun Fei's potential was sufficient, and above all examine his character. A man who served 3 masters was entirely unacceptable. As for Lei Wu, he had no interest in this at all, for it hardly affected him. Whether Sun Fei rose or fell made no difference. Even if another became section chief, Lei Wu would remain a member of the 6th group. Even if Sun Fei opened his mind wide, and as he had once promised when receiving the corpse-dissolving water, devoted himself to promoting Lei Wu, the latter would never leave the 6th group, nor aspire to become a section chief. His wish was simply to lay low in the corpse extermination squad, grow steadily in peace, and happily accumulate points. He could obtain first-hand intelligence on zombies while staying by his elder brother's side, and making friends like Jiang Mingyu. A decent life indeed. After pretending to eat a few bites and showing the same lack of appetite as everyone else, Lei Wu followed the group to dump his tray and walk straight back to his office. During lunch break, everyone lay on their desks to sleep. So did Lei Wu, burying his head between his arms, except his eyes were fixed on the panel. Level 5th tier mutated zombie. Fist power 19. 6T. Speed 230 milliseconds. Stamina 11 days 16 hours. Mental 263. Cultivation points 499. Martial arts light killing major accomplishment diamond. Indestructible body major accomplishment. Wind god leg major accomplishment diamond. Corpse shattering palm major accomplishment. It's fine. I still have enough cultivation points left for emergencies. When pushing through to break through wind god leg Lei Wu appeared ferocious on the surface, allocating points recklessly, as if his life depended on it. But in truth he knew exactly what he was doing. He was merely putting on a show to bluff the panel. All stratagems are permissible in war. To deal with a panel that cursed at him, one had to break every rule. Previously he had over 100 points remaining, accumulated over 2.5 years. The total came to just over 1,000 points. This time wasting over 500 of them, leaving only 499, was the result of his utmost self-control. With my current fist power and speed combined with transcendent martial arts, a single palm strike or kick should be able to instantly kill a 7th tier expert without issue. Lei Wu privately calculated his combat strength, regretting that the alloy battle armor was not yet ready. Otherwise his power would be even greater and he would at least not have to worry about being seen injured. Suddenly Lei Wu felt a powerful aura approaching. Pretending not to notice, he waited until Jiang Mingyu patted his shoulder before looking up with a puzzled expression. "Come here for a moment." Young Master Jiang gestured discreetly, signaling not to disturb others and motioned for them to speak behind. Lei Wu rose, and the two walked to the spacious area behind the office where equipment was changed. Only then did Jiang Mingyu say, with a grave expression, "One good news, one bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "Good news." Lei Wu paused and asked, "Has my battle armor been completed?" "No." Jiang Mingyu shook his head. "The good news is that many wealthy individuals are preparing to flee. Zombies are attacking from the eastern side of Jiangxing, flanked by towering cliffs too difficult to scale. The rich are planning to breach the western wall and join forces with others to carve out a path to a neighboring base city. If you want to leave, I can arrange it for you." "Is the situation that severe?" Lei Wu took a deep breath, his heart growing heavier. These tycoons had built their fortunes in Jiangxing. Their enterprises and families were all here. Once they left behind everything, their strength and the cash in their bank accounts. Even if they survived to reach another base city, they would have to start from scratch. Only in desperation would men so fond of their wealth be willing to abandon it all. "Woozy, let me tell you a secret. 2 years ago our negotiations with that yellow tier zombie collapsed. Neither side dared to make a move. The zombie refused to gamble against our hypersonic missiles. While publicly continuing talks, both sides secretly gathered strength." Jiang Mingyu sighed, his face darkening as he said, "Recently 2 more 9th tier zombies have arrived, leading an endless tide of corpses toward Jiangxing. It was precisely because our great conglomerates sensed the danger and prepared to evacuate some of our people to preserve our lineage that word leaked, causing other wealthy families to begin their own exodus." Lei Wu frowned. "Then what is the bad news?" "That's it." Jiang Mingyu spread his hands, making Wu Zi silently curse in frustration. Young Master Jiang said helplessly, "That's the situation. Each conglomerate has conducted big data analysis. The probability of the city falling is 50-50. Even if we hold the line, the population will plummet by 1/3. As for whether you or I survive among those lost, it is up to heaven alone." Lei Wu asked irritably, "Then are you still going to reinforce the city walls?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Jiang Mingyu answered without hesitation. "Every person adds strength. I, Jiang Mingyu, may not be a sage of virtue, but I will never be a deserter. As long as there is even one person left on the walls, this Jiangxing will never fall." "You?" Lei Wu looked at young Master Jiang with a complex expression. After years of spending every day together, he had never noticed this side of responsible courage in the other. "What's that look?" Jiang Mingyu wore a strange expression, then suddenly grinned. "You're not moved by my heroism, are you, lad? Go punch your grandfather." Lei Wu retorted impatiently, snorting coldly. "If you're not fleeing, neither am I. We're both public servants, officers of the law. If you, Jiang Mingyu, dare to climb those walls, how could I, Lei Wu, fall short of you by even a fraction? Come now, do you really think anyone can join the wall defense?" Hearing that Lei Wu also wanted to defend the city alongside him, Jiang Mingyu refused outright. The city defense corps fights with systematic precision, honed through countless repetitions until their coordination is seamless. You would only cause trouble. I myself will serve only as a heavy sniper. Against anti-material rifles paired with armor-piercing rounds that still cannot kill such creatures, what chance do our bare fists and blades have? Lei Wu thought for a moment, and answered honestly, indeed no chance. An 8th tier zombie could already resist anti-material rifle bullets. Even with armor-piercing ammunition, a single kill shot was extremely difficult. If such a creature charged up the walls at speeds of 240 to 330 meters per second, Jiang Mingyu could not possibly stop it. Not even rocket launchers could catch up easily. Young Master Jiang spoke from the heart. "Actually, this time around your brother has made a tremendous contribution." Lei Wu asked curiously, "How does this relate to him?" Jiang Mingyu glanced at the sleeping Lei Wu, admiration in his eyes, and said, "The black, corpse-dissolving water your brother developed years ago has recently been upgraded. Its destructive power is terrifying. We gave some to that yellow-tier zombie which finally subdued it. Otherwise Jiangxing would have fallen long ago. Last month we made the formula public, and all the major conglomerates are now expedited production, loading the solution into bullet tips. Any hit guarantees a kill, even on a 9th-tier zombie." "Impressive." Lei Wu praised sincerely. He himself had received the latest formula from Lei Wu a year ago, but had only just revealed it to the Jiang family. My brother only pulled it out when the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. What a miser indeed. Sun Fei is about to be promoted. After another 3 days, Jiang Mingyu ended the call and said to Lei Wu with a somewhat bitter feeling, my uncle has agreed to take Sun Fei in. He told him to go claim the level 7 evolution serum tonight. If we make it safely through this city-destroying war, he'll do his best to lift him into the deputy director's seat. Lei Wu let out a sigh. Section Chief Sun has finally made it. Over the years in the zombie eradication unit, Jiang Mingyu and Sun Fei had never gotten along. The two of them bickered every few days, found every reason to despise each other, and often argued in public. Now Section Chief Sun had latched onto the Jiang family and was about to become a level 7 powerhouse. In raw strength, he would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Mingyu. But in power and status, Jiang Mingyu could only eat his dust. Young Master Jiang had never been willing to play second fiddle to anyone. Sun Fei was nearly 20 years his senior, yet Jiang Mingyu had always treated him as a peer and had never shown him the slightest respect. Now Section Chief Sun was about to ride over his head and become the superior of his immediate superior, all through Jiang Mingyu's own doing. How could his heart not be a tangled mess of mixed emotions? It's all for the family. Jiang Mingyu could only comfort himself with that thought. As one of the direct line heirs, he could not lack the proper breadth of vision and boldness. Personal grudges had to come after family interests. Sun Fei was after all a man of ability. He had a real knack for officialdom and handled both his superiors and subordinates fairly well. Recommending him to the family and strengthening the Jiang clan's hold on power was not only Jiang Mingyu's duty, it was also an indirect way of protecting his own wealth, glory, and interests. For now, though, he had no time to dwell on those questions. Latest intelligence says the zombies outside the city are stirring. From the look of things, they'll attack within a day or two. Wang Jun, captain of Squad 9, was a veteran of the City Defense Battalion, so naturally, he still kept in touch with his old comrades and could obtain first-hand information. The moment he said this, the office fell into dead silence. An overwhelming pressure crushed down on everyone, leaving the officers breathless. Life and death would be decided within 1 or 2 days. Sun Fei walked out of the section chief's office and swept a grave look over the crowd. With the City Defense Battalion on the walls, we can't do much to help defend the city. A handful of us up there wouldn't even make a dent. All we can do is tend to our own duties. Once the fighting starts, kill as many zombies as we can and protect the civilians. Now I'll make the following arrangements. Sun Fei pinned the map of Jiangxing to the wall and pointed at the territory under the East City Precinct's jurisdiction. In the east of the city, there are 209 communities in total. 26 are high-grade communities with security teams and formidable firepower, so we don't need to worry about them for now. 64 are mid-grade communities also with security teams, and since everyone now has a gun, they don't require much of our attention either. Sun Fei then pointed at the sprawling slums and said worriedly, the rest are ordinary communities. The residents there have basically never touched a gun. Even if we hand out weapons, each person will only have 10 rounds. There's no time to practice marksmanship, so their combat capability is extremely limited. The crowd fell silent. The major consortiums had begun distributing guns more than 2 years ago. By rights, everyone should have had a weapon in hand and been able to protect themselves when encountering zombies. In reality, however, the frequency of the zombie eradication unit's missions had not decreased. Zombies feared neither pain nor death. Unless you shot them in the head, hitting them anywhere else was useless. The civilians fired blindly, yet still ended up being bitten. Sun Fei said in a low voice, this time our main task is to protect the ordinary people. We must go to the communities with the largest populations and the weakest overall capability to prevent a large-scale mutation from spilling into other areas and creating an unstoppable zombie tide. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Once zombies filled every street in droves, every living thing in Jiangxing would be devoured. As for those mutated powerhouses, despite their terrifying destructive power, they could only bite people one at a time. Even if there were 1,000 pigs in a pen, making one of them bite every pig one by one would still take quite some effort. What's more, people would run around or hide in their homes, forcing a mutant to waste time searching for them. Creating a large-scale mutation would truly take an enormous amount of effort. Most importantly, given the officers' strength, they could hardly control these mutated powerhouses. Encountering one would be fraught with danger. All everyone could do was use the strength they had to handle whatever was within their power. Sun Fei looked at the map and indicated among all the communities in the east of the city, Lizhuang community has the densest population with many elderly people and left-behind children. Its overall fighting capacity is the weakest. Squad 6 will defend this area. Any problem with that? In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lei Wu and Jiang Mingyu. Their expressions were complicated, some sympathetic, some mournful, some secretly relieved. Sun Fei's analysis was sound, but in reality a zombie tide was almost inevitable in such a densely populated place. Lizhuang community was enormous with at least tens of thousands of residents. With only Squad 6, 3 or 4 people, they could at most control a single street. What about everywhere else? People from every direction would still mutate, converge, and eventually surge toward Lei Wu and his team. To describe Squad 6 survival odds as 9 deaths 1 life would already be an exaggeration 1,000 times over. Going there was certain death. Even more terrifying, a level 8 zombie had appeared there before. Seeing Jiang Mingyu looking at him, Sun Fei tactfully said, "Oh right, there's something I forgot to mention. Jiang Mingyu already told me in advance that after the battle begins he'll go up on the city wall to help defend it. That is Jiangqing's first line of defense, and having an extra level 7 powerhouse should provide a little more security." The officers exchanged glances, and several made no effort to hide the contempt in their eyes. Jiang Mingyu was arrogant by nature. Apart from Lei Wen and Lei Wu, he looked down even on Sun Fei and naturally cared even less about the other team members. Although they had worked together for years, most people didn't truly understand Jiang Mingyu. They simply regarded him as a rich second-generation kid out to experience life. At this critical moment, he suddenly wanted to guard the city. This was obviously just an excuse to escape before the battle. After today, who would know whether he actually went to the city wall? He would probably hide himself away quietly or find some way to retreat to another base city and only show his face again once the war was over. Jiang Mingyu naturally knew what they were thinking. He folded his arms across his chest and said coolly, "I'm going with Squad 6 to defend Lizhuang community. Unless I die in battle, Lizhuang will never fall before this great battle is over." Now that's what I call guts. Wang Jun, straightforward as ever, was the first to give a thumbs up. In that single moment, everyone's impression of Jiang Mingyu shifted considerably. Only those few contemptuous team members remained stubborn, convinced that Jiang Mingyu was making fine promises now, but would definitely not show up once the fighting began. Next, Sun Fei pointed at the map again and assigned defensive zones to the other squads. Even though everyone clearly knew that the zombie eradication unit's numbers were nothing more than a drop in the bucket, once scattered among the communities, not a single person could even be seen. What could they possibly use to stop the zombie tide? But at this moment, no matter their biases, no matter their past grievances, not a single member of the zombie eradication unit's 9 squads backed down. Second uncle, am I going with Team 6 to defend Lizhuang community too? Only after Sun Fei had finished assigning the tasks and returned to his office did Sun Dongliang, who had been hiding in the restroom all along, quietly push the door open and poke his head in. As he looked at this worthless nephew, Section Chief Sun, cigarette in hand, felt his head swelling to twice its size, itching to tear that brain-dead fool limb from limb. He was an inveterate gambler who had gambled away his wife and reviled his own father. He simply could not be regarded as human. 2 months ago, seized by another bout of gambling mania, he lost his head at the casino and ran up another 100,000 in usurious debt. Afterward, he didn't dare tell his family, nor did he dare confess to Sun Fei himself. It wasn't until the creditors came knocking at the bureau gate demanding by name to see Operations Section Chief Sun Fei that he learned Sun Dongliang had been up to his old tricks behind his back again. Hateful as his heart was, he remembered the boy's father who had died in his prime, and on his deathbed clutched Sun Fei's hand, imploring him to look after the child, find him a wife if possible, and secure him some means of livelihood. Sun Fei could only swallow his resentment. After a round of coercion and inducements, he got the casino to waive the interest, then shelled out 100,000 to clear Sun Dongliang's debt, and only then was the matter laid to rest. But this time the disgrace reached the entire bureau. Even the chief learned of it, and summoned Sun Fei for a scathing reprimand. "A piece of trash like your nephew. How dare you recruit him as an officer?" Sun Fei was scolded until his face burned crimson, his heart brimming with silent grievance. And today, with the great battle about to break out, and everyone facing death unflinchingly, Sun Dongliang had actually hidden himself in the restroom, enraging Sun Fei so thoroughly that he felt a myocardial infarction about to burst. Clamping a cigarette between his fingers, Section Chief Sun cursed savagely. "Are you even a member of Team 6, damn you? Lei Wu and the others are all going. What right do you have not to? I have to go too." Sun Dongliang wore a pained expression and shrank his neck as he argued. "Everyone knows full well that once we go, not a single corpse will remain intact. I'm the only sapling left on our family tree. If I die, the Sun family line will be cut off forever." Sun Fei responded with an icy glare, stubbing his cigarette, but hard into the ashtray. "Even the grand young lord of the Jiang family is going. His status and standing are immeasurably nobler than yours. If you dare refuse, I'll break your legs." Sun Dongliang dismissed it with a curl of his lip. With his level 7 strength, he might not die after all. With a body as tough as that, even if he stood still and let zombies bite him, they'd break their teeth. "You goddamn." Sun Fei sprang up in fury, seized the ashtray, and hurled it viciously at Sun Dongliang. But the young man was quick of eye and swift of hand, having long anticipated such a move. His legs instinctively bent to the left, letting the ashtray just barely whistle past him before it clattered against the wall and shattered into 8 pieces. Section Chief Sun cursed furiously. "If you don't go this time, I'll sever all uncle-nephew ties with you from this day onward. Don't even think about eating the rice of a police officer again. From now on, you can go die wherever you damn well like. Even if zombies gnaw you into a pile of bones, if I so much as collect your corpse, I'll take your surname, damn it. You already have my surname anyway." Sun Dongliang muttered softly, as impervious as a dead pig facing scalding water, leaving Sun Fei rooted to the spot. His eyes bulged wide, a breath felt trapped in his chest, wringing his heart with searing pain. All he could do was heave violently to alleviate the agony. A strong physique did not make one immune to every poison. When the mind was afflicted, even an immortal would cough up blood in fury. "Why you? Clutching his chest, Sun Fei collapsed into the chair, his face ashen and his breathing labored. Seeing that the situation had taken a bad turn, Sun Dongliang dared not talk back any longer. He had just moved to support Sun Fei when the items on the desk came flying at him. Terrified, he could only cover his head and scamper away, tossing out a quick, "Uncle, don't be angry," before closing the door and slipping off in a flash. It was a long while before Sun Fei finally caught his breath. Utterly disappointed in Sun Dongliang as he was, he could not forget the entrustment of his elder brother on his deathbed. He had no choice but to pick up the phone, mobilize his connections, and arrange for Sun Dongliang to climb over the western wall and retreat alongside those wealthy men. He had served at the East City Branch Bureau for 20 years, nearly 15 of them as section chief. With real power in hand and a cadre of experts at his disposal, he had quite naturally cultivated ties with many influential figures and placed a great many people in his debt. Now he could only marshal every ounce of his strength to send Sun Dongliang away, preserving a single spark for the Sun family line. Ordinary people could not fathom the pains he took. But if Lei Wen were to die, leaving behind a child for Lei Wu to care for, then, no matter how odious or worthless that child might prove to be, Lei Wu would never fail his brother's dying entrustment. "Elder brother, this is all I can do." Sun Fei heaved a long sigh and hefted the anti-material sniper cannon from the corner. Its barrel stretched over 2.5 meters and fired 30mm shells from the close-in weapon systems aboard warships. The warheads had been treated with corpse-dissolving fluid. One shot would reduce even a level 9 zombie to pulp. The trouble, however, was that a level 9 zombie moved at supersonic speed at the very least, and it was almost impossible for one to stand still and be aimed at. Hitting them was simply too difficult. Sun Fei carefully wiped the barrel, familiarizing his hands with its feel. This gun had consumed his entire fortune and savings. Of all the fruits he had reaped from years of graft and embezzlement, only this cold weapon remained. It had only been because when he last led his men to cleanse Heilong Street, he swallowed his pride and fawned over Liang Heilong that the man had been willing to sell it to him. And the shells in the corner numbered barely 10. Among them, the warhead carrying corpse-dissolving fluid numbered exactly 1. This was to be Sun Fei's final means of survival. The ancients said that in turbulent times gold prevails, in prosperous times antiques. But in a true cataclysm, only large-caliber weapons and abundant ammunition were the real truth. Meanwhile, as Sun Fei sent Sun Dongliang off, Lei Wen was likewise making arrangements for his younger brother. "Once the battle begins, little Wu, you hide back in the underground laboratory at home. I've stockpiled enough supplies inside that you won't have to worry about food and drink for a year," Lei Wen said with profound deliberation. "By then, all of Jiangsheng will have long been transformed into a nation of zombies with not a single chicken or dog left alive. Without fresh flesh and blood to replenish their bodies, the lower-level zombies will gradually rot and wither away, while the higher-level ones will surely go elsewhere to hunt. A year from now, the artificial intelligence will remind you to leave. With your strength, you should be able to carve out a path to another bastion city. Then what will you do, brother?" Lei Wu's face was riddled with anxiety, and under the enormous pressure, he could not help but feel restless and distraught. Lei Wen said calmly, "We both grew up in Jiangsheng. This city has nourished us and shown us kindness, and someone has to stand guard over Lizhuan community. Only then can we face our consciences without regret." After a pause, Lei Wen smiled and consoled him. "Besides, Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang will keep me company. There's nothing to be afraid of." Lei Wu's face tightened, and he exposed the truth directly. "Jiang Mingyu says he'll go defend the city and head to Lizhuan community, but I can see that when the critical moment comes, the Jiang family will send him away as their spark. Sun Dongliang is the same. 8 times out of 10, Sun Fei will secretly send him off as well. At that time," Lei Wu's eyes reddened. Fixing his gaze on Lei Wen's gaunt figure, his lips trembling, he said, "The one defending Lizhuan community will be you alone, brother. Even if I'm alone, the zombie horde won't necessarily do anything to me." Lei Wen's voice was very gentle, yet it carried an indescribable confidence and a commanding presence. It was as if between heaven and earth no hardship could ever bring him down. Whoa! Suddenly the shrill, piercing wail of the air raid siren resounded through Jiangsheng like countless needles stabbing into the officers' ears, plunging everyone into panic and dread as though the end of the world were about to arrive. "All units, take your positions at once." Sun Fei's voice thundered through the doorway, snapping every team member out of their daze. They quickly threw on their gear, piled into police cruisers, and streamed out of the station courtyard, sirens wailing as they raced toward their assigned posts. Jiang Mingyu was nowhere to be found. Sun Dongliang had slipped away without a trace. Of Team 6 dispatched members, only the 2 brothers were left. Lei Wen drove with a tight jaw and shouted angrily, "Shall Wu go home right now?" Lei Wu remained utterly motionless, sitting in the passenger seat without a word. Lei Wen yelled several times, his fury gradually melting into helplessness, like a duck whose fire had been doused, sullen and profoundly powerless. He couldn't bear to hit Lei Wu, and he couldn't drive him away. Lei Wu simply refused to understand his well-meaning intentions and insisted on following. What else could he do? And there really was another way. Lei Wen reached behind his waist, and the venom wind orb abruptly began to billow with wisps of smoke. At almost the same moment, Wu Zi's voice made Lei Wen's face stiffen. "Brother, don't waste your effort. My iron body Qigong has recently reached great perfection. Except for neurotoxins, no ordinary poison smoke can do anything to me now. After the indestructible golden body had reached full attainment, Lei Wu longed to slash himself a few times to test its might, but fearing injury, he could only resort to more indirect methods of experimentation. From the venom wind orb Lei Wu gave him to all kinds of poisons to the knockout drops and arsenic he bought from the pharmacy, he had sampled every one, starting from small doses and working his way up. Unless he consumed several caddies of poison in a single sitting enough to threaten his heart and brain, he felt nothing at all. Lei Wu put his hands back on the steering while giving up any idea of knocking Lei Wu out and forcing him home. He consoled himself there are 3 kinds of air defense warnings. Right now it's only the pre-warning, the real war hasn't begun. Perhaps the moment the air raid siren sounds, that yellow tier zombie will have already been killed by a hypersonic missile and this great battle will be over. I hope so. Lei Wu said this, but in truth he did not hold much hope. A hypersonic missile travels at Mach 5 times the speed of sound. But according to his calculations, a yellow-tier powerhouse, when bursting into motion, could also reach Mach 2. The missile's speed seemed more than twice the yellow-tier zombies, but don't forget, trees are still while people are alive, the target can move. A missile always has a trajectory as it flies through the sky, and even after entering the atmosphere, the instant it descends to strike the ground, it must streak across the sky. As long as the yellow-tier zombie caught sight of it, it could shift sideways several hundred meters in a flash. Relying only on the blast wave, it would be very difficult to blow the thing to death. Lei Wu believed that his brother Lei Wu had also run calculations with artificial intelligence, and it was precisely because he understood the situation was grim that he was so anxious. But how could a true man standing between heaven and earth abandon his own brother and cling to a shameful life? Lei Wu could not do such a thing. Conscience is a good thing. As long as his heart had not rotted, whenever calamity struck Lei, one would always have Lei Wu by his side. Soon, the 2 brothers arrived at Lishuang community. The clouds of war hung heavy over the land, and the streets were utterly empty. Apart from the long, dull, oppressive wail of the air raid sirens, everything was drowned in deathly silence like a city of ghosts. All the residents had hidden themselves at home, drawn the curtains, and blocked the windows with sofas and cabinets, fortifying their defenses. Some had even sealed their doors and windows with cement in advance. The whole building had become a giant fortress, leaving only a few palm-sized ventilation openings, just enough to thrust a gun out and shoot zombies. The brothers drove a full circuit along the community's main road. Years had passed, yet the destruction left by the Night Emperor had still not been repaired. The ground was crisscrossed with ravines, and broken walls stood everywhere like the remnants of a battlefield of ancient giants. Brother, how about we defend here? Lei Wu stood on the earthen mound and scanned the area. The line of sight was wide open. Even if zombies charged, he could spot them at once. Lei Wu adjusted his glasses and shook his head. Open ground is fine, and there's no fear of zombie ambushes, but it's also completely flat with no cover whatsoever. If a zombie horde truly erupts, swarms of zombies will rush at us from every direction, and we won't be able to defend front and rear. We'll just become sitting ducks. Lei Wu thought for a moment, then nodded approvingly. Then let's find high ground. That tall clock tower, Jiangming, you visited, is excellent. 10 stories tall with no stairs on the outside. With my Gatling gun, unless the horde numbers over 10,000, they definitely won't be able to climb up. Lei Wu, your idea isn't bad, but you forgot one thing. Lei Wu, what? The sky. Lei Wu pointed toward the cloud-darkened sky, and Lei Wu fell silent at once. A zombie siege of the city was not the real fear. As long as there were enough bullets and enough firepower aside from level 7 and above zombies who might be able to cross the sky curtain, all the rest were just flesh targets. What was truly terrifying were the corpse birds. They flew over in flocks that blotted out the sun and sky like locusts sweeping past. Nothing on the ground would be left behind. In my opinion. Lei Wu's eyes were deep and thoughtful as he said the 2 of us should retreat. Lei Wu, what? Brother, when you came you vowed so confidently that as long as you were here, Lishuang community would never be lost. The battle hasn't even started and you're already imitating Sun Dongliang, hiding like a turtle in its shell. Isn't that a little too much? Lei Wu, being this cowardly and two-faced, completely overturned Lei Wu's perception of him. Seeing that his brother had misunderstood, Lei Wu hastened to explain. I didn't mean leaving Lishuang community and running off as a deserter. I mean we hide ourselves for now, preserve our strength and ammunition, let the corpse bird tide fly past, and then come out to deal with the zombies on the ground. That's a good idea. Lei Wu sighed with relief, and the brothers still decided to go to the clock tower. Only instead of standing on the tower top as targets, they climbed up the internal staircase to the 5th floor and hid there. And so time passed minute after minute. The night wore on, and the moon shone bright, but the air raid siren never sounded. Lei Wu took a nap to restore his strength and was woken by hunger. Seeing Lei Wu polishing the Gatling gun until it gleamed, he sighed and asked, Xiao Wu, are you hungry? Not hungry. Lei Wu shook his head. A true martial artist can refine fat and store nutrients in the skin and membranes. Like the famous monks of ancient times, they look scrawny yet can take a beating and can go many days without food or water. I've basically reached that realm. Martial arts truly are miraculous. A glint of light flashed across Lei Wu's gold-rimmed glasses. He was now certain that Lei Wu's physique had at least reached level 5. But the problem was, he was sure, absolutely positively sure, that Lei Wu had never consumed level 5 evolution serum. Then how could his physique have become so powerful? Lei Wu used his eyes as a pen, his pupils contracting again, and began writing on his gold-rimmed lens. Is there anyone who can raise their physique to level 5 through training alone without drinking evolution serum? Please wait a moment. The question seemed rather complex. The artificial intelligence mulled it over for quite some time before finally replying with a small line of text. The life structure of humans is extremely fragile. No matter what method is used, exercise, training, bodybuilding, martial arts, it is impossible to break through the human ceiling. Man is man. Without evolution serum or genetic surgery, even if you train yourself to death, your physique can at most reach level 2. Then how has my brother trained? Master's younger brother. The artificial intelligence paused for a full 3 minutes. The words it typed to Lei Wu were written, deleted, rewritten, and deleted again until at last only 5 evasive characters remained. Suspected of not being human. Are you saying my brother isn't human? Lei Wu found it utterly absurd, a wave of amusement washing over him. Lei Wu stood right beside him, capable of speech and laughter, a living, breathing person. Though he carried an ever-present sour odor and many peculiar behaviors, he had flesh and blood. Could he possibly have transformed into Ultraman Zero? Or perhaps Sun Wukong born from a stone? Or Neza created from the magic pearl? The artificial intelligence offered no response, nor did it have the habit of arguing with Lei Wu. It simply deleted the 5 flickering characters, suspected non-human, from the display lens. The meaning was abundantly clear. Consider this conversation never happened. Lei Wu asked no further questions, nor did he give the matter any thought. He merely reached into his waist pouch and withdrew a blood-red pill, presenting it to Lei Wu as he explained. This is my latest creation this year, the Sarira pill. It contains various expensive medicinal herbs, its nutritional value comparable to ancient golden elixirs. Consuming one allows one to go without food for several days, and it offers tremendous benefits to the body, purifying the heart and mind, sterilizing and detoxifying. Little Wu, give it a try. Sarira pill. Lei Wu weighed the pill in his hand. It felt notably heavy with exceptional density, resembling a blood-colored metal sphere that emitted a delicate fragrance. Had he not known beforehand this was an elixir pill, he might have mistaken it for a lead ball coated with rat poison. Without hesitation, Lei Wu swallowed the Sarira pill directly. A heavy sinking sensation immediately spread through his stomach as if he had ingested a piece of iron. Crunch, crunch. Lei Wu activated the unbreakable body technique, and sounds of steel grinding and compressing instantly emerged from his abdomen. Thunder roared through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as if his body were a hydraulic press, pulverizing and completely refining the Sarira pill within moments. The undead preferred fresh flesh and blood. But over these past years, Lei Wu had been forcing himself to consume various medicinal herbs, greatly reducing the peculiar odor emanating from his body. Yet this Sarira pill proved even more effective than the medicines he had consumed for years. In an instant it perfumed his breath, leaving a faint, pleasant fragrance in his mouth. Excellent medicine. Lei Wu's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Without ceremony, he extended his hand and demanded, "Brother, give me a few more." Lei Wu directly unslung his waist pouch, consumed 1 Sarira pill himself, and handed the remaining ones to his younger brother. "There should be over a dozen here, enough for you to last a while. If we survive this and make it back, I'll take care of all your Sarira pills from now on." Lei Wu did not say thank you. That would have been too formal. It was simply the first time since becoming undead that he pressed shoulder to shoulder with Lei Wu, draping his arm around his brother's shoulders as they sat together. Before, he had deliberately maintained distance from everyone, especially from Lei, when fearing his brother would discover his secret. Now he finally possessed the courage to walk arm in arm with the most important person in his life. A wave of relief washed over Lei Wu's heart. He too draped his arm across Lei Wu's shoulder, sighing. War itself is not frightening. The true torment lies in waiting for it to begin. Lei Wu also sighed, saying, "I wonder if Jiang Mingyu has climbed over the wall yet." A level 7 powerhouse at 25 would be considered a prodigy in any base city. Compared to true geniuses, he's still far from it. Lei Wu shook his head. Young Master Zhang's level 7 strength meant nothing to him. And so the two brothers leaned against each other, chatting idly, reminiscing about childhood memories. When tired, they slept a while longer. When words ran dry, they opened their headsets and conversed with teammates from other squads. "How's Squad 9 doing? We've already taken control of the Central Avenue in Yijing. Why isn't the battle starting yet? The brothers are starving to death over here. Squad 1 miscalculated too. None of us brought food and all the shops on the street are closed. Even with money, there's nowhere to buy a meal. We brothers won't become ghosts dying of hunger, will we? Any brother here willing to take pity on me and send some food? I have an 80-year-old mother to feed and a widow with orphans. We'll send you a hammer." The teammates bantered and hurled playful insults at each other. Old grudges were set aside until someone brought up, "Lei Wu, when you and your brother set out, I only saw the 2 of you in the vehicle. Where are Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang?" "Why ask? Those 2 cowardly bastards must have fled." "I knew it. Jiang Mingyu talks a good game, all empty promises. Then he turns around and betrays his brothers." Both brothers fell silent. When the voices of condemnation gradually subsided on the comm channel, Lei Wu finally sighed. Everyone has their own path. No amount of persuasion can change that. Let them go. Western Jiangxing. The city walls were sparsely patrolled with only a handful of soldiers in sight. 99% of the city defense garrison had been deployed to the east. When throngs of wealthy citizens rushed onto the walls, those few soldiers could only watch helplessly. Jiang Mingyu mingled among the crowd, seemingly embarrassed. He wore a face mask and baseball cap, concealing his features to avoid recognition. In truth, he had never wanted to flee. But he couldn't withstand the old patriarch's desperate pleas. Jiang Tianhua had also told him that he was the most outstanding young talent of the Jiang family, burdened with the family's sacred mission. Even if he wouldn't consider himself, he must think of the Jiang family's future. For all these reasons, Jiang Mingyu committed the act of betrayal. In any case, everyone who stays will die. Once the corpse elimination squad is wiped out, no one will know about the grand promises I made. Young Master Jiang consoled himself with this reasoning. Suddenly, the wealthy citizens on the wall began to surge and jostle. As the first wealthy individual leaped outside the city, others clamored to descend using ropes. Jiang Mingyu felt himself shoved. Moreover, the person behind him was incredibly rude. Pushing him was one thing, but not even offering an apology. Young Master Jiang turned his blackened face to look instantly freezing in place. Sun Dong Liang. Jiang Mingyu pronounced the man's name word by word, fury blazing in his heart. Never would he have imagined this fellow could actually join the Exodus. You are. Little Sun looked up, his entire face contorting in disbelief. Didn't you say you would defend the Lizhuang community? What's with the you? Jiang Mingyu slapped the back of Sun Dongliang's head, cursing furiously. You little brat, weren't you supposed to be with Squad 6? What are you doing here? Then what are you doing here? Little Sun's retort made Jiang Mingyu's temples throb with rage. Glancing left and right, he desperately wanted to eliminate Sun Dongliang on the spot. That way no one else would recognize him. Little Sun instinctively stepped back, his face full of wariness. I'm a scumbag and a bum. Everyone knows that. Me deserting at a critical moment is only to be expected. But young Master Jiang, you appearing here. Shut your mouth. Jiang Mingyu was driven to shame and fury. He found himself pushed to the edge of the wall, the rope ladder at his feet, wealthy citizens all around urging him on. All he could do was glare murderously at Sun Dongliang before grasping the rope and descending. Don't you dare come down. Little Sun disdainfully snorted, his eyes filled with mockery. The next instant, Jiang Mingyu's head poked back over the wall. Upon the city wall, while all the wealthy elites scrambled desperately to flee Jiangxing, two figures stood out from the crowd. Sun Dongliang scurried away, clutching his head, pursued by Jiang Mingyu, who kicked him relentlessly from behind. Ouch. If you've got the guts, stop kicking me. I won't kick you. I'll slap the hell out of you instead, damn it. Jiang Mingyu, the young master, raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap, sending Sun Dongliang's head lurching forward. He staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Before he could say another word, Jiang Mingyu slapped him again, giving him no chance to speak. Ahead stretched the endless city wall. He had no choice but to run down the stone steps along it, hoping to shake off his pursuer. Yet Jiang Mingyu, thoroughly infuriated, continued his pursuit, slapping as he ran. A merciless onslaught with no sign of stopping. He hounded Sun Dongliang like a stray dog, forcing him to flee toward the east. All the tycoons standing on the city wall were dumbfounded by the absurd spectacle. They did not know Sun Dongliang, but Jiang Mingyu was a renowned figure. Instead of fleeing for his life, he had returned to the city to chase after some nobody. What profound hatred or grudge could have driven him to this? The Jiang family is finished. The young sparks of several other families all sneered. They were about to continue fleeing when suddenly a heart-stopping air raid siren blared like a thunderclap from a clear sky, its terrifying power echoing across the heavens and making everyone tremble. The assault on the city had begun. Run! All the wealthy elites turned pale. Many, ignoring the 100-meter height of the wall, leaped straight down, afraid that any delay would leave them devoured by zombies. Meanwhile, inside the lofty bell tower, Lei Wu and Lei Wu immediately tightened their grips on their guns, as if facing a mighty enemy. Every muscle in their bodies tensed to the limit. On the horizon, 3 hypersonic missiles launched simultaneously. Their azure exhaust flames illuminated the pitch-black sky and left translucent trails across the heavens, overshadowing the blood-red full moon. These 3 missiles would determine the fate of tens of millions of people in Jiangxing. If they managed to kill the yellow-tier zombie and the 2 level 9 zombies, all would be well. For without commanders, the zombie horde would soon fall into chaos and become sitting ducks. But if the missiles failed, not a single soul in the city would survive. As for the outcome, no one knew, nor could they see it. All they could see were the black clouds spreading across the horizon, rushing toward Jiangxing at a visible pace, like a sky-obscuring canopy of darkness poised to snatch away the final glimmer of light left in the mortal world. Not until the black clouds descended and enormous masses of black matter plummeted from the sky did they realize it was a storm of bats and all kinds of corpse birds. Oh. Guangming community nearest to the east was the first to be hit. From the earpieces came the harrowing screams of Squad 2's members, mingled with intense gunfire. After merely 10 seconds, the gunfire abruptly ceased. In the earpieces, only the faint sound of rats gnawing on bones and the fluttering of wings remained, sending chills down Lei Wu and the others' spines, making every hair on their bodies stand on end. All 6 members of Squad 2 had been wiped out. Quick! Hide in the buildings and wait until the corpse bird tide passes. Lei Wu shouted, but the flock was so fast that it reached the community where Squad 3 was stationed in just over 10 seconds. A few more screams followed, then the earpieces fell silent again save for that gnawing sound. Thanks to Lei Wu's warning, the remaining team members quickly hid inside residents' homes or beneath manhole covers, not daring even to breathe. Even though they had stuffed the air vents with clothing, they could still sense countless phantoms howling overhead. The terror drained the color from their faces and made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Every member of the zombie eradication squad was battle-hardened and possessed tremendous mental fortitude. Yet faced with such a frenzied tide of corpse birds, even Lei Wu, who would not flinch even if Mount Tai came crashing down, could only hide inside the tower trembling. The bell tower stood tall, a unique landmark in Lizhuang community. As the corpse bird flock swept past, the two brothers felt the structure shake. The banging impacts echoed like firecrackers. The birds had failed to dodge and smashed into the tower. No one knew how long it had been. Perhaps a minute, perhaps an entire day. The crashing sounds gradually faded, and the world fell quiet once more. During that time, the corpse bird army somehow smashed through the first-floor door, and several sparrows made their way up the winding staircase to the 5th floor. Thanks to Lei Wu's sharp eyes and swift hands, he caught the stench of decay in advance and fired several shots with his Desert Eagle, taking down the mutated sparrows that had flown up. Despite their small size, they flew with tremendous speed, and indoors their fluttering made them all but impossible to guard against, far more deadly than dozens of zombies. Lei Wu glanced at his watch. After waiting another 2 hours, he removed the steel plate covering the small window and peered through the gap. On the streets below, a considerable number of zombies were already wandering. During wartime, supplies were scarce, and steel-reinforced concrete was a hard currency that most civilians could not afford. With only glass and wooden cabinets blocking the windows, the corpse bird flock could easily smash straight through. If just one of them got inside, the entire family would be doomed. It should be about over. The flock has passed. At this moment, Lei Wu was calmer than his older brother, not because he was highly skilled and bold, but because he had nothing to fear, knowing these corpse birds would not bite him. Let's wait a little longer. There may still be flocks circling in the sky. We must not let our guard down. Having said this calmly, Lei Wu adjusted his glasses and launched a palm-sized drone into the air, directing it to circle around the high tower. Lei Wu was about to say something when a frantic panic distress call suddenly burst through their earpieces. Is anyone around? Squad 8 needs backup. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire mixed with screams and the sound of earpieces and heads crashing to the ground made the team members' hearts leap into their throats. The next moment, a different voice took over the plea for help. A zombie above level 6 has appeared here. Bullets can't penetrate it. We need backup. Dongzhuang community. 2 of us have already been killed. We need backup. We need backup. We can't hold them much longer. From the earpieces, apart from Squad 8's shouts, gunfire, and the ravaging sounds of zombies demolishing civilian houses, there were no other voices. Inside the tall bell tower, a deathly silence reigned. Even though Dongzhuang community lay right next to Lizhuang. Even though their comrades were being slaughtered and the voices in the earpieces were dwindling one by one. Yet no one went to reinforce them. In this battle, the zombie eradication squad fought neither for themselves nor for performance bonuses. Their names were not even known to the people. But as long as they wore this police uniform, even if their blood soaked the earth and their bodies were left mangled beyond recognition, they would have no regrets. Every one of them had a post to defend. Stopping the zombie horde from forming was far more important than saving a single squad. Brother, let's go help them. Lei Wu's eyes reddened, yet Lei Wu remained calmer than ever. It's useless. Though Dongzhuang was right next door, the two communities were at least 5 kilometers apart. By the time they arrived, Squad 8 would have long been wiped out. Besides, judging by the earth-shaking sounds coming through the earpiece, this zombie was certainly not just level 6. Squad 8 is still fighting. Suddenly, after a long silence, the weak voice of Squad 8's captain came through the earpiece once more. At that instant, all the officers' eyes reddened. Someone shouted with a voice choked with tears. Old Tang, hang on. We're on our way. Lei Wu said nothing more. He grabbed the Gatling gun and charged frenziedly down the tower. Lei Wu sighed and could only follow. Little did they know. At that very moment, 2 figures, carrying submachine guns they had snatched from who knows where, were walking along, one taking a beating, the other dishing out a ferocious beating. Firing as they moved, they cleared the zombies along the roadside and headed straight for Squad 8's battlefield. Along the way, the ground was strewn with blood and mangled corpses. It was not until a tremendous roar sounded up ahead with buildings collapsing one after another that the two instinctively turned and fled. But when they saw their comrades being slaughtered, Zhou Jiangtao, only 20 years old, had ignited a bomb while embracing a zombie, hoping to die together with it. Wu Tieshing, on the verge of retirement, had his neck bitten, his head nearly torn off, yet he still fired desperately at the zombies. There was even a last survivor, his left arm severed at the shoulder, his body covered with horrific claw marks, still struggling to his feet, saying into the earpiece, Squad 8 is still fighting. Their eyes instantly bloodshot. The two roared in fury. Squad 6 Jiang Mingyu Sun Dongliang here to reinforce. Clang 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 bang bang. Without hesitation the two men pulled the triggers and fired with desperate abandon. The bullets slammed into the zombie's body producing a violent metallic clangor as though striking colossal bells. The bullet heads were crushed flat and burst apart, flying in every direction. Damn it! Jiang Mingyu and Sun Dongliang cursed at the same time. Seeing the zombie turn its head to look at them, its lifeless white eyes devoid of pupils yet blazing with murderous intent, the two shouted in unison, "Run!" Dong! Jiang Mingyu sent Xiao Sun flying dozens of meters away with a single kick. Sun Dongliang felt as if he had ridden an airplane, whooshed straight into the pitch-black alley and slammed hard against the wall. Only after several seconds did he slide down. Yet his whole body was uninjured, and the impact against the wall was hardly painful. It was because Jiang Mingyu had used a subtle, ingenious force. After all, he had practiced martial arts under Lei Wu for years. He had long mastered the hidden force, and by now he had cultivated it to the acme of perfection. Striking a man was like hanging a painting on the wall, and kicking was exactly the same. By the time Sun Dongliang crawled out of the alley, the zombie had already gone after Jiang Mingyu. The two of them streaked across the city like lightning, slicing through streets and lanes, leaping over rooftops and buildings. While Jiang Mingyu could only try to buy time, Sun Dongliang reached the captain of Group 8. Without pausing to console him, he grabbed the headset and shouted, "Jiang Mingyu has lured the zombie away. Judging by the direction, they should be heading for Liswang community. Lei Wu prepare to support." Whether it was Sun Dongliang or Jiang Mingyu, their first response upon encountering a high-tier zombie was always to find the two brothers and let them solve the problem. This was not only a recognition of Lei Wen's and Lei Wu's abilities, but also a testament to their integrity, the trust that they would never stand by while others died. The brothers had barely run down from the high bell tower when Sun Dongliang's voice made their expressions change. "The zombie is heading this way." Lei Wen adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles. In an instant his AI offered the optimal battle plan. Poison wind orbs and all kinds of toxins were utterly useless against the zombie. Its body was already decayed, driven only by the heart and brain. It was simply immune to poison. The only things that could truly wound it were large-caliber weapons and extraordinarily sharp blades. Lei Wen did carry corpse-dissolving fluid, but only in a small bottle. To fling it onto the zombie, he would have to fight at close quarters. "All groups return to your own communities immediately. Lei Wu and I will handle this zombie." Lei Wen shouted into the headset, then instructed Lei Wu beside him, "Put down the Gatling. Guns are useless. When Jiang Mingyu arrives, I'll hold off the zombie. You go with him to retrieve the weapons. He's bound to have a large-caliber sniper rifle and corpse-dissolving bullets. Bring them back at once and support me." As he spoke, Lei Wen walked over to a nearby police car. The windows had already been shattered by the flock of corpse birds, and the car body was covered with stinking blood and feathers. Lei Wen opened the trunk and took out a long black blade from the spare tire compartment. It was the very black knife he had stolen back from Han Yang all those years ago. Han, the head security captain, had always believed this blade was worth a fortune, that it could fetch over $1 million. In reality, 10 times that price would be an understatement. The blade's material was extraordinary, 10 times harder and more durable than a superalloy. The golden runes on the blade were not mere decoration. They truly empowered it, making the edge so sharp that cutting through metal was effortless. Lei Wen took out a bottle of corpse-dissolving fluid and poured it down the edge of the blade as though conducting some kind of enchantment. The blade, already black as ink, now became even more deeply black, more terrifyingly black. It resembled a bottomless abyss of darkness capable of devouring all light in the world, sending chills down one's spine. "Fine blade." Lei Wen praised, tossing 2 gleaming gauntlets to Lei Wu. He had long since prepared weapons for his younger brother. "Xiao Wu, you're best at unarmed combat. These gauntlets are forged from diamond. I used a special process to draw the diamond into threads and wove this pair. If the worst comes to worst and you are forced into close combat with the zombie, be sure to wear them." Lei Wu felt the soft fabric, put the gauntlets on, and instinctively spread his fingers with force, testing their resilience. The diamond filaments were so remarkably tough that the gauntlets did not deform at all, filling Lei Wu with greatly increased confidence. With these gauntlets, he no longer needed to fear injury when executing the diamond corpse-crushing palm. In a violent clash, the back of his fists would no longer shred into flying pulp, revealing corpse spots and cracks, and exposing his identity. "Brother, let me stay and fight the zombie with you. One person is enough. You would only be a hindrance." Lei Wen held the blade with both hands, crossing it in front of him, looking utterly unfeeling. For the past 20 years, whenever danger had arisen and he was around, he had never allowed his younger brother to take the risk. Rumble. Listening to the airburst roar approaching from far away, the clamor caused by Jiang Mingyu and the zombie at high speed, Lei Wen turned his head and said expressionlessly, "Xiao Wu, get out of here. Hide far away." "Aye." Lei Wu lowered his head and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he walked away. Once his brother had made up his mind, no one could change it. Besides, his brother had an AI. The decisions he had made over these years had rarely been wrong. Even if he staying would likely expose him the moment the zombie saw him. If that zombie caught one glimpse of him and stood still, a puzzled, thoroughly confused expression on its face. Lei Wen's shrewdness and the AI in his glasses would instantly reveal Lei Wu's zombie identity. Rather than that, he might as well stay hidden in the dark, wait for the right moment, and blow the zombie apart with a single palm strike, leaving it no chance to look straight at his face. Lei Wu turned and hid in the dark alley 100 meters away. Lei Wen, on the other hand, did not act rashly. He leaped upward on the spot, rose like an eagle to the 3rd floor of the high tower, and drawing a deep breath roared into the distance. Jiang Mingyu, go under the tower. Boom! The airburst noises in the distance abruptly accelerated, sweeping over the earth like rolling thunder, as if answering Lei Wen. Clang! The black blade quivered with a resonant hum. Lei Wen raised it high with both hands. Beneath the moonlight, his iron-forged resolute face carried a cold gleam. Get ready! Jiang Mingyu's roar came from afar. 2 figures arrived in a blink. Lei Wen predicted their trajectory and abruptly dropped from the 3rd floor in advance. An extremely sharp blade light split the night, accompanied by the black blade's living hum, and slashed savagely at the zombie behind. At that moment, Lei Wu, watching from a distance, was so tense that his heartbeat seemed to stop. His tiger eyes flew open as he witnessed a scene he had not seen for many years. Just as the blade light was 3 inches from the zombie's neck, the creature instinctively tilted its head, naturally and effortlessly, and dodged the strike. This time, not only had Lei Wu failed to foresee it, even Lei Wen's AI evidently had not anticipated such a possibility. The last zombie that could automatically evade attacks was years ago Sun Jiangang's daughter at Villa 7 Yijing. She had bitten to death 3 people: Li Zimu, Lu Er, and Tai Dan. That girl had undergone brutal training since childhood, carving muscle memory into her body. Even after turning into a zombie, she retained the instincts of her living days. Now another one had appeared. This zombie had an injured foot, 3 of its toes had been blown off. Jiang Mingyu had escaped capture only because the zombie was gravely wounded. It had clearly been hit by a missile. The right half of its body was a bloody ruin, its toes blown off, and its right leg nearly vaporized. Yet, even driven by the virus, the zombie remained utterly fearless, as ferocious as a primordial beast. Fortunately, Lei Wen's instinctive reactions were monstrously sharp, as though he had fought 100,000 battles against superior foes in a dream. The blade swept across. With his back to the zombie, he showed not the slightest pause, shock, or hesitation. His feet had barely touched the ground before he shot into the air again like a bird and twisted sharply midair. When he landed more than 20 meters away, he found himself face to face with the zombie and Jiang Mingyu, who had both turned to look at him. Damn, you're useless after all. Facing a life-or-death crisis, young Master Jiang could no longer care about civility and cursed out loud. Lei Wen's eye twitched. He wished he could strangle the man. This was no time to be mocking his teammate. That slash just now should not have been aimed at the zombie. The best move would have been to cut you down first, let you serve as a living target for the zombie to tear apart, then take it out from behind. Suppressing his displeasure, Lei Wen darkened, and Bart, go get the heavy-caliber sniper rifle. Where's your brother, Lei Wu? Jiang Mingyu did not leave. Instead, he looked around and asked, can you hold out alone? Lei Wen's face was black as charcoal. Cursing silently, he shouted, if you don't get the hell out of here, I'll wait for this zombie to kill you, then come back to collect your corpse. Rumble. Young Master Jiang vanished with absolute decisiveness, moving even faster than when the zombie had been chasing him. If not for the rolling trail of sand and dust stretching all the way to the horizon, proving he had reached the tower, the fellow might truly have never appeared at all. Lei Wu. That teammate's betrayal was enough to make anyone feel utterly mortified. The zombie was also drawn by the explosive sound. It glanced at Jiang Mingyu, then turned back to Lei Wen, opened its bloody maw, and made a soundless yet terrifying roar. Roar. Dust burst into the air as sand and stones flew at Lei Wen, chilling the soul. A murderous aura like a tiger descending a mountain surged from the zombie, and in an instant the whites of its eyes were shot through with blood. Survival instinct kept it from chasing Jiang Mingyu, and it did not dare expose its back to Lei Wen. It could clearly sense that the thin, bespectacled man before it was far more dangerous than the big fool who had fled. Come on. Lei Wen's eyes blazed like torches. His long blade traced an elegant flourish, scattering the dust, and a chorus of blade hums carried his resonant voice in all directions. All my countless efforts were never for standing above others, but so that on the day I meet a worthy opponent, I alone am invincible. Clang. Lei Wen swung his blade down from the air. The black edge collided violently with the zombie's grasping hands, producing a thunderous crash. The force struck the ground, instantly splitting it into a spiderweb of cracks more than 30 meters wide, while the explosion of impact resounded across the wilderness. The next instant, Lei Wen's pupils contracted violently. As he was flung backward by a savage, crushing recoil, the shock on his face was impossible to hide. That slash not only failed to sever the zombie's palm, the wound was so shallow it barely broke the skin. But what startled him most was that the corpse-dissolving liquid splashed onto its skin not only failed to break through its defense, but also corroded it extremely slowly, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This body's toughness was even more monstrous than his combat instincts. And at the instant his blade struck the zombie, the AI immediately issued its judgment, flashing a large warning across his gold-rimmed spectacles. Level 9 zombie. Only a zombie with a level 9 physique could have dodged and survived a missile bombardment and still endured such a razor-sharp black blade and the upgraded corpse-dissolving fluid. Lei Wen after all walked the path of ultimate extremity. By now he had drunk 2 bottles of level 6 evolution fluid, 5 bottles of level 5, 4 bottles of level 4, 17 bottles in all. His punching force exceeded 20 tons, and his physical fitness completely crushed that of level 7 powerhouses. When the two clashed, the zombie did not budge a single inch, yet it flung him more than 10 meters away. The webbing of his hands nearly split open, and his trembling hands could barely hold the blade. Such strength was impossible for a level 8 zombie. Beep beep beep. Warning warning. The gold-rimmed glasses began flashing red, and the AI continuously printed vivid crimson text to alert him. There is no way to win this battle. Master, take the bloodburst pill at once to increase your strength and speed. Then throw an incendiary smoke grenade to burn away your scent in the air, and use the smoke as cover to flee the battlefield at full speed. Lei Wen bit open the bloodburst pill hidden in his mouth, obeyed the instructions, and watched the madly roaring zombie pounce at him. Ignoring the warning, he viciously slashed the pitch-black long blade in his hand toward its head. If I run, what about Xiaowu? What about the people of Jiangxing? If left unchecked, a level 9 zombie would, given enough time, slaughter the entire population of Jiangxing and turn the land into a zombie nation. The fact that the level 9 zombie had crossed the sky barrier, and yet none of the major consortium's top experts were pursuing it, was proof enough that the city wall had been breached. The 3 hypersonic missiles had not won the battle, and many high-level zombies were pouring into Jiangxing. The experts of the great families could only do their utmost to hold back the yellow-level zombie, keeping it beyond the city wall to prevent the virus from spreading through the air and causing an even greater catastrophe. It wasn't that Lei Wen didn't want to retreat. No one understood better than he did how important it was to stay alive. But behind him stood his younger brother and the entire city of Jiangxing. If he retreated, corpses would litter the fields, and every living being would be plunged into misery. Kill. The floor beneath Lei Wen's feet exploded as he stamped down hard. The long blade clashed against the zombie's sweeping palm, unleashing a thick shockwave with a deafening clang. The ground caved in and fissures spread in every direction. Rumble. The bell tower collapsed in a thunderous crash. The ancient structure that had stood since before the great cataclysm suddenly seemed utterly fragile. Billowing dust surged into the sky, engulfing Lei Wen and the zombie. Brother. Lei Wu shot to his feet, his tiger-like eyes wide. In an instant his heart pounded wildly as if it would burst from his chest, and with reddened eyes he charged toward the battlefield. If not for the fierce clashing of blades and sounds of battle still coming from within the dust, and the violent, overbearing aura radiating from Lei Wen as the bloodburst pill continued to ignite his potential, Lei Wu would have thought his brother had met with an accident. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying impacts echoed through the night sky, and the ground trembled in a series of shocks, as fragile as crumbling tofu. Vast stretches of land split open. Gigantic cracks swallowed the surrounding buildings, and civilian houses kept collapsing, exposing the steel rebar inside the concrete. Dust shrouded an area 300 meters around, hiding the sun and moon from view. Oh! After several rapid slashes, Lei Wen suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. The bloodburst pill pushed his potential to its absolute limit. A supremely fierce and domineering blade light, carrying his overwhelming force of more than 50 tons, came slashing down like a primordial black demonic blade, splitting heaven and earth. Bam! An earth-shattering shockwave exploded, as if a missile had struck a colossal mountain. With a crack, the zombie's left arm was severed. Its ghastly white arm bones, still connected by sinew and skin, jutted out from the flesh, robbed of all strength to raise. Lei Wen's arms let out a sound of unbearable strain. His muscles burst through the skin, bearing the arm bones amid the blood and flesh. The black blade was sent flying. Lei Wen himself was blasted backward by a violent shockwave, spewing blood as he flew and crashed heavily to the ground unconscious. Brother. Lei Wu, charging into the sky, filling dust, witnessed the scene with his own eyes. In an instant his eyes bulged and filled with bloodshot veins. A destructive, bloodthirsty, killing intent nearly burst through the top of his skull and pierced the heavens. Lei Wu's soul-rending roar shot straight into the clouds like a humanoid dragon bellowing against heaven and earth. Rumble. The deafening thunder echoed across the sky, reverberating 10 kilometers outward, stirring the winds and clouds above, while fierce gales swept across the earth, sending withered leaves and swirling dust dancing through the air. Consumed by fury, terrible cracking sounds erupted from Lei Wu's frame as his muscles swelled and surged with blood. His towering physique expanded by more than 2 feet, in an instant appearing like a divine warrior of the Vajra, descending to earth. A terrifyingly powerful force erupted from his center, spreading outward in all directions. Cracks fissured across the ground, spewing billowing dust and debris, while gravel and stones were shaken from the earth, making the entire world seem to tremble. This was the first time Lei Wu had fully unleashed his divine technique since achieving mastery of the diamond indestructible body. His clothing billowed like sails as rage and a terrifying bloodlust surged through him, driving him forward in a frenzied fury to avenge his elder brother. Diamond body shredder. Lei Wu roared in madness, his iron-hard right arm bursting through its sleeve. His fist launched forth with the destructive force of a missile carrying an atmosphere of annihilation. Boom! The level 9 zombie's left arm completely exploded, flesh and shattered bones spraying everywhere. Despite a physique harder than diamond, it was sent hurtling backward over 100 meters. Yet its gaze was bewildered, its expression filled with confusion. Bloodshot white eyes stared blankly at Lei Wu mid-flight, utterly unable to comprehend why this same kind had suddenly grown so towering, and why it showed no fear attacking without reason. Higher-level zombies possess a natural suppressing effect over lower-level ones. Below level 7, this is hardly noticeable. From level 7 upward, their aura becomes terrifying enough to spread viruses through the air. Lower-level zombies, like frightened rabbits sensing the Forest King's scent, instinctively feel terror. Lei Wu's zombie aura was not particularly strong. He had taken Chinese medicine for years and consumed a relic pill desperately suppressing his undead aura. To a level 9 zombie, he appeared no different from a level 1 ant. How dared such a creature attack one at the apex of the pyramid? Even when Lei Wu's punch came flying toward him, the level 9 zombie didn't attempt to dodge. Though the ant's punch force was fierce, the level 9 zombie lacked the intelligence to assess its power. It simply assumed the smaller creature was teasing it and instinctively swung its ruined left arm, the habit of a left-handed man in life, to swat it away. Only after being driven into a building and smashing a massive crater into the reinforced concrete wall did the level 9 zombie realize it had been offended. Its bloody maw emitted a silent growl. It would kill this ant and defend its status as an apex predator. Rumble. An airburst exploded suddenly, and a human-shaped projectile so fast it blurred raced toward Lei Wu. Fast, fast, fast. This projectile moved faster than lightning, completely exceeding the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Before the sound even reached him, the level 9 zombie had already slammed into Lei Wu with ferocious momentum. A demon suddenly emerging from hell appearing before Lei Wu without warning. His world-shaking punch had only traveled halfway when overwhelming force sent him flying backward, his chest exploding open. Yet Lei Wu felt no pain. This was his first true injury since becoming a zombie. He was hurtling through the air, watching a skull press against his chest, hearing his own bones creak under unbearable strain, seeing his tactical vest shatter, chest muscles tear open, blood mist spraying into the air, flesh fragments scattering in all directions. Yet he felt nothing. It was as if watching someone else's body struck by a projectile recorded in slow motion by a high-speed camera. Novel, but merely novel. It wasn't his pain anyway. So this is what being injured feels like. Countless thoughts flashed through Lei Wu's mind before settling on one conclusion. It doesn't seem so terrible after all. Throughout his existence, he had always prided himself on never taking a hit, acting with extreme caution, fearing that an injury might fail to heal and expose his true identity. Now that a wound had actually appeared, painlessly without so much as a sting, what was there to fear? However, reason told Lei Wu that without these flesh and blood protecting his heart, with his most vital organ exposed, he might very well die. Between life and death lies great terror. An unprecedented wave of fear surged toward Lei Wu's heart, triggering a furious outburst after being driven through 4 or 5 residential buildings by the zombie. Ugh! Lei Wu's palm-sized diamond fists clamped tightly around the level 9 zombie's neck. His roar sounded like a heavenly divine guardian admonishing demons carrying suffocating power that made the level 9 zombie's vision swim and brain churn, losing consciousness in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The earth vibrated rapidly like a giant pile driver striking the ground. Among the collapsed rubble, the level 9 zombie grabbed by the head was slammed into the ground like a human whip. Left, right again, and again, its brain matter nearly beaten to uniform consistency. Before Lei Wu's towering, imposing figure, the level 9 zombie was barely 1.70 meters, a mighty giant facing a mere child of a few years old. Once Lei Wu abandoned his cautious approach and his fierce nature erupted into close combat, even a level 9 zombie could be fought. After transformation, his strength doubled to over 40 tons. Now, without hesitation, he bit through the blood surge pill concealed beneath his jaw, sending his fist power surging to 80 tons. This strength already exceeded the standard 64 tons for level 9. He was like a massive bulldozer. A small hill could be flattened. Diamond body shredder. Lei Wu's angry shout rang out as he channeled his diamond power again. His 5 fingers thick as a great beast's claws suddenly tightened around the zombie's head. Crunch. A crisp, bone-cracking sound rang out. But it was only cracking, no explosion. Lei Wu's expression changed abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. With his current strength plus the shattering power, even without prolonged charging, he couldn't crush this zombie. Its bone density rivaled superalloy 10 times harder than steel. This level 9 zombie must have been level 9 in life. After mutating, it hadn't entered the yellow tier, but its physique had been enhanced to incomprehensible extremes. Otherwise, how could it have survived a hypersonic missile? Lei Wu's sudden burst also made the level 9 zombie sense tremendous threat. In a frenzy, its cyan-black nails dug deeply into Lei Wu's arms, and as it used a carp whip movement to rise, it directly flung him away. Damn it! Lei Wu's eyes red surged back. The two figures collided in furious combat. Rolling dust rose like a covering sky, violent collision sounds, airburst noises, and building collapse sounds rang incessantly, as if the entire Lizhuang community were being demolished. Beside the collapsed bell tower, an aged figure with white hair risking death from the battle's aftermath panted heavily as he dragged the unconscious Lei Wen from the dust. Damn it, getting old. My younger brother isn't useful, and I old Zhao am useless too. Ding. Zhao Hong, sitting on the curb, flicked open his windproof lighter, stretched out his right leg, took out the only cigarette from his trouser pocket, put it unsteadily between his lips, lit it, and took a deep drag, his face full of enjoyment. This cigarette feels good. After catching his breath, Zhao Hong turned to look at Lei Wen beside him. The man was unconscious, covered in blood, and the muscles in both arms had burst open, but there were no scratches or bites on his body. The gas mask attached to his helmet was still in place, so at least he had not been infected by the virus. You really are blessed with extraordinary luck. You've got at least 30% of my ability to retire safely. The reason Zhao Hong had hurried over was that he usually had nothing to do at home and liked secretly tuning his communicator to the zombie extermination squad's internal channel. Listening to the team members brag, listening to elegant opera, lying in a rocking chair under a simulated sunlight lamp, enjoying the pleasant sunshine and reminiscing about past days. These were the things he loved most. A zombie siege on the city was a huge deal. In the past few days, he had never turned off his communicator and had kept watching the team members' movements. When he heard Sun Fei assigning tasks with 9 squads, each guarding one community, but not recalling retired members, Zhao Hong felt both disappointed and annoyed. I'm old, but it's not like I can't fire a gun. How could such an important occasion be missing old Zhao? After the horde of corpse birds had swept past, he rushed to Lizhuang community at the first opportunity. It was partly his occupational disease acting up. He wanted to contribute to this great battle and give one last bit of strength to the zombie extermination squad. It was also because he could not bear to abandon the 2 brothers and wanted to protect them on their final journey. And so it was that a man in his 70s with several teeth missing and out of breath after a few steps had risked his life to drag Lei Wen out. By all rights, Zhao Hong was also a level 4 powerhouse with a punching force of over 2 tons. He was something of a minor superhuman, so he should not have aged so quickly. But in fact, everyone who had grown strong through genetic evolution serum enjoyed only the feeling of power and paid almost no attention to the side effects. If one kept surging ahead and always had evolution serum to drink, it was fine. Once there was no follow-up support, the potential and cells that had been overdrawn would age at an accelerated rate, greatly reducing a person's lifespan. After Zhao Hong had drunk that bottle of level 4 evolution serum, he had not touched any genetic agent for 10 years. His physique kept deteriorating, and he aged much faster than ordinary people. His grizzled hair had already lost more than half, his weather-beaten face was covered with wrinkles, his eyes were no longer bright, and his back was hunched and waist-bent, making him look like an old man in the twilight of his years. Let's get down to business first. With a cigarette in his mouth, old Zhao listened to the deafening booming in the distance, heaved Lei Wen into the car, and gunned the engine to escape the scene. He knew Lei Wu was fighting the zombie, but at this time the smoke and dust blotted out the sky, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. He could only get Lei Wen to safety, first ensuring he was out of danger. In only 2 minutes, Zhao Hong returned. Gazing at the distant battlefield like an ancient behemoth and listening to Lei Wu's gradually weakening roars, he took a deep drag from the cigarette, but between his fingers, and looked at the black blade Lei Wen had left on the ground. This blade, as it happened, he recognized. He had thought it was in Han Yang's hands. Unexpectedly, Lei Wen had outwitted him and taken the blade back from Han Yang in a nesting doll turn of events. You're both better than me, but... Zhao Hong picked up the pitch-black blade, studied the golden runes on its body and the edge patterns etched by corpse-dissolving fluid, and said with some pride, in the end this blade still landed in my hands. After twirling the blade once to get a feel for it, Zhao Hong squinted, took the last drag of his cigarette, ground out the burning ember of the butt on the ground, and carefully tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. Actually, he had quit smoking for 20 years. Ever since the 2 brothers' father had saved him, a conviction had taken root, perhaps because smoking had caused trouble during that mission, and he had never lit another cigarette from then on. And this crumpled cigarette had been given to him years ago by the brothers' father before he set out on his last mission. All these years Zhao Hong had kept it in a box, saving it, because he could not bear to smoke it, only taking it out from time to time to remember. Today, carrying it on him, he had no intention of putting it back. Just like Lei Wen and Lei Wu, who knew they were no match for this zombie still charged, without hesitation bravely shouldered a responsibility that did not belong to them and used their tiny, insignificant strength. Like an ant trying to shake a tree. This land needs someone to guard it after all. Zhao Hong's gaze gradually turned resolute, and his hands slowly tightened around the hilt in front of him. Lei Wu had once said that in theory the bloodburst pill could last 15 minutes and double one's strength. But when encountering an opponent far, far stronger than you, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced in the process of overdrawn output. It had only been 3 minutes, yet Lei Wu's roars were no longer fierce. The man was like someone utterly drained, all his strength spent. It wasn't that he was useless, but that the enemy was too strong. So strong it drove one to despair. Even if its right leg was blown to pieces, and its left arm blasted off, as long as this level 9 zombie could still stand, its bone density and the toughness of its flesh and blood could not be matched by a little fellow who relied on pills. At best, Lei Wu was a 3-minute real man. But this level 9 zombie was like an indestructible Vajra, a steel titan that never fell, forever standing tall against the sky. Facing such an existence, Zhao Hong knew that if he went up with good luck, he might manage to deal some negligible damage. With bad luck, he would be blasted into a mist of blood on the spot, the kind where not even a body could be collected afterward. But Zhao Hong also knew that if he drew the zombie's attention, he might be able to create a chance for Lei Wu to escape, even if Wuzi was most likely already covered in scratches and wounds and infected with the virus. Yet old Zhao could no longer care about that. This slash he was determined to make. It was both his stubborn devotion to defend home and country and his repayment of a debt, so that he could die with his eyes closed in peace. This life of mine was saved by your father. At a moment like this, I have to do something. Holding the black blade, Zhao Hong followed the sound of the fight and walked slowly into the haze. He bit the blood-burst pill apart in his mouth, then took out a handful of silver needles and accurately stabbed each one into his acupoints. Soon his aged face flushed so red that it seemed about to drip blood, his long bent back gradually straightened, his murky eyes began to gleam with sharp light, and even his breathing became ferocious. And the sound of flesh against flesh impacts from afar grew clearer and clearer. Passing through a stretch of ruined walls, Zhao Hong saw the two superhuman beings. In that instant his pupils violently constricted, and he was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. Lei Wu's body was broken. Claw marks bite wounds mangled flesh, while a large hollow had burst open in his chest, his ribs snapped, and his heart was almost exposed. An ordinary person suffering such severe injuries would have died long ago. But Lei Wu was merely weakened, fierce light still blazing from his eyes, still tearing at his opponent. Moreover, on the skin around his wounds, and in other bruised places, crack-like corpse spots were spreading like spiderwebs. Wuzi, is he a zombie? For a moment, Zhao Hong's thoughts were in chaos, utterly unable to accept what he was thinking. But what other explanation could there be for what he was seeing? Zhao Hong murmured. Perhaps Wuzi has already mutated, and it is only the instinct from before death that keeps him fighting. For Lei Wu, and also for the millions of fellow countrymen under this sky. Zhao Hong's gaze grew even more determined. He raised the black blade high with both hands, his feet charging forward faster and faster, until using every last ounce of strength in his body, he leaped and struck out the slash of his life, his final slash. Lei Wu fought this battle with great difficulty. With neither speed nor strength on his side, he placed his hopes on the power of the diamond corpse-shattering technique. He had boasted that he was invincible below the yellow rank, but after testing it just now, the explosion of his 5 fingers failed to crush his opponent's skull. Only with prolonged charge could he unleash the full power of the diamond corpse-shattering technique. The skill's wind-up time was far too lengthy. The level 9 zombie frantically grappled with him, desperate to tear him apart. Lei Wu could only fight defensively, unable to create distance for a proper charge. As he watched the effect of the blood-explosive pill fade away, his strength had finally worn thin from the prolonged struggle. The inner chi of the diamond indestructible body was gradually depleted, causing his body to return to its normal size. With his strength weakened, the level 9 zombie immediately seized the upper hand and pinned him down, savagely biting and clawing at his face, nearly tearing him to pieces. The situation grew increasingly precarious. At that moment, Lei Wu sorrowfully realized he had already stepped half into the gates of the underworld. This was the closest he had come to death since becoming a zombie. Moreover, a profound sense of helplessness weighed upon him. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. 20 tons against 80 to 90 tons. It was like a towering but soft fat man pitted against a lean fighter trained in internal martial arts. On the surface, the larger build seemed advantageous, but in reality, only suffering awaited him. Lei Wu could only desperately clutch the zombie's single remaining right arm, pushing its head away with all his might to prevent it from biting through his neck and tearing his head off. In the fierce struggle, his gaze remained locked firmly on the level 9 zombie, his concentration absolute, daring not to let his mind wander even slightly. So absorbed was he that he had forgotten he still possessed 500 cultivation points. Until finally a figure emerged from the mist. That aged face, that familiar presence. Lei Wu's eyes widened in shock, and he desperately wanted to shout for them to flee. But in that single moment of lapse, the level 9 zombie clamped its bloodstained hands around his neck with crushing force. Those rotting fingers were harder than the 5-finger mountain, the black-green nails digging deep into his flesh, nearly twisting his entire neck apart. Lei Wu's neck emitted cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure, his choked words trapped in his throat. He could only desperately gesture with his eyes toward Zhao Hong, urging him to run. Run. But old Zhao still resolutely raised his blade, charged forward, and leaped to strike downward. Don't. The pitch-black flash of the blade became the deepest abyss beneath the endless starry sky, slicing through dust and cleaving the heavens as it crashed down onto the zombie's head. Clang! The black blade flew from his grip, knocked back by the impact. Yet the level 9 zombie remained completely unmoved. Even with cracks forming in its skull, it was still beyond the reach of an insignificant ant. Zhao Hong, it seemed, had already anticipated this outcome. His wrinkled face showed no surprise whatsoever. After that single strike, he turned and ran. This was the fastest he had ever run in over 70 years. His arms pumped furiously, his legs blurring like spinning wheels, feet barely touching the ground, his body light as a swallow, as though he might actually take flight. And then, Zhao Hong actually did take to the air. His feet left the ground entirely. It was as if a shell had struck his back, launching his body uncontrollably into the sky. Accompanied by the sound of his spine shattering, he was thrown dozens of meters away. The level 9 zombie striking second but arriving first had launched him away at 10 times his own speed like a bolt of lightning. Uncle Hong. His anguished cry pierced heaven and earth, his bloodshot eyes bulging as if they might burst. Zhao Hong had come to die. How could he not understand? The old man was drawing the zombie away, buying him a moment to breathe. The zombie had indeed been led astray, and he was sitting up, but the cost was Zhao Hong's life. He could have lived out his days in peace. He could have stayed at home and never ventured out. Yet now Zhao Hong had offered his life in the most tragic way possible, sacrificing everything just to carve out a sliver of hope for Lei Wu. Blood streamed from Lei Wu's eyes as his tragic roar shook the entire Eluan community, sending the earth trembling and all things rustling in the desolate autumn wind. In that moment he finally remembered he had a panel and he had cultivation points. But he did not need to allocate them. The panel's advancement arrived on its own. Ding Host's rage, grief, despair, and heart-wrenching anguish have deeply moved this panel. For allowing Host to face such a desperate situation, it is my incompetence. Consuming 500 cultivation points, Guangsha has reached its ultimate sublimation. The corpse-slaying flying dagger. Host, destroy them all. Hiss. Water-like ripples appeared in the air, the trail left by the starfall flying dagger. Under the violent friction, the rippling patterns erupted with blazing light. A trail of flame red and brilliant burned fiercely through the air at impossible speed, as if teleporting through space itself, exploding a bowl-sized blood hole into the back of the level 9 zombie's skull. The fire burst forth, and in an instant a blooming lotus of flames erupted from the wound. Sparks flew amid the brilliance, and the zombie collapsed straight to the ground. Bang! The zombie died first, the sound lagged behind. The crackling explosion of shattering bones reached them a full beat later from afar. Lei Wu's eyes bloodshot rushed toward Zhao Hong, who had been violently thrown to the ground. He scooped him up immediately, watching helplessly as blood mixed with fragments of organ tissue spilled from the old man's lips, his heart sinking into utter devastation. Uncle Hong. Cry. What are you crying about? Zhao Hong's tongue was curled, his spine shattered, his arm hanging limp, yet his voice, thin as a thread, still struggled to stay strong, refusing to show weakness. Uncle, just tell me one thing. Was my slash back there powerful? Lei Wu's eyes filled with bloodshot tears, his lips trembling as he replied, powerful. More powerful than even what I faced from that level 9 zombie. Level 9. Zhao Hong froze, disbelief washing over him. I actually managed to strike a level 9 expert. He then muttered with frustration, if I had known earlier, I would not have come. I could have saved this life to collect your corpses instead. Lei Wu fell silent. Actually, this is perfect timing, Zhao Hong said. Perfect my ass, you are dying. Lei Wu cried out, cursing through his tears as they streamed down his face. He realized even zombies could weep. Zhao Hong's pupils gradually lost focus, speech gone entirely, only his lips moving. Die. Even in death, I will stand upright. Like a hero. Lei Wu hugged him tightly, tears streaming as he nodded vigorously. You are a hero, Uncle Hong. A faint smile touched Zhao Hong's lips. In that daze, he found himself transported back to the year he first joined the zombie extermination squad. Under his section chief's guidance, he had sworn before the Jiangxing city map to protect his home and defend the people to guard this land. His high-collared police uniform made him look sharp and handsome, the badge on his chest symbolizing the highest honor. He could almost see his former teammates applauding him, their kind smiles welcoming him into the squad. Report, Section Chief. Officer Zhao Hong of the 6th Unit. Applies to rejoin the team. Zhao Hong gradually closed his eyes and fell silent. As if recalling beautiful memories before death, a trace of satisfaction lingered on his face as he completely left this world. He had done no wrong by his brothers, nor by his identity as a police officer. Old Zhao fulfilled every mission with his steadfast life. Rumble. The dark cloud-covered night sky finally poured rain after a thunderclap. Lei Wu's heart was filled with endless grief, but reason told him he still had important things to do. And it could not be delayed. He must not waste a moment. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Lei Wu gently laid Zhao Hong on the ground and approached the nearby level 9 zombie, channeling his full strength into the Vajra corpse-shattering power. In an instant, his right hand surged with blood, swelling and expanding until his 5 fingers resembled massive eagle talons, while the skin of his palm shimmered with an aura of golden bronze radiance. Unbreakable as steel forged in fire. Schlick. Lei Wu drove his claw straight into the level 9 zombie's chest, tearing out its living, pulsating heart. Then he withdrew the second meteor fall dagger Li Zimu had gifted him, gripping the hilt and swinging it forcefully through the air. The dagger erupted in a thunderous burst of flame, glowing crimson from the searing heat. Lei Wu thrust the dagger deep into the heart. Immediately a scorching stench rose up, shifting seconds later to the aroma of roasted meat as the entire organ was seared through. His remaining stamina would last only 1 or 2 days at most, and he had already planned to feast during this great battle. He just never expected to find himself devouring a level 9 zombie heart. After consuming the heart in 2 bites, Lei Wu scanned his surroundings and headed toward where Zhao Hong's car had come from, searching for Lei Wu. From a distance, Lei Wu dared not approach. Instead, he took refuge on a rooftop over 100 meters away, reluctant to tear his gaze away from his older brother. At this moment, he was severely wounded with flesh and blood exposed to the air. Though the putrid odor was not strong, only heaven knew whether he had been spreading the zombie virus. The two brothers were already fundamentally different species. Before, when Lei Wu had not been injured, he could disguise himself as a police officer and spend each day alongside Lei Wu. Now his entire body was covered in crack-like corpse spots, and the severity of his injuries should have killed him long ago. Once exposed, everyone would understand that he had mutated into a zombie. If his wounds could not be healed, then from this point on, even if he and Lei Wu both remained in this world, they would be separated by an unbridgeable divide, living and dead. Tears slipped down his face uncontrollably. Hearing the rapid approach of an airburst from the horizon, Jiang Mingyu must have come to reinforce them. Lei Wu cast one last lingering glance at his brother. Turning away, he wiped the tears from his eyes and dragged his shattered, wounded body, lonely and desolate, into the endless curtain of rain. This departure meant separation between the living and the dead, with little hope of ever meeting again. Jiang Mingyu returned swiftly. Clad in an alloy combat suit like an Iron Man emerging from legend, he carried a heavy sniper cannon with a barrel exceeding 2 meters. Its corpse-dissolving rounds were already chambered as he stormed onto the battlefield with murderous intent. The heavy rain had reduced visibility to near zero, too distant to aim effectively, so he intended to hunt the level 9 zombie at close range. But as he surveyed the flattened buildings around him with ruins stretching for miles in every direction, Jiang Mingyu could only search through the downpour, his heart heavy with shock. Finally, beneath the collapsed bell tower, he spotted Zhao Hong's body alongside the decapitated level 9 zombie. The scene was utterly brutal. As the great battle ended, Jiang Mingyu found it hard to believe, filled with fierce reluctance and regret. During such a crucial fight, all his brothers were present. Lei Wu and his sibling fighting with everything they had, while he had run off to grab a weapon and missed the action entirely. This glorious life would now have another chapter missing. Where are Lei Wu and Lei Wu? Glancing around cautiously to both ensure his safety and prove himself useful, Jiang Mingyu stepped over 100 meters away and fired directly at the level 9 zombie. The creature's corpse exploded, outward limbs scattering in every direction, utterly dead. He spat fiercely onto the ground, then began scanning the area. That was when he spotted Lei Wu collapsed in the rain, following the path where Zhao Hong's car had come from, and rushed over to cradle his head. "Brother Wu, wake up." After being shaken with bone-rattling intensity, Lei Wu's weak limbs finally regained some strength and consciousness slowly returned to him. Seeing the familiar face so close, Lei Wu's heart finally settled. "Is it over?" "Yes, it's over." Jiang Mingyu nodded vigorously. "That level 9 zombie is dead. I put an extra bullet in it. Even if Buddha himself descended from heaven, it couldn't be revived." "Good," Lei Wu replied weakly, then looked up around them. The heavy rain blanketed everything, yet the figure that should have been there was nowhere to be found. Lei Wu's heart tightened instantly, his voice trembling as he asked, "Where's Xiao Wu?" Jiang Mingyu hurried to explain, "I've been looking for him too. The rain is too heavy and I spotted you first. Let's search for him together." Lei Wu fell silent, only coughing as he struggled to his feet and rushed into the downpour, desperation consuming him. "Brother, when I've already searched that direction, let's go this way." Watching Lei Wu stumble blindly through the chaos, Jiang Mingyu quickly called out a warning, though a dark foreboding had already settled in his chest. Lei Wu's injuries weren't severe. He should have fallen unconscious shortly after his brother left, barely surviving a few exchanges. After that, Lei Wu stood alone against a level 9 zombie. Level 5 against level 9, a mutant enhanced beyond ordinary specimens. No matter how extraordinary Lei Wu might be, even if heaven itself intervened, the odds of him decapitating such a creature seemed impossible. Unless he possessed some abnormal ability and was willing to risk everything, even his life. Only then could he have achieved such an impossible feat. The rain intensified, lightning cracking across the sky as if the heavens themselves raged in fury. They searched through layer after layer of rubble, yet Lei Wu's figure never appeared, and their spirits grew heavier with each passing moment. The downpour turned the ground to mud, washing away all traces of the battle in silence. Then inside a devastated civilian home, they spotted a pool of blood dissolving in the rain. The AI in his gold-rimmed glasses immediately analyzed the scene. Is severely damaged, making it difficult to reconstruct the true battle conditions. However, based on the current rainfall and the volume of dispersed blood, the injured person has lost over 2,000 milliliters. Combined with your brother's weight and height, his blood loss exceeds 20%. Losing 20% of human blood would cause shock, and losing 30% would endanger life. Xiao Wu. Lei Wu trembled all over, frantically searching the nearby area. Soon he found a second pool of blood, and a third nearly washed away by the rain. The combined total far exceeded 30% of Lei Wu's blood volume. Jiang Mingyu grew anxious, as well calling out Lei Wu's name repeatedly into the surrounding area, desperate to find him. However, after searching every collapsed ruin for miles around, they still found no trace of Lei Wu. Xiao Wu, where are you? Lei Wen lost all composure, his eyes red, his voice breaking with sobs, as he searched wildly like a madman. Finding nothing in the ruins, he reasoned that perhaps Lei Wu had been rescued. He knocked on civilian doors, ignoring whether anyone pointed a gun at him, squeezing inside to plead, "Have you seen my brother? He's very tall and muscular, over 2 meters." The homeowner regarded him coldly. Looking at Lei Wen's battle scars and ruined arms, they deeply suspected he had been infected and were about to shoot without hesitation. Jiang Mingyu pointed his sniper cannon at the homeowner, his alloy armor radiating intimidating presence, and quickly dragged Lei Wen away. "Brother Wen, don't panic. Let's keep searching. We'll definitely find him." Lei Wen was completely detached, unable to absorb a word. He simply moved to the next house, knocked, and knelt on the ground in desperation. "Have you seen my brother? His name is Lei Wu." "No, we don't know who you're talking about. Please leave." Driven away, Lei Wen went to the next house and knelt desperately, bowing his head. "Please help me find my brother. His name is Lei Wu. He's very tall and muscular." Brother Wen has lost his mind. Rain lashed around Jiang Mingyu, his eyes reddening as he listened to the warning shots from a homeowner. Bullets cratered the brick pavement before Lei Wen's feet. With no other choice, he rushed forward and delivered a swift knife hand strike to Lei Wen's neck, knocking him unconscious before carrying him away. During wartime, anyone reckless enough to act this way would be shot dead. Moreover, he had already tried to reason with Lei Wen. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that they could not find Lei Wu. At the very least, it meant Brother Wu was still alive and mobile. Whether he had left on his own or been rescued by someone, it was not a bad sign. But Lei Wen, frantic and desperate, could not listen to reason. He only knew one thing: if he could not find his younger brother, he would lose the last remaining family he had in this world. It's just a matter of finding someone. Carrying Lei Wen on his back, Jiang Mingyu sprinted toward the Jiang Tower. If they did not receive medical attention, soon both of Lei Wen's arms would likely need to be amputated. "My Jiang family has eyes and ears all over the world. Every property under our banner is equipped with surveillance systems capable of automatically recognizing faces, height, and body types. As long as Brother Wu is alive, needs to eat, or needs to buy anything, we will find him." Thus, between Jiang Mingyu's promise and the passing of time, the seasons turned. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years elapsed. The East City Detachment's Corpse Extermination Team. The office buzzed with energy as everyone revisited that great battle. "Do you still remember that Zodiac that ambushed Director Sun at Lijuan community back then?" "You mean the Night Emperor? How do you know that name?" Sun Dongliang was stunned. He had only learned of the Night Emperor's existence from Jiang Mingyu, yet these rookie team members somehow knew such concealed information. "Captain Sun, the Night Emperor's presence in the city defense camp has long been common knowledge." "Why?" Sun Dongliang was now the captain of the 5th team, a man who had grown capable of shouldering independent responsibilities. That battle had inflicted devastating losses upon the Corpse Extermination Team. Only 10 survivors remained, scattered across 9 separate teams, each of them becoming a captain in their own right. A veteran soldier from the city defense camp recounted, "During that great battle, the hypersonic missile failed to kill the Grade Huang zombie. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. He punched through a section of the city wall, allowing 2 Grade 9 zombies and countless high-level zombies to flood into the city." Just as Jiangxing seemed on the verge of falling, the Night Emperor appeared. Teammates from each group gathered around, their curiosity burning fiercely, desperate to learn the hidden details of the battle 2 years prior. "Can you imagine it? A zombie actually helped us humans defend the city." The officers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned and unable to comprehend such an absurd scene. At the moment the horde of zombies poured into the city, the Night Emperor descended from the sky, clad in alloy battle armor. With his single self, he blocked the breach. Facing the endless tide of zombies beyond the city wall, he let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The zombies were sharply divided by rank. At the Night Emperor's deafening bellow, all zombies within a 10-mile radius began to retreat, daring not advance another step. And when those high-level zombies saw him, every one except the 2 Grade 9s was seized with terror. Even several Grade 8 zombies did not dare to push past him into the city. Why is that? Sun Dongliang was deeply puzzled. The others were equally baffled and could only guess. Perhaps the Night Emperor possesses self-awareness. His eyes are sharp and alive, his aura active, and his roar like thunder. These are traits unique to Grade Huang zombies, which likely intimidated the other zombies that identify rank through scent and sound. That's very plausible. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the explanation reasonable. The city wall was defended by the city defense camp, and the breach was guarded by the Night Emperor. So what were the experts from each major family doing? An awkward silence fell over the group. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Even the members from the city defense camp were unaware of what had transpired. What everyone knew was that a large group of wealthy elites had charged onto the western city wall and fled from this land. A few days later, upon learning that Jiangsheng had not fallen, they shamelessly reappeared beneath the city walls in droves, demanding that the soldiers lower the rope ladders so they could enter the city. The high command viewed them with utter contempt. Deputy Camp Commander Liang Feng slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing, and firmly refused to let such scum enter the city. However, considering the bigger picture, these individuals were regarded as Jiangxing's elites, the backbone of all sectors of society. Under pressure from the major conglomerates, they reluctantly lowered the rope ladders. Standing at the back of the crowd, Jiang Mingyu spoke up. The city wall was held by the city defense camp, but the experts from our families also contributed greatly to the defense. As for each family's grade 9 powerhouses, without their desperate efforts, that great Huang zombie would have breached the city long ago. Would you all even have the opportunity to sit here, chatting idly? Are you saying the grade 9 experts from the major families held back that great Huang zombie? They could not have stopped it. The rank gap was far too great. Any direct engagement would have meant certain death. But they did hold it back nonetheless. Jiang Mingyu spoke calmly. There has never been a case among top-tier experts where a single disagreement leads to immediate conflict. It is always about weighing pros and cons, engaging in various forms of negotiation. The two sides may not even have exchanged a single blow. They simply stood face to face, revealing their trump cards and displaying their power. Our families paid an astronomically high price to bring out Liang Heilong, sending him to negotiate with that great Huang zombie, promising him countless benefits. Jiang Mingyu's voice suddenly dropped, and the words he was about to speak caused a visible emotional tremor. Coinciding with the negotiations, there were 2 grade 9 zombies that breached the city. I killed one. The other one, as everyone knew, was held at bay by 2 deputy camp commanders of the city defense camp, wearing superalloy battle armor. Eventually, former Operations Section Chief Sun Fei seized the opportunity and eliminated it with a single shell from a heavy-caliber anti-material rifle, blowing its head apart like a watermelon. After the battle, Sun Fei became the hero of all Jiangxing. He was featured extensively on television, reported on, and interviewed everywhere, and propagated as if he were a savior. He was quickly promoted to deputy director of the East City Detachment, taking charge of the corpse extermination team, the riot prevention squad, and the detective division, wielding immense authority. Before the war began, the Sun family had ignored and slighted him, forcing him to defect to the Jiang family in hopes of obtaining a grade 7 evolution fluid. But Sun Fei never went to claim it, because at that time the situation had been urgent. The air raid sirens had already sounded, leaving no time. After this battle, he proved his worth, and every major family scrambled to win him over, each wishing to gift him a grade 7 evolution fluid. As for which family he ultimately accepted, even Jiang Mingyu was unaware. As for that grade 9 zombie that Sun Fei had decapitated, numerous powerful figures were present. Yet everyone pretended not to see it, gazing off at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, allowing the Night Emperor to tear out its heart right before their eyes. With 2 grade 9 zombies dead and killed within merely 2 hours, despite the failure of Jiangxing's top grade 9 experts to intervene, that achievement directly intimidated the grade Huang zombie, the unknown breed of fear. If they could kill a grade 9 zombie, they might just be capable of killing him as well. In the end, after receiving his promised rewards, the grade Huang zombie retreated quietly. The 2 biggest beneficiaries of this great battle were Sun Fei and Jiang Mingyu himself. Jiang Mingyu was now the operations section chief, having succeeded Sun Fei and taken his place in the private office. Just as everyone was engaged in lively discussion, Lei Wen entered the office, his expression despondent, his frame emaciated, his head bowed. He had gone looking for his younger brother once more. Yet as a police officer, leaving without authorization and absent for an entire morning was a blatant disregard for discipline. Jiang Mingyu's face hardened as he called out, "Lei Wen, come to my office." Lei Wen trailed Jiang Mingyu into the office, the two stepping in one after the other. The door had barely closed when young Master Jiang, all severity a second earlier, instantly turned into a groveling little sycophant. Pulling out his executive chair with fawning ingratiation, he invited, "Brother Wen, please sit." Lei Wen shook his head, took the stool opposite the desk, and asked in low spirits, "Is there still no word on Xiao Wu?" "This." Jiang Mingyu was embarrassed for a second. In a guilty voice, he said, "Not yet." In the first month after the war ended, he had been brimming with hope. He personally went to his uncle Jiang Tianhua, registered Lei Wu's height and appearance details, and issued an open letter within the consortium urging all employees to join the search. Later he asked other consortiums for help, casting a net that covered nearly every shop and enterprise in Jiangxing. If Lei Wu ever surfaced, he could not possibly escape that dragnet-like surveillance. Yet more than 2 years slipped by, and Lei Wu seemed to have vanished into thin air without a trace. Gradually, Jiang Mingyu had stopped hoping. There was one truth he had never dared tell Lei Wen: very probably in the great battle at Lizuan Community, Lei Wu had been blown apart by a level 9 zombie in the last instant after losing his flying knife. An 80-ton punch was equivalent in destructive power to a 30mm armor-piercing shell capable of penetrating 7 centimeters of steel plate and inflicting devastating harm on tank armor. Lei Wu was only flesh and blood, his body still at level 5. How could he withstand such a punch? Even a Barrett sniper rifle round tears a huge hole in a human body, the flesh within vanishing without trace, to say nothing of an armor-piercing shell. One punch would have burst his entire form into a mist of blood. And if a torrential rain washed away the remains, destroying all evidence, where would anyone find Lei Wu? But Jiang Mingyu did not dare voice such words. He could only comfort him, brother, when don't give up. Brother Wu must be alive, he's just not in the city. Our Jiangxing is vast with mountains on both sides, and the city wall built along them. There are many deep forests all around. Maybe Brother Wu is hiding in the mountains and hasn't come out. Let's wait a little longer. It's already been over 2 years. Lei Wen bowed his head and said, I have searched all the nearby Longshan Taishan and Juowei mountains. To search any further, I would have to leave the city and look in those primeval forests. Jiang Mingyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to tell him Lei Wu was dead. He reasoned again, I remember Zhao Hong once said Brother Wu had some mental trouble before. Perhaps this battle made his old illness flare up and he lost his memory. Now every resident has a gun, so he must be terrified and can only hide in the mountains. As long as we don't give up, we're bound to find him. That's what I've been thinking too. Hope ignited in Lei Wen's eyes. Taking a relic pill from his waist pouch, he swallowed it to regain his strength and rose ready to leave and search. The artificial intelligence had told him that Lei Wu had an 80% chance of amnesia. As for the probability of him being blown apart by a level 9 zombie, Jiang Mingyu did not know Brother Wu's hidden power, but Lei Wen knew all too well. His younger brother commanded supernatural martial arts and was suspected to be a reincarnated martial saint. His strength was hardly inferior to that of Lei Wen, a madman who gulped down evolution fluid without a second thought. How could he have been blown apart? Able to cast the Starfall flying dagger and blast a level 9 zombie apart, Lei Wu's bone density and physical toughness had to be at least level 8. There was absolutely no way he had been reduced to a blood mist. Brother Wen, don't leave just yet. I need to ask a favor. Seeing Lei Wen about to leave again, Jiang Mingyu quickly grabbed him. There is no need to rush looking for Brother Wu. It has been so long, if anything were going to happen it would have happened already. You need to take care of yourself too. Otherwise Brother Wu won't even be back before you collapse from illness. During this period Lei Wen had become utterly worn out, so emaciated that he barely looked human. He was nothing but skin and bone with deeply sunken eyes like a withered skeleton. As his sworn brother Jiang Mingyu could not pretend his heart didn't ache. But he too was bearing enormous pressure. Brother, when you haven't produced any research results in a year and a half. My uncle sighed. Over the years relying on Lei Wen's research, the Jiang family's power and wealth had expanded explosively. They launched blockbuster products every year. Not just in Jiangxing where they sold like hotcakes, but nearby base cities also sprang into action at the news, crossing endless zombie tides to purchase them. The reason the various consortiums had been able to persuade Liang Heilong to step in was chiefly that the Jiang family had promised him the agency for Jiang Consortium products, putting him in charge of sales in other base cities. Corpse-dissolving liquid blood burst pills, relic pills. Every one of them represented wealth beyond measure and had become indispensable for every tycoon and powerhouse. Whoever controlled these items would wield immense fortune and influence. The Jiang family had tasted the benefits. The whole consortium was surging forward, cresting waves and climbing peaks. Yet Lei Wen's pace had slowed. Granting him a 6-month extension on delivery already showed the Jiang family's patience. But Lei Wen's mind was elsewhere. He simply took out a USB drive and tossed it onto the desk. This is the data on my latest machine spider. It is suited to all terrain and can complete tasks automatically. Lei Wen rose to leave. At the door he paused and said, from now on, when the zombie extermination squad goes on missions, the team members won't have to charge in. Release the spiders. Their cameras will send back footage from inside. All the members need to do is press the lock button on the remote and the machine spiders will enter combat mode and hunt down zombies automatically. This. Jiang Mingyu picked up the USB drive, imagining a palm-sized machine spider crawling over his hand, its alloy legs gleaming with a cold metallic luster sharp enough to pierce a human skull with ease. The very thought made his skin crawl. If this thing can be mass-produced and blanket the land like a swarm of zombies, the entire world will be turned upside down. Jiang Mingyu clutched the USB drive tightly, flung open the door, and sprinted madly toward the Jiang Consortium tower. Meanwhile, the man they were discussing was deep in the primeval forests of the mountains, licking his wounds alone. Lei Wu had planned to leave Jiangxing and see the zombie world outside. But halfway there he suddenly realized that he was a zombie covered in corpse blotches. If he tried to pass through the sky curtain, the soldiers on the city wall would probably not let him through. With no other choice, he left the city limits and hid in the mountains. Later. After that, Lei Wu knew nothing more. The heart of a level 9 zombie held an unimaginably enormous amount of virus. That very night it made his intellect fade. Nearly 300 points of mental energy drained away in a single night, falling into negative digits. It nearly extinguished his self-awareness, turning him into a true walking corpse. Now Lei Wu had only his survival instinct left. He dared go nowhere out of fear of danger, so he could only hide in a natural cave, staring into space, staring into space, staring into space again. Until one day a humanoid creature clad in an alloy battlesuit passed the cave entrance and noticed something amiss. It stepped inside, looked at him with innocent curiosity for an entire hour, and once certain he posed no danger, reached out and handed him a beautiful little stone. ABA. Inside the cave laboratory, the researchers were busy as usual, but the atmosphere was relaxed, no longer carrying the former oppression and solemnity. Night Emperor's outstanding performance in the city defense battle won Dr. Lu's team the recognition of every top-tier consortium. So this was what modified zombies could really do. Its power was even greater than a hypersonic missile. With the strength of a single zombie, he held tens of millions of zombies beyond the city wall. Night Emperor truly had the imposing presence of a tiger crouching atop the long wall devouring 10,000 miles. As for his creator Dr. Lu Jun's life had become almost too comfortable. The major consortiums granted his every request and gave him whatever he wanted. His laboratory had doubled in size, and the instruments and equipment grew ever more advanced. At that moment Dr. Lu looked at Night Emperor's EEG on the large screen and said with delight, Night Emperor's mind has been very active lately. It seems something good has happened to him, and his mood has become quite cheerful. This shows his consciousness is recovering. The female assistant was also delighted. She stretched, putting her graceful figure on full display, ready to set aside work and head into the city for a carefree shopping trip. Ever since Night Emperor devoured the heart of a level 9 zombie, his power had skyrocketed. His punching force reached 90 tons, and his speed crossed the supersonic threshold. Everyone was overjoyed. But his intellect, which had been that of a 10-year-old, plummeted within 3 days, reverting to a newborn consciousness. The researchers were anxious and helpless, yet Dr. Lu took it in stride. The heavenly Tao values balance. Where there is gain, there is loss. Night Emperor has grown stronger, but also duller. It does not matter that he is dull, so long as he can grow back. Within 3 months, Night Emperor recovered the intellect of a 3-year-old child, setting everyone's anxious minds at ease. Moreover, Night Emperor had been growing quickly and was mentally active, a sign that he was developing healthily, a matter of great importance to the researchers and the level 9 bigwigs. The path Night Emperor walked was the very path those bigwigs would walk after turning into zombies, and no one wanted to become a mentally twisted monster. If Night Emperor is healthy, they will be just as robust in the future. Doctor, should we send someone to see what Night Emperor is doing? The female assistant reminded him before leaving. That way we can keep track of his condition and report upward. No need. Lu Jun refused flatly. Night Emperor has finally reached his current state. If we interfere carelessly, it will only ruin his growth. As long as he is healthy, no one is to approach him without permission. Although Night Emperor was kind to humans, never bit people at random, and even enjoyed helping others do good deeds, he was after all a zombie, mentally incomplete and wild-natured. External stimuli could easily trigger the zombie virus within him, sending him into a frenzy and driving him down a path of vicious evil. Previously, Night Emperor had played with his phone, read the news, and imitated heroes by doing righteous deeds. He had slaughtered his way through Heilong Street, turning it upside down precisely because of such external influences. Now his phone had long been confiscated, and the mountain range was sealed off, forbidding any human from entering or leaving. Any living creature that stepped into the mountains would trigger an alarm, and the Kong Consortium's private armed forces would naturally handle it. Dr. Lu had studied child psychology and understood that Night Emperor's happiness most likely came from a pretty leaf, a small butterfly, a beautiful stone. In the wild cave, faced with the small stone, Night Emperor offered Lei Wu merely stared blankly at the wall, as if his spirit had left his body. He could sense Night Emperor's goodwill and friendliness. As long as the other meant no harm, his self-defense instincts would not be triggered. Night Emperor held out his hand in the air for a long time. Seeing that the big fellow with the split-open chest and wounds all over his body was ignoring him, he could not help feeling a little wronged. But he still tried, calling out, "ABA, ABA." His tone was like that of a small child striking up a conversation and familiar asking what you were doing. Lei Wu showed no reaction at all. Night Emperor suddenly found it dull. He looked dejectedly at the pretty stone in his hand, and all its charm vanished. Humans are social creatures. They need care and communication. Children especially need to be showered with affection by those around them and feel everyone's warmth before they can develop a healthy personality. Night Emperor yearned for a little companion who could play with him and gather many pretty stones together. But Lei Wu's reaction made him realize that this was another brain-damaged zombie, not even as interesting as the cats and dogs in the mountains. Night Emperor left in sorrow. 2 days later he came back, because he was too lonely, too bored, and Lei Wu was his only fellow creature in the entire mountain. This time Night Emperor brought a sparrow he had just caught. It had not yet been infected with the virus, and it flapped its wings, struggling desperately. ABA. Night Emperor held the little sparrow out to Lei Wu, saying, "For you." The smell of fresh flesh finally made Wu Zi turn his head. With dull eyes he looked at the sparrow, and instinctively reached out to grab it. Night Emperor instantly grew excited. He quickly pulled his hand back, and with a proud coy toss of his head said ABA, as if to say, "I am not giving it to you. I am keeping it for myself." Lei Wu turned his head back, and continued facing the wall. Less than a minute later Night Emperor offered the sparrow again. Lei Wu reached for it again. Night Emperor pulled his hand back, waited for him to turn back to the wall, then offered it again. And so the two of them repeated the same gesture over and over. Only when the sparrow was at its last gasp and Night Emperor had had enough fun did he stuff it into his mouth and devour it ravenously. In this way Night Emperor would catch living creatures every few days and come to the cave to tease Lei Wu, treating him as his playmate. As time went on, the two gradually built trust. When Night Emperor grew tired from playing, he would stay in the cave, lean against Lei Wu's broad shoulder, and rest quietly in his arms. As the days passed, the Stone's Night Emperor gathered each day piled up around Lei Wu into a small fortress of only 3 square meters. To enter or leave, Night Emperor had to crouch down and curl up, or he would collapse the fortress. Children lack a sense of security. Only an enclosed space can set their minds at ease. Gradually, Night Emperor came to regard the little fortress as his home, and Lei Wu, the only one who could keep him company, as his family. Until one day, Night Emperor's intelligence seemed to have grown a little more. He began to pay attention to Lei Wu's injuries and offered Lei Wu the live creatures he caught. Gradually, he caught more and more creatures, bringing calamity to the entire mountain. Not a single bird was left. Chickens, snakes, rats, and rabbits were all wiped out. If not for a voice in his mind that constantly warned him not to eat humans, not a single member of the Kong Consortium's private armed forces would have left the mountain alive. Nearly a year had passed, and Lei Wu's injuries still had not healed, leaving Night Emperor unable to suppress his frustration. There were no more living creatures to catch in the mountains. He could only rely on passing birds, catching one every 10 days or half a month, and it might even be a zombie bird. A wave of helplessness spread through Night Emperor's body. He naively believed that as long as he healed Lei Wu's wounds, the big fellow would come alive just like him, his eyes growing bright and lively instead of vacant. In the end, Night Emperor looked at the small emerald green bottle in his waist pouch, the one that could save a life. The voice in his mind told him that if he was injured, skin broken, flesh exposed to the air, he could spray this thing called a cell regeneration agent on the wound, and it would quickly repair the injury. The voice had also stressed that this agent was worth 100 million, something even the top-tier consortiums could not obtain. He had exchanged all his research data for it with a man named Liang Heilong. It was not to be used recklessly unless there was no other choice at the point of death. Night Emperor had no concept of money, but he was very afraid of death. Very, very afraid. Children have an innate fear of death, and this bottle of agent could grant him an extra life. But seeing the huge split-open wound on Lei Wu's chest, Night Emperor felt utterly helpless. He was terrified that Lei Wu would leave, that his only companion would fall, that his only support would rot and be dried into a withered corpse. After only a moment's hesitation, Night Emperor sprayed the agent onto Lei Wu's chest, until the entire bottle was empty and no more could be sprayed. Only then did Night Emperor collapse to the ground and mutter blankly, "ABA." He had done his best, this was all he could do. Lei Wu felt his body burning, itching, and unbearably uncomfortable. His whole body felt as if 100,000 ants were crawling through his flesh, burrowing tunnels everywhere and rubbing against his wounds, making his body feverish. Under the high-temperature, strips of granulation tissue were growing out of his muscles, and the itch was so maddening that he wished he could roll on the ground and claw his own skin bloody. He normally had no sense of pain. Even when his flesh was blown apart, he felt nothing, so he should not have felt itching either. But the blast wound on his chest was extremely close to his heart. Only 1 or 2 millimeters more, and the whole heart would have been exposed. Yi sprayed the cell regeneration serum on his chest. As the medicine seeped in, it stimulated the nerve tissue around his heart and sent thread-like blood vessels spreading outward, both repairing his flesh and restoring normal sensory feedback to him. ABA. Yi was frantic. He pressed hard on Lei Wu's hands, not allowing him to scratch the wound. Even a child with limited intelligence knew that the life-saving medicine had been sprayed on the other's body. If Lei Wu scratched the wound and made it worse, wouldn't that be wasting the medicine? If it had been anyone else, they truly could not have restrained Lei Wu. But Yi was at level 9, with strength enough to split mountains. He pinned Wuzi's arms and shoved his entire body against the wall, forbidding him to move. Wuzi really could not move at all. He could only endure the tremendous itch and let out frantic low growls. No one knew how much time had passed. It could have been an hour or half a month. The two intellectually impaired kings of stubbornness locked in their contest, and neither willing to give in, finally grew mentally exhausted and let go of their breath. Lei Wu stopped struggling. Yi released his hands and discovered with delight that the giant's ruined body, the huge sunken wound on his chest, had grown new flesh. His chest had become smooth and his skin had completely scabbed over. The scent of fresh flesh. It was enough to make one want to bite him. Yi fought off his bloodthirst and looked at Lei Wu's eyes with anticipation. Sure enough, his once unfocused pupils and dull gaze now held a trace of inexplicable life. He stared straight at Yi like a child of a little over 1 year old beginning to recognize people. An infant meeting a stranger for the first time will stare straight at the person. If the face looks fierce, the baby will be scared into crying. If the face looks beautiful, the baby will break into a happy smile. Yi struggled to keep smiling, making his face bloom like a flower revealing a row of snow-white teeth as he desperately tried to show goodwill. And so he kept his chrysanthemum-like expression for an entire day until it was broken by Lei Wu's sudden voice. "You? Aren't you tired?" "ABA." Yi was overjoyed, as if to say, "Have you come back to life?" In the way zombies communicated, neither of them had much brain power, but Lei Wu immediately understood what the other meant. Stammering, he said, I was never dead. It's just, you hurting me is what woke me up." With his spirit value at -50 points, Lei Wu was like a person in a vegetative state. His only responses to the outside world were the most primitive instincts. But a vegetative state was not incurable. just by stimulating him from the outside, even by madly jabbing needles, saying vicious things, or torturing him by any means necessary. As long as it made him regain the feeling of his body, he would wake up in an instant like a sluice gate bursting open. However, waking up in spirit did not mean Lei Wu could return to normal all at once. He had only been jolted by outside stimulation, turning his negative 50 spirit points into negative 30-something. He still resembled a brain-damaged individual, sometimes lucid, sometimes muddled. ABA. Yi looked apologetic, hanging his head in grievance, as if to say he had not meant to hurt Lei Wu. Lei Wu also grinned, bearing a mouthful of big teeth, and said, "And no, it doesn't hurt anymore." ABA. Yi broke into a delighted smile, crawled into the little fortress, took out the pretty little stone he had treasured for a long time, and handed it to Lei Wu once more. This time Wu Zi received it seriously. Examining the patterns on the little stone, he felt somewhat moved. He had always longed for a zombie friend. Living in human society with no one of his own kind around, he did not want to be so utterly alone. He just had not expected to meet Yi in such a manner. Moreover, the other had saved his life with the most precious life-critical medicine he owned. Even though the indestructible Vajra body protected him as long as his heart was still beating, giving him a source of power, and his head had not been blown open and his limbs had not been severed, the indestructible body would repair his injuries. However, that process was so slow that it would take decades. By the time he was nearly weathered away and buried in yellow earth, his wounds riddled with holes would finally finish healing, just in time for him to receive an outcome of dying with a whole corpse. Lei Wu was not one to take from others without giving anything in return. At that moment, the most precious item on him, the strongest means he had to protect his own life, was only that one Starfall flying knife. "It's yours." Lei Wu handed the ornate flying knife over, handle pointing toward the other and blade tipped toward himself so as not to startle him. Yi took the flying knife with curiosity. One glance was enough to make him fall in love with it. He wiped the blade as if it were a treasure and asked happily, "ABA, really, I'm giving it to you. I'm not lying." Lei Wu nodded seriously, a sincere smile on his face. Receiving his definite answer, Yi danced with joy. He got up, held the knife by its handle, and slashed wildly at the empty air, as if he had obtained a peerless divine weapon and would be the supreme martial arts master from then on. Little children are so easily satisfied. Warmth filled Lei Wu's heart. As he looked around, he seemed to see his status panel in a daze. Level 5 mutant zombie punch, force 29. 3T speed 275 milliseconds, stamina 12 years, 6 months, 21 days, spirit minus 35 cultivation points 9-11 martial arts, corpse slaying flying knife, beginner indestructible, Vajra body, great perfection, wind god leg, great perfection, Vajra, corpse crushing palm, great perfection. These stats have truly exploded. Lei Wu was stunned. He was surprised that his punching force had already approached the threshold of level 8. From 19 tons to 29 tons, it had directly increased by 10 tons. His speed had also surpassed level 8 and was advancing toward level 9. All of this was a benefit brought by the level 9 zombie heart. Previously, he had thought that zombie hearts only increased stamina and could not strengthen his physical constitution. But now it seemed that the reason was simply that those zombie hearts had not been high level enough, and the gap between their rank and his had not been huge enough. In the years when Lei Wu had disguised himself as a black-robed strongman and performed righteous deeds, he had eaten many low-level zombie hearts, and their effect on his spirit value had been negligible, or even completely non-existent. His physical constitution was powerful, and the amount of virus contained in those zombie hearts was very, very weak to him, so it could naturally be ignored. But now the level 9 zombie heart was to him like an immortal elixir from Taishang Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace. If a mortal ate it, how could the effect not be tremendous? To forge iron, one must be hard oneself. Lei Wu found it hard to imagine that if he had eaten a level 9 zombie heart at level 1, even with supernatural martial arts supporting him, he would probably have had his self-awareness blasted apart by the unfathomably massive viral load and become a true walking corpse. A wave of lingering fear surged through his heart. Seeing the corpse-slaying flying knife on the panel, Lei Wu finally felt a little comfort. This martial art differed from the immortal-slaying flying knife of the investiture of the gods by only one character. At the beginner level, it could kill a level 9 zombie instantly. If it reached great perfection, even if a yellow tier zombie came personally, he would still have the strength to fight. He forcibly suppressed the urge to allocate points in case another accident occurred and there were no cultivation points left for emergencies. Looking at his pitiful spirit value, Lei Wu could not help feeling a headache coming on. The panel had not made him drop a level, but restoring the 200 spirit points of level 5 would likely waste a great deal of time. He sighed inwardly, gazing at the cave entrance, his heart filled with worry. I wonder how my brother and the others are doing. Doctor, someone has ignored the warning and is trying to force their way into our territory. Inside the cave laboratory, the female assistant had been lazily filing her nails while sitting in a chair. Tilting her head as she finished listening to the phone call, she suddenly became serious. Lu Jun was busy conducting a zombified monkey modification experiment at the operating table and asked without turning his head, where is he from? Which faction does he belong to? He says his name is Lei Wen, an officer with the zombie extermination squad of the East City Precinct. He wants to go into the mountains to find his younger brother. Looking for his younger brother. Lu Jun looked back in puzzlement. Seeing the female assistant's delicate brows furrowed and her expression anxious, he became even more curious. Just one police officer. Why is that enough to make you so nervous? This Kong Ing was his assistant and the illegitimate daughter of a rank 9 powerhouse of the Kong family, a secret trump card nurtured in the shadows. Not yet 30, she was already a peak rank 7 powerhouse, even more formidable than the celebrated young master of the Jiang family in Jiangqing. Even more remarkable was the saying often found in martial arts novels: medicine and martial arts are not separate. To practice martial arts, one must first study medicine, mastering acupoints, meridians, and medical principles alike. Kong Ing had been with him for 10 years, understood all of his research achievements, and had reached an unmatched level of knowledge about the human body. She could even perform surgery on herself. She looked as gloriously beautiful as a flower and dressed like a fashionable urban beauty, but when it came to real killing, her combat ability was in no way inferior to a top assassin's. For her to be this nervous, this police officer named Lei Wen was definitely not an ordinary man. Kong Ing said with a face like frost. Lei Wen came once before and traded a punch with my distant uncle. The split between them was 10-3. 10-3. It was the first time Lu Jun had heard such an odd expression. Intrigued, he asked, your uncle Kong Wei Ming had a 10/10 chance of winning, and the zombie extermination squad man only had a 3/10 one. No. Kong Ing said with a grim expression that Lei Wen only needed 3/10 of his strength to be 10/10 certain of killing my uncle. Dr. Lu's face twitched. Kong Wei Ming was after all a rank 7 powerhouse and a notable figure in Jiangqing, and he was even wearing alloy battle armor. Yet he had nearly been instantly killed by a minor police officer who emerged from nowhere. It really sounded like a fantasy. Your uncle and the others could have opened fire. With so many heavy weapons around, including laser guns from the city defense battalion, which even the Night Emperor would flee from, there's no way that Lei Wen could withstand an attack of that level, is there? Kong Ing, that's why he left last time. Lu Jun, then why is he here again? Kong Ing, this time, he brought Jiang Mingyu and used despicable means secretly releasing poisonous fog to knock out all the private guards on the mountain. Only my uncle is still awake. He told me to find a way to rescue him quickly. Jiang Mingyu is there too. Lu Jun put down his work, pulled off his white latex gloves, and said, that's easy. I'll just call the Jiang family. At the foot of the mountain, Lei Wen pointed an anti-material sniper rifle at the back of Kong Wei Ming's head with an expressionless face. If the man dared to say even half a word of nonsense on the phone, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Even if this man came from the Kong family, Lei Wen was not afraid. As long as he could develop new products every year, the Jiang family would shield him from all disasters. Even if the higher-ups of the Kong family came to find him, they would only try to negotiate terms seeking to obtain his research results, just like the Jiang family. As long as his potential was strong enough and his value high enough, all ghosts and monsters would have to step aside. Jiang Mingyu watched this farce from the side and advised with a helpless look, brother Wen, look, the mountain is pitch black. For dozens of kilometers around there is not a single light, as if it were primeval wilderness. Brother Wu is usually a bit dull, but deep down he loves lively places. How could he come to a place like this? Lei Wen said with unwavering conviction, the only mountains I haven't searched are these vast uninhabited regions. Xiao Wu must be in there. Jiang Mingyu couldn't help sighing. Even if you find him, what then? That heavy rain had washed away Lei Wu's blood and completely destroyed all traces at the scene. Afterward, the Criminal Investigation Division was brought in to reconstruct the scene, but they could only determine that the Starfall flying dagger had blown apart the zombie's head. As for Lei Wu's whereabouts, a person who had fought a zombie and been severely injured. Even if he survived, would he mutate? By all rational reasoning, Lei Wu had certainly been infected with the virus. Afraid that he would mutate in the city and slaughter innocents, he had no choice but to flee to an uninhabited place. As long as no one came and went nearby, and no fresh flesh and blood attracted him, the wind and sun would soon dry him into a withered corpse, completely dead. Unfortunately, Lei Wen refused to accept the truth. For 2.5 years he had drifted in a daze, still insisting, if he is alive, I must see him alive. If he is dead, I must see his corpse. Jiang Mingyu stopped trying to persuade him. He could not persuade him, and there was no way to persuade him anymore. Lei Wen had called him over not to make him side with an outsider, but to help him deal with the Kong family, and let him through. Just as he took out his phone and was about to call Jiang Tianhua, the ringtone rang first. The caller was exactly his uncle. It's my uncle. Jiang Mingyu said it quietly, pointing at his phone, and answered the call. A minute later he said to Lei Wen with a hopeless expression, this uninhabited area is Dr. Lu Jun's experimental base, and also a project strongly supported by the major consortiums. The Night Emperor lives on this mountain. We'd better not disturb him. The Night Emperor. Lei Wen frowned, swept his gaze over the vast mountain ranges beneath the brilliant starry sky, and slowly lowered his gun. Dr. Lu's name thundered in his ears. Both of them were in scientific research, and Lei Wen had read many of Dr. Lu's papers. Moreover, the Night Emperor, as a benevolent zombie and a great contributor to the city's defense, deserved a measure of respect. Most importantly, his current odds against a rank 9 zombie were far from favorable. Playing dirty, using a large caliber sniper cannon to quietly take out the Night Emperor, was indeed an option. But such unscrupulous methods would weigh on his conscience, destroy the bigwig's dreams of immortality, and offend every consortium. After weighing the options, Lei Wen could only give up searching the mountain for now. But he kept the muzzle against Kong Weiming's head and slowly backed away in case the man suddenly lunged to attack him. Only when the distance between them was great enough did Lei Wen flicker and vanish into the dense forest. Jiang Mingyu stood motionless where he was watching until Lei Wen disappeared and could not help the vein on his forehead twitching. He wanted very much to say, "With me around, brother, when why make such a fuss? Tell Kong Weiming to try making a move." But Lei Wen was cautious by nature. Apart from Lei Wu, he could hardly trust anyone else. Even young Master Jiang did not measure up in his eyes. Feeling a pang of disappointment and lamenting whether there could be a little trust between brothers, Jiang Mingyu warned the sweat-soaked Kong Weiming, "All right, he's gone. This Lei Wen is my sworn brother and the person my Jiang family values most. He matters more to our family than I do. I don't want you to make trouble for him in the future. Otherwise, the Jiang consortium will without the slightest hesitation go to war with the Kong family over him." After leaving that harsh warning, Jiang Mingyu also vanished in a flicker. Kong Weiming was left with a face that shifted through shades of gloom. After wrestling with himself for a long time, he had to give up the idea of revenge. In the end, he could only spit hard on the ground and curse with a face full of frustration, "Who the hell have I provoked?" This was the most carefree period since Lei Wu had transformed into a zombie. No need to worry about his identity being exposed, nor having to force himself to grind his teeth daily until the roots ached unbearably. Nor did he need to trim his nails anymore. Each time he held those enormous alligator clippers aimed at his own nail beds, Lei Wu always felt like some monstrous creature. As for spraying perfume, that cursed fragrance, he never wanted to smell it again in his life. Nausea and queasiness were the mildest symptoms. Inhale deeply, and he could retch on the spot. And those horrible, unpalatable rations. Every time he forced them down, Lei Wu felt as though he were consuming filth. He had finally discarded all burdens and pretense, feeding on fresh flesh in the mountains to satiate his bloodlust. Though the strength it granted was pitifully little, it felt so good. It was liberating. The entire mountain range had become his and Yi Di's private garden. Every day they caught birds and chased insects, wandered through the hills and streams utterly at ease. Abba Abba. One day Yi Di emerged from his burrow with a 5-step snake that had overslept its hibernation, face alight with joy. He sprinted through the forest like the wind to share the news with Lei Wu. Lei Wu sat cross-legged in meditation atop the peak, wreathed in mist, with an ocean of clouds rising and falling before him and 1,000-jong cliff dropping away at his feet. The fierce wind whipped his tattered clothes, and one wrong move could send him sliding over the precipice to shatter upon the rocks below. Yi Di stood 5 meters behind him, clutching the snake, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he kept his distance from the edge. Even so, with his enhanced physique, he could control his muscles mid-fall to twist his body back to safety. A few fingers dug into the cliff face would arrest the descent instantly. What eagle claw? What golden bell? All martial arts ultimately serve to heighten physical capability. With sufficient bone density and muscular strength, one could master any technique without formal instruction. Lei Wu meditated on the mountain not to appear cool. He simply wanted to restore his mental energy faster while circulating the invulnerable body's inner chi to heal his wounds. Over these days, his ravaged body had nearly recovered, flesh regenerating and scabs falling away. Yet even where his skin had healed, fine cracks remained. He knew his brother must be searching frantically, but how could they meet when he looked like this? Even if Lei Wen proved magnanimous enough to accept a zombie brother, what immense pressure would that place on him? They would need to face an entire world turned hostile the moment Lei Wu's condition was revealed. Lei Wen would have to risk everything to protect him. Those days of constant fear and walking on eggshells, that was something Lei Wu had endured enough of, and he refused to impose it on his brother. The solution was to heal completely and maintain the appearance of humanity. Everyone would benefit. No racial complications, no fear of contagion. A happy resolution for all. Abba. Yi Di called softly. When Lei Wu did not respond from his meditation, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He rested his cheek on his left hand, watching Lei Wu's imposing silhouette while swinging the 5-step snake in wide arcs with his right hand as a toy, patiently waiting for the meditation to conclude. The big man had warned him never to interrupt cultivation practice, or else his penis would rot away. Yi Di had no idea what that strange body part was, only that he had deliberately let wild wolves bite it, crashed it against rocks, and even considered severing it to see if he could reattach it, until Lei Wu threatened him, which kept him from becoming a eunuch zombie. Abba. Barely a minute had passed before Yi Di grew restless and listless, radiating an air of utter despair. His cognitive abilities were rebounding remarkably fast, already comparable to a child of 7 or 8. Though still innocent and boyish, there was an underlying maturity that occasionally surfaced. Lei Wu, by contrast, remained at level 5 with only 200 mental points. After consuming a level 9 zombie heart, the overwhelming viral surge had reduced him to a vacant state, and his recovery was painfully slow. But Yi Di was different. He had been level 8 before his mutation and had undergone enhancements that made his resilience and capacity immeasurable. Even a level 9 virus could be processed quickly within him, allowing his intellect to return swiftly. Bored out of his mind, Yi lay flat on the ground and began sketching with a small stone. When Lei Wu finished a complete cycle of cultivation, exhaled sharply and turned to look, only to freeze in surprise. Two figures covered the ground, crude and angular, but unmistakable. One represented himself drawn with a round pot-bellied shape. The other was Yi depicted with proportional limbs and clear facial features. Yet the proportions were absurd. Yi towered twice his height, while he appeared as a mere child being led by the hand. Lei Wu's expression darkened. Yi could barely speak beyond Abba, unable to articulate his thoughts, but this drawing captured his true feelings perfectly. In any relationship, whether among friends or family, there is an unspoken struggle for dominance, each person wanting to hold more authority and influence over the other. As children, parents held all the power and made every decision. But once grown and established, with parents growing frail and dependent, naturally the adult gains the upper hand in those dynamics. With Yi, Lei Wu had unconsciously positioned himself as the senior figure, constantly deferring to him. And that very behavior had inadvertently cast Yi as the dominant one, the one meant to lead and protect. Let's fight. The decision came impulsive and immediate from Lei Wu's straightforward mind. Yi blinked in confusion. Abba, I said let's fight. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lei Wu had already lunged forward. His powerful frame swelled with surging vitality, those steel-hard arms pinning Yi to the ground with tremendous force. The rock beneath them cracked and shattered under the impact. Yi snapped out of his stupor, and his primal ferocity erupted. But his first instinct was to flee. Better to spar with a rational opponent than waste breath on someone irrational. To him, Lei Wu was not merely vacant-minded, but entirely lacking in sense, seeking trouble for no reason at all. He'd gone out of his way to find a live snake to share, and this was how he was treated. Completely unreasonable. Abba, Yi huffed indignantly once he'd put distance between them and stomped back to his cave. For days they ignored each other, each nursing their resentment in sullen silence. Until Dr. Liu at the laboratory detected abnormal brain-wave patterns, lethargy and depression, prompting him to send his female assistant up the mountain to investigate. Yi, were you in a fight? Kong Ying's expression shifted dramatically as she examined the massive handprint branded into the alloy armor, deep enough to sink 3 inches, as though pressing into soft clay, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Is this Qigong? Kong Ying came from a prominent clan and had encountered countless martial arts masters. She herself had practiced Baji Quan, Taiji Quan, and various other boxing methods, fusing the strengths of many schools. The martial path trains a single breath within and sinews, bones, and skin without. Its pinnacle consists of hidden force and the transformation realm, where one's strength attains the lightness of lifting great weights as if they were nothing. As for the legendary Qigong, she too had a measure of mastery. Yet she only knew ordinary hard Qigong, the golden bell shield, the iron shirt, and the like, holding a single breath and enduring blows from wooden staves without a scratch on her body. But true peerless Qigong was something she had never seen or heard of. In particular, the ability to leave a palm print on alloy battle armor was utterly staggering. Steel possesses internal stress. If a tremendous force strikes it and exceeds the material's ultimate stress, the steel will crack apart on the spot. Yet if the force is too weak, it cannot even budge the material. There is absolutely no way to squeeze alloy, as if it were tofu. This completely defied physical common sense. Kong Ying was both startled and thrilled. There are countless extraordinary people in this world, and everyone harbors a martial arts dream, chasing martial arts that do not exist in reality. Today she had finally witnessed genuine kung fu. Still, someone capable of fighting a level 9 Knight Emperor was by no means an ordinary figure. He might well be an ancient monster who had shunned the world. After a moment's thought, Kong Ying, donning her helmet and gas mask, stood upon a great boulder and gently stroked Knight Emperor's head, asking, with motherly tenderness, "My child, have you been fighting with someone?" Abba. Knight Emperor shook his head and waved his hands, signaling that he had been good and had not fought. Her face full of doting affection, Kong Ying asked, "Then how did you get that handprint on your body?" Knight Emperor's heart tightened. Instinctively pointing at himself, he said, "Abba." Kong Ying understood he was saying that he had made the handprint himself. But his flustered expression made him look exactly like a dull-witted child telling a lie. An adult could see through him at a single glance. Moreover, the handprint was clearly far too large for Knight Emperor's palm. The one who left it had to be at least a 2-meter-tall iron tower of a man, thick-limbed and staggering in size. Kong Ying slightly knitted her delicate brows, then relaxed them. "Little ones must not lie. Mama means no harm. I am only worried about you, afraid you might be hurt." Abba. Knight Emperor waved his hands again, signaling that he was all right, but his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the mountain. He was terrified that Lei Wu would be taken away, terrified of losing his little companion. Even if the two of them bickered and refused to acknowledge each other, it was still better than being alone on the mountain, surrounded by endless loneliness and solitude. Kong Ying glanced toward the mountain. The entire primeval mountain range lay vast and silent, pitch black beneath the blood moon, like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast from the abyss, a dread-inspiring sight. Abandoning the idea of going up the mountain alone, she led Knight Emperor down the mountain and toward the cave laboratory. From time to time, Lu Jun conducted a comprehensive examination of Night Emperor and logged his physical data. The next day, Night Emperor was undergoing his examination when the cell regeneration serum on his person vanished without a trace, throwing Dr. Lu into a thunderous rage. That serum had been obtained through a lifetime of painstaking effort, and Night Emperor had squandered it. It was like a father who had labored all his life, humbled himself countless times, and swallowed his pride to build a family estate only for a prodigal son to gamble it all away in a single night, leaving father and son penniless on the streets. Lu Jun was livid. Under relentless questioning, Night Emperor, whose intellect was limited and whose ability to lie was even more so, finally let the truth slip. When Lu learned that Night Emperor had befriended a zombie in the mountains and had given the regeneration serum to heal that friend's wounds, his fury flared beyond control. Search the mountain for me. I want to see what kind of ghost or demon has crawled out of who knows where. That life-saving asset was worth 100 million, and Lu Jun himself could not bear to use it. No matter how strong the other party might be, even a level 8 powerhouse, he was determined to demand an explanation. Kong Ying, a woman of needle-sharp perceptiveness, stroked her chin and pondered for a moment before a staggering thought struck her. The other party is a zombie, and yet he is skilled in Qigong and even plays with Night Emperor. What are you saying? Lu Jun was taken aback, not quite processing what he had heard. Kong Ying's eyelids flickered as she reminded him, "Doctor, think about it. If the other party is a mindless corpse, he would not move at all unless there was living flesh nearby. How could he possibly play with Night Emperor?" "You mean?" Lu Jun's eyes flew wide as he drew in a sharp breath. "This zombie has intelligence, just like Night Emperor." "Exactly." Kong Ying's eyes flashed with a keen light. "Besides, this person was most likely a grandmaster of traditional martial arts before death. After becoming a zombie, many of his habits from life would remain, so his knowledge of Qigong is hardly surprising. A naturally intelligent zombie." Lu Jun was so agitated that his face flushed crimson and his whole body trembled. But the next second, fear surged into his heart, dousing himself with cold water. It couldn't be a yellow rank zombie, could it? Cold sweat broke out on Kong Ying's forehead as she felt she had just walked through the gates of death. When they had gone to find Night Emperor, it was fortunate they had not rashly charged up the mountain to search, otherwise they would now be dead, their bodies devoured into bare bones. "Let's ask Night Emperor first." After another round of interrogation, simple-minded Night Emperor was no match for the cunning, treacherous old fox, and was coaxed into revealing all kinds of details about Lei Wu. That afternoon, the private armed forces of the Kong Consortium began assembling at the foot of the mountain. They also summoned many powerhouses from the city, nearly 300 people in all. With police dogs, drones, infrared thermal imagers, and every piece of equipment in full supply, they launched a large-scale mountain search under Kong Ying's command. Lei Wu sat cross-legged in meditation on the edge of a cliff, commanding an unobstructed view of the mountains below, and he quickly sensed something amiss. In truth, from the day he met Night Emperor after the other had used the regeneration serum on him, he had already known this day would come. Night Emperor was an artificially created intelligent zombie, and all of his actions were monitored. If the two of them spent enough time together, Night Emperor's creators would inevitably find out. In the best-case scenario, these people would treat Lei Wu as a formidable expert and cordially persuade him to leave the mountain range and stop disturbing Night Emperor. But in the worst-case scenario, another intelligent zombie had appeared in the mountains. The team behind Night Emperor would surely exhaust every possible method to capture Lei Wu, study his secrets, and further their patron's quest for immortality. Now, whether Lei Wu's identity as a zombie had been exposed was absolutely critical. Night Emperor could not speak, but through body language he could already clearly convey what was in his heart. If Night Emperor revealed the purpose of the cell regeneration serum and told the team behind him that Lei Wu had a massive wound on his chest with cracked cadaverous blotches on the surface of his skin, the team would immediately deduce that he was a zombie. If he also mentioned that during their play and wild runs together, Lei Wu's speed and strength were no match for Night Emperor's, that would be more than enough to prove Lei Wu's rank was not high. With all these clues, how could the team behind Night Emperor not covet Lei Wu, an intelligent living corpse? Almost by instinct, Lei Wu lunged and leapt straight off the Thousand-Zhang cliff. His mind had not yet recovered, and many complex matters were beyond his consideration. But the instinct to survive would guide him toward benefit and away from harm. The mountain search operation lasted for over a month. Kong's private forces exhausted every available means, sweeping dozens of kilometers in every direction, yet failed to find the slightest trace of the intelligent zombie. Just days prior, they had lost another person, mysteriously vanished, unreachable by any means. Kong Ying deeply suspected that individual had already been devoured. Moreover, this was the intelligent zombie's warning to them: if they dared continue provoking, more than just one person would die. But facing such a heavenly temptation, how could Kong Ying ever be willing to let go? Keep searching. Through Night Emperor's description of this intelligent zombie, the opponent's physical prowess was roughly at level 7, certainly not as high as Night Emperor's. Everyone present was fully equipped with corpse-dissolving water and operated in teams of 3. As long as they remained vigilant and found an opening to fire, even a level 7 zombie posed no threat. Kong Weiming frowned deeply and remarked, "Searching haphazardly like this will accomplish nothing. This mountain range was simply too vast. 300 men sounded impressive on paper, but once inside the mountains not even a shadow could be spotted. As long as that intelligent zombie was cunning enough to flee upon hearing sounds, it could easily lie in wait and remain concealed until they passed then resurface. After all, at level 7, it could sprint at 200 meters per second. Even if it revealed itself for them to pursue, they might not catch it. Why don't we do this? Kong Weiming suddenly had an inspired idea and whispered into Kong Ying's ear, causing her eyes to light up as she began summoning everyone to descend the mountain. And as she had suspected, the missing person had indeed been killed by Lei Wu. His hiding place was located halfway up the Thousand-Jong cliff. As he plummeted toward the mountainside, he drove his hands hard into the cliff face to steady his fall. Then with fingers like hooks, he crushed stone to powder and carved out a cavern large enough to half fit a person. He then chiseled a thick stone slab from the cliff and sat cross-legged within the niche, using the heavy slab to seal himself in. At this location, police dogs could not fly and had no chance of detecting his scent. Drones could not reach such heights whether approaching from above or below. It was not until a few days ago that someone with remarkably sharp eyes happened to be relieving himself in the forest and out of sheer boredom scanned the surroundings with high-powered night vision binoculars, only to notice something peculiar on the cliff face. This man was shrewd enough not to climb up and investigate. Instead, he directly raised a large-caliber sniper rifle and fired at the concavity on the cliff. Though his marksmanship left much to be desired, and the fierce wind that day caused the bullet to deviate, striking only the edge of the blocking stone slab and grazing past Lei Wu's scalp, it still enraged him. Lei Wen's years of caution would certainly leave their mark. These people had been searching the mountain for a full month, and afterward they would inevitably conduct a thorough review, examining overlooked areas and identifying suspicious points. Once this man returned and reported an anomaly midway up the cliff, while all other areas had already been exhaustively searched, only the Thousand-Jong precipice remaining unsearchable, they would undoubtedly dispatch helicopters for a large-scale sweep of the cliff face. Thus, on a dark and windless night, the pitch-black primeval forest resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Lei Wu silently descended the cliff, following the man's scent. While his two teammates slept, and he was on night watch before the man could react, Lei Wu closed in and struck him unconscious. Stripping the man of all his gear and clothing, Lei Wu took the corpse-dissolving water he was carrying and sprayed it over the man's own body. The corpse-dissolving water could corrode even high-level zombies into fragments, and its effect on the human body was far more terrifying. Within minutes, only a pool of bloody sludge remained on the ground. Lei Wu dug up the sludge, formed it into balls, and carried it all away. He then scaled the cliff face upward, stuffed the mud balls deep into a crevice 1,000 meters high, and safely returned to his hidden niche. For these past days, he had only wrapped a few tattered cloths around his waist. Desiring to descend the mountain to find clothes, yet fearing he would alert the mountain guard team, he had endured the exposure. Now finally, he need no longer run naked. Unfortunately, his frame was far too massive. The gear simply would not fit. Even the tactical helmet was a size too small, resembling a child's toy. Damn it! Lei Wu cursed silently to himself. He had originally pinned his hopes on this gear to conceal the cracks and corpse spots on his body, hoping to find a way out of the mountains and return to human society. Even if he could no longer serve as a police officer, he could at least rent a room in a sparsely populated slum area, lie low for 2 years and wait for the cracks to heal before rejoining the corpse extermination team. But now, he couldn't even put it on. With the cold wind blowing against his bare skin, even as a zombie, he felt deeply ashamed running around naked all day. Even if I had suitable clothes, it would not be a lasting solution. The instinct for survival told Lei Wu that after that great battle he had sustained severe injuries, and everyone would assume he had been infected by the virus. As long as he appeared before those who knew him, even without white eyes or corpse spots, even if he could speak coherently, he could not escape suspicion. Exposure of his true identity was merely a matter of time. Is there any method that could allow me to completely change my appearance? Lei Wu gazed upon his own heavily muscled frame and arms thicker than a normal person's thighs, wishing he could shave away all his flesh and instantly transform into a lean young man. Pinching the muscles on his arms, Lei Wu circulated the inner energy of the diamond indestructible body, attempting to contract his muscles to make his arms slimmer. Until, ding. Congratulations to the host for spontaneously comprehending the muscle contraction technique. Lei Wu's mind went blank, and he stood utterly stunned. It can work this way, eh? All his foundational martial arts had been techniques he researched online, and after studying them, they would appear on his panel. This was the first time he had independently developed a martial art. You damn panel, finally useful for once. Lei Wu praised and cursed simultaneously, and without wasting a moment, he directly began allocating points on the deep blue panel. You have consumed 300 cultivation points. The panel harbors complaints, yet you have given far too much. Congratulations. The muscle contraction technique has reached its ultimate evolution, transforming into the rebirth transformation art. In an instant, Lei Wu felt as though every cell in his body had been reborn. The putrid odor of his flesh and blood greatly diminished. His entire body became translucent and luminous, and he felt spiritually refreshed and physically invigorated. Even his mental value instantly increased by over 50 points. His mind and body were filled with peace and serenity, his whole being radiating an ethereal and effortless aura, as if he had truly shed his mortal flesh and taken on the bones of an immortal. This rebirth transformation art is astonishingly powerful. Lei Wu swept away all the gloom from his heart, his spirits soaring with extreme satisfaction. This was merely the initial success of the divine art. If it evolved one more time, reaching the realm of the corpse-slaying flying saber, it might truly grant him the effects of the divine silkworm 9 transformations. Each transformation would completely alter his appearance, exchanging one physical shell for another. In the later stages, as long as his physical body remained intact, he could continuously transform, even possessing 9 lives. Blessing and curse intertwined. Although this battle had subjected him to tremendous suffering and exposed his identity, through a fortunate coincidence, he had obtained an unbelievable ultimate trump card. From now on he could roam freely through the apocalypse, finally having a foundation upon which to stand. Panel. Lei Wu softly called out, and the panel materialized before his eyes. Level 5th stage mutant zombie fist power 30. 1T speed, 280 milliseconds stamina 12 years, 3 months 21 days, mental 25 cultivation points 701 martial arts rebirth transformation art, beginner corpse slaying flying saber, beginner diamond, indestructible body, advanced wind god, legs advanced diamond corpse shattering palm advanced. Time flew like a shuttle. Looking back to those days, Lei Wu had been nothing but a junior police officer who trembled in fear at the sight of zombies. Now he had already mastered 5 transcendent martial arts and become a towering presence. In the past, when he encountered Sun Jiangong, he barely dared to breathe, having to go to great lengths to explain himself just to stay alive. Now he did not give the strength of level 7 the slightest heed. Among these 5 martial arts, the most miraculous was the shedding mortal body art he had just comprehended. This was also the only peerless divine art that granted him mental energy. Looking at the panel, Lei Wu continued to allocate points. Consuming 50 cultivation points, you have just begun learning the technique of shedding mortal body. You attempt to twist your joints and separate bone from flesh, transforming your burly physique into a slender frame. However, since your diamond indestructible body has reached its peak, your bones are too hard and your flesh too tough. Continuing to practice this art will bring unimaginable suffering. At this moment, every part of Lei Wu's body was in agony. Each square inch of skin felt as though pierced by needles, pain searing through his heart. His limbs convulsed as if liquid mercury had been poured into his body, his skin and flesh and bones all peeling apart. Amid endless suffering, you consume another 50 cultivation points and gradually grasp the essence of the shedding technique. Your limbs become extraordinarily flexible, surpassing even yoga. Twisting joints and contorting your body becomes as easy as breathing for you. Congratulations. You have broken through to a new realm, and the shedding mortal body art has reached the intermediate level. A crackling sound erupted all over Lei Wu's body like firecrackers going off. His skin and flesh squirmed with bizarre flexibility as his legs and arms contracted, his limbs shrinking noticeably in an instant. His neck bent as though snapping, the thick, elongated neck crumpling and narrowing through contortion. His feet and torso shrank amid trembling, and in moments he stood over 10 centimeters shorter. But this was far from enough. His face was too distinctive, his head too large relative to his now shrunken frame, making him resemble a doll with an oversized head. Consuming 50 points, you begin learning the bone transformation method. Human bones serve as the body's framework. Posture reflects the form, bone structure reflects the essence. You attempt to soften your bones and alter their configuration, but your cultivation remains too shallow to succeed. Another 50 points. After a decade of relentless cultivation, you're shedding mortal body art and diamond indestructible body practice in tandem. One yin, one yang, one soft, one hard. Your diamond indestructible body brushes against a higher realm, achieving the state where weight becomes effortless. Your bones grow hard as iron, yet pliable as mud. Shedding mortal body art reaches the advanced stage. Lei Wu's face writhed and twisted as though millions of tiny insects were burrowing beneath his skin, driving grotesque transformations across his features. His nose bridge rose higher, cheekbones receded, lips grew thin, and his skull gradually shrank. Within moments, he had transformed into a young man of delicate, refined beauty. The cave walls held no mirror, so Lei Wu could not see his own reflection. But he was certain that with just a bit of eyebrow trimming and minor skin refinements, no makeup needed whatsoever, anyone who did not know him intimately would never recognize him. At this point, only his voice and eyes remained as tells, the windows to the soul after all. But those qualities could not be altered in such a short time. All Lei Wu could do was push his physical transformation to its absolute limit, ensuring that even his brother Lei, when standing right before him, would not recognize him. You consumed 50 points attempting to push the shedding mortal body art to a higher realm, but unfortunately your constitution is mediocre. You have only mastered the most basic forms, altering body shape and appearance. The true shedding of mortal flesh and transformation into immortal bones remains impossibly distant. Consuming 50 points, your gains are meager. 50 points bring a flicker of inspiration, your joints grow impossibly supple, allowing your entire body to collapse like soft mud on the ground. Another 50 points after untold years of accumulation. You persist through pain and refine yourself, comprehending strange postures beyond even yoga, postures that guide the body and harmonize with nature. Yet the divine art still has not fully matured. Day after day, year after year, you seem to awaken something spiritual. Within 10 zhang of your surroundings, every breeze and movement, every mosquito and ant escapes neither your awareness nor your perception. You have Fina. Lei Wu awoke from his meditation, his heart harboring no surprise, only equanimity and calm. In the instant the panel announced the completion of the divine art, his mental processing accelerated several times over. His previously dull gaze sharpened into the bright, penetrating look of a wise elder. From the muscle-shrinking technique to completing the shedding mortal body art, he had expended over 800 cultivation points, an unprecedented waste. Yet the gains exceeded all expectations. Mental 275. The mental energy value on the panel had surged by 250 points in one instant. Moreover, from this point forward, as long as he diligently cultivated the shedding mortal body art, his spirit could align with nature, reaching a heaven-human state where mental energy would naturally advance with astonishing speed. Did adding these points actually take a full month? Among the gear he had plundered was an old-fashioned mechanical watch, its face displaying the date. The fact that so much time had passed genuinely surprised Lei Wu. He instinctively glanced at his fingernails, then ran his fingers over his teeth, freezing in astonishment. A whole month had gone by, yet his nails had not grown and his teeth had not sharpened. It must be the shedding mortal body art controlling my flesh, blood, and endocrine system. That's the true power of this technique. With a mere thought, Lei Wu regulated his inner breath, and every pore on his body sealed shut instantly. Like a Taoist practitioner subduing the white tiger, he circulated his blood and qi, locking away his vital essence so that not a single breath escaped. This solved all his zombie-related issues, his nails, his teeth, his body odor, all at once. A month in this cave, and I am no longer who I was. Lei Wu longed to compose a poem to express his state of mind. But lacking literary talent, he could only manage a clumsy, ill-matched phrase after much deliberation. Composing himself, Lei Wu was certain that after all this time the search party had long since retreated from the mountain. Now he had gathered the means to return to the human world, with only Yi Di remaining as something he could not leave behind. After bidding Yi Di a final farewell, he would depart from these mountains. With body and mind clear, Lei Wu released the bone-shrinking technique and reverted to his original appearance. Pushing the stone slab aside just enough to create a gap, he saw the blood moon hanging high above and the forest still shrouded in darkness. Grabbing his high-powered night vision binoculars, he spent a full hour scanning the forest below, confirming nothing amiss and raising no suspicions before wrapping his gear in cloth and securing it to his back. Moving away from the cave wall, Lei Wu ascended the cliff face like a massive yet nimble spider. Night Emperor returned to the great mountain, and a month had already passed. Like a lost child, he ran frantically and helplessly through the mountains, searching for an adult, yearning to return to the embrace of his kin. Yet Lei Wu had vanished from this world without a trace. Even though zombies were extraordinarily sensitive to each other's scent, and Night Emperor's sense of smell was 10 times sharper than a police dog's, Kong Ying had led teams to search the mountain for over a month. After wasting so much time, Lei Wu's lingering scent had long since dissipated completely. Night Emperor was weeping. He had no tears, yet he curled up in the small fortress of the wild mountain cave, the very safe haven he had once constructed for the two of them, and sobbed with human-like sorrow. He had no friends left. The great mountain lay in dead silence, with not a single soul to speak with him. Henceforth only boundless solitude would be his companion. Dr. Lu was kind, resembling a stern father, and Kong Ying was also good, like a benevolent mother. Yet they were both occupied with their own pursuits, rarely seeking him out unprompted. Night Emperor, with a mental age of 7 or 8, had already developed the ability to perceive others' inner thoughts and formed his own judgments. Vaguely he sensed that neither Dr. Lu nor Kong Ying truly cherished him. They treated him merely as a canary in a cage, like the small creatures on their laboratory tables, observing them, transforming them, in order to accomplish their own life goals and ambitions. The one who genuinely harbored no ulterior motives toward him, who regarded him as a true friend, was only the towering Lei Wu, whom he had known for merely 2 or 3 months. Both being zombies in a world where they belonged nowhere, Night Emperor desperately wished to remain by Lei Wu's side, seeking solace from loneliness and passing the days in joy. Yet now the mountain held only him. The intricate emotions of abandonment overwhelmed his fragile heart, compelling him to embrace himself, weep in silence, and languish in sorrow, until a tall figure blocked the cave entrance. The blood-red moon's lingering glow bathed this figure, and Night Emperor was startled with delight, much like how warm sunlight would illuminate a world shrouded in darkness for millennia. ABA. Night Emperor gazed at Lei Wu in disbelief, letting out an incredulous cry, then rushed forward to tightly embrace his broad shoulders. Then he abruptly stepped back, his expression filled with vigilance. He couldn't detect Lei Wu's scent. Moreover, the person before him bore significant differences from the Lei Wu he knew. Yet when pressed to articulate the specific differences, Night Emperor couldn't quite describe it. Only that the sensation diverged from before. "What, don't you recognize me?" Lei Wu spoke with a smile, spreading his arms wide to welcome his brother, while opening his pores to release his scent. In an instant, Night Emperor's face lit up with joy again, and he moved forward to embrace Lei Wu, asking, "ABA. Lately the mountain guards have been hunting me, forcing me into hiding. Only after they withdrew did I dare come find you." ABA. Night Emperor's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He was no longer a 3-year-old child, and possessed the reasoning expected of his age. Over the years, those mountain guards had always served Dr. Liu and Kong Ying. The previous month, they subjected him to countless interrogations about Lei Wu and seized the star meteor flying blade that Lei Wu had gifted him. Night Emperor never imagined that his revered, strict father and gentle mother were hunting down his closest companion. His gaze dimming, Night Emperor's face etched with remorse, he apologized. ABA. Lei Wu shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. It's already in the past. They didn't harm me, but I can't remain here anymore. I came to see you, and I'll depart tomorrow morning." ABA. Night Emperor exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Lei Wu's departure. Lei Wu sighed and explained, "Those people behind you want to capture me for research. The best outcome would be imprisonment like yours in these mountains. The worst, they dissect me, crack open my skull, study my brain tissue, leaving me permanently bedridden." Lei Wu refrained from uttering the word death, too brutal for a child's world. He wished for Night Emperor to mature healthily with a sound perspective on life. ABA. At the mention of dissection and permanent immobility, a flicker of terror crossed Night Emperor's eyes. Within Dr. Liu's laboratory, he had witnessed such horrors countless times, leaving deep psychological scars. He struggled to comprehend how his stern guardian perceived these young creatures as lifeless objects. Regardless of their agonized cries and desperate struggles, Dr. Liu would methodically incise them with an expressionless face, bloodied and horrifying, until these small beings ceased all movement. Despite originally wanting to keep Lei Wu close, a Night Emperor, terrified of solitude and friendlessness, in that instant suppressed his selfish desires and urged Lei Wu to depart quickly. ABA. He couldn't bear the thought of his friend being captured, even if Lei Wu's departure meant facing this mountain prison utterly alone. Lei Wu gently restrained Night Emperor's pushing hand, speaking softly, "Take your time. Even if they've installed monitoring devices on you and know of my presence, they'll struggle to reach the mountain quickly. When I leave this time, who knows how long before we reunite. I want to spend more time with you." ABA. Night Emperor shook his head repeatedly, pushing Lei Wu with all his strength, desperate for him to leave quickly and avoid danger. What a pure and kind child, Lei Wu sighed inwardly. Unable to sway Night Emperor, he could only speak gently. "Let us walk into the mountain. You can see me off." Night Emperor nodded vigorously and pulled Lei Wu deeper into the mountains. The mountain guards possessed laser weapons. He had witnessed Kong Ying use one that could pierce through steel pillars. Terrified to his very bones, he certainly didn't want Lei Wu descending directly, risking being surrounded. This mountain range stretched vast and expansive, with peaks beyond peaks linking to the adjacent primeval forest, an experimental territory belonging to another powerful corporation. Night Emperor had secretly ventured there before and discovered the defenses were far less stringent. With Lei Wu's speed, escaping would be effortless. Shortly after, both came to a halt as they passed the mountaintop, where Lei Wu often meditated. This place held countless cherished memories between them. Lei Wu had woven flower crowns for Night Emperor, placing them on his head, telling him this was the golden hoop curse. Wherever he recited the incantation, Night Emperor would collapse. The two had played joyfully without end. Night Emperor had also carved a small wooden figure for Lei Wu. Though merely his back view, and not particularly lifelike, Lei Wu happily received this gift, and to this day still carries it with him. In this moment, Lei Wu suddenly felt a surge of reluctance. Compared to the complex human society outside, he truly wished to remain here, living carefree alongside Night Emperor. However, he could not. Nor could he take Night Emperor with him. Who knew how many self-destruct mechanisms lay concealed within this alloy battle armor of his? "Let us go." Setting aside the reluctance in his heart, Lei Wu called out to Night Emperor. Just as he prepared to continue their journey, a cold feminine voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Should I address you as Lei Wu, or should I call you by your designation? Our number 2 experimental subject, Light Emperor." Lei Wu turned around slowly, looking at Kong Ying with a calm expression, as if he had anticipated this. Beside him, the Night Emperor's eyes rolled back, and he suddenly fainted so that when the two sides came to blows, he wouldn't be there to cause trouble. During this physical examination, Lu Jun had installed something more advanced inside his alloy battle armor, allowing him to knock him unconscious at any time without needing to activate the needle injection mechanism. Technology was advancing, and the times were changing with each passing day. Compared to a few years ago, Lu Jun's research had also progressed. Lei Wu sensed his surroundings and looked down at the armed contingent still desperately climbing the mountain ridge below. He said calmly, "You really are confident, daring to charge up the mountain alone and swagger before me?" "No choice. They lack strength and stamina, so I had to come ahead to hold you off." Kong Ying's expression was icy. Clad in her pink super alloy battle armor, she looked like an incarnate female steel overlord descending into the world. The ornate lightning whip in her hand had taken countless lives. It was stained with blood, and once charged with electricity, it radiated a blood-red gleam that struck dread into the heart. Lei Wu measured the strength of both sides. Even with Kong Ying wearing super alloy battle armor, he was absolutely certain of victory. There was no other reason. To anyone else, that iron shell was an unbreakable ultimate defense. Even a large caliber sniper rifle would struggle to pierce super alloy, let alone harm the person inside. But to Lei Wu, Kong Ying's suit of armor was no different from being stark naked. Whether it was his terrifying palm force that could strike through an intervening obstacle, or his pure and fierce peerless inner energy strong enough to pierce alloy, a single touch on her armor was enough to blast her physical body apart. His mind at ease, Lei Wu asked the question on his mind, "How do you know my name?" Very simple. Kong Ying took out the Starfall flying dagger and said, "We looked into the throwing knife you gave the Night Emperor. Its black market price wasn't especially high, but this kind of knife has recently become famous, its price soaring by more than tenfold, because someone used one to kill a level 9 zombie. And that person's name is you, Lei Wu. You have an older brother named Lei Wan. Twice he tried to come up the mountain claiming he was looking for his younger brother. We never understood before why he would come here to search for someone. It wasn't until the Night Emperor mentioned having a zombie companion and showed us this Starfall flying dagger that we quickly traced it back to you. Officer Lei Wu, you were gravely wounded in battle against a level 9 zombie and suspected of having mutated." The howling wind swept over the mountaintop. Blood-colored moonlight fell across Lei Wu's resolute profile, making his expression rather grim. For these major powers, digging up a person's background was far too easy. If he hadn't obtained the body reformation art which allowed him to alter his build and appearance, then as time passed his identity as a zombie would have become known to everyone. By then he would have no choice but to leave Jiangsheng and enter that zombie world filled with unknown dangers. Kong Ying put the dagger away and said, "Actually, even without this Starfall flying dagger, it was only a matter of time before we found you. Your brother's love for you runs deep. To find you, he searched all of Jiangsheng. Only our private territories remain unsearched. He will definitely come looking for you again, and when he does, we will investigate him, and through him uncover you." With a strange expression, Lei Wu asked, "Then have you already investigated my brother?" Kong Ying paused, then suddenly laughed. "Are you hoping to rely on your brother's power to make me go easy on you?" Lei Wu was speechless. "You're overthinking it. I'm just reminding you that before you make a move against me, you should do a proper background check, or else you might stir up a disaster that spirals completely out of control." Kong Ying felt even more amused inside. "Your brother is an unparalleled genius. His talent in scientific research is even greater than Dr. Lu's. Many of the Jiang Consortium's products are tied to him, so Jiang Mingyu helps him, and Jiang Tianhua regards him as an important person to protect. But so what?" Kong Ying said with an indifferent expression. "Faced with you, a natural Light Emperor zombie, who has retained intelligence even more advanced than the Night Emperor with his acquired self-awareness, you are enough to let the big shots advance further on their path to immortality. Right now you are even more valuable than Tang Sanzang from Journey to the West. Even if the Jiang family protects your brother, can it rely on a single family's strength to fight against all of Jiangsheng's consortiums?" Lei Wu fell silent. Faced with such enormous benefits, the Jiang family truly was unable to cope alone. But Lei Wu sighed and said, "Your background check is still not thorough enough." His brother Lei Wen was only level 6 now, yet he could already exchange several moves with a level 9 zombie. By his calculations, Lei Wu had spent nearly 3 years in the mountains, and his brother should have consumed another 3 bottles of level 6 evolution serum by now. Even if he couldn't destroy the Kong family, now what about 10 years later? After drinking 7 bottles of level 7 evolution serum and reaching level 8, how terrifyingly monstrous would his strength become? With a turn of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain, no one in all of Jiangsheng could rein him in, and destroying a top-tier consortium would take no more effort than blowing away dust. However, that was only his brother's raw power, and it would require many years of patient endurance. But strength was not merely a description of physical constitution. It also included terrifying mental fortitude, ruthless methods toward enemies, and the support of all kinds of high-tech and external forces. Kong Ying's super alloy battle armor was precious even in the eyes of top-tier consortiums. According to Jiang Mingyu, it was silver-tier armor. But in Lei Wen's eyes, this kind of armor was absolutely the most junky product with the least technological sophistication. Lei Wu believed that if someone truly enraged his brother, he could pull out golden-tier armor the very next day, even platinum-tier or diamond-tier nano armor. The kind that could instantly and effortlessly slaughter yellow-tier powerhouses. Unfortunately, Kong Ying paid it no heed and sneered, "Instead, the way you look now is just like a spoiled rich kid who, when encountering someone he can't afford to offend, cries while threatening the other party, 'My dad is so-and-so. If you've got the guts, go ahead and try touching me.' Honestly, the sight of you is enough to make one laugh and cry." Lei Wu was taken aback. He hadn't expected his well-meaning reminder to make him look like a villain performing a role in her eyes. If that was the case, Lei Wu leaned backward and jumped off the cliff on the spot. Kong Ying had long been on guard against this move. She predicted his action and lashed out with her whip. The lightning whip coiled toward Lei Wu's neck like a venomous snake, intending to pull him back. Then Kong Ying witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre scene. Lei Wu's broad, thick neck suddenly seemed to be severed by an incomparably sharp longsword. His head separated from his neck, and as his body tilted backward, the head also tumbled backward, barely evading the whip as it lashed toward him. This scene completely defied the laws of physics, but Kong Ing reacted with incredible speed. Bone contraction art. Startled inwardly, she too plunged off the cliff. At the instant her body was airborne with nothing to push against after falling less than 10 meters, the corner of her eye caught Lei Wu clinging to the cliff face like a toad. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out like a massive bronze bell being struck. A harsh screech of twisting metal accompanied by the muffled thud of abdominal flesh and blood bursting open sent Kong Ing flying through the air, tumbling in a parabola toward the cliff below. Lei Wu, using the recoil from the impact, landed back on the cliff face and like a toad scrambled back up the precipice on all fours. The distant main force finally arrived. Amid a hail of bullets, Lei Wu dodged left and right, sprinting toward the end of the mountain range at nearly 300 meters per second. This should be the Sun family's experimental base. Lei Wu crossed the Kong mountain range, scrambled past high-voltage power lines and barbed wire fencing, and scaled the precipitous peak of an isolated mountain. Suddenly the vista unfolded before his eyes. Below stretched an endless primeval forest with undulating mountain ranges and a clearly visible S-shaped winding road carved into the slopes. At the far horizon, a colossal circular blue structure loomed, partially concealed within swirling clouds and mist, resembling a spacecraft from outer space that had touched down upon the edge of the world. This was the iconic landmark of the Sun Group Corporation, identical in every detail to the Sun Tower in the city. As for the pursuers behind him, Lei Wu had sprinted 50 kilometers in a single burst, completing the distance in merely 5 minutes. Those in hot pursuit were long since out of sight. All credit belonged to his body renewal technique, which allowed him to regulate his musculature and endocrine functions, preventing his body from overheating during high-speed exertion, averting the risk of collapse, dehydration, or muscle dissolution. Gasping for air, he expelled the accumulated heat trapped within his body, then immediately sealed his pores and stifled his breathing. The Kong family's mountain guard patrol might well cross territorial boundaries in pursuit. Should any residual scent reach the nose of their tracking hounds, they would dog his footsteps for miles. After surveying the terrain and plotting his escape route, Lei Wu's body emitted a series of sharp pops and crackles as his stature condensed to 1.80 meters. He donned a full set of combat gear. He dashed down the isolated peak and plunged into the dense woodland. 20 kilometers in, an unusual odor wafted through the forest, causing him to halt abruptly. Zombies in these mountains. And judging by the intensity of this stench, at least level 7. Determined to avoid trouble, Lei Wu bypassed the scent and took a detour. Prior to the Great Siege War, encountering a level 7 zombie was exceedingly rare. However, the war had yielded enormous profits for several megacorporations who captured numerous high-level zombies and concealed them within the mountains, an arrangement hardly surprising. As he was analyzing the situation, a sudden movement caught his eye. A large contingent of heavily armed personnel surged forth from the circular Sun Group structure in the distance, charging swiftly up the mountainside. No explanation was needed. The creator of Night Emperor must have alerted the Sun family to assist in intercepting him. Lei Wu frowned. Sun Fei had been his superior for many years, and they had even robbed Lu San together. By all accounts, their camaraderie was considerable. He had little desire to provoke conflict with the Sun family. Actively, Lei Wu sprang onto a towering tree over 10 meters high, steadied his breathing, and settled into wait. Once the search party passed, he would make his exit. Before long, complaints echoed from beneath the tree, emanating from the Sun family security detail. Who knows what the neighbors are up to? Waking us in the dead of night with calls about escaped test subjects. What the hell is going on? Exactly. They failed to contain their own assets, and now we suffer for it. Absolute garbage. Stay vigilant, everyone. If this experimental subject managed to break free, its level is certainly no joke. Keep your wits about you. If its level is indeed high, then encountering it would be suicide for the 3 of us. The other 2 were momentarily stunned. They lowered their thermal imaging devices, aiming them at the ground rather than scanning ahead or upward. Zhouan has a point. If we happen upon it, we'll pretend we saw nothing, continue our sweep, and bury this matter deep. No reports afterward. Better to keep our mouths shut than face the consequences. Agreed, let's do it. The 3 exchanged glances, silently agreeing. They donned their night vision goggles, gripped their infrared thermal imaging detectors, and continued their careful advance. Beyond the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, the only sounds were the crunching of dry branches and fallen foliage beneath their feet, a silence so profound it was unsettling. Soon the trio passed by, appearing entirely unaware of Lei Wu in the canopy above. But Lei Wu knew full well all 3 had seen him. Zombies were corpses, yet thermal imaging devices could still detect the faint residual heat radiation emitted by dead bodies, especially at such close range. Moreover, his body temperature had risen following intense exertion. Even with his pores sealed and his breathing controlled, escaping the grasp of such advanced detection technology was nearly impossible. These cunning veterans. Watching them recede into the distance, Lei Wu muttered to himself. Had the 3 acted recklessly and opened fire, his head would surely have been parted from his shoulders. With no escape route available, he would have slaughtered every last one of them, turning the Sun family's experimental base upside down. Now a disaster had been narrowly averted. Among the trio, Zhou proved to be the sharpest mind, embodying the workplace philosophy of doing just enough to collect one's paycheck. Even ordinary folk possess their own brand of wisdom. Lei Wu murmured appreciatively. After waiting 2 minutes in the tree to confirm the surroundings were secure and that the three had not called for reinforcements, he leapt down and prepared to withdraw. But before he could take more than a few steps, a horrified scream erupted from behind him, carried on the wind alongside a thick, pungent odor of putrefaction. Lei Wu was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but high-level zombies fascinated him. In the future, should his physical capabilities prove insufficient, these creatures would be among his primary targets. Springing back onto a branch, Lei Wu cast his gaze outward, only to find himself utterly stunned. The attacker who had ambushed the three-man squad was none other than Sun Jiangang. Years prior, during the incident at Lijuan Community Night, Emperor had assassinated Director Sun, inflicting a viral infection that ultimately claimed his life before the Sun family spirited him away, after which he vanished without a trace. Who would have guessed that Sun Jiangang had been reared hidden within the mountains, turning on his own kind? Wait. This fellow is trembling throughout his body, his expression caught in struggle. He has retained a measure of self-awareness, though his intelligence is diminished, unable to fully control his bloodthirsty urges. A single glance was enough for Lei Wu to ascertain the truth. The higher one's intelligence, the stronger the capacity for self-restraint. Take himself and Night Emperor, for instance. Even when confronted with living flesh, they could suppress their cravings and refrain from biting. True zombies, however, were entirely enslaved by the virus, driven solely by the insatiable hunger for flesh. They possessed no concept of danger, displaying no expressions beyond vacant, lifeless stares. At that moment, Zhou had merely been blasted away by a single punch from Sun Jiangang. There was no wound, no bite. Rationality still held dominion over his monstrous instincts. Meanwhile, his two teammates, sensing the danger, immediately bolted, abandoning Zhou to lie gasping and bleeding on the ground before collapsing into unconsciousness. That lad won't survive. A single tier above, a level 7 zombie's striking force rivaled that of a level 8 human powerhouse, 32 tons of raw power. Striking someone of a lower rank with such force, even if the body did not explode on impact, the internal organs would surely be pulverized. After a brief moment of contemplation, capitalizing on Sun Jiangang's diversion of attention, Lei Wu made a run for it, toward the mountain's outskirts. Yet he did not truly flee. Instead, he concealed himself just beyond the boundary of Sun family territory, observing quietly from the shadows. The following morning, the mountain search had yielded nothing. The Sun family security detail withdrew at the cost of one grievously wounded member, delivering a stern warning to Dr. Liu. Under no circumstances was he to trespass upon their territory again. Zhou was rushed back to the laboratory for emergency treatment, but the medical staff ultimately shook their heads in resignation and abandoned the effort. Take him home. Let his family see him one final time. His family perished in the zombie tide 2 years ago. He has no relatives remaining. Shall we let him die within our facility then? The security captain, with no better alternative, dispatched personnel to return Zhou into his residence, along with a female nurse assigned to provide minimal care during his final hours, in gesture of decency in an otherwise grim situation. On the third day, while the female nurse was cleaning Zhou's body, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness seized her, and she drifted into an unconscious slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered Zhou rising from death's door, his face deathly pale, his trembling hand reaching toward her as he whispered, "You're so beautiful. Let me touch you." The young nurse was terrified out of her wits, her face bloodless. With a sharp scream, she turned and fled. In the Great Cataclysm era, order had collapsed, and the strong preyed on the weak. Women were among the vulnerable, and if truly violated, they had no place to even seek justice. Zhou did not pursue her. His real purpose in doing that was to scare her away, making it convenient for him to do his own thing. The room fell silent. Lei Wu, who had resurrected in a borrowed body, immediately leapt off the bed and dashed into the bathroom. In front of the mirror, he adjusted the subtle details of his face. Time was pressing. He had only just managed to strip off Zhou's clothes and examine the details of the man's body. Birthmarks, the shape of his chest and abdomen, the structure of his legs and feet, the size of his member, and so on. After disposing of the corpse and cleaning up the crime scene, time was already running short. It was all because the female nurse had been knocked unconscious. When she woke, still drowsy, she didn't get a chance to look closely. Otherwise, Lei Wu's face, which only vaguely resembled the original, would be recognized as not Zhou at second glance. Fortunately, with his current spirit stat, he could already memorize everything at a glance, impressing Zhou's face firmly into his mind. In front of the mirror, he compressed his bones, rubbed his skin, twitched the corners of his eyes, and ground his teeth, perfecting every detail. Only then did Lei Wu pinch his throat and adjust his vocal cords again and again, lest his voice betray him. Either don't change your face at all, or do it to the utmost until no one could spot a flaw. This fine as a needle attention to detail was precisely the special skill of his elder brother Lei Wu. In the past, Lei Wu had been careless and simple-minded, never doing things with such precision entirely. Because Lei Wu had been at his side, there was no need for him to worry about so much. Now he had to venture into society on his own, and he had to be responsible for his own life. Like his brother, he needed to be cautious beyond caution. His heart, as riddled with schemes as a hornet's nest is with holes. Only then could he remain invincible. Zhouen's network of relationships, I don't know well. Later I'll have to find a way to fake amnesia. Lei Wu pondered all the possible flaws in his mind. Before long the cell phone in the bedroom rang. When the female nurse left, she still had to tell the security captain the reason after all she had been paid. As for Zhou waking up from the brink of death, it could be a flash of returning light before death, or perhaps his willpower was strong enough to let him pull through. This era was not lacking in miracles. Because too many powerhouses existed and medicine was sufficiently advanced, there were plenty of people who were on the verge of death one day, and were alive and kicking 2 days later. Zhou was after all a level 4 powerhouse, young and energetic, so naturally his vitality was tenacious. Lei Wu gave a light cough. Only after confirming that his voice was fine did he pick up the call, and immediately a torrent of abuse came from the other end. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Did a cigarette, but drop into your pants, and you can't control that dangling thing between your legs. You were at death's door, damn it. You finally came to with only half a life left, and you still feel like teasing a girl. Why the hell don't you get to the hospital? If you die at home, don't expect me to collect your corpse. Lei Wu listened quietly. Only after the other side had cursed enough did he take a deep breath, and speak weakly in fits, and start, "See, Captain, I really can't make it. I'm going to the hospital now. Even if I survive, I'm afraid. Afraid I'll be a cripple. I can't drag everyone down. I'm resigning now, please, Captain, approve it." The security captain's fiery anger instantly dispersed, and he fell wholly silent. Come to think of it, Zhou was a veteran of the security team. He had started following him when he was 18. Now he was nearly 30 but still single. His money had all gone to buying evolution fluid with nothing left to marry a wife. Over the years, even though Zhou had no ambition, always liked to slack off and play tricks, he had often fought side by side with them. With such friendship, he could not be heartless and leave him to his own devices. With a sigh, the security captain said, "First go to the hospital and get your wounds treated. If you recover, return to the team as soon as you can. If it really doesn't work, I'll arrange a job for you in the city, so you can have a more stable life. Save up some money, marry a wife. Then you'll have a home." "See, Captain, I want to go to the corpse disposal team of the Chengdong branch." Lei Wu's voice sounded like it could stop at any moment with extreme weakness mixed with pleading, as if he were giving final instructions. It was only because the security captain had seen too many dead people that he didn't get fooled into teary sorrow. "You want to go to the corpse disposal team?" The man on the other end paused, greatly surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou to want to go to such a dangerous place. Who in all of Jiangcheng didn't know that the occupation with the highest death rate now was the corpse disposal teams of the 4 major branches? Ordinary people turned pale at the mention of it, and even powerhouses' eyelids trembled hard when they said it. But if there was any other way, even a slim chance to live, no one would ever take a job in the corpse disposal team. For so little pay, dancing on a blade, every day fighting and killing zombies, there was no tougher job in the world. Lei Wu had long prepared his story. I was wounded like this by a zombie. As long as I'm alive, I want to kill zombies. Well, this reason was a bit flimsy but still plausible. There was certainly no hope of taking revenge on Sun Jianong, so he could only vent his anger by killing other zombies. Sun Jiangang was the treasure of the Sun family. They counted on him to perfect his self-awareness, become a zombie with intelligence, and open up an unprecedented path. Others didn't know the inside story, but the security captain did. This time, when everyone had gone up the mountain to hunt, and Zhou was attacked, it was actually those researchers' intention. They wanted to test whether Sun Jiangang could control his bloodthirsty urges. Before, they had always used wild animals for experiments, and Sun Jiangang had managed to resist biting them. To go a step further, they had to use a real person. Zhou became that unlucky fool. After thinking it over, the security captain said, "Since you want to join the corpse disposal team to kill zombies, I won't stop you. As long as you're not afraid to die. I happen to be on good terms with Sun Fei from the Chengdong branch. Same clan after all. I'll put in a word for you. After you're discharged, go straight over and report." Thanks, Captain." Lei Wu wanted to laugh inwardly, but his voice was choked with a moved sob. Trembling all over, he sounded like he was truly about to breathe his last. Hearing this, the security captain's head ached. If the man got too excited and died on the spot, he would be the murderer. "Take good care of yourself. I still have things to do. We'll talk later." Click. The security captain decisively hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It worked. Lei Wu on the bed sprang up with a carp flip, unable to contain his excitement, throwing a punch. According to his original plan, after escaping from the mountains, he would rent a civilian house and settle and then search for zombies everywhere. Just before the corpse disposal team set out on a mission, he would kill a zombie, use the body transformation art to turn into it, hide in a corner of some room, and pass as a survivor who hadn't been bitten, getting familiar with the team members. Then he would deliberately approach one of the team members, get acquainted, spend some money to grease the wheels, and have the person arrange for him to join the corpse disposal team. Now everything went so smoothly with zero effort, truly a blessing from heaven. From now on, I am Zhou.